Routine. Suho's father's other bastard sons wouldn't be so stupid as to target him like that. Typically, the elders didn't get involved in feuds between youngsters in the family. They tended to turn a blind eye. Adversity was the breeding ground for true leaders, after all, but the flying transport attack was the equivalent of throwing down the gauntlet to the Su family. There was a limit to what Suho could say. He also wasn't privy to too many details. He was just a kid who wasn't particularly smart, so the elders wouldn't let him in on core matters before he raised his IQ. Seems that our community isn't entirely crime-free, Fang Zhao said. Indeed, there are many things that go down in the dark that are kept secret from the public, but most of these potential disasters are preempted. Today, they arrested 2 attempted bombers in the Martyrs' Cemetery. Events like these are never reported. Even folks who paid their respects today won't have noticed. Memorial Day was when the Martyrs' cemeteries saw their traffic peak. Apart from the cemetery guards assigned to the core area, the government typically deployed additional guards to ensure that worship activities could proceed uninterrupted. Fang Zhao wasn't planning on joining the ruckus this year. His status was different compared to last year. He was a public figure with quite a few fans, so he planned on visiting the Martyrs' cemeteries in various continents after Memorial Day, when there were fewer visitors. With the Su family stepping in to contain the fallout over the Dongshan farm plane crash, online discussion of the incident had tapered off significantly over the past 3 days. Regardless of how folks spun the event, whether it was a brilliantly executed marketing ploy or some earth-shattering conspiracy, the level of attention was declining with the approach of Memorial Day. On January 20th, Silverwing's virtual projects and gaming departments held a joint press conference. The company officially announced that Jinro was taking over as captain of their gaming team, and that Dorian would serve as his deputy. Fang Zhao was scheduled to start his military service in April and would go on temporary leave. The departure of Fang Zhao didn't necessarily deal a blow to the team's prospects, though. Jinro had been personally trained by Fang Zhao. On paper, Fang Zhao was much younger than Jinro, but between Jinro himself or Silverwing fans, no one considered it a problem. Fang Zhao's gaming prowess was a well-established fact. Wayne also announced that the team would be adding new members in the near future, but their identities would be kept secret for now. Silverwing's performance the past few months had prompted quite a few pro gamers to consider jumping ship. This time, it was Wayne's turn to play hard to get. In the past, he'd had to make the rounds, begging people to join. Now he was the one being sought out. It was sweet vindication. As the focus of the press attention, Fang Zhao was inundated with questions. Some journalists also asked him about the Dongshan farm crash. Fang Zhao just waved it off as an accident without elaborating. Silverwing's PR staff would follow up with journalists. In other news, Fang Zhao also revealed during the press conference that Fiery Bird would soon be making an announcement about their 10th generation console's protection mode, but that it recommended customers not try it out before then. In fact, Fang Zhao hadn't been able to control the console on demand right away. He'd only went out on a limb because Suho had been in a bad spot, buried in rubble and struggling to breathe. The other focus of the entertainment journalists was Fang Zhao's imminent military service. Celebrities entering the military always got the media excited. Reporters were always trying to find a point of controversy, like a certain star parlaying connections into an easy assignment, a star lying about working as a miner on a faraway planet while in actuality vacationing on a newly colonized planet, or someone faking their service records. Many people wanted to use their connections to secure an easy posting. The thing was, only a few could manage to do so. Others could only watch with envy and vent their frustrations online, posting spiels about special treatment. Public figures like celebrities were a regular target. If Fang Zhao received a relaxed posting, the pundits would show no mercy. But Fang Zhao didn't announce any details about his assignment. Even Wayne didn't know. Duan Xinji asked Fang Zhao several times, but all he said was that he would decide after visiting his great-grandfather in Yanbei on Memorial Day. On January 26th, Fang Zhao rented a flying car and drove from Qian to Yanbei himself, with curly hair in tow. Security was especially tight during the Memorial Day period, and the amount of vehicle traffic increased the closer to Memorial Day one got. Fang Zhao had to clear a security checkpoint before entering Yanbei's city limits. There was tons of traffic and a long queue leading to the checkpoint. The good thing was that the security checks were quite swift. What seemed to be a long queue could in fact be processed quite quickly. After lining up for about 10 minutes, Fang Zhao drove his car into the security checkpoint. Besides his car undergoing a scan for dangerous items, the driver's personal information also came up automatically on the screen of the inspector. When he noticed Fang Zhao's personal details on the screen, the inspector's expression went from serious to surprised, but he regained his composure quickly. He walked out of his booth, approached Fang Zhao's car, and signaled Fang Zhao to lower his car window. It was common for inspectors to randomly screen drivers and passengers in person, so the inspector's appearance didn't strike the drivers lined up behind Fang Zhao as odd. The stern-faced inspector walked up to Fang Zhao's car. After Fang Zhao lowered his window, the inspector pulled out a paper notebook and pen from his pocket and handed them to Fang Zhao. "Sir, could I trouble you for an autograph?" Fang Zhao eyed the inspector's tense expression and smiled. "Sure thing." He took the pen and notebook, flipped to a blank page, signed his name, and then handed the pen and notebook back. "Thank you." The inspector struggled to suppress his smile as he held off on taking his pen and notebook. Resuming his solemn expression as if he were conducting official business, he handed over a stamp pad. "Could I trouble your passenger in the back to sign as well?" Fang Zhao glanced at Curly Hair, who was kneeling on the back seat. He waved him over, grabbed one of his paws, placed it on the stamp pad, and then pressed it onto the inspector's notebook. The inspector took his pen and notebook and tucked them away carefully. His face was still tense as he took a step back and bowed slightly. "Thank you. Happy Memorial Day. Welcome back to Yanbei. I wish you and your family good health, and I wish you swift sailing. Happy Memorial Day." Fang Zhao closed his car window and drove away. Chapter 177. Selecting the most difficult applications. Although the security personnel was delighted, he did not brag to his friends about receiving the signatures right away. After all, Fang Zhao had chosen to use a plain car, which meant that Fang Zhao did not want to be recognized, so he decided to only share it after. Memorial Day. Fang Zhao headed straight to his destination after entering Yanbei City. He had bought a place in Yanbei last year. It was still winter, and many people wore scarves. Fang Zhao had a scarf and cap on, so it was not easy for him to be recognized. As for Curly Hair, Fang Zhao placed the dog in his bag and carried him. Fang Zhao spent the night in his apartment, and on the 27th, he brought Curly Hair along to his second uncle's place to visit his two elders. Last November, his second uncle and aunt had asked Fang Zhao whether he would be returning for Memorial Day. Second uncle's oldest son, Fang Yu, had gone to serve the military and would not be back to celebrate Memorial Day. This time, only Fang Qi and their daughter Fang Ling would be home. Fang Zhao drove the inconspicuous rental car over to second Uncle Fang's place for a meal with the 4 members of that family and agreed to their warm invitation to stay the night. Upon seeing Fang Zhao once more, second uncle and second aunt Fang were slightly more uncomfortable. They behaved like they were guests rather than hosts. Last year, Fang Zhao was only promising, but this year was too alarming. Every day, they would find out more about Fang Zhao in the entertainment news. Sometimes Fang Zhao even appeared in the headlines. Of course, they felt gratified. After all, Fang Zhao was their nephew. The next morning, which was also Memorial Day, Fang Zhao drove the rental car and brought the other 4 to the retirement center. On the journey to the retirement home, second uncle and second aunt Fang filled Fang Zhao in on the happenings of the past year. Fang Yu's military service was going smoothly, and every once in a while, he reported that he was fine. He would be completing his service this year and returning home. Both second uncle and second aunt Fang were extremely glad and were counting down the days. Besides Fang Yu, they also talked about great-grandfather Fang. In the past year, second uncle and second aunt Fang had visited great-grandfather Fang on some small occasions, as always, but unlike past years, great-grandfather Fang had contacted them more often and had voluntarily showed an interest in their family. For example, Fang Yu's military service developments and others. This had made second uncle and second aunt Fang overwhelmed by favor. Great-grandfather Fang had also asked about Fang Zhao, but when he talked about Fang Zhao, his facial expressions had been way more obvious. While second uncle Fang recounted all of this to Fang Zhao, second aunt Fang, Fang Qi, and Fang Ling were all seated in the back row of the car along with a not-too-large curly-haired dog. Fang Qi and Fang Ling were using a comb to brush Curly Hair's fur as second Aunt Fang sat beside them, watching and worrying that her two children would pull on its fur too hard. When she had seen the dog yesterday, she'd had no idea what to feed it and had been afraid that the food she prepared might not be suitable for it. Luckily, Fang Zhao had brought along dog food. Watching for a while, second Aunt Fang had not been able to help but reach out and pet it. They all knew the value of this dog, and her hands had trembled as she'd touched the fur. Memorial Day was the liveliest part of the year at the retirement center, and there were lots of people coming and going, just like previous years. Today, great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang had woken up early, changed into a brand new set of festive clothes, and sat at the door waiting for the younger generations to come. 1 hour, 2 hours. The visitors kept streaming in nonstop. There were also favorable younger generations that came to visit, and the two elders counseled them and gave out red packets. It seemed just the same as previous years. However, today, the two elders kept looking out the window and kept checking for incoming messages, more than 10 times within an hour. Everyone who noticed the two elders doing this gave a pained expression. Who were they waiting for? Who else could it be? The two elders were basically only pleasant to the youngest generations. In the past, they had treated their grandkids' generation well, but now that they had a generation of great-grandchildren, they treated this batch better. And among their great-grandchildren, Fang Zhao was the one with the best achievements. Ding! A notification of a text message. Great-grandfather Fang's eyebrows rose and he rapidly checked it and replied. Fang Zhao had arrived at the retirement center and parted ways with second Uncle Fang's family. After parking the car, he entered through another way. Fang Zhao had sent the two elders a text message when he'd arrived, as this arrangement had been requested by the two elders. Fang Zhao was no longer the same as before. He was a rather famous celebrity now. There were many youngsters visiting the retirement center today, and if he were recognized, it could have an undesirable effect on the retirement center. Great-grandfather Fang had told him to head straight to their residence first and rest if there were no pressing matters. After the two elders were done here, they would head back to have a chat with Fang Zhao. After parking the car and walking over to the two elders' residence, he passed by a family that were also here to visit their elders. The father was teaching his secondary school son how to win the favor of their elders. He noticed his son's mind wandering and was a little angry. What are you looking at? Did you hear what I just said? The teenager pointed at the figure that was passing by them. That man seems kind of familiar. There are so many people every year. There are bound to be some familiar faces. He looks like my idol. The father heard what was said and slapped his son across the back of his head. Of all the things to learn, you learned how to chase after celebrities. Fang Zhao headed to the house number great-grandfather Fang had given him and found the two elders' residence. The door had already been remotely unlocked. Fang Zhao sat in the living room and waited. He did not check out the other rooms. Around 4 in the afternoon, the two elders returned, and they even brought Fang Zhao a big portion of dinner. Have you decided on where to go for your military service? Said great-grandfather Fang when he entered and sat down. The two elders had found out from second Uncle Fang that Fang Zhao had a military posting that he could use to go wherever he wanted to go, but now, Fang Zhao had a wide reputation and the media was all over him. Great-grandfather Fang was afraid that Fang Zhao was too young and not clear-headed enough. A wrong choice at this juncture could be his downfall. If Fang Zhao brazenly went and received special treatment, he would surely be condemned by the media. I wish to serve on a warship, Fang Zhao replied. Warship. Great-grandfather Fang's brows scrunched up and his smiling expression vanished. Above or below? Above meant a space warship. Below meant a battleship within the planet. The difficulty levels for serving on these two ships were very far apart. One was arduous and dangerous, the other relatively relaxed. Above, Fang Zhao said firmly. Great-grandfather Fang went blank. He had never expected Fang Zhao to actually make such a choice. Why? I just wished to. This time, great-grandfather Fang knitted his eyebrows and was deep in thought for quite a while. If Fang Zhao had chosen a military service program that was too easy, great-grandfather Fang had originally intended to recommend a military service program that he had spent months picking for Fang Zhao. The place was not considered too far away from Earth. The further away one was from the home planet, the harder the military service was, but it was also not so near as to draw the ire of cynics. In terms of ranking, The most demanding military service vocations were on exploratory spaceships. The tasks were arduous and filled with uncertainty. The unknown was almost the scariest. Don't be impulsive, great-grandfather Fang reminded him. He thought that Fang Zhao had been swayed by public opinion. I'm not impulsive. I have been planning this since last year. Fang Zhao's choice came as a surprise to great-grandfather Fang, yet he also felt gratified. Finally, there was a younger generation who took the initiative to select a spaceship for their military service. If I remember correctly, there are currently 2 Explorer-class spaceships in active service, Actress and Formalhaut. I heard that the original plan was for 4 spaceships to undergo exploratory missions, but at the end-of-year conference, it was decided that the pace of outer space explorations should be tightened and focus more on understanding the areas that have already been explored. The military funding saved would also be used for development and construction on known planets. However, these policies might be changed at any time. You can check out their latest developments first. On the military service application homepage, you can choose to view the positions according to difficulty. The 2 most difficult positions are probably the vocations on spaceships, and there will be some introductions and explanations there. That meant to say that when Fang Zhao was applying for military service, all he needed to do was select the most difficult applications. Generally speaking, these difficult military positions could be voluntarily applied for, but every year, there were very little people who did so. Great-grandmother Fang shot a disapproving look at her husband. Eat first. Little Zhao hasn't touched his food since he came. Great-grandfather Fang returned a recalcitrant look. This old lady had clearly been even more anxious than him yesterday. But now that they had gotten their answer, she wanted to act like the good guy. Fang Zhao's choice pleased the 2 elders, but at the same time, it worried them. The degree of difficulty and danger was higher than most. In their eyes, Fang Zhao was a talent in the entertainment scene, a man of art and literature. They were afraid that Fang Zhao was still an inexperienced and young man. After all, reality was different from a game, and people who were different from their in-game persona were commonly seen. Fang Zhao wanted to leave at night, but was stopped by the 2 elders. Just stay here, and go back after you have sorted out your military service. We can give you counsel, and whatever reply you get, I am able to help you ask around, great-grandfather Fang said. The sky was gradually getting dark and visitors to the retirement center had slowed. Many elderly were sitting together and chatting about the younger generations in their own family. Great-grandfather Fang brought the dog out, looking especially pretentious. Hey, this dog looks familiar, a retired elder said. Isn't this the Muzhou championship winning dog that trended in the news a while back? It's that dog that is worth 100 million. Great-grandfather Fang was pleased. Yes, it's that dog. But your memories aren't so good. This dog isn't from Muzhou. It was brought over to Muzhou by my great-grandson to compete, and now he has brought it back. Come, Curly Hair, say hello to this bunch of old fellows. Curly Hair showed due respect and barked. Woof. Great-grandfather Fang often bragged about Fang Zhao. Among his great-grandchildren, the most famous was Fang Zhao. Furthermore, Fang Zhao's exposure rate in the news had indeed been very high the past couple of weeks. So many people in the retirement center knew that Fang Zhao was old man Fang's great-grandson. Your great-grandson is here. Why? Old Fang. Are you trying to get some preferential treatment for your great-grandson? Someone joked. TSK. Do I look like that sort of person? He is voluntarily applying for his military service position. Tomorrow, when the application system opens, I will let him submit his application, said great-grandfather Fang with a righteous look on his face. There were only a few positions that could be applied for voluntarily. These were the ones that the majority did not wish to get posted to. A few old folks at the retirement center stared at old man Fang in astonishment. Are you talking big? Can you bear to see your celebrity great-grandson head to that sort of places? Who says I can't bear to? Youngsters can always use some training and build character. I don't hope that he fights for military accomplishments. After all, that's not the path he is taking. I'm just letting him head to the most arduous places to gain experience and improve himself. This way, he can go much farther in the future. Hee. The old folks at the retirement center who know old man Fang's temperament well only chuckled, but did not say anything. If they really believed his words, the 100+ years they had lived would have been in vain. But regardless of what anybody else thought, the next morning, Fang Zhao accessed the military service application system and followed great-grandfather Fang's suggestion, arranging the vocations from difficult to easy. Just as great-grandfather Fang had said, the vocations of the highest difficulty were on the Arcturus and Formalhaut. Great-grandfather Fang had recommended he apply to serve on the Arcturus. The spaceship, Arcturus, had been in active service for a longer time, and most of the crew on board were experienced and would not panic when they came across situations. Fang Zhao filled in his personal information and submitted the application. As not many people applied for these military service programs with high difficulty, the audit was quick, and Fang Zhao received a reply in the afternoon. Rejected. On the next page, the reason: background check failed. Not suitable for military service on a spaceship. Fang Zhao stared at the 3 words, background check failed, and could not understand why this reason had caused him to be rejected. His files had no criminal records, and his life on the Black Street was unlikely to result in this. Many people had history in the Black Streets, and even some military officials also came from the Black Streets. Mulling it over for a bit, Fang Zhao then submitted an application for the Formalhaut. Early the next morning, Fang Zhao received a reply. Rejected. Reason: background check failed. Not suitable for military service on a spaceship. Fang Zhao. Chapter 178. Choice. Not just Fang Zhao, even the 2 old Fangs, with their wealth of experience, were puzzled at this reply. Background check failed. He had never broken the law, been a danger to society, or even received demerits while schooling. Why had he failed the background check? Great-grandfather Fang was seething with anger. He sought out an old comrade to ask around. His old comrade sent someone to check it out before replying to great-grandfather Fang. The other party said, I don't know whether or not it is true, but I heard that they don't accept celebrities. Don't accept celebrities? There is a new policy now. Great-grandfather Fang just could not understand this. Voluntarily applying for the most difficult place would actually be met with a merciless rejection on the grounds of a background check? What did being a celebrity have to do with being suitable for military service on a spaceship? Besides, he had paid attention to the relevant decrees and had not seen any clear-cut rules that stated celebrities were unable to serve on board. The audit personnel would indeed get to see information not displayed in the files. For example, for certain reasons, they might feel that a particular applicant was not suitable for work on a spaceship. Right now, celebrities were what they did not want. Great-grandfather Fang used a few means to ask around. A lot of information on spaceships was highly classified and could not be released to the public, and the people were bound by confidentiality agreements that had not expired. However, great-grandfather Fang asked many old comrades and still managed to get a little information. Compiling the information, the general idea was this: celebrities and the like only showed off on spaceships. They couldn't do anything properly and had lots of trifling matters. Just a bunch of trouble. We don't want them. Whoever wants them can have them. Ending the call, great-grandfather Fang fell silent. He had been retired for too long and had already forgotten that celebrities were discriminated against in many places. Fang Zhao's records were indeed clean, but he was still considered a celebrity, and the 2 spaceships were unwilling to accept his application. Great-grandfather Fang sat in silence for a while, then suggested to Fang Zhao, how about applying one more time? Fang Zhao felt a sense of regret that he was unable to get on the Arcturus or Formalhaut, but since their internal department had such unwritten rules, he would also not try and force his way in. Thus, Fang Zhao decided to select somewhere else. No need. I will just apply for the 3rd most difficult military service program. The 2 old Fangs gathered around the screen. You have decided to pick the 3rd-ranked one? What is it? Mining, Fang Zhao replied. Mining? That's no good. It's too remote, and the environment and climate are both horrendous. If you pick mining, why not let the military automatically assign you? Odds are you will be assigned to a planet for mining or to construction for a planet's base. That is more likely. Great-grandfather Fang felt that this was not suitable. According to him, since Fang Zhao could not enter the 2 military service programs he had hoped for, all other programs were not very different. In any case, if it was not mining, it would be expanding and constructing bases for the future of humanity. Whether it was near or far from Earth was no different. So rather than heading to a far and remote place to mine, settling for the automatic assignment would be better. But Fang Zhao's thinking was different. He had chosen that program not because it was ranked third for difficulty, but because, among all the planets that had started development, this was the furthest one from Earth. Fang Zhao wanted to see for himself how far humanity had progressed in these 500 years. Not counting space travel, only places where they had genuinely taken root, began construction, and stepped foot on. Without hesitation, Fang Zhao submitted an application for this military service program. Unlike the previous two, this application received a reply very quickly, and the reply this time was not rejected, but approved. However, approved did not mean that Fang Zhao had gotten in. He still needed to submit the results of a physical examination. Fang Zhao would need to head to an appointed hospital for a medical. This medical was not the commonly seen kind. Rather, it was an examination to check whether the applicant's constitution could withstand long-haul space travel. The appointed hospital was in Qian City's military district. Over at the hospital, those in charge of the medicals were gathered together and gossiping about the latest entertainment news. Normally, the place was quite empty, so those on duty were not old doctors. Experienced old doctors were always very busy. Those that remained here were some interns from medical college or a few youngsters that had just started the job. In any case, most people that came here for a medical were applicants for military service programs or were about to serve. All they needed to do here was operate the machines and run tests on the applications. As these few people were talking animatedly, they received a notification. Someone actually voluntarily applied. The preliminary application has gone through, and the person should be coming for a medical during these next 2 days. Oh, it is Planet Baiji. He probably did not think things through. I reckon it's another idiot who applied in the spur of the moment. The youngster closest to the door stared ahead blankly and lifted his arm to tap at his colleagues who were still talking. The idiot you guys were talking about has arrived. Fang Zhao walked in wearing a cap that was pushed low. When he got here, there were no other idle people around, so he took off his cap. Fang Zhao looked at the door number while asking, "Is this the medical center for military service personnel?" Yes. This is the place. Are you Fang? Fang Zhao. You are the one who applied for Planet Baiji? Fang Zhao nodded his head. That's me. This way, please. The few youngsters led Fang Zhao in and began operating the machines and examining Fang Zhao. At the same time, their hearts were screaming violently. Why is it Fang Zhao? Baiji planet. So far away, and the conditions are bad. Why go all the way there to suffer? Has your brain gone stupid from playing all those games? 5 minutes later, he received an evaluation of excellent for his physical examination. Once the medical results were released, they were uploaded to the military service application webpage. In no time, Fang Zhao's application status changed from application received to application approved. Fang Zhao was to report for duty on March 1st in Yinzhou's military district. When the time came, he would undergo a month of military training, and in April, he would be sent to Planet Baiji. Wayne's jaw dropped when he found out that Fang Zhao had applied for Baiji. Why didn't you think things through? Why did you choose this? Wayne just could not comprehend why Fang Zhao had prepared for so long and yet picked this option. Helpless, Wayne contacted Duan Qianji, hoping that she could persuade Fang Zhao. Even though Fang Zhao had already submitted his application before he officially started his military service, this could still be manipulated. However, Wayne did not hear the answer he wanted from Duan Qianji. Duan Qianji told Wayne to stay calm and not be impatient. A new policy might be officially launched this year, and Fang Zhao's choice might not necessarily be a bad one. The next day, Silver Wing announced Fang Zhao's choice, military service at Planet Baiji. This choice surprised many. Lots of people thought that Fang Zhao had gone mad and guessed that he probably had an ulterior motive. However, the approval letter had already been screenshotted. It could not have been faked. Compared to Fang Zhao's fans, those from other esports clubs and entertainment companies collectively relaxed their weary hearts. Once Fang Zhao was gone, at least within the next year, there would not be any hot topics regarding him. Silver Wing's influence in the gaming circles would definitely drop as well. Chapter 179. Fang Zhao voluntarily applying for military service on Planet Baiji and getting approved caused a huge stir in Yinzhou's entertainment circles. This was the first time a celebrity had voluntarily applied for a military service program with a high difficulty. Even though Fang Zhao's status in the industry was not very high yet, his popularity over the last 2 weeks had soared. This was not just because of Fiery Bird's annual gala. Experienced members within the entertainment circles could tell right away that there was a team behind them hyping it up, but all they thought was that Silver Wing was stirring up the news to make Fang Zhao's presence felt one last time before he left. They just had to wait and watch. After 1 month's time, after Fang Zhao started his training in the military district, all news of him would be sealed off. Nobody would remember him. Silver Wing was just trying to squeeze out every last bit of Fang Zhao's value before he enlisted for military service. Regardless of what outsiders thought, after Fang Zhao's application was approved, he bade his goodbyes to the 2 Fang elders, left Yinbei City, and returned to Qian City. After that, he requested a flying transport from the company and brought Curly Hair to Muzhou. Fang Zhao was on the verge of enlisting and would only be able to return after a year. In that year, leaving Curly Hair in Muzhou was the most appropriate. Although it would be slightly inconvenient, at least he would have lots of freedom in Muzhou and sufficient fields to run around in. The attitude of the people of Muzhou toward dogs was the best among the 12 continents. Furthermore, Suho's batch of puppies had not grown up yet, and he planned for Curly Hair to lead his team in the next cycle of sheep herding competitions. The new kennel had already been constructed, and Suho was just waiting for Fang Zhao to deliver the dog. Any traces of the accident that had destroyed the house at Dongshan Farm could no longer be seen. A new residence had already been constructed in the same area, and it was double the size of the previous one. Also, the parking area had been shifted away from the residence by 200 meters. Suho had shared with Fang Zhao all his plans for the year. After all, Fang Zhao was also an investor in Dongshan Farm. Even if Fang Zhao would be away the entire year, he should still know the plan. After Fang Zhao left Muzhou, he visited each continent's cemetery of martyrs in succession. When he was done, it was mid-February, about 2 weeks before he was to report for training in Yinzhou's military district. Nowadays, Fang Zhao rarely went to the company. On this day, he dropped by Shuijing's place and went to the hospital to visit Ming Tsang's son, Ming Yi, who was still receiving treatment. On his way home at night, a piece of news popped up. According to the latest news from Huangzhou, Project Starlight, which has been shelved for 50 years, might be rebooted. Every year, after Memorial Day, military leaders from all 12 continents would convene in Huangzhou to discuss some crucial development issues or determine some significant policies. Many youngsters might not know what Project Starlight was, nor would some older people that did not pay attention to entertainment news. The star in Project Starlight referred to celebrities. Whether they were sports stars, esports stars, actors, or singers, they all belonged to the same category. Project Starlight had first been proposed by the Ministry of Education with the aim of letting celebrities set a good example and guide even more youths to realize their value and potential in human society. However, in the end, this plan had not been successfully implemented. The reason why this project hadn't truly been able to take off was because there had been too many pretentious stars in the trial stages. Not only had they plotted against one another, they had competed with each other for resources, which had caused the market to be really chaotic, hence there having been no other choice but to halt it. With that, many people had started pondering, just how many years would it take for the Ministry of Education to reboot this project? Unexpectedly, before the Ministries of Education decided, the project was proposed by military district leaders. Due to the proposal to reboot the project, there would still have to be a trial stage. The only concern was that the trial representatives had to be selected carefully. Thus, the 12 military district leaders would select candidates. Yinzhou's side had recommended 3 people, and one of them was Fang Zhao. Before the news of Project Starlight had been released, Duan Qianji had inquired with Fang Zhao about his opinion and asked whether he was willing to continue shining and burning brightly in a different place. If Fang Zhao had not approved, then he would have been eliminated as a candidate early on. Fang Zhao had agreed. If he were really selected, he would be part of the project, but he would not be allowed to change his military service application and would still be sent to Baiji. 2 days later, the results of the military district leaders came out. From the list of 30 over names, the final 5 had been selected. Fang Zhao was among the 5 and was the only one not to have undergone military service. Among the 5 stars, Fang Zhao's status in the entertainment circles was the lowest. He was also the youngest. Fang Zhao had been selected for Project Starlight's first batch. As for why he had been selected, not just because he had been popular recently, but also because Fang Zhao had voluntarily applied. It was rumored that when the leaders of each continent's military districts had been coming to a decision on the final name list, an old general had seen that Fang Zhao had voluntarily applied for military service on Baiji and had praised him. This young fellow is really sensible. He deserves to be commended. There was still a very huge difference between people voluntarily applying and being automatically assigned their vocations. This was what Duan Qianji had meant by staying calm and not being impatient. This policy was assistance from the heavens. When Project Starlight's 5 chosen representatives were announced, the news dominated the headlines for 3 days straight. Silverwing once again started to stir up the news, and the companies behind the others did the same as well. Some of Silverwing's competitors had relaxed, thinking that once Fang Zhao left for a year, he would vanish really quickly. Never had they expected that he would reappear with Project Starlight. However, people not from the industry had different views. Some felt that Fang Zhao was going to be pretentious, just like those stars in the past. There were also some who felt that his spirit was laudable and other people who had not yet done their military service should learn from him. But there were some people who focused their attention on something different. Dancers and actors could perform, singers could sing, but Fang Zhao? Was he going over to lead the people on planet Baiji and playing games? Or was he going to compose songs for them to listen to? Fang Zhao, you must set a good example. Whether the project can be successfully implemented all depends on your performance, Wayne said. The government hoped that this popular star could shine and burn brightly on another remote and frigid place. But Fang Zhao wasn't really too sure how to shine. What do I have to do? Fang Zhao asked. You are in charge of delivering warmth. Chapter 180, Service with Funding. Wayne told Fang Zhao that the company would take care of everything. Fang Zhao didn't have to worry. The next day, Silverwing put out an official statement saying that Fang Zhao was about to perform his military service and that, in line with government policy, the company was launching a donation drive to fund development of Baiji Planet. The emphasis being that Baiji was where Fang Zhao would be serving. The day after the project launched, it received online donations from all over Yanzhou. Among the donors were gamers and music academy students. They all donated in accordance with their personal wealth. Jinro, Zuwan, and company also donated a good chunk under their own names. Now that Jinro was back in the gaming world, a battleground he was so familiar with, his name recognition was on the rise, even rivaling his level of fame when he'd retired. The other members of the Silverwing team also made substantial donations. Zuwan and company had achieved their success under Fang Zhao's leadership. You could say that they wouldn't be where they were without Fang Zhao, so they didn't skimp on their donations. Silverwing staffers, from gophers to senior management, also chipped in. They weren't close with Fang Zhao, but the project was clearly a company priority, so they would naturally show their support. Of the 5 celebrities that were picked, Fang Zhao was the only one from Yanzhou. Silverwing milked the attention for all it was worth, much to the envy of the other entertainment companies. Fang Zhao is a bit too lucky, no? Indeed. Why can't he share the wealth? I had to take wild guesses on all the multiple-choice questions in my recent exam that I couldn't answer, and I got them all wrong. Who would have thought that they would relaunch Project Starlight now? With this laurel under his belt, Fang Zhao's career will probably progress even more smoothly. Fang Zhao probably never thought things would develop this way when he applied for military service, no? Silverwing kept detailed records of the comings and goings of every cent that cleared its donation drive. They were taking after Fiery Bird, which was channeling all its donations to the venue of Fang Zhao's military service. Many folks marveled at Fang Zhao's streak of good luck. Even Wayne said he had lucked out big time. Fang Zhao simply laughed off comments like that. Good luck? It was probably making up for all the bad luck he had suffered in his previous life. Soon, donations were no longer confined to Yanzhou. Folks from other continents started to chip in. Besides making cash contributions, people also donated supplies that Fang Zhao could take to Baiji. Both types of donations were on the rise. It wasn't just Silverwing. The entertainment companies that managed the 4 other stars also launched similar donation drives. What the military cared about wasn't their skill set, but rather their popularity. Just take a look at how much a single donation drive raised. By that measure, the relaunch of Project Starlight was a success. but genuine success would need to survive the test of time. But the main objective of the program was to generate sufficient public attention and funding. On one of the spacecraft responsible for transporting servicemen and servicewomen to Baiji, the captain was near tears. He was in charge of shipping newbies to their service locations every April and October. In the past, supplies had been tight. They'd had to be frugal during the journeys to the service locations. Apart from the family members of the newbies, no one had cared about their well-being. But this year was different. Military HQ had relaunched Project Starlight, bringing major perks. To folks like him who were in charge of developing faraway planets under tough conditions, yet were inept at securing funding. Fang Zhao's application had been personally vetted by Lieutenant General Shanta, the highest-ranked officer on the Baiji military base. When he had reviewed the application list, he noticed there was only one applicant who had volunteered. Even though he didn't like celebrities on his base, volunteers were rare. Under normal circumstances, service applications didn't involve officers as senior as him, but Shanta had personally requested the applications be passed on to him. Rarely did they come by a volunteer for Baiji. So be it if he was a celebrity. After some hesitation, Shanta had still signed off on the application. Little had he known that he would be the one who benefited from the assignment. But while the officers on Baiji rejoiced, the soldiers who staffed the spaceships Arcturus and Formalhaut were in mourning. Why had the top brass decided to scale down exploratory missions? Because manpower, supplies, and funding were limited. In addition, these years, there were too many colonizable planets that had been discovered. Every military base had to fight for their funding. As a result, the speed of development and construction on each planet varied. Planets that had sufficient funding and manpower naturally developed much more rapidly than planets that hadn't secured any funding or subsidies, even though some of these were planets that had been discovered earlier and started construction earlier. In fact, the top brass had planned on reducing its exploratory fleet to one ship, but they had ultimately decided on two. And yet, even though two ships had been kept, funding hadn't been beefed up that much, so finances were tight, and exploratory spaceships didn't receive as much attention as they had in the days of the Sirius. Conditions on the two exploratory vessels were also tough. It's just a matter of tolerating a celebrity. As long as he brings sufficient funding, investments, and public attention, and as long as Fang Zhao doesn't do anything outrageous during his service period after arriving on Baiji, we can put up with him, thought Baiji's top military official to himself. In late February, Fang Zhao boarded the flying transport arranged by Duan Qianji. Apart from the pilot, there was another passenger who was a stranger. He wore a First Frontline insignia. First Frontline was a long-standing electronic publication founded during the early days of the new era. With the discovery of new energy sources and mineral deposits as mankind had relaunched space missions in the beginning of the new era, First Frontline had become the most popular electronic magazine in the world. But these days, First Frontline registered few bells, even among elderly folks more than 150 years old. They might not recall the name without doing some research. This time, First Frontline had assigned 5 reporters to cover Project Starlight. Every celebrity had been assigned a reporter. The stranger Fang Zhao met in his flying transport was the First Frontline journalist assigned to shadow him. He would follow Fang Zhao to training camp and then to his service location. The reporter gave him the cold shoulder. Perhaps he was from a prominent family or was unhappy with his job, but all he did when he saw Fang Zhao was give a cursory glance. He didn't utter a single word. Meanwhile, Baiji's senior officer was having a discussion with a few of his deputies. We can't expect these artsy celebrity types to do too much. Even though conditions on our planet are tough, I'm still willing to give minor celebrities who bring in funding a bit of special treatment, said Shanta. What can these minor celebrities do with their scrawny limbs? Let's just make sure we spoil them, said one of Shanta's deputies as he shook his head, as if recalling some of the less popular celebrity soldiers from the past. For them, Fang Zhao, who brought with him extra funding, was a shimmering gold mine. All they had to do was pamper him like a mascot. Chapter 181, Worst Luck. Yenzhou Military District. A civilian flying transport gradually drew closer. After identity verification, the transport landed on the parking ground. People in the military district took one look at the flying transport and knew who it was. Generally, other than military flying transports and those with special labels, ordinary. Civilian flying transports were not permitted in the area. But with the buzz all over the news about Project Starlight, everyone in Yinzhou's military district knew, even those that did not pay attention to entertainment news. However, the military district was different from Yinzhou's other cities. Even if the people there were curious about the youngest star in Project Starlight, they wouldn't be like people outside the district and engage in random discussion. Neither would they stare endlessly at the flying transport. The people here went about their jobs and posts as per usual. Disembarking from the flying transport, right away, Fang Zhao could feel the contrasting atmosphere here compared to outside. It was way more solemn. If it were any other youngster that had not experienced this sort of setting, they would probably feel unease. In the military district, Duan Qianji's husband, Hong Lu, had been making arrangements. A quick-witted junior officer had been assigned to fetch Fang Zhao. As Fang Zhao would be undergoing his military service this time around, Zhuyu would not be following. However, nobody here made things difficult for Fang Zhao. Naturally, they wouldn't, given Duan Qianji and Hong Lu's backing, as well as the influence of Project Starlight. It was reasonable to say that many people in the military district, especially high-ranking officers, did not think highly of celebrities from the entertainment industry. However, due to the amount of funding coming in thanks to Fang Zhao, these people were willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. The military district was still lacking funding, let alone those far-off and remote planets that were still developing. There were donation drives in society from time to time, and the amounts were huge, but military constructions had even higher expenditures. Furthermore, as the distribution of funds was uneven, this resulted in a number of planets not having enough investments to keep up with the development plans. Poorer places stayed poor as the military expenditures were unable to be distributed there. This was also the reason why there were many hidden details and monetary transactions in the military. Everyone wished to find more funding via all sorts of methods. Securing funding for accelerating construction would count as a merit and help towards speedy promotions. One example was having an instantaneous communication network between planets. Having a formidable communications network and safeguarding it required a lot of expenditure. Each communications installation for accessing this network was also extremely expensive, and the ordinary population absolutely had no chance to use it. Currently, only important military branches and an extremely small number of large-scale enterprises could use it. Some remote planets in the preliminary stages of development only had one such communications installation on the planet. This time, Planet Baiji's high-ranking officers were delighted. Given that Fang Zhao was one of the 5 stars for Project Starlight, as long as he had the ability, he could garner support and donations from fans, and Baiji would have a second communications installation. This was no longer a pipe dream. With an upgraded communications network, problem-solving would get more efficient and construction could be sped up. In line with this thinking, how could they not accommodate this person that was bringing in funding while undergoing military service? Furthermore, this was a plan pushed forward by the top brass. How could they not support it? Therefore, Baiji's highest-ranked officer, Shanta, had specifically contacted a few old friends at Yinzhou's military district to help look after Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao was an artistic youth who dabbled in music and games and was not very tough. If they did not know how best to treat him, then just pamper him like a mascot. After all, after a month, he would leave for Baiji. Those over at Yinzhou's side thought in their hearts, that goes without saying. After all, Fang Zhao was a Yinzhou citizen. Although his military service would not be in Yinzhou, as long as Project Starlight obtained results, Yinzhou's military district would also reap the benefits. Instructions from the top brass were for Fang Zhao to be assigned to the specialized group for military training. The so-called specialized group were people who had technical expertise in certain areas, such as medicine or engineering, and who were headed to the same location. These people with technical expertise had all completed their military service, but at their current jobs, to get promoted, they required more experience and contributions. Following the military service group to a remote planet to participate in construction was a way to gain experience. Though arduous and rather dangerous, the rewards were great, and it was worth the risk. Among the batch about to head for Baiji, of all these technical experts, the youngest was also over 40, while the oldest had just passed 100. However, human lives in the new era were longer, and 100 years old was still considered middle-aged. First Frontlines assigned reporter, Kevin Lin, needed to report Fang Zhao's daily life to his superiors. He would also be required to take part in military training, but this sort of training for military service was not a problem for him. The people of the military district are clearly looking out for you. That is why you were assigned to this specialized group. Kevin Lin rarely took the initiative to speak to Fang Zhao. He even placed emphasis on the words specialized group in a bid to provoke Fang Zhao's ego. If you wish to participate in normal military training, I can. Before Kevin Lin even finished, Fang Zhao had started walking over to the specialized group. Kevin Lin stood there with his mouth agape. He had originally planned to advise Fang Zhao to participate in normal military training. This way, he would be able to write a draft praising Fang Zhao's commendable spirit to his superiors. But who had expected that Fang Zhao would actually decide to train with the specialized group? How would he have the nerve to praise Fang Zhao? Wasn't it said nowadays that youths in their teens to 20s were unable to bear hardship? Totally useless. Kevin Lin went online to check on his other 4 colleagues who were also following celebrities. They had begun to write at a tremendous pace. In Project Starlight's first batch of 5 stars, besides Fang Zhao, the other 4 had applied for normal military training. Kevin Lin did not even need to go online to guess how the internet would evaluate Fang Zhao. For Project Starlight's first batch of 5 stars, the other 4 were Majo's Andre, a film star famous for his thrilling and hot-blooded action films; Fritz from Huangzhou, a reputed singer; Wu Tianhao, a professional race driver who was one of the younger generations of Wu's, the aristocratic family in Tongzhou; and lastly, Li Xiaoxiao from Ajinazhou, a celebrated show host known for his lively and comical expressions that could draw laughter. As a specially dispatched reporter, Kevin Lin hoped that Fang Zhao would do something more compelling during the military training's free time. But when military training started, Kevin Lin was disappointed once more. The group had just finished running. Fang Zhao was not even sweating as he sat over on the side, chatting amiably with some older technical staff. Kevin Lin retracted his gaze and let out a long sigh. His colleagues' stars were either singing or dancing, sparring with military district soldiers, or amusing others with jokes and stories. When those actions were filmed, they could attract the views of many more fans. Looking over at Fang Zhao's side. Oh, today he is discussing construction theories with an engineer. Kevin Lin was some distance behind Fang Zhao and looked as if his soul had left his body, like he wasn't himself. How he wanted for something interesting to write about. But over here, it was only construction theories, species evolution, communications network, and other boring topics. At the end of every day, when Kevin Lin submitted his draft to Frontline First chief editor, he could only put on a bitter face. What can I do? I am despairing too. He just knew that he'd had the worst luck getting assigned here. Chapter 182, the middle-aged/senior demographic. First Frontline had set up a dedicated segment for Project Starlight, codenamed S. There were a total of 5 channels, ranging from S1 to S5, with each celebrity assigned a codename based on age. Channel S1 was assigned to the oldest among the 5 celebrities, the 67-year-old Li Xiaoxiao. A professional host of light variety shows, Li Xiaoxiao could draw viewers based on his comical expressions alone, but this fellow was also a great storyteller. He could draw laughs by spinning tales at will. S2 was the 61-year-old bona fide singer and actor Fritz. 61 was considered one's prime in the new era. Fritz's good looks and polite, eloquent speech evoked gentlemen from the old era, drawing quite a few female fans. S3 was Andre, who enjoyed mass appeal because of the movies he starred in. He had quite a few fans, especially after having applied to undergo training with the other fresh recruits after arriving at his military base. His excellent training results also won praise from many fans. S4 needed no introduction. Wu Tianhao was already on a pedestal because he hailed from Tongzhou aristocracy. He was also quite competent on his own merits, having made a name for himself in the racing world. But what struck fans was his ability to act pretentious. He spared no moment in proving that he was a style icon. Even when he was taking a sip of water, he acted as if he was starring in a blockbuster, with the precise angle of every single hair factored into consideration. He left no stone unturned in trying to project the maximum aura of a star. As for S5, the gaming supergod, in a setting like this, You could neither game nor commentate on gaming. How would you stir interest? Compared to the other four celebrities, Fang Zhao was at a disadvantage. Kevin Lin blotted his pen on his paper notebook. He had been at the military base for 2 weeks, and his viewership numbers were dropping gradually. Kevin Lin was panicked, and he was further depressed by the fact that Fang Zhao didn't seem to notice that anything was wrong. It wasn't that he hadn't discussed the issue with Fang Zhao. As early as his 3rd day at the base, he had approached Fang Zhao during a break. He had even showed Fang Zhao the data he had on hand. Viewership statistics showed that, out of the 5 Project Starlight channels, their numbers were the worst, and their online audience size was declining with every episode. Kevin Lin had made his case to Fang Zhao. Look at what the others are doing and look at yourself. Yes, you can't game in a military base, but the other celebrities sing. You could give it a try too. They tell stories. If you can't, you could try to crack a few jokes. Don't spend all your time talking shop with all these technical types. We are going for mass appeal here. We have to be lowbrow. Yet in response to Kevin Lin's outburst, Fang Zhao had neither acted on his suggestions nor been angry. Kevin Lin had even applied for a transfer to cover another celebrity while briefing his editor-in-chief on his assignment. But he had been rejected. The other 4 journalists weren't stupid. They had no intention of swapping spots with Kevin Lin. Kevin Lin had to broadcast live at least 5 hours a day. After looking at the time, he sent Fang Zhao a message. The day's broadcast was about to begin. On the track, Fang Zhao was carrying an engineer more than 100 years old on his back. As one of the highly valued personnel sent to Baiji, the technical experts didn't have to endure the same amount of training as those performing their military service, but they had to meet certain minimum requirements. One of the regular tasks was completing 10 laps around the track. Each lap was 500 meters long. 10 laps made for 5,000 meters. The good thing was that there was no time limit. They would pass as long as they completed the full distance. One of the older engineers had a chronic leg problem. His jog would slow down to a walk after 2 laps, and then he would get tired after walking 2 more laps. Fang Zhao had carried this fellow on his back to the finish during previous training sessions. Today was no exception. The camera focused on Fang Zhao, while the engineer's crisp voice was picked up by the microphone. Different geological environments require different architectural approaches. Take Baiji, for example. Kevin Lin wore a facial expression that suggested he was having an out-of-body experience. He gazed at the sky aimlessly as he brainstormed a solution. S5 had actually started out with a sizable audience, but their webcast had lost its novelty quickly, and their viewers had soon defected to the other 4 channels. Tuning into the live webcasts were mostly youngsters. They had no time for an old geezer reminiscing about the good old days. Because S5 was dominated by footage of technical experts telling stories from the past, it was nicknamed Story Time on the web, and viewership data revealed that folks who stuck with S5 were mostly the elderly, especially retired government officials, who loved the nostalgic tone of the webcast. Thus, S5 had also been dubbed the Retired Officials Channel. Kevin Lin had no insight into Fang Zhao's interests. He longed to grab Fang Zhao by the collar and ask, "You're a young man in your 20s, not a middle-aged man in his 120s. Why are you interested in this arcane sh*t? But regardless of how tormented Kevin Lin was, the technical experts who spent time with Fang Zhao loved the young fella. It was rare for a kid like him to express interest in infrastructure milestones ranging back to the beginning of the new era. The experts had gotten approval from their superiors to ignore certain confidentiality requirements, so they could let viewers understand the challenge of colonizing foreign planets and all that had been achieved over the years. Never rest on your laurels, and always prepare for the worst, had been the instructions of the new era's founding fathers when they had decided to launch their exploratory missions. Like on previous days, the elderly technician Fang Zhao was got the conversation started, and then other nearby experts joined in, sharing their personal experiences or some stories they had heard. Kevin Lee opened his viewership analysis app and gloomily checked in on today's numbers. He had low expectations these days. He just wanted their figures to stop falling and stabilize. But Kevin Lin raised his eyebrows when he saw today's numbers, as if in disbelief. He refreshed his app and took a closer look. Indeed, there were more viewers online today than yesterday. Was this the plateau they had been waiting for? Kevin Lin's mood improved. but it would take another few days to see if their numbers had truly stabilized. 5 days later, Kevin Lin compiled the viewership data from the past week and read the detailed breakdowns. The number of viewers under 80 were still dropping, but they were making major gains in the over 100 demographic. So was the key catering to the middle-aged and seniors market? Kevin Lin stared at the numbers briefly and had a eureka moment. So that was it. And he had been thinking that kid Fang Zhao had no moves whatsoever. Fang Zhao had been plotting all along. Slick. Old folks didn't enjoy the songs youngsters liked, nor did they get the punchlines in the humorous monologues, but they loved to hear those experienced technicians tell their stories. Not only did it expand their knowledge, it satisfied their deep curiosity, and it helped them fall asleep. The retired government officials were especially big fans. Word was that they were avid listeners. Even though they had retired, they still wielded considerable influence. Kevin Lin rubbed his chin and wondered if Fang Zhao was kissing up to the retired officials. How cunning. He knows that he can't compete in other areas, so he targets the middle-aged and senior demographic instead. Chapter 183, Flying to the Heavens. Yinzhou, Yinbei Retirement Facility. The moment great-grandfather Fang heard the broadcast notification, he hurriedly contacted his old comrades. Today's broadcast has started. Some old folk asked, "Is it? What is today's broadcast about?" Another old fellow replied, "I think it's about some projects at a certain base a couple of decades ago." Generally, most old folks in the retirement facility would drop whatever they were doing, head online to the Save channel, and watch the broadcast they anticipated daily. At first, they had indeed watched it to give face to great-grandfather Fang. After all, many people in the retirement facility knew that old Fang's great-grandson Fang Zhao was a member of Project Starlight's first batch. But as they had watched on, they'd felt that this live broadcast program was rather meaningful. Some of the stuff the engineers and scientists spoke about in the program were things they had personally experienced back when they had still been in the military. For example, during the previous day's S5 broadcast, a biological research institute talked about invasive species and experimental breeds leaking and how they affected the environment. This really struck a chord with the people of Muzhou. In the past, Muzhou had experienced this when foreigners had brought in experimental breeds, and it had nearly resulted in area's ecology being damaged. During the live broadcast, a Muzhou farm owner posted in the comments section, saying, "In the past, I used to wonder why seeds of modified crops had to be held for so long before being released. So it turns out there was a reason for doing so." After that, other Muzhou farm owners also chimed in. Yes, those people who steal experimental seeds deserve to be punished severely. Seeds still in the experimental phase had to be held to confirm their volatility and whether they had any long-term effects on the body or posed any threats to the ecology. Space laboratories absolutely prohibited such seeds being released until they were cleared. Stealing these seeds illegally and peddling them was a very serious offense. The previous day's broadcast resonated with many people from Muzhou. As for today, once the broadcast started, quick-witted people thought of a certain unspeakable project from a few decades ago. Back then, active personnel had not dared to mention this topic at all, and had felt that no one would mention it in the next few decades. Never had they expected that it would actually appear on a live broadcast. It was clear that the top brass no longer intended to hide it, and were using this broadcast as an opportunity to reveal more information. This was the reason why these old veterans were especially fond of this live broadcast. They may have already retired, but they still kept up with events and had keen senses when it came to politics. They had children and grandchildren that held jobs with power, so these old folks with keen senses could use the information divulged by the live broadcast to advise and talk to the younger generations in their family. I said it all those years ago, that the project should not have been carried out. There was just too much malpractice, but nobody believed me. Now the truth has been revealed, and I was right all along. All that manpower and money invested into this project. What a waste. A bearded old man with winter white hair lamented bitterly, but he felt pleased inside. See, wasn't what I said right? Too bad the bunch of idiots just wouldn't listen. I heard Channel 1 mentioning this matter yesterday. Although it was just a passing remark and nothing much, another old person added in. Hey, stop watching Channel 1. Switch to Channel 5. Channels 1 through 4 are for youngsters. We aren't used to watching those. Channel 5 has the most information. Really? Let me change the channel. In other continents, there were similar occurrences like the one at Yinbei Retirement Facility. For these older folks, what they wanted to watch most was all this previously classified information that had not been released as news. Then, they would speculate the intentions of the authorities regarding these matters. If the live broadcast suddenly broke into song or gossip topics, for these old folks, it was like a long and annoying advertisement that came on as they were engrossed in the program. As for Channel S5, Fang Zhao would neither sing nor raise other topics, and most of the time on the program was given to these technical experts to talk about their issues. Fang Zhao would occasionally make a few comments or guide the topic along to achieve the knowledge he himself wanted to know. Youngsters might find the contents of S5 too boring, but for these old folks that used to hold key appointments or had had roles with some authoritative power, this channel's live broadcast seemed tailor-made just for them. Forget about politics, just treating it as a leisure topic was good enough. These old folks who spent every day idling at home no longer needed to think of discussion topics every day. Channel S5 provided them with unlimited inspiration. In the third week after Fang Zhao arrived in the military district, a leader in the top brass specifically mentioned Channel S5, as his father was watching the broadcasts every day. Kevin Lin had assumed that Fang Zhao had planned it all along, and he had decided to go along with the angle that favored old veterans. But Fang Zhao's reason for following the specialized group and getting them to speak up on some of their past experiences was because he truly wanted to know more. In the third week, when military training was about to be completed, the enlistees had to undergo an outdoor training activity. However, only active, full-time soldiers had standard training. Those military enlistees' training was of a lower intensity. As for the specialized group, that was not called training, it was just games. Some people saw Fang Zhao following the specialized group as usual and were dissatisfied. Nobody would say anything about those engineers and technicians, as they had completed their military service more than 20 years ago and their statuses were different. They were not here as military enlistees, so nobody had any qualms about them being more relaxed. But what about you, Fang Zhao? Why are you follow the specialized group every day and goofing off? You might be carrying people on your back every day, but seeing how easy it appears to be for you, who knows whether or not it is faked? If you don't increase your training intensity and improve your constitution, when you get to the location, you will get it. Even if you are a star with preferential treatment, when you reach the destination, you will also suffer nonetheless. But regardless of how online viewers of the broadcast evaluated Fang Zhao, Channel S5's viewer count continued to increase at a slow but steady rate. Audiences over 100 years of age nearly accounted for half of the channel's viewers. In the fourth week, military training finally ended, and there was some rest and reorganization. Everyone was preparing to ride a special shuttle headed to a space station. Anyone who had completed their military service would know that these special shuttles were every newcomer's nightmare. These enlistees would feel as though they were getting clobbered by a rod. What the ride meant for these newcomers was that, from now on, their life of military hardship was starting. Deep down, Kevin Lin was in a slightly jubilant mood. Luckily, Fang Zhao had followed the specialized group once more. These engineers and scientists would be seated at the most stable part of the cabin, where they would not experience as much G-force and shaking. Among the specially dispatched reporters from Frontline First, the other four that were following stars were discussing when to take the medicine or accept an injection. They really did not wish to experience the painful feeling of flying to the heavens. Therefore, they had decided to take some medical aid to help numb the pain. Kevin Lin, who was currently taking delight in his colleague's misfortune, watched as Fang Zhao headed towards the enlistees' cabin. Kevin Lin hurriedly called out, "Wait a minute, Fang Zhao. Aren't you heading the wrong way?" Fang Zhao retorted, "No, didn't you want me to follow the enlistees?" Kevin Lin, "I didn't bring any medicine." Kevin Lin had thought that Fang Zhao would continue following those technical experts, so he simply had not made any preparations. Whether oral medicine or injections, he had none. As a specially dispatched reporter, Kevin Lin had no margin for choice. All he could do was follow Fang Zhao wherever he went. Now that Fang Zhao had chosen the normal cabins, even if Kevin Lin did not want to and was complaining in his heart, all he could do was force himself to follow. Fang Zhao followed the pre-installed instructions on his seat. He adjusted his backrest and put on the safety belt and was still in the mood to take a look at some of the supplementary technical manuals on the seat. Beside him, Kevin Lin was in bad shape. His face was deathly pale. Although his memory of the frightful experience 20 years ago was fuzzy, that terrible gut-wrenching feeling that made him feel like dying remained etched in his mind. Even now, when he thought about it, he could not help but feel afraid. The officer in charge of sending staff up announced something over the intercom, but Kevin Lin was in no mood to listen. When he calmed down, the announcement was already over. He inclined his head toward Fang Zhao and asked, "What did he just say?" Fang Zhao calmly replied, "He said that we would be flying to the heavens soon and told us to enjoy the out-of-body experience." Kevin Lin. Chapter 184, Unique Treasure. When the shuttle first lifted off, the apprehensive enlistees collectively breathed a sigh of relief and thought to themselves, "It's just like the taking off and descending in a flying car." But in no time, the enlistees knew that they had been too naive. As the shuttle rapidly shot up into the sky, Kevin Lin's face became paler by the minute. Rumble, rumble. An immense rumbling could be heard from the outside as the view from the windows grew tinged with red. The cabin they were in trembled violently as though the shuttle had encountered a malfunction. A compelling resonance could be felt by their insides, and it gradually got stronger, making everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. Some cried out in pain, cursing and swearing. Others did not howl that violently, but they were definitely in no better shape than the former. At this moment, all these young enlistees were feeling the out-of-body experience that had been mentioned by the officer prior to takeoff. The feeling of internal organs being smashed up made one feel as if he were dying, and no amount of useless struggling could alleviate the battering the brain suffered. Everyone who experienced this felt despair as if their lives were ending right here. Nearby, in the other cabin where the scientists and engineers of the specialized group were, everything was smooth, and the scene inside was like a world apart. The cabin's soundproofing was great, but they could guess what was happening on the other side. This was something every one of them had experienced, and some looked toward the other side, their eyes brimming with past memories. They were a little glad and felt lucky that they did not need to experience that dreadful process again. A scientist sighed. Poor things. No one knew whether he was feeling sorry for the young enlistees who were suffering a physical and mental battering or lamenting his own past experience. "Kevin Lin is even more pitiful," said a mining engineer. Among this batch heading toward Planet Baiji, only Kevin Lin had to suffer a second round of torture. A 100-plus-year-old engineer said, "Speaking of which, this is young Fang's first experience. I wonder how is he now?" These bunch of people had all received help from Fang Zhao, especially those older scientists and engineers. Their expressions were full of worry, and they hoped that Fang Zhao would not be mentally scarred from this. What was happening in the enlistees' cabin was just a simulation. It simulated the early days when humanity had started their space exploration and the suffering brought about due to technology not being advanced enough. This was not aimed at Fang Zhao or anybody else. It was an unwritten rule in the military service system. The first reason was to let newbies experience a little of what their former generations had gone through and allow them to understand the pain and suffering of the pioneers that had contributed so much to humanity. This was a mark of respect to those pioneers. The second reason was to temper the mentalities of these youths who had just reached adulthood. First, toss them all around and shake them up. Regardless of how wild they behaved back home, they better be well behaved and retract their claws, or they will be in for a world of pain. This was the first hurdle that military service enlistees faced, an unavoidable and life-changing hurdle. Even if some enlistees had some form of understanding through online information or perhaps their friends and relatives' recountings, when they experienced it for themselves, the feeling of pain and suffering was beyond words. Luckily, this experience would only last half a minute. After 30 seconds were up, the cabin would slowly settle down. Just half a minute, only 30 seconds. But within that extremely painful situation, every single second was pure torture. The young military enlistees enduring these 30 seconds felt as if they had died and been reborn. When the cabin finally became calm, these enlistees' brains were so fuzzy they could not even determine the date. This sort of situation reflected the difference in constitutions. Those with a stronger constitution appeared way better than those with a weaker one. Some enlistees had already fainted. The stronger ones might not have fainted, but blood was dripping from their nostrils and mouth, and their eyes were bloodshot as they sat stiffly. A month of military training would not result in wholesale changes among the enlistees, but their constitutions would undoubtedly get a little stronger. If the enlistees had not undergone the training, the number of them collapsing would have been even greater. The paramedic team calmly strode into the cabin and applied medical treatment to the enlistees. Through the monitoring equipment on the chairs, they could view the status of the enlistees and thus knew that there were no life-threatening situations. The paramedics were used to this scene that happened every April and October. Kevin Lin was ashen-faced, as if he had just witnessed a life-changing ordeal, but at least he was in a better shape than those with weaker constitutions. Fang Zhao handed a bottle of water over. "Drink some." Kevin Lin's head was still spinning from shock when he heard Fang Zhao. "Thanks." Accepting the bottle from Fang Zhao, he rapidly gulped down a few mouthfuls and then suddenly froze. Turning his head violently toward Fang Zhao, he started scanning Fang Zhao from head to toe, as if this person was an alien. Fang Zhao's face was not flushed or pale, no different from how he normally was. He was totally unlike somebody who had just gone through a horrible ordeal. Kevin Lin stuttered. "You were sitting there the whole time?" Fang Zhao nodded. "MHM. Kevin Lin's jaw dropped as a lot of doubt appeared in his heart. Finally, he asked, "How are you feeling now?" Fang Zhao pondered seriously and replied, "A novel experience." Kevin Lin. He had never heard anyone describe this painful experience as something refreshing. As Fang Zhao did not seem to be pretending, Kevin Lin muttered, "Your constitution is that strong?" However, when he thought about Fang Zhao carrying all those aged technicians on his back so easily, Kevin Lin felt relieved. It seemed like Fang Zhao's physical condition was decent. Kevin Lin once again lamented his wise decision. Luckily, he had made plans beforehand not to document the process of flying to the heavens as a live broadcast. Otherwise, he would have lost face. Even without watching the cabin's surveillance video, he knew what he looked like. Even before taking off, he had been scared *+ beyond words. In the shuttle's control module, two officers in charge of sending enlistees were standing in front of a screen. They had watched the situation in the enlistees' cabin through the monitoring system. A lieutenant colonel was satisfied. This batch isn't too bad. He was the one who had told the enlistees to enjoy the out-of-body experience while flying to the heavens. Among these batch of enlistees, although there were some whose bodies had been unable to bear the 30 seconds and some who were not mentally strong enough and had fainted, the majority had still been able to endure it and could be considered decent. Of course, the instructor at Yinzhou's military district would credit that as a result of his own teaching methods. Beside him was a colonel who remained quite expressionless. Not bad. He was staring with raised eyebrows at Fang Zhao on the screen. Pointing at the screen, he said, "Is this fellow really one of the 5 stars in Project Starlight?" "There's no doubt. It is him. I thought he was just a lucky celebrity, but I never expected that he would have some ability." They all knew that Fang Zhao's prior month of military training had been with the scientists and engineers. The intensity of that training could not compare with the other enlistees. It was reasonable to say that the results of his 1 month's training were definitely not enough to improve his constitution compared to the training of the other enlistees. But now, to be able to endure those 30 seconds of torture, his physical condition was way better than the rest. Actually, it is understandable. After all, the results of his physical examination were excellent. That's true. I just hope that he performs well later on and doesn't disgrace Yinzhou. The two officers did not spend too long discussing this matter. They were only responsible for sending this batch from Yinzhou to the space station. After the assignment was complete, they could return back to Earth straight away. As for Fang Zhao's future performances, they did have high demands. Among the 5 stars of Project Starlight, Fang Zhao was the most disadvantaged. Although he might have attracted a wave of middle-aged and senior audiences who knew what further developments there would be. Generally speaking, getting the more rational middle-aged and senior audiences to part with their money was more difficult than coaxing easily excitable youngsters to donate. So what if you had a large audience? If the donations were not sufficient, military expenditure could not be raised. Wasn't that still incomparable to others? However, for their expectations, as long as Fang Zhao was not left too far behind by the other 4, that would be good enough. After all, comparing Fang Zhao's age, status, and his lack of ability to coax fans, it was best not have high expectations. In the enlistees' cabin, those pale-faced enlistees had received treatment from the paramedic team and were now feeling better. A youngster asked, "Are we out yet?" "Yes," someone in the cabin weakly said. "We can see Earth from the windows." These people had seen the planet so many times, whether it was from interspace travel or other modes of transportation, it no longer had the novelty factor. Even people seeing this sight for the first time only found it a fresh experience momentarily. They would not be in the mood for long. Nowadays, this sight was very common. They were starting to miss home, and not just their own homes or their homeland. The planet they had grown up on, regardless of whether it was their own continent or a foreign one, would always be their home planet. The soil they had stepped on was truly theirs. Anytime they wished to go home, home was but a flight ticket away. But starting now, they were going to be far away from the planet that everyone was so family with. There was a feeling of suspense. After all, these enlistees were still young, and this was the first time they would be so far away from home. When thinking about the arduous life awaiting them in the next year, anyone would feel a sense of sentimentalism, and the entire cabin became silent and slightly stifling. During this period of silence, Fang Zhao walked over to the window and gazed out. Kevin Lin had been about to say something when he noticed Fang Zhao looking out of the window with a sense of gentleness, as if he was watching a unique treasure. Fang Zhao stood there, staring out the transparent window, feeling strongly attached yet shocked. This azure-blue planet was just an insignificant speck in the boundless cosmos, yet it carried so many sentiments and memories. With his own two eyes, Fang Zhao gazed intently at the clear image separated by just a thin window. The planet he had been born on, had grown up, and had fought, struggled, and resisted on. The planet occupied his field of vision, seemingly close enough for him to reach out and touch it. This was the planet 500 years after his death, familiar yet strange. It had recovered, although slightly different from the old era, but at least it now had a healthy color. The sudden outburst of complex emotions made Fang Zhao misty-eyed. Below him was the azure-blue planet. Above him were the endless heavens. Countless notes started bouncing around in his mind, like dazzling fireworks exploding in the night sky, seemingly like countless stars twinkling in the boundless universe. Chapter 185, Healthy Appetite. Kevin Lin watched as Fang Zhao gazed out the window and drummed his fingers. He couldn't figure out a pattern. "Homesick?" Kevin Lin asked. From his perspective, Fang Zhao was in his 20s. He was too young, probably unnerved by the experience of leaving home. For the first time like the others, Fang Zhao didn't answer directly. His gaze shifted toward Kevin Lin. "How long until we reach Baiji?" "We have to meet up with the folks from the other continents assigned to Baiji at the space station first. Then we'll head out together. It shouldn't take long. Just head to bed when we board the spacecraft, and we'll be there when you get up," Kevin Lin said. Fang Zhao nodded and pulled out a small paper notebook from his pocket. The notebook had been screened twice when he boarded the flying transport. He had just bought it before leaving for the military base, so it was empty. Kevin Lin peeked over Fang Zhao's shoulder upon seeing that he was scribbling and didn't seem to mind an audience. It was indecipherable. "What are you jotting down?" Kevin Lin asked in a probing tone. "Whatever you put down will have to be vetted by security. It's just a musical score. Nothing to hide," Fang Zhao responded. "A score?" It was an answer that Kevin Lin hadn't expected. He had thought Fang Zhao was writing a diary entry. All written communications during military service were heavily screened. Diaries were allowed, but they had to be vetted by security, the same with musical compositions. But as long as the content didn't involve any confidential information, there wouldn't be an issue. "Oh, that's right. I almost forgot you're a composer." Kevin Lin's curiosity was piqued yet again. "That is to say you found inspiration for a new piece. Are you going to compose the whole thing? You can play it for me. I don't have the equipment. I'm just going to jot it down for now and record it after the end of my military service," Fang Zhao responded. There were no professional musicians or recording equipment on hand. All Fang Zhao could do was record his ideas in his notebook. "I see." Kevin Lin was very disappointed. He had hoped that Fang Zhao's composing could serve as a gimmick that would attract more viewers. Now that Fang Zhao had vetoed the idea, he could only give up on it too. Others in the cabin had recovered as well. Now that they were feeling better physically and mentally, they approached Fang Zhao for autographs. Quite a few of them were avid gamers, so of course they knew of Fang Zhao. One young conscript said he and his cohorts had been very depressed when they'd found out they had been assigned to Baiji. But after Project Starlight had been announced, and they'd found out they would be serving in the same location as Fang Zhao, the band of youngsters' spirits had lifted again. Regardless of whether or not they were fans of Fang Zhao, just the notion that Fang Zhao would be with them made them think that serving on Baiji wouldn't be so bad. But they didn't have much time to shoot the breeze with Fang Zhao. Their flying transport arrived at the space station shortly after. The captain of their ride to Baiji was already waiting. This batch of soldiers would board the spacecraft soon, along with conscripts from other continents. After a short break, Fang Zhao was grouped with the highly valued personnel for more comfortable group dynamics. Lab technicians and engineers had no time to follow gaming news. They only had a vague sense of who Fang Zhao was, or thought that he was a total stranger. They wouldn't be as fangirly as the fresh conscripts. Just as Kevin Lin had said, to save energy, passengers of the spaceship rested in sleeping pods that put them in an unconscious state. By the time they woke up, the ship had arrived at Baiji base. Fang Zhao had long been awake. The sleeping pod hadn't had much effect on him, but he'd feigned sleep to avoid sticking out. He'd passed time by thinking through some things and composing. Kevin Lin climbed out of his pod with a yawn. We're finally there. He shook his head hard and paused to think. He finally remembered what he had wanted to say to Fang Zhao. After we settle down, we'll be summoned for mealtime in the cafeteria. This will be broadcast live. It will be quite the scene. I've already gotten approval from the senior officer in Baiji. He said he would make the necessary arrangements, so we don't have worry about their end. What I want to discuss is our end. Kevin Lin turned serious and continued. Since this will be a documentary-style show, naturally, we want to cover the raw side of you. Put on a good show in the cafeteria. Conditions are rough on Baiji. The food will definitely pale in comparison to what you have had in Qian, but no matter how disgusting the food is, you cannot show any sign of disgust. It's normal to take time to get used to the new diet, so you don't have to finish your entire meal. Just eat 1/3. But do whatever it takes to finish that 1/3, then you can stop. I'll shift the camera to somewhere else. Kevin Lin was thinking that he himself couldn't get used to the food on Baiji right away, let alone Fang Zhao. It would be impossible for Fang Zhao to finish his entire portion. He just had to pretend to eat. This wasn't a big deal for Kevin Lin, but he was worried that Fang Zhao was too young and would have a lower tolerance than the professional actors among the 5 celebrities. It would turn viewers off if he showed resentment toward the diet here. Even though Kevin Lin didn't like Fang Zhao and was a bit set off, and was even looking down on him a bit because he was the least famous of the 5 celebrities taking part in Project Starlight, Kevin Lin wouldn't go so far as screwing Fang Zhao over. What would he gain from it? They were in the same boat. The conscripts headed to their assigned rooms, tidied up, and then were summoned for food in the cafeteria. Punctuality was a major requirement of military life. Even the lazy bones among the conscripts knew they couldn't screw up this one. Regardless of whether or not they were done unpacking, the new arrivals dropped what they were doing, got dressed, and headed to the cafeteria. Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin also headed over. In this instance, Fang Zhao wasn't grouped with the highly valued personnel. He resumed his role as a regular conscript, heading to the section in the base cafeteria allocated for conscripts' use. Kevin Lin followed the crowd as he gave Fang Zhao the quick lowdown on the Baiji base. You don't have to worry about anything else here. The base is very secure. As a regular conscript, what you need to remember is that there are 2 types of digestive tolerance you must develop. Kevin Lin had done quite a bit of homework to earn his assignment. He shared this background information with Fang Zhao as well. The first is cultivating a strong stomach. You need to be able to process whatever the base feeds you without developing allergic reactions or puking it up. The second type of tolerance is being able to eat anything. You must be able to ingest all edible organisms on the planet, regardless of what they look like, what kind of texture they have, or what they taste like. In other words, not only do you need a strong stomach, you must develop a wide-ranging appetite. Most undeveloped planets suffered from a rough geological landscape. The variety of plant species was limited, and yet the bases grew larger despite being allocated limited resources. It made sense to go exploring for new food sources to meet daily needs. Anything that wasn't poisonous and could be digested by humans could be turned into food. Anything could appear on the dining table. After entering the cafeteria, Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin found their seats under many watchful gazes. Mealtimes weren't tied to people, but to specific times. When it was time for a meal, regardless of what you were doing, regardless of whether your delay was justified, latecomers wouldn't be allowed to set foot in the cafeteria. Kevin Lin launched into a detailed analysis. The base won't treat us too poorly. So many people are tuning in to the live webcast, and there are many former government officials watching. Folks at the Baiji base will probably want to save face. I'm sure the food will be horrible, but it won't be as bad as the standard fare here. It's got to be a little better. But not long after Kevin Lin uttered these words, he was immediately contradicted. After setting up the camera angle, Kevin Lin was about to duck out of sight to enjoy his last few moments of freedom when the bell in the cafeteria rang. The bustling cafeteria died down, and the robot servers delivered plates of weird-looking meals to their places. Are those plates of bugs? The discussion forum for S5 had already lit up. F***CK? What is that? Bugs. They're actually having bugs. They don't seem well cooked. So disgusting. Couldn't they process the bugs first? You're so ignorant. It was the same deal when I served. The species was different, but we had bugs all right. As for whether they should be processed, nonsense. Who has the manpower and energy to process food? You might as well save the energy to do some more mining and research. Kevin Lin remembered he was on camera, so he suppressed his disgust and tried hard to appear calm. When he'd served in the military, his assigned location hadn't been that far-flung. He came from a well-to-do family. His parents had worked their connections and greased the wheels. Even though conditions had been tough, he'd had it easy compared to his fellow conscripts. Little had he expected that he would be punished this time around. But as a journalist with professional ethics, Kevin Lin still kept his disgust tightly under wraps. He remembered that Fang Zhao was next to him, and he glanced over worriedly. There was no sign or disgust, rejection, or anger on Fang Zhao's face. Instead, he was oozing curiosity. When he saw Fang Zhao's reaction, Kevin Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and gave him a mental thumbs up. Impressive kid. Such great acting. Impeccable. The curiosity is a nice touch. Fang Zhao didn't know what was going on inside Kevin Lin's head. He calmed down after his curiosity and surprise at this novel course. A plate of roasted bugs, tapered off. Fang Zhao was someone who had endured genuine hardship in his past life. Something trifling like this wouldn't bother him. He raised his fork unceremoniously, poked at one of the bugs, and studied it carefully. He recalled the biology knowledge a lab technician had passed on when he'd served in the Yenzhou military district. Invertebrate, arthropod, Diploboda. Kevin Lin. The online audience. You're actually composed enough to classify the F***cur. Chapter 186, Adapting Well. Fang Zhao did not understand too much about the classifications of these bugs. He only had the knowledge he'd obtained from previously discussing such matters with those scientists. Making a rough judgment was still fine, but determining its exact classification and type was out of the question. It was only when he'd seen the food on the plates that he was reminded about the assignment one of the scientists had, which was classifying the species on the planet, and thus he'd said that line. After speaking, he noticed Kevin Lin staring at him weirdly. What? Fang Zhao asked. Kevin Lin shook his head. He remembered they were still broadcasting live, and time was limited. Due to having limited funds and resources on the base, the top brass had stipulated that the daily broadcast limit of at least 5 hours a day be cut down to at most 1 hour a day. Kevin Lin did not want to waste precious time on classifying insects. Not slowing down, Kevin Lin forced on his most natural smile and spoke. These are all organisms from plant Baiji. It is best to let an expert explain how to eat them. Kevin Lin was different from Fang Zhao. Before he understood how to consume the food, he would not make a move, so as to avoid becoming a laughingstock. Thus, he would let someone demonstrate. First, to get an idea. If the method of consuming it was too offensive, he would not let the camera lens face himself. The eyes of a youngster standing beside them lit up as a grin stretched across his face from ear to ear. Every year, there were 2 batches of conscripts, one batch in April and the other in October. The previous April batch had already left before Fang Zhao, and the current batch had arrived. As for the October batch, They would need to wait till October before returning. This youngster had already been on Baiji for half a year and was the leader of a small mining team. His name was Tango, and he was 21 years old and had deferred his third year of university for his year of military service. He was quick-witted and performed decently. After numerous applications, Base Command had given the opportunity to appear on stream to him. During military service, chances for conscripts to call home were not a lot. In places with better conditions, conscripts could contact family members once per week, but in worse conditions, it was probably once a month, and there would be time constraints each time. Most of the time, it followed the government's guideline, 1 minute. That time was just to report that all was well, as there was no time to say anything else. It could not be helped, as they were poor. But now, a chance was here. Planet Baiji was having a change in fortune. As part of the experimental phase for Project Starlight, there would be real-time broadcasts every day. The extravagant costs were not being shouldered by Baiji Planet's base, so people here could test their luck. Perhaps they could appear on-screen for a bit. As long as they had family members watching the broadcast, their families could catch them. Given the chance to appear on-screen, Tengu was visibly excited. When he heard what Kevin Lin had said, he hurried over, cleared his throat, and took the spotlight. These bugs are a species more commonly seen on Baiji. These are high in calories and are what we normally have the most of. Actually, if these things were cooked with care, they would surely taste good, but as you know, there is a limited amount of power that we can use in order to operate the base normally. Whatever ores we mine, besides for our own usage, there is a need to transport them to other planets. We also have insufficient manpower, so the dedication we can spend on food is not much. Fang Zhao looked up at Tangu, speaking animatedly. This fellow had spoken a lot, but he had actually been emphasizing one point. The base was very poor. Tangu was conveying the Baiji's base command's opinion, and this was totally different from what Kevin Lin had expected. Kevin Lin had expected base command to save some face and bring out a more presentable dinner. He had not foreseen base command choosing to use this dirt-poor strategy. Kevin Lin's line of thought was still stuck back on Earth, but here, the environment was different. If there were leaders of similar posts here, their choices would also be different. This was also the reason why, on the first day that Fang Zhao's party arrived, this sort of dinner was served. Base Command's reasoning was this: since we are already poor, let even more people know that the conditions here are tough and poor. Earn more sympathy so that we can get even more benefits from the government, receive a larger share of military expenditures, and garner more donations from the common folk. Tanga glanced at the neighboring table while speaking, obtaining nods of approval from that side. His heart felt more steadfast knowing he had not spoken wrongly. Raising his spirits, he continued, generally we use the most energy-efficient method of disinfecting, and when processed in the sterilizing stove till it's medium rare, it is just enough to kill off hard-to-see parasites, bacteria, and viruses. By saving energy and disinfecting it properly, we don't have to worry about feeling unwell when eating. Given Baiji Planet's poor conditions, quality was secondary. If the food did not kill you, it was good enough. The group of newcomers that were listening attentively. Parasites? Online audiences? We are already starting to feel unwell. The feeling unwell that Tangus spoke about was when parasites, bacteria, or other harmful organisms made one fall ill. But the words he'd spoken produced a psychological bashing to online viewers. Sometimes, a psychological assault was even more unbearable than a physical one. Tanga noticed Kevin Lin's rigid face as he spoke, and he snickered internally. One look, and I can tell you have never experienced hardship. I wonder which comfortable environment these people completed their military service in. Everyone is indeed different. As he gazed swept over to Fang Zhao's side, Tengu paused. Tengu was not from Yenzhou, and he had already served for half a year. Although he used to play games, when he had enlisted, it was October, and he had begun training in the military district during September and had totally had no access to entertainment news. He did not understand anything to do with Battle of the Century. Normally, when he called home, there was also not enough time, so he wouldn't ask about matters in the entertainment circles. It was only because of Project Starlight this time around, where the base introduced this small celebrity Fang Zhao, that they know that he was a rookie from the gaming circle. Before they arrived, Base Command had exhorted repeatedly to look after the little celebrity's mood. The moment this little celebrity displayed any signs that he was unable to bear with it, they would use a more subdued approach to express themselves. Tan Ge had originally thought that this little celebrity Fang Zhao would normally lead an extravagant lifestyle, and as it was his first time undergoing military service, he would definitely have a lot that he would find hard to get used to. But Tan Ge had not expected that this little celebrity would be even more calm than the specially assigned reporter Kevin Lin, who had already completed his military service. Fang Zhao listened to Tan Ge's explanation. From base command's point of view, he could understand their choice. This was not putting on an act, nor was it scaring newcomers. Just observing the reactions of the people who had already served for half a year was enough to know this was their normal lifestyle. These sorts of living conditions did not make Fang Zhao feel indisposed at all. As for psychological impact, absolutely not. Anybody who had survived the period of destruction would not be affected by these small matters. Tan Ge's gaze only lingered on Fang Zhao for a moment before he looked elsewhere and continued speaking. He still remembered his task and purpose for today. Tan Ge turned his head back to face the floating camera and smiled before proceeding to pick a bug from his plate. It has many legs, which are really hard to bite through, and there isn't much meat inside. However, we can use their legs as utensils, just like this. Being extremely busy normally, Tan Ge had no time to keep his fingernails tidy. In the base, regardless of whether or not one started off being bothered about cleanliness, after a while, everyone no longer bothered. Personal cleanliness? How could that insignificant notion exist in this sort of place? However, since Tan Ge would appear on the live broadcast, he had specifically washed his hands a few times and was much cleaner than he normally was. Fang Zhao watched Tan Ge's demonstration. He also noticed that only those newcomers to the base had forks. The majority of those that had been here for half a year did not have forks, and even if there were forks in front of them, those people did not use them. The conditions on the base were not so bad that they could not bear to distribute forks. These people who had served for half a year did not seem discontented, and the reason forks were not used was because they were not required at all. Just like Tan Ge was demonstrating, the parts on their food could be disassembled and used as utensils. On Earth, there were also delicacies from foreign planets. Well-to-do families would also select some of these extraterrestrial foodstuffs at restaurants for a novel experience. But those foodstuffs were meticulously prepared and went through the skills of an excellent chef. When decorated nicely on a plate, it would naturally whet people's appetites and taste good. But now, what was in front of them was totally different, plus what Tan Ge had said beforehand. Those watching the broadcast no longer had any appetites. Well-to-do families even felt that it would be a long time before they visited those restaurants that served extraterrestrial delicacies. The side glands contain poison, but they have all been removed. As long as the glands are cleanly removed, although it might not be that appetizing, at least it settles our nutrition problem. However, if you eat anything outside the base that has not been treated, remember to rush back right away for detoxification and a vaccination shot, or else your life might be in danger. As Tan Ge spoke, he was mindful of Kevin Lin and Fang Zhao's reactions. The specially dispatched reporter's face was twitching already, but the little celebrity seemed rather calm and was learning quite. Tan Ge paused and watched. Fang Zhao's hands were following his motions to prepare the food and left him flabbergasted. Not only did this little celebrity adapt well, his practical skill was impressive too. A few high-ranking officers of Baiji were in the command post, watching through the monitoring system and nodding their heads repeatedly. The base's highest-ranking officer, Shanta, was very satisfied with this little celebrity that had come to planet Baiji for his military service. Turning to his deputy, he said, "This fellow fits in really well. He doesn't seem like he will give us any trouble." The deputy approved as well. Indeed, as long as this little celebrity did not cause any problems, they were willing to use whatever base resources to support him as long as he appealed to fans to assist and support Planet Baiji's cause and donate freely. Over at Baiji, they were in urgent need of assistance. Another planet that had developed even later than Baiji had already begun preparations for a second base, as they had sufficient funding and manpower. At Baiji, maintaining one base was hard enough, and who knew how many months or years it would take for a second base on Baiji? All they could do was pin their hopes on Fang Zhao. Chapter 187. Only he can eat it. After Tangu demonstrated the method of dehelling the bugs to the newcomers, Kevin Lin had no more plans to continue broadcasting. Although this was in line with the original plan, the live dinner broadcast should have lasted 15 to 20 minutes. But since the broadcast had started, only 10 minutes had passed, and it was shorter than predicted. Kevin Lin was helpless. If the broadcast continued, there might be detrimental scenes, so he decided to pause it. All right. Many thanks to our young comrade for his explanation. Kevin Lin acknowledged Tangu as he once again put on a forced smile and faced the camera lens. Following this, we will be having our meal. As time is precious, we will pause the broadcast here. We will see everyone later. Kevin Lin waved at the camera lens and ended the broadcast. The weak smile on his face disappeared, and when he looked at the few half-cooked bugs on the plates, his complexion became even worse. Around him, the new batch of conscripts that were all tensed up finally relaxed after the broadcast ended. They did not want to lose face in the middle of the broadcast, and so had endured their urge to throw up. A new conscript muttered to his comrade beside him, "Has the live broadcast ended? It got cut already. Didn't you see that reporter's face turning green? I reckon he feels horrible. Who? No longer broadcasting is good. It was so stifling. When that guy was explaining, I could feel my gut twisting. I wonder whether the camera filmed us just now. From where we are sitting, we should have been captured, right?" While the newcomers discussed in muted voices, there were some who curiously studied the food on their plates. Not everyone was unable to accept this. There were people that had outstanding adaptability, but they were a very small minority. Kevin Lin watched as Fang Zhao placed the edible portion of the deshelled bug into his mouth and could not help but exclaim, "The broadcast has been cut. We are no longer filming." There was no longer any need to continue pretending. Kevin Lin did not finish speaking as he noticed that Fang Zhao did not seem to have an adverse reaction. Fang Zhao only knitted his brows slightly as he chewed on it, but did not spit it out. Kevin Lin could not help but ask, "How is it?" "Not too bad. It has a rather strong, earthy flavor," Fang Zhao replied as he proceeded to work on a second bug on his plate. This time, Kevin Lin carefully observed Fang Zhao's reaction, and he noticed that this young fellow was neither lying nor pretending. A great distance away, in First Frontline's chief editor's office, the chief editor in charge of Project Starlight, Bakary, was reading the reports he had received from his 5 subordinates. A while ago, Kevin Lin, the last to reach his respective destination, had sent news from Planet Baiji. Now in his hands were real-time situation reports about the 5 stars. After First Frontline had announced a collaboration with Project Starlight, they had done a survey online, and online audiences' first desire had been to see the types of meals at each military service venue. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation were the focal points of everyone's attention. Food had ranked first, so Bakary had given his 5 subordinates an assignment to get information on the food situation at each location as soon as possible, as well as how the celebrities were adapting to the new environment. The 5 incorporated planets for Project Starlight's experimental phase had all chosen to portray themselves as being really poor. This was what Bakary had expected. The 5 planets' conditions were all somewhat similar. But upon reading his subordinates' reports, Bakary's eyebrows flew upwards in surprise. Bakary had watched all 5 channels' live broadcasts and was aware of the situations, but what was shown on screen was not necessarily the truth. These celebrities might keep their expressions in check and show that they were adapting fine and not appear high and mighty or in any way that might cause audiences to react. But based on his own experiences, Bakary could guess whether these people were acting or not. He did not believe the image shown on screen. He only believed his own subordinates' reports. Bakary believed that whatever he saw on screen was fake, so as he read through his subordinates' reports, he was astonished. The summarized reports in his hands were as follows. Channel S1's Li Xiaoxiao, slightly uncomfortable. Channel S2's Fritz, not adapting well. Channel S3's Andre, slightly uncomfortable. Channel S4's Wu Tianhao, slightly uncomfortable. Channel S5's Fang Zhao, adapting well. Bakary stared at the words, adapting well, for over 10 seconds. He had been in this line for many years and knew that these results were surely embellished. Slightly uncomfortable was obviously excluding some stuff, whereas not adapting well meant that the person was suffering and felt extremely uncomfortable. But what about adapting well? How much of that was an overstatement? Thinking about the tasks that the top brass had arranged, Bakary did not hesitate to use up precious time for instantaneous communication. He contacted Kevin Lin on Planet Baiji. Bakary did not waste any time talking nonsense. He got straight to the point. Kevin, this adapting well, was it exaggerated? Over on the other side, Kevin Lin was already in a single lounge outside the dining hall and did not have to worry about others listening in. Bakary, having his suspicions, was within Kevin Lin's expectations. Kevin Lin sighed and replied, "My description is indeed slightly off. In truth, he is adapting to F** King well. Do you know how many plates he had? Plates the size of..." Kevin Lin brought his hands in front of him to simulate plates that could fit at least 2 of his own heads. 5 plates. He has already had 5 plates. Those medium-rare bugs that are coarse and disgusting. He had 5 plates of. Among all those here on their first day, he ate the most. I only ate 1 piece and could not bring myself to go on. The rest were all settled by him. Right now, he is still over there consuming more." Upon hearing this, Bakary fell silent for a bit. Squinting and rubbing his beard, he asked, "How are his table manners?" "They cannot be considered graceful, but they are not coarse either. He just eats a little too quickly. I had not finished my first piece, yet he had already gone through a whole plate." Kevin Lin felt that it was still unimaginable. He had been assigned to follow Fang Zhao for quite some time already, but it seemed like this was the first time he had gotten to know Fang Zhao. "That doesn't matter. Do a live broadcast in the dining hall the next time you are there for a meal," Bakary said. Kevin Lin was apprehensive. "You really want to broadcast this? Will it lead to a negative reaction from the audience?" "No choice. These are instructions from the top. The other 4 still haven't adapted enough yet. Only the one you are following is able to stomach their cuisine. If we don't have anything to broadcast, people will question this project and compare it to low-end entertainment programs of the past, where what you saw was not what you got." Now the top brass had a clear idea. Shooting many films and movies could not be compared to an instantaneous live broadcast where everyone could see for themselves the hardship in such a place, raising awareness and letting them feel grateful for what they had. At this point, the stars of the other 4 channels had not adapted yet. Only S5 was a special case. Surely this opportunity to show a fine example could not be wasted. Kevin Lin was still unwilling. "But won't we lose fans if we broadcast this? Our S5 channel already has the lowest viewership. If we broadcast such disturbing scenes, we will lose more viewers." "Of course we have considered what you are worrying about. How about this? If you do a live broadcast of your mealtime, I ask the higher-ups to increase your broadcast time by 5 minutes. 5 minutes alone was short, but in terms of a real-time live broadcast from so far away, even a minute was hard to come by. 5 minutes was also the most Bakary could fight for." "Kevin." Bakary lowered his voice as if he was about to reveal a big secret. "Project Starlight is progressing smoothly, and the top brass is very satisfied. Nowadays, there are people from all walks of life donating quite a bit. The Ministry of Education even publicly announced that Project Starlight has a groundbreaking educational value, and one such program has a greater impact than 10 movies. Since Project Starlight implemented its 5 channels, 4 channels are reaping in profits, and only 1 channel is only breaking even. Our channel." Kevin Lin sounded dejected. He had been following the amount of money donated. How could he not know? This was something that he kept worrying about. The viewers on Channel S5 were not people who would just fork out large sums of money for donations. Even if those old and retired servicemen wished to donate large sums, would they dare to do it openly? Wouldn't they be worried about online audiences accusing them of corruption? Kevin Lin had to admit that Fang Zhao had already done while getting their channel to break even. Before the project had started, people had already said that if the losses were not too great, Fang Zhao just needed to continue to serve as encouragement for younger people. But the other 4 channels just had to make a profits. As the only channel breaking even, comparing it to the other 4, Channel S5 seemed especially useless. Worrying. Unresigned. Recently, Kevin Lin had been thinking of ways to increase viewership and attract more audiences, but it just so happened that the chief editor wanted him to broadcast content that might not go over well with the audiences. Bakary could tell what Kevin Lin was thinking. He waved his hands dismissively and laughed. "It's different from what you were thinking. Although your channel is only breaking even among the 5, but you know the type of audiences that you're Channel attracts. There isn't any need for me to go into details, right? Don't worry about it just breaking even. Even if it were making a loss, it might even continue as per normal. This is also an important program. Bakari's last sentence was significant. He was telling Kevin Lin that the audience of S5 might not take out money, but what they had was power. News firms had already decided on the characteristics of the 5 channels. The other 4 channels were in charge of profits, while S5 was to cater to the top officials and leaders. In any case, this program was a collaborative effort by the military and commercial sectors. Other than profits, the program had to satisfy certain parties. Originally, satisfying both parties would have been thought to be difficult, but progress was decent, and for the time being, Project Starlight seemed to be developing smoothly. Nothing troublesome had occurred yet. Kevin Lin understood. His line of thinking was similar to the company's. He was only acting miserable in front of his chief editor. Since he could not go against their plans, getting more airtime as well as the attention of the leadership was quite a worthwhile business transaction. Fine, I will try it tomorrow. Every second of instantaneous communications was money burnt. Having received Kevin Lin's guarantee, Bakari was satisfied and ended the call. After ending the call, Kevin Lin suddenly recalled something. Previously, the person in charge had mentioned that he would be showing them around other places near the dining hall after dinner and allow some logistics personnel to appear in the live broadcast. Kevin Lin had forgotten to ask Bakari for instructions. If there were any disputable scenes that might affect audiences, was he going to censor it? Given the old guidelines for a news firm, whenever there was content that might cause unease among audiences, they should use a mosaic to censor it. But after his talk with the chief editor, didn't he mean to have a realistic broadcast? Forget it, they could do without the censors. Chapter 188. The more you eat, the less scary they become. Fang Zhao ate till he was full. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, he finished plate after plate. The people surrounding him, including Kevin Lin, had no appetite. Some of them threw up after one bite. There was too much remaining on the plates, and Fang Zhao helped those around him clear theirs. You don't have to force yourself, someone beside him advised. I'm not, Fang Zhao replied. Fang Zhao himself knew how much he could eat. Earlier on, he had asked for advice on military service matters, and so knew that he would be using up a lot of energy even on normal days. All along, he'd eaten more than others, so letting himself eat freely on the first day was to remind others that I consume more food. So in the future, even if he ate more after a hard day's work, other people would not be overly shocked. As for why he could eat so much today, he had no choice. He was hungry. On the spacecraft to Baiji, others had been in hibernation, but Fang Zhao had played many symphonies in his head till he'd lost track. Using one's brains also consumed energy. The other newcomers in this batch viewed him in a respectful light. He is worthy of being an idol. He can eat so much of these half-cooked and unclean bugs. What an extraordinary person. As for the previous batch that had arrived in October, they were all dumbstruck. How could it be that this little celebrity could eat so much more than them who had already been on this base for half a year? After Kevin Lin had ended the long-distance communications with headquarters, he contemplated in the lounge for a bit before returning to the dining hall. Fang Zhao had already finished eating and was sitting there chatting with some of the base's military service personnel. Kevin Lin's face twitched as he scanned the pile of empty plates in front of Fang Zhao. Kevin Lin called Fang Zhao to the side. Fang Zhao, let's discuss the live broadcast later. From today onward, we will not censor anything during the live broadcasts in the base. Instructions from the top. There will be less margin for error, so during live broadcasts, we need to be even more cautious. Fang Zhao understood and nodded his head. Later on, we will be visiting the base's kitchen. There will be even more unappealing sights. Although it seems like you are adapting just fine, we still have to be prudent and remember that your words and actions at all times will be captured by the camera and transmitted to more people. Sometimes, even if you are afraid, you still have to act calm and not make a big fuss. Actions like that might turn off viewers. Kevin Lin told Fang Zhao a lot. There were many past incidents on live broadcasts of variety programs where celebrities had not portrayed themselves well. Kevin Lin remembered a male celebrity who had portrayed himself to be brave. In the end, when he had appeared on a variety show, he had been frightened by a snake and screamed. The image that his managing company had so painstakingly crafted for him had been demolished in an instant. Since then, Kevin Lin had rarely seen that celebrity on-screen anymore. Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin were led to the kitchen. The moment the doors opened, a noxious odor assaulted their nostrils. Kevin Lin nearly fainted from the smell. Before coming over, they had watched a recording of the kitchen and had an approximate understanding of the situation inside. If they were to enter without knowing anything beforehand, even base command would feel uneasy. If this really scared them, it would be a problem. How were they going to appeal to the masses and gain support then? Without even getting to see the kitchen yet, Fang Zhao stood outside, differentiating the different smells as he thought back to the recording of the kitchen. The kitchen's supervisor handed over masks that he had prepared earlier. You guys will definitely not get used to the smell on your first time here. This is a mask that can filter out some odors and make it more bearable. Kevin Lin hurriedly put on the mask. Afterward, he felt he could breathe normally. He glanced at Fang Zhao beside him, who did not seem to have much reaction. Is this fellow's sense of smell impaired? Fang Zhao did not feel that this stench necessitated wearing a mask, but on the surface, he did not want to seem too special, so he accepted the mask from the supervisor and put it on. Are you ready? Kevin Lin looked towards Fang Zhao. Getting a nod from Fang Zhao, he proceeded to adjust the camera and switched on live broadcasting mode. Kevin Lin's expression changed as he faced the camera. Greetings, everyone. We have already finished dinner and are about to enter the base's kitchen, which is what many of our online viewers requested to know more about in the comments. However, entering for the first time, we haven't gotten used to the smell, so we are using masks. The internet was so well developed, and many online users had high IQs. They knew that the food displayed on the tables in the dining hall had not necessarily been what these people in the military had for meals. Thus, they wished to see the dining hall's kitchen and head inside to understand the kind of food served at the base. This was the assignment all 5 channels had received. As they walked through, the supervisor explained more. The base's kitchen was different from most general restaurants. Here there were stringent tests, and every container loaded with food was made from special materials. Fang Zhao observed his surroundings along the way. It was still considered clean, probably because the base had specially tidied it up for the live broadcast. Even if they were depicting a poor and bleak picture, they still could not disgust the audiences. Traces of cleaning were not that obvious. The base's higher-ups were still rather meticulous in their planning. Although it was already after dinner, there were still people in the kitchen who were busy. They were not acting. This was normal. Those deployed outside will return later. Our base also provides a supper time slot to cater to those soldiers that are out for assignments and return later. This batch of kitchen staff who work in the afternoon still have to continue working at night, explained the kitchen supervisor, transmitting a message. Our job ain't easy. Over time, every day, there were some large transparent vats nearby that were close to 2 stories tall. Some were empty, while others were still full. The supervisor pointed at one of the empty vats as he explained. That was what you had for dinner. One of the vats in the middle still had many bugs. Inside, bugs as thick as an adult's arm were biting and gnawing on each other. The supervisor continued. These bugs are greedy, violent, and carnivorous. Generally, we don't keep them for too long. We will finish these tonight. The camera moved closer to better film the bugs biting each other behind the transparent wall. One bug that was gnawing on its fellow bugs seemed to have noticed the camera nearing, and it violently opened its jaws and tried to bite the camera, smashing into the transparent wall with a loud bang. Rows of razor-sharp teeth could be seen in the close-up of its ferocious jaws. The camera would not be scared by the sudden charge, but the same could not be said for the online audience. The F***CK? That was so scary I dropped my cigarette. It's late at night over at our continent. I just screamed and woke my dorm mates. Was that the thing they ate just now? SSSS. Watching it up close, I feel all squeamish. I've got goosebumps. The camera backed off of the vat walls, and the bugs inside immediately lost interest and continued chewing on each other. The camera continued on and filmed the vat beside the previous one, filled to the brim with another sort of organism that had been delivered this afternoon. It was an organism that was abundant on this planet. This non-threatening invertebrate lived in the ocean and liked to attach itself to reefs. Today, the team that had gone out to survey the ocean had brought these back. These disc-shaped creatures the size of a palm had a dazzling shimmer on their edges. When stuck to the transparent vat wall, they seemed like numerous densely packed large round eyes. In the other surrounding vats, the contents were not as aesthetically pleasing, and some audiences could not stand it. Arg, I have trypophobia. One, change the channel. Hurry and change it. What are those things in the box in the back? So disgusting. I'm not watching any longer. Imagine these things not being washed properly, then cut up and served. A hygiene freak like me cannot stand it. What a troublesome scene. There are many minors among the online audience. Minors could be mentally scarred by all this. Channel S5, are you not afraid of losing fans by broadcasting this? At least censor it. However, there were also audiences that expressed that they could accept it. Those comments above me are surely young friends who have not yet undergone military service or who were lucky enough to be posted to a well-off planet. To be honest, for people like us who were posted to a planet with bad conditions, this isn't something we have never experienced before. It is said that the earlier days of military service were just like this. Since when was it ever comfortable, like some people claim? That's right. You can't say that you have done your military service if you have never eaten raw alien bugs. But no matter how much the online audiences argued, over at this side, filming went on as planned. In the kitchen, there were workers currently handling the food. These were also mainly conscripts. A robust and tall youngster came over when the supervisor indicated. He pulled down his mask and explained to Fang Zhao and the rest about how the foodstuff here was handled and treated. He also talked about response measures to take when encountering these bugs outside the base. His words were no nonsense, clear and concise, and he did not deliberately drag out his screen time. If he did so, would he ever get another chance to show his face again? Our leaders say that those out hunting or transporting food might not be attentive enough and not have enough energy to filter the organisms out. Our kitchen needs to spend some effort to sort out the smaller ones before processing. When the time comes, those food transporters bring them out and release them. That's because, in the document sent by the top, developments on foreign planets have to adopt a sustainable strategy. We are tested on this every month. This youngster was dark-skinned, but whether it was tanned or natural, no one knew. He looked especially simple and honest, and when he spoke, he seemed very sincere. The youngster pointed at an ecology balance chart displayed on the screen in the kitchen. Look, our planet's ecosystem is currently very stable, and its development is considered healthy. A while back, our base received a complaint saying that we had damaged the ecology balance and our data was fake. The Ministry of Supervision even sent someone over to carry out an inspection. The hunting team, the delivery squad, and us in the kitchen, every division was thoroughly inspected, and there were no problems. Our data was all reliable. On that day, to facilitate the inspection, nobody ate, and we nearly fainted from hunger. The youngster closed his fingers on his two hands and waved vigorously at the camera. If we get another complaint without evidence, I will cry for you guys. This is no joking matter. It concerns our military service evaluation. There were grades for military service. The entire year's comprehensive evaluation would ultimately be recorded in a file that would follow a person for the rest of their life. As for the ecology balance chart and sustainable strategy, these had not been mentioned randomly by the youngster. After the founding era, when humanity first discovered a hospitable planet and proposed an immigration or colonization plan, ecologists would mention one word: acclimatization. They did not want to mercilessly eradicate every last one of the newly discovered planet's life forms, nor did they want to destroy the ecosystem. Hence, they could only employ acclimatization tactics. They did not want to forcefully change the original ecology of the planet, but rather, by using acclimatization tactics, humans could slowly permeate into an ecosystem devoid of humans and slowly allow the ecosystem to adapt and let humans become part of it. All of these base constructions on foreign planets had met with quite a lot of opposing views. The military wished to take the opportunity of these live broadcasts, programmed to tell the masses, we do not forcefully conquer. Rather, we have plans for gentle development. The soil on this plot of land has already undergone treatment, and our leaders have already said that crops can be grown here. There are scientists among the batch of people that came with you guys. They will be in charge of introducing a new variety of crops and monitoring the ecology balance. Our leaders mentioned that the process of introducing a new variety of crops is very important. We can't just grab a handful of seeds and sprinkle them, and then expect abundant harvests and full stomachs. If this damages the planet's ecology and causes the ecosystem to change, we might possibly spend even more time trying to fix it. A place without a healthy ecosystem is not suitable for immigration or colonization. He mentioned our leaders said many times. There were too many important names of leaders, and missing out any would not be good. If he got nervous and left out any important people and caused a grudge, there would be trouble. Thus, he simply did not mention any names. Although this youngster looked honest and simple, he had a really strong spirit. Otherwise, he would not have managed to land this opportunity to show his face on the live broadcast. As for people with a keen nose for politics, they could learn lots of things just from this broadcast. There were a number of social factors behind this political agenda. For Fang Zhao, who used to be a leader himself, he could naturally catch the hidden agendas behind all these words. However, now that he was only a little celebrity, he would act ignorant on certain issues. Having said what he had been instructed to say, as well as a fair share of bootlicking, the youngster grabbed from the box beside him a bug that had already been slaughtered. He proficiently removed its head and its poisonous side glands before slicing it up into portions and placing it on a conveyor belt. These would be sent into the stove ahead to be sterilized. Fang Zhao and his group also went to the other areas in the kitchen and filmed the sterilizing equipment. Kevin Lin had expressed that this was an important part. Other basic machinery or equipment in the kitchen could be sloppily filmed, but the sterilizing equipment had to be filmed with care. After the kitchen, equipment, and foodstuffs had all been filmed, all the kitchen staff had already gathered and were eating. Their dinner time was slightly later than the others, and when they were done with dinner, they still had to continue working overtime. The tan youngster who had been explaining held a plate of roasted bugs and raised it over to Fang Zhao and the others. Want some more? These are fresh from the oven, still hot. Kevin Lin looked at the pieces of bug meat that were not fully cooked and felt his gut flipping. It's all right. I had a lot back in the dining hall just now, Fang Zhao replied. The other party laughed and lowered the plate, thinking that Fang Zhao was still not used to these. Trying to console the newcomers, he said, these type of bugs with many segments and many legs live in the ground. You will see a lot of them at the construction sites. At the start, we were all really scared of them, but as we ate and ate more, we were no longer scared. When I first got here, a senior told me that these things might look scary, but the more you eat, the less scary they become. You can try it. After all, you guys still have to survive another year here. Survive another year here. A full year. Kevin Lin felt his heart aching. Chapter 189. S5 is real special. There was still quite a bit of time left after Fang Zhao and company filmed in the kitchen. Kevin Lin saved it for filming folks returning from trips beyond the base. The soldiers returning in the evening were mostly career soldiers stationed on Baiji, not regular conscripts. Most of the more challenging tasks like hunting, scouting, and so on were left for career soldiers. It wasn't just the conscripts who wanted to get on camera, the career soldiers did too. They were often away for years at a time and missed their families. But only soldiers who weren't assigned to classified missions could be shown on air. The group that returned in the evening also brought back food supplies, including both plants and dead animals. There were quite a few things that turned Kevin Lin off. He remained at a distance during filming, simply zooming in on Fang Zhao, who had to help the career soldiers unload their cargo. He would also be having a late-night snack with the soldiers. Unlike the afternoon broadcast from the cafeteria, the late-night meal was aired live in high definition and censored. After setting up the camera, Kevin Lin found an excuse to bolt. He didn't bother appearing on camera. The first-day live broadcasts for the other channels were a completely different story. On the first day of his arrival, famed TV host Li Xiao, the subject of S1, visited career soldiers and young conscripts already serving on the foreign planet he was assigned to, with gifts in tow. The gifts had been donated by himself, fans, and his sponsors. Many of the career soldiers and many of the youngsters who had been serving there for half a year had grown up watching Li Xiao's shows. They were quite familiar with the star, so they were quite emotional when they came into close contact with him and shook his hand. Li Xiao's humorous comments and moves livened up the base, which enjoyed a rare respite from its typically dour atmosphere. The decor in the cafeteria wasn't exactly appealing, and many scenes in the kitchen were likewise off-putting. But these eyesores were alleviated by avoiding the most grotesque items and with subtle camera angles and blurring effects. Coupled with Li Xiaoxiao's sense of humor and ability to lighten the mood, quite a few touching scenes emerged, conveying to viewers that, despite the hardships the soldiers and conscripts endured, there were funny moments too. You had to admit that talent was talent. As the oldest of the 5 celebrities and the most experienced, Li Xiaoxiao was great at taking charge of the situation. Li Xiaoxiao's fans and online viewers were also moved by the jovial mood. Donations of cash and supplies poured in. Financiers also expressed interest in investing in the base. S1's live broadcast was an indisputable success. On S2, the handsome, elegant old-era aristocrat Fritz charted an artsier course. He used soulful expressions and controlled embellishment to turn every moment into a tearjerker. Fritz even played host. Apart from having heart-to-hearts with some of the conscripts, he also interviewed career soldiers with interesting backgrounds. A veteran singer and actor, Fritz knew how to draw out emotion and even put himself in the shoes of his interview subjects, displaying genuine emotion. Every time those haunting eyes faced the camera, countless fans were shaken. Fans, it's just cash. We're shelling it out. Judging from the audience response and viewership data, S2 was likewise a great success. On S3, as an actor in mainstream commercial films, Andre likewise enjoyed a huge fan base. But while he had sparred with some of the young instructors during training camp, on account of his limited martial arts training, he held back. The career soldiers stationed here were different from the young instructors back in training camp. The former were battle-hardened, even projecting a different aura. Andre had no intention of getting a beat down on live television. Instead, he shared life stories with the young conscripts and sang military songs with the career soldiers. You never would have guessed that this A-list actor had a decent voice. He made for a decent singer, which served as a pleasant surprise to his fans. Even though S3's viewership data lagged the numbers posted by S1 and S2, it still turned a profit. By that measure, it was also a success. On S4, Tianhao, who hailed from the Wu family of Tongzhou aristocracy, had been born on a pedestal, and his ability to act pretentious was unscathed. After his arrival, he challenged several of the standout soldiers to kung fu duels. Anyone who lived in the new era knew that founding father General Wu Tong had been an accomplished martial artist. His descendants were all competent fighters, not simply posers. The well-trained core family members in particular were combat-tested. Even though Tianhao was a poser, he backed it up with real skill. Tianhao challenged 3 of the top soldiers in a row. The young conscripts rooted for Tianhao, while the career soldiers backed their brethren. The online audience was thoroughly electrified, hooting and applauding without pause and bestowing round after round of cash rewards. The face-offs spiced up the atmosphere and were embraced by the conscripts and career soldiers alike and drew a big audience. Tianhao had achieved his goal of coolness. After the duels, senior officers at the base staged a welcome banquet for Tianhao. Soldiers who weren't assigned to missions the next day were granted special exemption to drink a bit. Tianhao had brought the alcohol from home. Quite a few heavy drinkers got their fix. One officer even slapped Tianhao on the back, saying he would show Tianhao how to drive the base jeeps reserved for career soldiers. S4's numbers rivaled the performance of S1 and S2. Not to mention that Tianhao had the full backing of the Wu family back in Tongzhou. By contrast, the S5 production team stood out by adopting an unvarnished documentary style. The footage was more befitting an actual documentary film than entertainment programming. The other 4 channels all used subtle camera angles or blurred out graphic content. Only S5 was in high definition and completely uncensored. Viewers who were looking for light entertainment would not stick with S5. But apart from members of the establishment, a group of parents also started tuning in. Indeed, S5 was far less entertaining than the other 4 channels, but it was the real thing. What was of more pressing concern to the parents whose children were serving was what their kids' actual routines were like. Even though they had served as well, those had been different times. Who knew how much these military outposts had changed over the years? Even parents with kids serving on other planets couldn't help tuning into S5, because you could see what the bases on planets with tough conditions were really like. There was no fudging or fakery. It was as if you were standing on the planet yourself. On the first 4 channels, regardless of the topic at hand, regardless of who was being interviewed, the center of attention was the 4 celebrities. The celebrities anchored the live webcasts. But on S5, Fang Zhao was less of a presence. Instead, the camera focused on the conscripts and the career soldiers. The only thing was that the uncensored footage was too much for some viewers. S5 got plenty of rave reviews, but it also drew many complaints. Many viewers complained that some of S5's footage was ill-suited for teenagers and was detrimental to their development. Indeed, footage of raw materials being prepared in the kitchen and of mealtime turned quite a few adults off, let alone teenagers. If similar scenes were in the pipeline and were broadcast and censored, there would be no end to the complaints. To get ahead of the issue, the senior management of Project Starlight held a conference call. Shutting down S5 was not an option. They also wouldn't censor it. They wanted Kevin Lin and Fang Zhao to shoot more raw footage in the same vein, even record some violent or bloody incidents. As long they could show the true nature of the work in the Baiji base, as long as some folks could get an actual sense of the base's growth, Project Starlight would have fulfilled its mission. The conservatives who had slashed funding for exploratory missions and diverted funds to building up existing bases didn't do so to provide entertainment. They wanted to deliver a clear message to the people. Look at how tough it is to develop the existing bases. Why the hell should we keep exploring? So what if we discover more planets with livable conditions? Can we build bases on them and immigrate right away? Folks who keep dreaming about discovering new minerals that can be used as new energy sources should wake up and get back in touch with reality. Are new minerals that easy to find? The conservatives wanted to shore up popular support, and Project Starlight was the means to their end. To protect S5, the senior management of Project Starlight decided after their conference call to implement a rating system on the 5 channels. But curious viewers didn't care what the senior executives were thinking. Eager fans who followed Project Starlight's 5 channels summarized the tone of each channel with these quips after the 5 channels completed their first day of live programming. S1, how are you, comrades? Well done. Good job. S2, blood, sweat, and tears. S3, there's nothing a little love and tenderness can't conquer. S4, drinking games. S5, danger ahead. Non-combat personnel evacuate. Chapter 190, rating system. 3 hours after S5 ended its first day's live broadcast, the senior managers at Project Starlight announced they were going to implement a rating system. Many viewers supported the move, thinking it was the right thing to do. So be it if they missed out on all the gory stuff on S5. Watching S5's live broadcast made you realize that a rating system was the best solution. But some viewers thought the move was unnecessary. A debate quickly sprung up online. You will have to serve sooner or later. It's best you know the ugly side and be psychologically ready. At least it's better than finding out when you actually serve. That isn't a fair argument. Many kids are tuning in to the live webcasts. They've had limited exposure to this kind of material. They will be scarred if they see stuff like this too early. A rating system is necessary. Not to mention that not everyone will be assigned to serve in places like that. That's true. Families who were well off could always manage to land their kids easier assignments. This was an open secret. Such was the state of the conscription system. For now, that was the way things were. Folks who were upset with the system could only be *TCH about it. Folks without connections could only hope that service locations currently suffering from tough conditions would get more funding and investments so infrastructure could be improved. That way, the experience wouldn't be so rough by the time they served. By that line of thinking, live broadcasts like this were really worth supporting. If average citizens like themselves couldn't change things, then they would leave it to the celebrities. 5 hours after S5 ended its first broadcast, Project Starlight's senior management announced the provisional age restrictions for its 5 channels. S1 through S4, 7+. S5, 15+. In other words, the 4 channels S1 to S4 were suitable for viewers 7 and above, while S5 would be limited to viewers 15 or older. Was the age limit for S5 set too high? Some parents were upset, arguing that even though the content was a bit disturbing, a teenager was quite mature and could handle the fallout. Folks who grew up in the new era had access to the internet at a young age. They matured earlier compared to children in the old era. Many 14, or 15-year-old kids in the new era were spouting similar views to adults. The Project Starlight managers have their reasons for restricting the channel to 15 plus. Even if a young teenager knows about a lot of stuff, he or she isn't quite an adult yet. Be it mental strength or problem solving, they still lag behind grown adults slightly. 15 plus is okay. For viewers who are 15 years old, they have another 5 years before they need to serve. If they want to find out about this kind of stuff, 5 years is a sufficient buffer. In any case, their parents are watching the footage anyway. Parents who were opposed to the 15-plus limit changed their minds after hearing the argument online and pondering the matter. True, the senior managers at Project Starlight must have had their reasons for setting the age limit so high. Even though our kids are too young to watch the show, it's all the same when we as parents get the lowdown and relay the information to them. At this point, some of the Muzhou viewers got a bit cocky. Not to brag, but we Muzhouers are more adaptable than you guys. I don't know if you noticed, but regardless of the planet, 8 out of the 10 folks working in the kitchen are from Muzhou. Only us Muzhouers can handle coming into close contact with foreign planet food sources every day. Folks from other planets are too chicken shit to do the job. They're also not meticulous enough. This comment won a lot of praise from fellow Muzhouers. That's spot on. Just take a look at the live broadcast on S5. Out of all the people who appeared on camera in the kitchen, half were Muzhouers. The heavily tanned kid who spoke the most during the broadcast is the son of the owner of a small ranch in Muzhou. During the broadcast, the ranch owner was handing out red packets stuffed with cash left and right in honor of his son. Folks who had served in Muzhou also confirmed this was the case. In terms of getting used to the new diet during military service, Muzhouers were the best. But what they didn't say was how they'd puked their guts out when they'd entered the kitchen for the first time after arriving on base. All they talked about was how they were the most adaptable. None of them had been able to adjust right away. Soon, the us Muzhouers spiels in the discussion forum started to piss off folks from other continents. Hey, brother upstairs, this is discrimination against folks from other continents. It's just being able to down a bug. Big deal. Speaking of which, don't you Muzhouers have the tradition of insect banquets? Right. I heard about Muzhouers eating insects a long time ago. Word has it that it's a festival that was started when the new era was founded. When the period of destruction had ended, at the beginning of the new era, Muzhou had been the world's leading food producer, with the largest plots of arable land. Yet Muzhou's first farmers had encountered many natural disasters. Back then, the level of technological development had been quite crude, and anti-pest measures hadn't been very effective. To produce large yields, the farmers had paid a heavy price. The farmers hadn't gotten to enjoy life until farm equipment had been upgraded and the Academy of Agricultural Science had come up with effective pest controls. To remember the forefathers who had cultivated Muzhou's first plots, to honor their efforts in defeating the different types of insects that had infested their crops, certain regions of Muzhou held commemorative festivals. That was when the insect banquets were held. Visitors to Muzhou had long tried to avoid these festivals. If they encountered one, they would steer clear of it or approach for a quick selfie they could show off on their social media feeds and then bolt. Immediately, now that the topic had been broached, people started wondering why Muzhouers could adjust so quickly when they saw such disgusting food. Is it because they started eating insects very early on? I'm reminded of the comment during the S5 broadcast. The more you eat, the less afraid you are. The more I think about it, the more plausible this theory is. In this regard, Muzhouers have an innate advantage. My kid is only 14. I wanted him to tune into S5, but now I can only let him watch the other channels. Still, I want to order insect meals online. Are they still available in Muzhou? Are they available in easy packaging, like a small box or a small pouch? They are, but at this time of the year, the selection is limited and the insects aren't that fresh. If you're interested, I'll suggest a few brands. Once the subject of insect banquets came up, Muzhouers who practiced the tradition started firing off recommendations, suggesting brands for variety, taste, and food safety standards. They also pointed out companies whose sourcing was questionable. Folks from other continents set aside their differences and scrambled to jot down all these details. The many parents who were worried sick about their kids and following the discussion forum on S5 felt it was divine intervention. Here was a way to prepare their kids for the hardship. The few small factories that supplied insect-related food products in Muzhou saw their online orders grow exponentially. So much so that their owners thought it was a computer glitch. Meanwhile, existing inventory had long been snatched up. The bosses checked the date. It was still well before their peak season of July. Why the sudden deluge of orders? The owners of Muzhou farms, both small and large, smelled a business opportunity and acted swiftly as well. Meanwhile, kids from the 11 continents other than Muzhou had no idea what was awaiting them. Some of them were filled with anticipation when they heard their parents had ordered them presents. But when the gifts arrived, they were so shocked they wanted to cry. Even years later, they would remember the fear of being force-fed insect meals. Fang Zhao had no idea what was going on his home planet. His first day on base was very busy. After helping unload the cargo from the off-base missions and having a late-night snack, he retired to his assigned dorm room. Many new arrivals at the Baiji base struggled to fall asleep their first night because of their conflicting emotions or because they had slept so much on their inbound journeys. But Fang Zhao had no such problems. He slept well his first night. When they woke up, Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin got word of their 15+ rating. 15+. Kevin Lin wondered if the age limit had been set too high, but he realized it made sense after pondering the matter. Their bosses wanted to send them a message. Bring it on. Give us everything raw. No need to worry about scaring kids anymore. Kevin Lin had a knack for unraveling the thinking of senior management. Indeed, he soon received a message from headquarters that confirmed his suspicions. It instructed him to not hold back and to not worry about any potential complaints. Now that he had his marching orders, all Kevin Lin had to do was execute them. The breakfast selection at the cafeteria was limited. Kevin Lin ordered some porridge-like mess whose ingredients he couldn't identify. He didn't bother asking in case the answer would spook him away from eating the meal. After glancing at Fang Zhao, who was sitting across from him and seemed to have a healthy appetite, Kevin Lin pursed his lips, pinched his nose, and had a few sips of the porridge. It didn't taste great. Luckily, he'd snuck a few bites of his private food stash before heading to breakfast. Everyone's personal items had been searched after they had arrived at the base. There were strict rules about personal belongings, but Kevin Lin wasn't a conscript and he had a job to do. So base personnel had turned a blind eye. You're going to officially start your service today. According to your assignment, you'll be part of a mining team, Kevin Lin said to Fang Zhao. As you know, as the first 5 celebrities of Project Starlight, you won't be treated like the regular conscripts. The senior leadership at the base made special arrangements a while back. We'll just play it by ear. Fang Zhao nodded. He knew how things were evolving. He wouldn't fight the flow. After breakfast, the regular conscripts who had arrived with them were divided into teams and led to different work locations to start their transition. Their team leaders would lecture them on the necessary know-how. Meanwhile, Fang Zhao was escorted to his work location by a colonel-level officer. He had long been informed of his assignment, mining, which was one of the most common jobs during military service. Chapter 191. Mining is a technical job. The person in charge of bringing Fang Zhao to the service grounds was Colonel Edmund. He was a solemn-looking middle-aged man who did not talk or laugh much. Edmund was the direct deputy of the highest-ranking officer in the Baiji base, Lieutenant General Shanta. Edmund was over 80 years of age, but that was only considered middle age in the new era. However, in his heart, Edmund knew that it would be hard for him to get promoted any further. Even if the base was extended and developed well, he might not necessarily make a push for promotion. There was an internal saying, after passing 80 years of age, there are basically no more chances to get promoted. Furthermore, Edmund did not have much of a strong family background. If not because he had followed Shanta closely, he might not have even been where he was today. Knowing that he had reached the age where he could no longer climb, Edmund had been considering. After this year was over, he would transfer to civilian work. Like many of his comrades, he would return home, spending the later half of his life in a governmental institution. Maybe there would even be a chance for him to climb there. Shanta knew about Edmund's plans. With such a competent subordinate leaving, Shanta had given him this chance to appear on-screen more. Perhaps this would benefit him later on when he changed his profession. Therefore, Edmund regarded this opportunity with high importance. Even if he used to despise celebrities, in front of Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin, there were rare smiles on his usually grave face, and the pressure people felt in his presence was much fainter. A motorcade left the base. Inside a car in the middle of the motorcade, Edmund was explaining the mining area to Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin. Currently, we have 3 mining sites, 2 basic mines, and 1 power source mine. The materials from the basic mines are used mainly for construction. The ores from the power source mines provide energy. For the basic mining site, we can adopt an automated system that doesn't require much manpower. As for the power source mining site, automated systems are of no use. Apparatuses might suffer interference, and excavating machinery might result in some large damages. Therefore, in mining sites where we are unable to use machinery or equipment, we have to make use of manpower. That is where conscripts come in. Now, we are heading to the power source mine. On screen, Edmund did not show any signs of nervousness, but Fang Zhao could feel that Edmund was tensed. He just wasn't showing it. Fang Zhao could also guess Edmund's thoughts. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang had talked a lot about the military, and given Fang Zhao's own previous history, it was not hard for him to guess. This was also the reason Fang Zhao was willing to coordinate and act, giving Edmund more chances to show off and help Baiji's mining value become more well-known and attract more investors to help shoulder the pressure. Baiji's leaders were happy to shower these people bearing responsibilities with even more benefits. Edmund told them that over at the basic mines, each time the truck team made a trip, they would transport several kilotons of ore and raw materials. These were used for the base's construction. Transporting several kilotons per trip might have sounded like a lot, but when compared to bases with abundant manpower and resources, this was totally pitiful and unsightly. In those bases, the volume of freight transported by those trucks was in the tens of kilotons per trip. With low freight volumes and a lack of manpower, the base and the outposts developed at a much slower rate. The motorcade traveled on the most commonly used road and did not encounter any aggressive life forms. The journey was smooth, and after 40 minutes, they arrived at the power source mine. At the mining site, there was a garrison station to maintain the safety of the place. Kevin Lin once again turned on the camera, and he intended to fly it over the mining site for an overhead view, but that was rejected. The deployment of the mining site was classified military information, so Kevin Lin could only film the surroundings. Edmund brought them to a mine entrance. Excavation had been underway for a few days already. Fang Zhao could hear the humming of machinery coming from inside. There were 2 mechanical conveyor belts transporting rocks and stones out. One belt transported waste rock, while the other transported power ore. Edmund's hand randomly went to the conveyor belt and picked up a piece of power ore and handed it over to Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin. Within the dark brown piece of rock, there was a piece of near-transparent stone. Grade a high-quality ore. To be exact, this is grade A-. For classification of ores, grade A was divided into 3 ranks, A+, A, and A-. Comparing a piece of similarly sized power ore, grade A+ would provide much more energy than grade A-1. However, these pieces of power ore being grade A was not too bad. The reason why Planet Baiji had been able to construct a base was not just because there were life forms and it was habitable. It was also due to the rich mineral resources available. Solely relying on solar energy was not enough to meet the high energy demands of maintaining the base's development rate. Power ore was the most important. After preliminary surveys, Planet Baiji contained quite a lot of grade A power ore, which was sufficient to maintain the base's development and future extensions. Edmund sighed. A pity. They were careless when excavating and broke it. For an ore this size, the quality will definitely drop. However, these kids have only been mining for half a year. Hitting this sort of standard is already not too bad. Edmund spoke a few praises of the current batch of youngsters undergoing military service on Baiji. There were many online audiences, so too much criticism in the face of these audiences would lead to them having poor opinions. A whole piece of power ore would surely be better than a few smaller pieces of power ore. Its commercial value would also be even higher. But these miners did not have sufficient experience, or perhaps they were distracted. In a moment of carelessness or during a loss of concentration, the large whole piece of power ore would be chipped and broken down into pieces. This resulted in a drop in grade and quality and was what many people knew as ore dilution. If the military service duration was 2 years, perhaps these situations would be slightly better. It took a year of mining experience to become proficient, But by then it was time to be decommissioned, and the next batch of new conscripts would arrive. Thus, or dilution would always be a problem. Or dilution cannot be prevented. Even if we were to use machinery to mine, it would still occur. Edmund was speaking the truth, but he was speaking to exonerate those young conscripts that did not have much experience. He knew that many parents were watching the broadcast, and they did not wish to hear base officers speaking poorly of their kids. For Edmund to make it to the level he was at, he had decent EQ. Even if he could not make the audiences adore him, he could at least make himself less deplorable. Mining is a technical job. Other than old miners with many years of experience, everyone else will find it hard to avoid such situations. As Edmund was speaking, a person clad in full work attire ran out from the mining tunnel. Removing his helmet, his youthful face flashed a grin. "You guys are here." Excitement was written on his face as he turned to look at Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin beside Edmund. Scanning further at the camera floating in the air, his smile's intensity doubled. He showed some restraint and raised his hand to adjust his helmet hair, trying to make it look better. Edmund could understand where he was coming from and did not say anything. Edmund turned toward Fang Zhao to make introductions. Hayden arrived last October and is the leader of this mining team. After that, he turned to Hayden and pointed at Fang Zhao. "This here is..." I know, Fang Zhao. It's an honor to meet you at last. I really love the style of your tunes." Hayden wanted to say more, but he caught a glimpse of Edmund's expression and immediately swallowed the remainder of his words. He reluctantly put on his helmet once again and said, "Shall I lead the way into the mine?" Two soldiers brought over 2 sets of special work clothes that conscripts wore and helped Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin put them on. "Let's enter." Edmund nodded, indicating for Hayden to lead the way. "Yeah, all right," Hayden happily exclaimed. Through his clear visor, he flashed a "don't worry" expression toward Edmund. Everything had already been planned, and there would be absolutely no embarrassing situations. Edmund felt a little at ease. Hayden was capable. In this team of miners, Hayden's evaluation was the best, and he had some experience with mining. Otherwise, he would not have become the leader of this team. There were lights in the mining tunnel, so it wasn't very dusky. As they walked in, some conscripts were using equipment to mine. Noticing the indicator lights of the live broadcast, the conscripts hurriedly struck a pose, falling over each other trying to give a greeting and, as best as they could, let their voices appear on the live broadcast or show their faces. Although the masks covered half their faces, perhaps friends or families might recognize their eyes or their voices. Hayden indicated for Fang Zhao and the group to stop. There was a case filled with tools, with a number of them seemingly like pickaxes. Hayden fished one out from inside and handed it over to Fang Zhao. "Want to try?" Fang Zhao accepted the tool. Holding it, he realized these excavating tools were not as simple as they looked. Inside was some precise propulsion device, and it was made of special materials. These tools were not specially prepared for Fang Zhao. All military service personnel used these. With these tools, they did not need to use a lot of strength to chisel bits off the hard rock wall. However, to excavate better quality ores and minimize or damage still required accumulated experience. "Our mining site has lots of ore. You don't have to pick a place, here will do." Hayden randomly pointed to a certain spot on the cave wall. Kevin Lin felt this was funny. "What lousy tricks. Even I won't fall for it, let alone those shrewd merchants." To attract more investors, Baiji's base command wanted to spoon-feed Fang Zhao like a child, then tell the audience, "Look, this little celebrity's first time mining, and at a randomly picked spot at that, and he excavated ore on his first try. Our mineral resources are plentiful. Although the ore quality is not especially high, we have quantity. Interested investors, hurry and join the party." Kevin Lin stifled a laugh and asked Fang Zhao, who was staring at the cave wall, "What are your thoughts?" "Thoughts? I think there is something behind this spot," Fang Zhao replied. Edmund raised his eyebrows as his smile widened. "That's right. Hurry and dig. Let the online audiences know how concentrated Planet Baiji's mineral deposits are." Kevin Lin gestured at Fang Zhao with his hands, indicating that the camera was in place and he could begin to dig. Fang Zhao brandished the propulsion pickaxe in his hand and heaved it over to strike the wall. Thud! A piece of rock on the cave wall became loose. Fang Zhao adjusted the handle and the loose piece fell. He had used quite a bit of power, so the piece that fell was rather large. Hayden looked at the piece of rock that fell, and the smile on his face became somewhat forced. This was undoubtedly a high-grade or rich site, and he had gotten many experienced old miners to take a look. So why was it that inside the rock that was pried off were only scattered fragments of power ore? But what attracted the most attention was not the piece of rock that had fallen, but rather the life form that appeared in the hole in the cave wall where the rock used to be. A sinister-looking bug about the size of 2 palms appeared. These kind of bugs were commonly found inside mineral veins and looked especially devilish, but people familiar with this mining site knew that these sorts of bug only looked scary. They had high defensive capabilities, but they were actually very stupid. Colonel Edmund stiffly instructed a soldier to the side. Drag it out and roast it. Hayden trembled. He felt like those words were meant for him. After all, he was the one handling matters here and had met with unfavorable circumstances. Hayden hurriedly flashed Edmund a "don't be impatient" look. This time, they had been really unlucky. Fang Zhao would surely excavate one the next time. Hayden had picked out a few reserves. Chapter 192. It's really not deliberate. When Kevin Lin had seen Edmund and Hayden's confident manner, he had thought that it was a surefire plan and had specifically adjusted the camera to focus on the spot on the cave wall where Fang Zhao would chip away. In his heart, he had been slightly excited to witness it for the first time in history, and his head had been spinning with anticipation that it would make the headlines. Kevin Lin had never done mining during his military service, as his family had managed to pull some strings. Therefore, mining was fresh for him, but he had never expected to encounter such an awkward situation. It wasn't just Kevin Lin who had been eagerly anticipating it. Online audiences watching Channel S5 also stared blankly at the situation that unfolded. Many people had all been waiting to see what sort of or Fang Zhao would mine on his first try. Although people with a good eye could tell that the spot had already been planned beforehand by Planet Baiji, it was a common occurrence for entertainment programs, so they didn't mind. People had fixated on their screens so attentively, and some hadn't even blinked. In the end, what had appeared on screen was a sinister-looking bug, and a close-up of it at that. Timid people were scared out of their seats. So scary. I was too engrossed staring at the screen. What sort of bug is that? It looks really savage. It should be edible. I heard that Colonel say to roast it. That means to say that Fang Zhao's first time mining, he excavated a bug. Ha 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 ha, seems like it. Although many people had been scared by the close-up shot, when they regained their senses, they felt this was funny. They would have a topic to laugh about for the next few days. The people inside Baiji's mining cave could not see the reactions of the online audience, but they could guess. Hayden coughed lightly and explained to Fang Zhao. Generally speaking, in areas with high power ore deposits, this species of bugs is rarely seen. The more bugs there are, the less ore. That's why we don't have to continue digging here. Surely there won't be too much high quality ore behind this rock wall. Normally, when we excavate till bugs appear, we change locations. As he spoke, Hayden still unresignedly looked at the piece of stone that Fang Zhao had dug out. There was very little power ore, and it was fragmented. It indeed did not have much value. Let's change to another spot and try again. This spot has probably been excavated dry. Hayden took a marker and drew an indicator on the cave wall, telling other miners that there were bugs, and there was probably a bug's nest behind. There was no need to waste effort by continuing to excavate here. The group continued inward, and Hayden brought Fang Zhao to another spot. Let's try over here. There were more high-grade ores here. A large piece of ore had just been mined yesterday from the spot Hayden was pointing at, and looking at the rock wall, there were probably even more large pieces of ore that had yet to be mined. Hayden had specially exhorted the team not to touch this area, and to leave it for Fang Zhao to shine on Project Starlight. Edmund also felt that this time would surely be a success. Although he was not in charge of mining, over the years, he had seen a lot of mining and at least had some experience in this area. This rock wall indeed looked like it contained an abundance of ore. Edmund sighed in his heart. We should have started digging here first. If they had not been worried that audiences would find it too staged, they would have arranged for Fang Zhao to mine for large pieces of ore here. Go ahead, Edmund said. Fang Zhao stared at where Hayden was pointing, thinking. He had a hunch that what lay behind the wall was probably not what Hayden and Edmund were expecting. However, seeing Hayden and Edmund's self-confident manner, Fang Zhao did not say much as he gripped the pickaxe and knocked it against the rock wall. Having gained some experience from the previous time, This time around, Fang Zhao controlled the propulsion rather well. The piece of rock he pried off was appropriate. The camera once again was focused on the cave wall, and online audiences leaned forward as they stared at their screens. Everyone watched as the piece of rock fell from the cave wall. Inside, 2 or 3 peanut-sized power ores could be seen. These peanut-sized ores were slightly better than the previous round. At least it wasn't bugs. Edmund, Kevin Lin, who had been wholeheartedly anticipating. Behind Hayden's helmet, his face had turned red. He no longer dared to look at Edmund. He wished to find a place to hide. No bugs had been excavated from this area, and there were no bug holes nearby. The characteristics of the stone wall also looked as though it had an abundance of high-grade ore. How could it be that Fang Zhao had only managed to mine just a bit? Hayden was utterly confused. Edmund's facial muscles were twitching, as though he was enduring some pain. The original plan had been a step-by-step arrangement for Fang Zhao to slowly mine a large ore, as that would have appeared even more natural. But now 2 times, let alone a large ore, he had not even managed to mine an acceptable one. How about we go further inside? After all, Hayden was a young guy and had just encountered 2 successive setbacks. Faced with a lot of mental pressure, he could not remain calm and started to stammer. He did not dare to look Edmund in the face, but he could feel the pressurizing aura emanating from Edmund. He shivered from fear as his mind constantly replayed the way Edmund had ordered the soldier to drag the bug outside and roast it a while back. Continuing in, at the furthest point in the cave, Hayden pointed at a spot where he and other old miners were absolutely sure there were power ore deposits. Not just them, anyone slightly experienced could see the rock wall's characteristics through the live broadcast. Those with sharp eyes could see a portion of power ore jutting out. Potential or investors watching this scene online pursed their lips. Power ore could be mined out from this spot, even when blindfolded. It seemed like the people of Planet Baiji had no other option. They would have nothing to show if they did not do this. Sure enough, this time, when the pickaxe was swung, a piece of power ore fell, but this power ore was not as big as everyone had expected. It was just around the size of an average human's fist. Edmund looked at the other ores mined by the conscripts on the conveyor belt beside them, then looked at the piece Fang Zhao had taken 3 attempts to mine. It seemed a little irksome. This time, Hayden really wished he could hide himself under a rock. He had really tried his best. Kevin Lin switched from live broadcast mode to filming mode. There were time constraints when it came to live broadcasting. When they did not manage to mine anything satisfactory, it would be better to switch the live broadcast mode to a film mode and turn it back when they successfully mined something. He had been too trusting of Baiji's people's capabilities. If this was the best result after arranging for a month, Planet Baiji could forget about attracting investors. When he thought about the other 4 channels' mining results, Kevin Lin felt his own prospects seem rather bleak. The instantaneous live broadcasts were arranged to be as close together as possible, but due to them being on different planets, it was impossible for the broadcasts to all be simultaneous. Before Fang Zhao's side had started mining, the other 4 had already completed their first day of live broadcasting. Channel S5 had been the last to start. Online, those users that had just watched S5's live broadcast had started to discuss. Ha 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 ha. It's a pity their expressions could not be seen because they were all wearing helmets. Why didn't the camera turn around? I wish I could have seen the look on that Colonel Edmure's face. It's Edmund. Hey, whatever man, I just want to see his expression now. From my statistics, among the 5 celebrities, Fang Zhao failed the most. All 5 channels had arranged for live broadcasts in their respective mining areas. Although the other 4 celebrities had not needed to mine like the conscripts for a fruitful live broadcast, they had all gone into the mines and dug at the spots that the respective bases had arranged for them. S2's Fritz had excavated a palm-sized power ore on his first try. S1's Li Xiao had fared well too, excavating one slightly smaller than Fritz on his first try. On his second try, though, he'd gotten a larger one. S3's Andre might have seemed slightly boorish in the eyes of the viewers, but he was careful. On his first try, he had used too much strength and fragmented the ore. On his second try, when there had been a possibility of ore, under the guidance of an old miner, he had patiently chipped away at the sides till he had excavated the power ore. With a little luck on his side, the ore he'd excavated was the size of an adult's forearm. He had even hugged it and taken a photo, and now it was pinned on Project Starlight's news section headlines. In short, during the first day of live broadcasts at the mining site, although no one had excavated anything larger than Andre's, they had all managed to reap some gains, so it was not too unsightly. S4's Tianhao had had the worst results among the first 4 channels. When he had originally mined the least, or he had only pulled a long face but had not been stupid enough to blame the base personnel. Only after he had returned to the base had he thrown a tantrum. Now that he knew S5's Fang Zhao's luck was worse than his, Tianhao suddenly felt much better. Tianhao stroked his chin and pondered. As long as someone is below, it doesn't look as ugly. I heard that on Fang Zhao's mining broadcast, he got a bug on his first try, a few peanuts on his second try, and only on his third try did he excavate a small piece of power ore. Say, do you reckon that Baiji's personnel intentionally duped him? The special reporter for S4 who was following Tianhao shook his head. Probably not. Baiji's personnel would not be that foolish. Then that just means that Fang Zhao himself is just plain unlucky and could not mine anything, Tianhao concluded. S4 special reporter nodded his head in approval, at the same time delighting in another's misfortune. He reckoned Kevin Lin would be dying of anger. And for investors watching the 5 channels, after the live broadcasts, their impression of Planet Baiji was the worst. A few investors and surveyors of relevant companies smirked. They expected a staged performance of mining large ores in succession, but in the end, the special arrangements only ended up this way. It just shows how low Planet Baiji's mineral density is. This sort of place even wishes to attract investors? Not a chance. Considering the transportation time and extravagant fees for setting up a communications network, as well as paying taxes, only fools would consider investing in Baiji. If there were any future advertisements from Planet Baiji's base, they would not believe the advertisements. Also watching the live broadcast was Planet Baiji's highest-ranking officer, Shanta. At this moment, he was not looking too well. None of the other high-ranking officers at the base were smiling. This beginning was no good. Their perfect plan had only just begun, and yet they had encountered setbacks. What were they going to do in future? Did they have to show that they were an extremely destitute place and beg for donations? Which large base had risen to prominence through development from donations? They all relied on pulling in large investments from enterprises. Over at the mining site, the people here could sense the abnormal atmosphere. They were especially well-behaved and did not goof off, as they were afraid of incurring the wrath of Edmund. Hayden was on the verge of tears. It was really not deliberate. He really had not meant any of this and had not wished to have Fang Zhao embarrass himself on the live broadcast. He also did not dare to do anything that would have harmed themselves even more than Fang Zhao. At the same time, Hayden wanted to explain to Colonel Edmund. Edmund was the highest-ranked person in charge of the power source mining area. Hayden's military service only concluded in October. He still had to be under Edmund for another half a year. Edmund silently looked at Hayden before turning around and leaving the cave. He had decided to write his application to transfer to civilian work. Hayden stood rooted to the ground at a loss. Fang Zhao sighed and patted Hayden's shoulder. I know you didn't mean for this to happen. Hayden felt that Fang Zhao was a really nice person. Despite being embarrassed live, Fang Zhao could still calmly console him. Don't worry about all the other stuff. Tell me more about the rock's characteristics. How do you judge whether there would be ores here? Fang Zhao asked Hayden. Hayden was woken from his daze when asked about his expertise. He explained all he knew in detail, and as he talked, he demonstrated. Holding up the pickaxe, he chipped away at the rock. Combining theory and practice, he chipped off a piece of ore around 20 centimeters in length. He continued digging and excavated another large piece of ore the size of half an arm. He was actually just randomly mining yielded large ones. Hayden, it's really not deliberate. Afraid that Fang Zhao would get the wrong idea, Hayden immediately tried to explain. Fang Zhao did not get angry over this matter. He knew that Hayden had not deceived him. He could only blame his own luck for not mining a decent-sized ore. Everyone would have reckoned this was the case. Fang Zhao laughed as he thought about it. All along people had said that his luck was good. This time, it was rare for him to be so unlucky. It's all right, go on, Fang Zhao replied. Hayden breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that Fang Zhao was not angry. He told Fang Zhao about all his experiences and everything he had learned in his half a year here. hoping that Fang Zhao would mine a larger or next time. This way, Edmund and the other high-ranking officers would not hold him responsible. And as he was explaining, he pried off another power or the size of an arm. This was the largest or mined over the past 10 days. According to customary practice, rewards were given for mining a large piece of power ore. At any other time, Hayden would have been shouting in delight and showing off inside the mine. But today, he couldn't even bring himself to be happy. This piece of rock had appeared at the wrong time. Hayden was exhausted. He leaned against the rock wall and squatted down. If during the live broadcast Fang Zhao had mined such a large piece of power ore, everyone would surely have cheered and they would have received some rewards. But during the live broadcast, Fang Zhao had mined thrice, but it had all been unsatisfactory. We don't have to send back this part, right? Kevin Lin asked Fang Zhao in a low voice. After switching to film mode, the video captured saw Hayden randomly mine such a large ore. If it was sent back for audiences to see, it would further prove that Fang Zhao was useless. Fang Zhao would not be affected by such a trivial matter. Send it. Send it back and let everyone know that Planet Baiji has plenty of power ores and that it's worth investing in. A dejected Hayden, who was squatting down, heard this and looked toward Fang Zhao gratefully. Baiji's top brass's biggest desire was to attract investors. Fang Zhao was willing to bear the negative image and let the video be released. He was willing to let Planet Baiji shed the tag of barren place, and Hayden was really thankful for that. Hayden sincerely exclaimed, "Thank you. You can surely mine a large or two." Fang Zhao laughed. "Right, I think so too." Chapter 193, Grade A Power. To prove that he wasn't lying, Hayden went out of his way to invite a few veteran miners to join them. When they instructed Fang Zhao on how to determine mineral quality, they were able to dig out large ores at will, but the spots they pointed out to Fang Zhao never yielded big pieces. The miners turned beet red. They wanted to explain themselves, but they didn't know how. They finally knew how Hayden had felt. Standing to his side, Hayden couldn't help but tell Fang Zhao, "Your luck is truly terrible." Even Kevin Lin, who had been observing the process all along, shook his head in resignation. He was angry and amused at the same time. Fang Zhao's luck was so bad that he didn't know what to say. Now Hayden and the veteran miners didn't dare suggest spots for Fang Zhao anymore. After passing on their knowledge, they shut up and stood to one side. "Really, as long as you remember what we taught you, you'll definitely be able to dig out a bigger piece of ore than Andre on S3, Hayden reassured Fang Zhao. But Fang Zhao wasn't as devastated as the others thought he was. All he did was study the wall in front of him carefully. He was surrounded by other miners who were digging. The ore they dug out and rock debris kept being shipped out via conveyor belt. Fang Zhao kept inspecting the wall and replaying the excavation strategies Hayden and the old miners had taught him in his head. He also had a very special feeling. Mines generated strange energy fields. Ordinary people who spent significant amounts of time in mines typically suffered physically. That was why miners wore protective clothing. After all, they spent most of their days inside the mine. Many types of excavation machinery didn't function properly in the mines, likely due to these invisible energy fields. This phenomenon occurred in 90% of mines. There were excavation devices resistant to the energy fields, but they were too expensive. Maintenance was also costly. Places that were ranked on the bottom end of the development order drafted by the Global Alliance, like Baiji, would never deploy those types of machines. Also, the conscription system provided plenty of manual labor. They didn't need the machines. Fang Zhao had read a few books about power ores. The discovery of power ores had marked a quantum leap in technological development. It had ushered in the era of immigration to foreign planets and the beginning of space exploration. Every power ore released an energy field. The strength of the energy field depended on the quality and size of the ore. Despite wearing protective clothing, Fang Zhao could still feel the invisible energy fields that surrounded him. This was something the others couldn't detect. A normal person shouldn't have been able to feel the energy field so acutely while wearing protective clothing under regular circumstances. That was what the professional manuals said. But a select few were able to feel instinctively what regular people couldn't, even if they were sealed in a room insulated from all energy fields. Fang Zhao analyzed his own circumstances. He was a bit different from those select few as well. Those folks had a vague sense of the presence of energy. fields, but Fang Zhao could feel them clearly, and the more he tuned into them, the more he could distinguish the individual fields and their respective size and strength. The energy fields indicated the size of the power ores and their distance. Hayden and company watched Fang Zhao pause at a spot, examine the mineral quality, and nod to himself. This minor celebrity seemed a quick learner. The spot he had picked looked like a likely source of large power ores, but given his track record, they decided to shut up until Fang Zhao actually dug out something. Fang Zhao started chiseling. Hayden and company craned their necks. As pieces of rock debris dislodged, the wall revealed an edge whose texture stood out. Wait. Hang on. Hayden and the others cautioned Fang Zhao, worried that he might chisel too hard. Hayden rushed over to take a closer look. He excitedly declared, "Indeed, it's an ore. Check out its edge. It's definitely not a small rock. It's got to be a big one." "Really? Let me take a look." The veteran miners rushed over as well. The miners were even more excited than Fang Zhao. Indeed, the miners surrounded Fang Zhao and offered up instructions. "It's probably a big piece. Dig it out quickly. Use some finesse and take your time. One bit at a time. It's okay if you take more time, but you have to make sure it's intact. If it's broken up, that will affect its pricing." 5 minutes later, a power ore nearly 20 centimeters long and about as thick as the size of a human wrist was dislodged. It came with useless gang that obscured the actual ore, but all the excavated ore would be sent to a central location and processed together. The miners didn't have to clean it up. One of the veteran miners inspected the ore and nodded his head in approval. "Indeed, it's intact. Hey, we finally dug out a big one." Hayden and company finally breathed a sigh of relief now that this minor celebrity had finally landed a big piece of ore. "Let me take a look." A curious Kevin Lin picked up the ore and started playing around with it. It was a bit heavy. It took some effort to hold it with one hand. "Not bad, not bad. It's just a bit smaller than the one Andre dug out. Let's press forward. Who knows, maybe we'll dig out a bigger one that will break his record," Kevin Lin said as he returned the rock to Fang Zhao. "Hurry up and mark it. This will count as part of your service record," Hayden urged. Every miner marked every ore they excavated with a custom-made spray paint gun. The number would be automatically scanned when it was stored so a tally could be kept for each miner. Fang Zhao pulled out a small spray paint gun from his pocket and branded the rock he had just dislodged. The imprint he left was his army serial number. Fang Zhao was just about to place the rock on the conveyor belt after marking it, when he heard Kevin Lin blurt out, "Wait. What's the hurry? Let's take a picture. This is the first big piece you have dug out so far. Come on, strike a pose. Don't be serious all the time. Smile." After taking the picture, Kevin Lin instructed Fang Zhao to set the rock aside first. He wanted to accumulate a few more rocks so they could take another photo. Fang Zhao was a different person after digging out the first rock. He followed up with 3 large ores, each larger than the other. The fourth piece stood out in particular. It was clearly larger than the one featured on S3. "That's a shame. If only you had excavated such a big piece on your first try during the live broadcast." Kevin Lin knew that even if Fang Zhao dug out a bigger rock now, it wouldn't make a big splash unless it was a super big piece. But if they could shed Fang Zhao's image as the worst miner of the 5, another live broadcast was worth a shot. Seeing that Fang Zhao was on a roll, Kevin Lin and Fang Zhao decided to go live again. "We'll be fine as long as you keep up your momentum. Hold on. Hayden, can you gather the 4 pieces that Fang Zhao dug out already? I'll do a close-up." Fans scrambled to tune in when they saw that S5 had gone live again. Fang Zhao's going live again. Did he finally dig out a big ore? That must be the case. Otherwise, they wouldn't go live. The first shot after the live broadcast resumed was the 4 rocks that Fang Zhao had dug out. Wow, those are mighty big pieces. They're bigger than the one Andre dug out. So they staged 4 pieces and said he dug them out, but who knows? Maybe someone else did the work and is letting him take credit. The ores are marked. Just because they are marked doesn't mean that he dug them out. As far as the viewers were concerned, ores that weren't dug out live didn't count. Look, he's about to dig again. He actually had the gumption to go live. It must be because someone scouted a prime location for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he digs out a giant rock. Meanwhile, Kevin Lin was manning the camera in the mine. He was quite nervous. Finishing with such a meager pile wouldn't fly on the first day of their mining broadcast. Having seen Fang Zhao dig out 4 ores in a row, he didn't want to give up just yet. Hayden and the veteran miners were also watching nervously. Their gazes were glued to Fang Zhao as they gauged the mineral quality of the wall where Fang Zhao was digging. Fang Zhao paced for a bit and stopped. The veteran miners frowned. They thought Fang Zhao had picked a spot 5 meters ahead. Judging from the mineral quality, it was a likely source of big ores, but Fang Zhao checked out the spot and came back. The mineral quality there doesn't look like it will yield big ores. It's not too bad. Maybe there will be a few small pieces, definitely not a big piece, one of the miners mumbled. Kevin Lin hesitated before deciding not to speak. He heard what the veteran miner had said and knew the comment was intended for him. But considering that the miners were a poorer judge of mineral quality than Fang Zhao, he decided to believe Fang Zhao for now. He didn't end the live broadcast or interrupt Fang Zhao. The miners exchanged glances and let out an imaginary sigh. Forget it. If they won't accept the favor, there is no point in saying any more. They had said what they could. If Fang Zhao came up empty during the live broadcast again, they had an excuse when they briefed their superiors. Ding. It was the sound of striking gold. An experienced miner could tell from the sound alone whether any ore was present. The miners wore an expression of disbelief. The camera zoomed in as Fang Zhao dislodged a large rock from the wall. There was no sign of power or not even an inkling. The mineral quality in the spot was different from what the regular miners preferred. When experienced miners came across a similar spot, it was as if they had dodged a landmine. They would mark the location and steer clear of it. Embarrassment all around again. Kevin Lin didn't know what to think. Does this kid have bad live TV karma? Lord knows how many viewers are cracking up right now. He started brainstorming for explanations for his boss, anticipating a likely dressing down from the first frontline editor-in-chief. But standing before the camera, Fang Zhao didn't avoid the spot because of the apparently poor mineral quality. Instead, he wiped the opening a few times. A few small pieces of debris fell off, and Fang Zhao saw a small corner exposed. Fang Zhao decided to stick with that spot as he felt the energy field increase in strength. The energy field was the strongest there and the closest, even though the mineral quality seemed suspect. The veteran miners approached to take a closer look. They thought it was Gang again, but didn't speak up. Gang was useless. If Fang Zhao dug out Gang again during a live broadcast, it would be a bit embarrassing to bring it up. Fang Zhao picked up his pickaxe and chiseled away again, digging out the small piece and chipping away the clutter around it before examining it up close with a flashlight. The irregularly shaped rock was about the size of half a pinky finger. It had a bright metallic texture, but it looked a bit different from ordinary metal. What kind of mineral is this? Fang Zhao asked. One of the veteran miners shook his head. Metallic mineral? But it doesn't look like it. He had never seen this type of mineral before. Use the device in your waist pocket to find out. It can analyze mineral quality, Hayden reminded Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao removed a palm-sized device from his pocket. He opened the lid of the device to reveal a small cavity. The size of the hole was big enough to contain the small rock that Fang Zhao had dug out, so he didn't chip at it again. When he saw Fang Zhao press the test button, Hayden blurted out, "No, you haven't switched modes yet. The default mode is energy detection, not mineral content analysis." Before Hayden finished his sentence, he could hear the device beep. This was the sound the device made when it was analyzing the quality of an energy ore. The beeping was accompanied by a bar on the tiny screen on top of the device. The surrounding crowd went silent as their eyes became fixated on the small display. The beeping increased in frequency, as did the surrounding heartbeats. Power ores of the same size were classified into several grades based on the amount of the energy they could supply, in accordance to a classification system devised by the Academy of Science. Most power ores excavated on Baiji in the past had been ranked grade A- or below. Samples collected from various locations had never been rated higher than A-, but now, with Hayden and the veteran miners watching on, the barometer on the screen exceeded the A- mark and kept going. As the onlookers held their breath, the beeping of the device became even crisper. As the barometer finally stopped at A, the beeping halted as well, signaling the end of the test. The miners working nearby had long dropped their tasks on hand. They were quite familiar with the beeping sound of the mineral analysis device and its rhythm. They could tell from the pace of its beeping what kind of rock the device was examining. The beeping they had just heard was much faster than what they were accustomed to. What did this mean? Edmund sat on top of a hill near the mine, frowning and absorbed in deep thought. Hayden, the temp, wasn't experienced enough. That was why the base leadership had assigned scouting duties to several experienced veteran miners as well. That was also why everyone had been so confident. A whole team of veteran miners had all thought the spot would yield big pieces of power ore, so he had believed it too. But could you blame Fang Zhao for failing to land any big rocks? Edmund knew that even if that was what he thought, even if he believed that Fang Zhao's luck was the problem, the base leadership would only accuse lowly staffers like Hayden and company of lack of effort, inexperience, incompetence, and poor judgment. It would not be PC to accuse Fang Zhao just yet. Otherwise, he would quit or stop his fundraising efforts. The base would be in an even tougher spot. Sigh. Edmund sat on a piece of rock and gazed at the sky. I really want to transfer into a civilian post. I can't stay here any longer. Apart from that, his head drooped. Edmund glanced at the document he was writing. 2 hours had only yielded 27 words. There was an unspoken rule that officers of his rank had to churn out at least 10,000 words in their applications for a civilian post. He excelled at leading a platoon and wiping out the enemy, and he was a competent miner, but when it came to paperwork, that was a major headache. After building the mood for an hour, recalling countless battles big and small and his achievements since arriving on Baiji base, Edmund was about to pour his heart into some 800 or 1,000 words when he heard a strange, piercing yell. It sounded like the painful, frantic yelp of someone under threat after enduring a major shock. Boss! The sudden yelp interrupted Edmund's mood and sent his hand shaking. He accidentally deleted the 27 words he had eked out after 2 hours of labored brainstorming. So be it if he had deleted his work. It was only 27 words, and his lost work could be restored. But the mood he had worked so hard to cultivate had been eviscerated by the strange yell. Edmund sat there, his demeanor resembling a furious beast. His eyes were bloodshot, and every hair on his body perked up. But even an Edmund in that kind of state didn't scare off an emotional Hayden, who only calmed down slightly when Edmund grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Hayden glanced at the ballistic Edmund, his teeth clattering. BBB boss. Edmund's facial muscles twitched as he struggled to contain his anger. However, he knew Hayden wouldn't have abruptly interrupted him if it wasn't something urgent. Something go down with our little celebrity? That was the only reason Edmund could think of. Celebrities were a major hassle. Yes, something went down. Hayden nodded with a blank look before recovering his senses. No, boss. The minor celebrity dug out a grade A power ore. Edmund released Hayden from his grip. Oh, heavens sake. It's just a... Hayden had just landed on his feet and had barely recovered his breath when Edmund grabbed his collar and lifted him up again. What did you just say? The question came out in bits and pieces, like squeezing a nearly empty tube of toothpaste. I said that minor celebrity. He dug out a piece of grade A. Grade A? Are you sure it's grade A? Edmund's high-pitched voice was shaking toward the end of the question. Not A minus. It's a full-on A? That's what the testing device said, Hayden responded. Bang. Hayden finally landed on his feet again and was desperately catching his breath. Nearby, Edmund took deep breaths, his nostrils looking like they were spewing fire. Taking in Edmund's reaction, Hayden could empathize with how his boss was feeling. The development order of the various foreign planets devised by the Global Alliance was based on the grade of the energy ores they produced. The higher quality its power ore, the higher a planet's military base was ranked and the more resources it would be allocated. Baiji had quite a low ranking. At their current pace of development, Baiji might not meet the requirements for mass human migration some 100 years later. Edmund wouldn't gain much from staying on Baiji. That was why he wanted to switch to a civilian gig. But if Baiji produced grade A power ores, and a significant number of them at that, then Baiji's ranking within the Global Alliance's development order would take a major leap. Edmund took a deep breath and charged toward the mine where Fang Zhao was working. There were 2 things he needed to ascertain immediately. First, that the power ore was definitely grade A, and second, how many similar rocks could be excavated. As for his transfer application, TSK, who cared? Chapter 194. I have good hearing. Edmund frantically ran into the mining tunnel. Watching the senior officer behave this way, soldiers stationed at the mining site thought that something big had happened inside the mining tunnel, perhaps a dangerous organism being unearthed. But when they had time to think it through, that did not seem possible. If a dangerous organism had been dug out, the warning alarms would have sounded, but right now, there were no sirens at all. But if that was not the case, what else could it be? The mining site soldiers considered numerous possibilities, but since the senior officer had given them new instructions, they could not make any unnecessary movements and had to continue standing guard at their posts. Edmund had never felt his heart beat so quickly in his whole life. His blood was pumping so quickly he felt like he was losing control of his body. Inside the mining tunnel, after he had seen the displayed readings on the instrument, Kevin Lin had filmed the readings from a distance and then decisively cut the live broadcast signal. Finding a grade A power or on such a remote planet far back on the development sequence, Kevin Lin very clearly knew what that forebode, but until it was officially confirmed, he did not intend to broadcast it live. At this sort of time, it was best to stay calm. Otherwise, a little carelessness and they could end up with egg on their face. Switching over to film mode, Kevin Lin could not help but carefully picked up the ore that Fang Zhao had just excavated. After that, he struck a few poses and took a few photos from angles he felt were best. "Hey, Fang Zhao, there is still something missing on it," Kevin Lin exclaimed. "You haven't made a mark on this piece of ore." Kevin Lin was only satisfied after Fang Zhao had used a spray gun and marked out the serial number. Picking it up, he continued to take selfies and let the camera take clear photos of the serial number. Edmund strode over. "Where is it?" He scanned around as if he was using radar before fixing his gaze on the small ore that Kevin Lin was holding. Edmund took the ore from Kevin Lin's hands. "This is it." This piece of ore was indeed too small. It seemed especially delicate in Kevin Lin's palm. But all those lower-grade power ores had no chance of comparing with it. Edmund trembled slightly, as if afraid that his coarse hands would tarnish it. He carefully tilted his hand to let the small piece of ore roll around in his palms as he fervently stared at the tiny rock. Edmund looked toward the few old miners beside him. "Has it been confirmed?" An old miner understood and replied, "We have all used our own instruments to appraise it. The machines should not have been faulty. We even readjusted the instruments once more and even cross-referenced it to other ores. The result is undeniable." Undeniable. The word echoed non-stop in Edmund's head like the roaring of thunder. Being prudent, or perhaps unwilling to believe this extraordinary occurrence unless he saw it with his own two eyes, Edmund got everyone to take out their instruments, and he personally appraised it. Watching the reading on the instrument rise to grade A, Edmund relaxed a little. Following that, he used his comms device to contact the base's commanding officer, Shanta. After he had briefly explained the matter, he turned to the soldiers stationed at the mine and issued new commands. From now on, the entire planet is on high alert. Outposts scattered everywhere have raised their vigilance, and more people will be immediately dispatched to the mining area. Planet Baiji Base. A few conscripts that were staying in base due to injuries or for other reasons watched as many soldiers who were supposedly off-duty fully suited up and boarded a flying transport. Not just that, the laboratory also dispatched a flying transport and a cargo transport. Inside were the base laboratory's engineers and scientists. The entire base's atmosphere seemed a little strangled. This made those conscripts staying back feel curious. What happened? Given the direction, they are probably headed toward the mining area. Something happened in the mines? Today is Fang Zhao's first official day of military service, right? I heard he was posted to the mining site. Then it's highly likely that something happened there. Otherwise, the base would not have so much activity. Online, many people had witnessed for themselves how Fang Zhao had excavated that tiny piece of rock, watched as he had placed the rock in the appraisal instrument, and seen the reading rise to a grade A. And at that point, the live broadcast signal had been cut. After that, the internet had gone abuzz. The F***CK grade A? Is it real or fake? Probably real. Would they dare to fake this? Forget about others, for power, or they probably wouldn't dare to falsify it. Hard to say. No one knows for sure what happened. These days, all these variety programs love to deliberately mystify things to attract more viewers. They might do anything just to obtain viewers. But this isn't an ordinary variety program. Don't forget who proposed Project Starlight. Wouldn't they be afraid of the consequences if they tried to make a joke out of this? Wait a while more. Whether it's the truth or not, there will surely be a follow-up report. At the same time, First Frontline's press headquarters had become busy on all fronts. This was not just Project Starlight's program. It had already become a major event. They were frantically trying to contact Kevin Lin to verify the truth, but the communications could not get through. What lousy internet! Planet Baiji needs to upgrade its communications network. Not just the media. Other parties had started move as well, especially those mining companies. At this time, they were even more anxious than others about verifying the authenticity. If it was true, they would seize the investment spots. Planet Baiji. Shanta had already rushed over to the mining area. En route, he had already received 3 communications from headquarters, but he had not received all the details yet, so he could not give a proper answer. Now he was also anxious to know the truth. If these people dared to have staged obtaining a grade A power, or he would rather not have investments or donations. He would personally send these people to prison. Ever since the base's prison had been built, it had not yet received an inmate. Kevin Lin was already standing outside the mining tunnel's entrance, controlling the camera to film the situation in the air. A number of military flying transports and a cargo transport descended. Machinery and instruments were carried out. Anybody who was not in the know would think that these were preparations for a war. The soldiers stationed at the mine saluted Shanta. Commanding officer. Although their faces were serious, they were all dying of curiosity inside. These people stationed at the mining site still did not know what was going on, but they knew it was something big. Shanta and a few of the base's other high-ranking officers headed straight for the mining tunnel Fang Zhao was in. At the moment, Edmund and Fang Zhao were already waiting. At the tunnel entrance, as Shanta took large strides over, Edmund handed the ore and the instruments over to him. Shanta held the tiny piece of ore for a bit before beckoning for the scientist to bring the equipment over. These machines brought from the lab were definitely more accurate than the instruments the military conscripts used. Noticing the large A displayed on the equipment, Shanta's lips curled upward. He wanted to laugh heartily, but managed to control his mood. It was not yet time to laugh his heart out. He did not want it all to be in vain. Shanta sharply glanced at Fang Zhao. You excavated it? Although he had not seen the situation during the live broadcast, he had seen the video, but that segment had too many doubts. Fang Zhao did not feel nervous under Shanta's gaze. Yes, I initialed it. Shanta stared at Fang Zhao for 2 more seconds, then turned toward an engineer. Can we measure the amount? What he really wanted to know now was how much grade A power there was here. However, the engineers only gave a worried smile. It's a new element. The surveying equipment has not been upgraded in a long time. We will have to make adjustments. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to get an accurate reading. This type of ore is probably found deeper underground, and it is harder to make proper measurements. Just using the detectors at the base, even if we went 1 round around the planet, we might not necessarily get a proper reading. Without any means to get a proper reading, and with the ore being found deep underground, it was no wonder they had not been able to discover this. Only now that the mining tunnel was even deeper had they finally excavated one piece. An engineer asked, your base's equipment is lacking too much. How long has it been since it was upgraded? Shanta shrugged helplessly. No choice. We are poor. Upgrading costs a lot too. Everyone knows Baiji's ranking on the development sequencing. The engineers also knew Baiji's previous circumstances. Without saying anything else, they gathered together to first discuss how to upgrade the detector machine. As they thought back to how Fang Zhao had excavated that piece of ore on the live broadcast, Shanta asked Fang Zhao, how did you know there was that sort of ore there? Kevin Lin also looked toward Fang Zhao. He also wanted to know the answer. During the live broadcast, Fang Zhao's actions had seemed like he was certain there was something there. On what grounds had he been so sure? Faced with so many pairs of eyes, Fang Zhao answered, I am a composer. I can distinguish sounds slightly better than others. Many things have their own sounds, and I can hear them when using the tools to chisel at the wall. In simple terms, I have good hearing. I heard an unusual sound over there, so I decided to try digging. He was not lying. Other than the energy field, it did indeed sound different, but normal people were not able to hear anything special. He could not reveal the matter with the energy field, but as for his hearing ability, this was all right to reveal. Previously, he had not known that this was a grade A power so he had not taken it to heart. But after that, when he listened attentively in the mining tunnel, he could hear a slightly special sound. Shanta felt as if he had just heard a joke. Are you saying that your hearing ability is even better than detecting equipment? So it was not sight that mattered for mining, but rather hearing? Who do you think you are? The dieting one from mythical stories from the old era? Nonsense. In any case, it doesn't feel reliable. Is this young fellow trying to dupe us? Watching Fang Zhao coolly standing there with nary a look of guilt, Shanta hesitated. Could it be that he could really hear the difference? Shanta scanned Fang Zhao with a bizarre expression. Since you can hear that piece, then can you listen some more and tell us where there is more of this sort of grade A power, or in the tunnel? This sort of genuine grade A, or not like those we normally dig up. The group of engineers that were discussing how to upgrade Baiji Planet's outdated detector equipment all fell silent and looked toward Fang Zhao. Under the gazes of everyone, Fang Zhao nodded his head. Sure. Kevin Lin had to interrupt. Pardon me. May I ask whether I can turn on the live broadcast? Chapter 195. Entire planet's most precious ears. To live broadcast or not? Shanta did not immediately give an answer. Instead, he pondered for 2 minutes before laughing. I feel that this question would be better directed at Mr. Fang Zhao. Don't you agree? Despite smiling, Shanta's penetrating gaze did not let up. He was not afraid to lose face on the live broadcast as long as they were able to excavate a grade A power ore. Face was not an issue, but if they were unable to excavate it. Fang Zhao met Shanta's gaze straight on, then tilted his head toward Kevin Lin and said, "Turn it on." Really? His question had just left his mouth, but Kevin Lin felt that his own question had been unnecessary. He then coughed out quietly. When should we start? Shanta, Edmund, and the other high-ranking officers all looked to Fang Zhao. They also wished to know the answer. Do you need to make preparations? Feel free to let us know, Shanta said. For the sake of excavating grade A power ores, he was willing to offer assistance to Fang Zhao. Even if this young fellow took the opportunity to fish for benefits, he was willing to give them. No need. We can start right now. After digging, it'll be just in time for lunch. Fang Zhao turned around, picked up the pickaxe beside him, and walked into the tunnel. This time around, he no longer wore a helmet. Fang Zhao's reaction caught Shanta unprepared. Shanta then asked, "Do you need us to do anything?" Maintain silence, Fang Zhao replied. Shanta nodded his head and instructed a soldier beside him. The others, stay outside. Hayden had decided to follow on inside, but was obstructed. Not just him, even the other old miners were stuck outside. All of them were considered as others, including Kevin Lin, 2 soldiers, 2 engineers, and the 3 high-ranking base officers, including Shanta, formed a party of 8 and entered the tunnel. Conscripts originally mining in the tunnel had already been cleared out. The conveyor belts transporting ore and waste material had also been stopped. Work inside the other tunnels of the mining site had already ceased. All the other conscripts were already taking a break in their assigned areas. They did not know what had happened and could only gather and have muted discussions. They also did not dare to wander off. Soldiers standing guard in the area were all wielding guns. Half a year of military service life had told them that, in this place, it was best to follow the rules. In their hearts, everyone was thinking the same thing. Something big definitely happened. Online, God knew how many people were monitoring S5's latest news. The moment Kevin Lin had turned on his live broadcast mode, many people had switched over to watch. Whether they were bragging or chatting idly in whichever forum, the moment a live broadcast notification was received, they all flooded to Channel S5's comment section. Finally, the live broadcast has started again. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Tell me whether the situation where Fang Zhao excavated a grade A power or is true or not. No media outlet has a definite answer. Channel S5, what are they doing? Is this inside the tunnel? Is the person in front Fang Zhao? Why is he alone? Where are the rest? What is Fang Zhao going to do? Where is the grade A power, or is it real or fake? The camera followed behind Fang Zhao, and the lens focused on him. In the shot, only Fang Zhao was there. There was nobody or any activity around him. Clang, clang, bang. The sounds of successive pounding rang out. Fang Zhao held the pickaxe and walked deeper into the tunnel. As he walked, he used the side edge of the pickaxe to knock against the uneven surface of the rock wall, creating a clanging and banging sound. Online audiences were a little stunned. This pounding beat makes me feel like doing a little rap. No wonder he has a composing background. Even knocking against the rock wall can produce such feeling. But why is he knocking against the wall? I just want to know if he is alone over there. The scene looks kind of suspicious. If this were in a movie, this would be the part full of suspense in a horror flick. Has Channel 5 gone with a supernatural style? As though the discussions of the online audiences could be heard, the camera made a 180-degree turn, and the people following Fang Zhao appeared within the image. Right at the front was Shanta. The general star on his military uniform told the online viewers of his status. Dang, there are so many following. Behind him, look at the star. That is probably Planet Baiji's commanding officer, Lieutenant General Shanta. So many people following behind Fang Zhao. What are they up to? The ranks of those behind Shanta are also not low. The few highest-ranking officers of Baiji are all here. With the serious expressions on their faces, perhaps the grade A power or is real? Even if it is real, shouldn't they be digging? What are they following behind Fang Zhao for? Listening to his musical performance of knocking on a stone wall. None of the people shown on the live broadcast made a sound. Kevin Lin could guess the doubts online viewers were having, but he did not explain. He was afraid Fang Zhao would not excavate a grade A power ore, and if he had explained to everyone beforehand, it would not turn out well. As for the highest-ranking officer, Shanta, he was feeling a little absurd. Never had he expected that he would one day encounter such a situation. If Fang Zhao could not excavate a grade A power ore, many people would probably treat them as jokes. But for the sake of getting a quick answer, Shanta was willing to take this risk. Is this little fellow really able to hear it? Shanta gazed at the figure walking slowly before him, trying to distinguish any sounds. He was unable to hear any difference. Inside the tunnel, with every knock on the rock wall, there were vibrations. Sound waves dispersed outward, in the air, through the rock wall, and spread further out. There was an echo within the tunnel, but under the special rhythm, it did not sound at all clamorous. Fang Zhao continued on deeper into the tunnel. As there were no longer any other conscripts inside, the tunnel's lighting was much worse, and it became dusky. In an environment where his sight was not as effective, his hearing was stimulated by the environment and became even more active. Whatever noise there had been in the tunnel seemed to have settled. Only the sound of striking remained, one after another, as if it was an undulating rhythm, bringing about a hard-to-describe air of mystery. For Edmund, this mining area was something he should have been very familiar with. However, at the moment, he felt as if this was his first time entering the tunnel. Everything had started to seem strange. There was a feeling of novelty, and his mood and thoughts seemed to be being pulled along to the sounds. The striking frequency was changing. The tempo was no longer as it had been when entering the tunnel. The sounds that drifted into the ear seemed to have an elegant crispness and were deep and resounding. The resounding echoes as the sound bounced of the tunnel walls created a strange harmony. It was obviously just a mining pickaxe striking against the rock wall, yet it felt like there was a percussion team putting on a performance behind the scenes. As they continued deeper into the tunnel, the tempo of the striking increased. The sounds were not the slightest bit chaotic, and they maintained their original harmony, yet the pressure they produced gradually built up to seem stifling. An air circulation system was installed in the tunnel, and there would not be a situation where there was a lack of oxygen, but now, everyone felt a little suffocated. This form of listening seemed to put mental stress on their nerves. With everyone in silence, only the sounds produced by the continuous striking added on to the building harmony, as if building up for an unseen battle, from the gentle probing at the start till the confrontation. The striking rhythm was still picking up pace, and the tension seemed about to erupt. Behind him, Shanta was spirited and tensed up, kicking up a cloud of dust. Or was it the honest truth? As he thought about it, Fang Zhao, who had always been in Shanta's sight, stopped in his tracks. Turning slightly to the side, his wrist flicked, bringing the sharp edge of the pickaxe to the front, and he faced the rock wall. Raising his arms, he brought the pickaxe down in a simple and agile downward arc. Bang! Chiseling without any hesitation, large and small pieces of rocks fell down in succession. Shanta's whole body shook with excitement. Has it been dug out? A few people strode forward and simultaneously took out flashlights. In a split second, it seemed like a spotlight had been shined at the spot on the rock wall that had been chiseled, as if welcoming the debut of a dazzling superstar. At the spot was something reflecting all the lights. As the commanding officer of the base, Shanta's mood was in a jumble, and he could not speak very coherently. "Is this it? Should I dig it out?" Edmund asked. "No, let me." Shanta took a pickaxe that was handed over by one of the soldiers. Carefully, he started chipping away at the spot, delicately chipping away at the rocks supporting the little piece of mineral that was similar to what Fang Zhao had excavated a while back. However, after this piece was excavated, it was slightly bigger than the one Fang Zhao had excavated earlier. Shanta gently picked up the newly mined ore and used the specialized instrument brought in by the engineers for appraising power ore. The camera focused on the display screen of the instrument as the meter rose upward. As expected, only after it had risen above grade A did it stop. Edmund looked at the instrument and then looked at Fang Zhao before muttering, "He really can hear it." Even though it felt outlandish, everything that had just happened in front of them clearly proved that what Fang Zhao had said was true. Exactly what kind of ear was this, with the ability to precisely distinguish the sound of oars? Could his hearing really be like the diding from ancient myths? Shanta's voice shook a little as he said, "How much of these sorts of oars are in this tunnel?" His gaze on Fang Zhao was no longer as incisive as before. Now his expression was restrained ecstasy and gratefulness. "There are still many. As the tunnel gets dug deeper, there will be more, but as for a concrete amount, that would require using the adjusted instruments to probe," Fang Zhao replied. "Good. Ha ha ha." Shanta was no longer able to hold back any longer. Laughing heartily, he flashed Fang Zhao a thumbs up. "Fang Zhao, these two ears that can listen to the position of oars are absolutely the entire planet's most precious ears." Chapter 196, Fang Zhao. All viewers of Channel S5 found it incredulous and hard to believe. Being able to detect, or by hearing? When even the majority of detection instruments could come into contact with magnetic and energy fields, but not be able to accurately determine their position. How could this pair of ears locate the position of, or was this even possible? If they had not seen this live broadcast for themselves, if not for the speaker being the Planet Baiji's commanding officer, who held the rank of lieutenant general, the online audiences would have dismissed it and laughed sarcastically. However, now, there was no reason not to believe it. A moment after Shanta had just finished his sentence, many people received multiple push notifications one after another. The notifications of news from subscribed e-magazines, informing subscribers that grade A power or had really been found on Planet Baiji. It seemed like every news outlet was in a race, competing to see who could release the news fastest and attract more viewers. Being Project Starlight's only official news outlet, First Frontline was really reaping in the benefits at the moment. The first piece of news they released pertaining to Planet Baiji's grade A power or included many photos and video that had been captured by Kevin Lin inside the tunnel. A large portion of these had not been shown on the live broadcast. One of the photos had been taken after Fang Zhao had excavated the first piece of grade A power ore. In the photo, beside Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin were Hayden and a few old miners. This piece of news gave a more detailed report on the finding of the ore. After it was released, almost immediately, other large media outlets cited it, just removing the headline and sending it out. When Hayden found out about it, he was happy beyond measure. He had never imagined that a nobody like him would actually appear in news headlines in his lifetime. Although he'd only had a minor role, that was enough for him to brag for decades. An hour after the live broadcast ended, the military deployed additional personnel to Planet Baiji. The Academy of Sciences HQ had also deployed a team to follow the military. According to a Frontline first leak, among those were 7 veteran mining engineers. 7. And engineers from the headquarters. In the past, every year, the headquarters had only dispatched a young engineer to Baiji and other such planets that were near the back end of the development sequence. This was only so the personnel could gain experience and train at a basic level. Now they were sending 7 veteran mining engineers right away. As for their purpose, even without saying anything, everyone knew. And this was just a small portion that was leaked. Perhaps there were even more important personnel headed there. 3 hours after the live broadcast ended, Channel S5's live broadcast turned on once again. This round, the broadcast time was much shorter, as it was mainly Shanta speaking. He told the audience that after the old detection instruments had undergone a series of adjustments and limited upgrading, they had been able to detect large amounts of grade A power ore. However, it might not necessarily be accurate, so they were required to wait for the specialized team dispatch from Academy of Science HQ, as well as the latest models of detection equipment. Upgrading Planet Baiji's old equipment in those 3 hours had been really hard work. The figures were still not too precise. Luckily, there had already been 2 pieces of mined grade A power or to provide data. This had let the engineers save quite some time in setting up the parameters. Otherwise, even if Shanta had pointed a gun at them, they would not necessarily have been able to complete it in such a short time. During the live broadcast, Shanta seemed pleased, bewailing their poverty in an extravagant fashion. "We are poor. Our detection instruments are old models that haven't been updated in a long time and are difficult to upgrade. We still don't have an instrument that can disregard the energy field and accurately detect the position of ores. As such, for now, we can only trouble Fang Zhao." Shanta also would not forget the outstanding service that Fang Zhao had offered. Beaming at the camera lens, he said, "Speaking of which, if Fang Zhao had not come over to Planet Baiji for military service, we would not have discovered this new power or so quickly. Given the extent of the mining area, if they continued digging deeper, it was possible that, one day, the ore would be discovered by a random military conscript, but nobody could say for certain how long that would take." Edmund, who had originally planned to transfer to civilian work, was rejoicing even more. Fortunately, Fang Zhao had arrived at Planet Baiji for his military service this year. If there had been no Fang Zhao, he might have transferred straight away. That cushy job would be better left for someone else. Shanta had shown off rather excessively, but inside, he was deeply moved. Guarding this harsh land for all these years had not been easy at all. The development sequence of planets were classified according to their power sources. Previous data had ranked them at the back of the development sequence. Planet Baiji's position on the development sequence was too far behind. All these years, their facilities had not been able to keep up. Since Planet Baiji had been first discovered by an exploratory spaceship, the detection instruments had been unable to discover the grade A power or buried deep in the ground. After that, they had continued using these old instruments and so had not discovered anything new, as before. All these years, it was not that Shanta had had no plans to survey the planet again, but that the equipment had been outdated and they had lacked the funding for upgrades. Numerous equipment requests submitted to the higher-ups had always been overruled. In addition, given that there had indeed been no big discoveries on Planet Baiji all these years, he had no longer daydreamed and ran the place as simply and straightforwardly as possible. Till now, there was only one planet that had grade A+ power ore. Furthermore, it was a planet still not suitable for habitation. On that planet was a sealed military base and an advanced laboratory, both of which were highly classified. Ordinary folks would simply not have any means of getting involved. For grade A, there had already been 3 planets in the development sequence. One was unsuitable for human habitation, and the plan was to establish a military base and laboratory branch there. The other 2 planets were the focus of the immigration plan. Tourist districts had already been constructed on one of them. People from families with better conditions had already toured there. There were 7 planets with grade A-, or it might seem like a small number, but basically, almost all resources were allocated to the 4 planets right at the front of the development sequence. As for planets down the pecking order, it was up to their own capabilities to solicit military funds and resources. Those without much capability could only wait and hope till the day when planets at the forefront were almost fully developed and started accepting immigrants. Only then would the resources be allocated to the next in line. Planet Baiji had belonged to the tail end of the spectrum. But now, everything was going to change. Planet Baiji is going to be developed. Planet Baiji's position in the development sequence is going to really shoot up. These were the thoughts of everyone in the know. Activity had already begun in mining companies and numerous investment firms. Feeling regret? Regretting that they had not made a move first. For instance, this was just like a poor and backward little hamlet going through a gorgeous transformation and turning into a nationally developed new district. In the past, Investment firms and mining companies had had an unwilling and uncharitable attitude even when others had begged on their doorstep. Now, even offering money bags might not even get them a taste of this. A certain reviewer gave his thoughts. A minor celebrity has triggered a violent storm. However, online audiences did not agree with that statement. Minor celebrity? If you consider the amount of hot topics, Fang Zhao can no longer be considered a minor celebrity. Right. Indeed. Shanta said that Fang Zhao has the entire planet's most precious pair of ears. Entire planet probably means Baiji. From what I see, how can it even be considered Baiji's most precious pair of ears? They are simply national treasures. In some notes left behind from people during the end of days, it was said that future generations shouldn't depend too much on machines. When a day came when machines no longer worked, and when the time came when the assumed omnipotent advanced technologies couldn't lift a finger against the miracles of nature, a person's own capabilities could be the difference between life and death. Now, Planet Baiji's situation had proven this point. Without Fang Zhao, Planet Baiji's grade A power would not have seen the light of day so early. How much do you people reckon Fang Zhao's pair of ears is worth? A while ago, there were people comparing Fang Zhao to the mythical Diding in ancient stories. Although it's not as exaggerated as those fables, it is indeed exceptional. Ha! I just saw a picture of Fang Zhao fused with a beast. I will send it to you guys so you can take a look. Someone with itchy hands had painted a drawing of Fang Zhao. However, this time, he was no longer muscular. Now he did not even look human. The curious online audiences clicked to view it. A tiger's head, a lion's tail, a dragon's body, a cheetah's legs, huh? Wasn't this the mythical Diding from ancient legends? Below the drawing, the creator had left a remark, Fang Diding Zhao. Fang Zhao's Diding moniker, along with that drawing, was circulated in many forums. This time, Silverwing had not even acted yet when news of Silverwing celebrity Fang Zhao excavates a grade A power had spread all around the world. As Zhuwen was browsing news online, he asked the others in the office, why is the commotion when boss undergoes his military service even bigger than when he wasn't serving? Jinro and the others had just come out of their gaming studio. In their hearts, they thought, only Fang Zhao is able to create such a big commotion. This is only his first official day of military service. He still has a year to go. Do you think there will be anything else big happening in the future? Schwarzer asked. Jinro wanted to reply with how could there be so many big occurrences, but as he was about to speak, he stopped. The entire virtual projects department suddenly quieted down as everyone fell into a strange silence. When everyone outside was making a big fuss, Fang Zhao received a real-time communication from Duan Qianji. As of now, Planet Baiji had relaxed the restrictions on real-time communications. As Fang Zhao had provided outstanding service this time, he had priority to use real-time communications. Duan Qianji was clearly in a good mood in the video. A few old friends have contacted me. After you complete your military service, they wish to invite you to appear on their programs. Oh, there is also an invitation from Fiery Bird. Next year, they wish to invite you to shoot a commercial for their new model of earpieces. People who were able to contact Duan Qianji directly were definitely not nobodies. Whether it is variety shows or invitations from large manufacturing firms, we can talk about it when you return. They have taken a fancy to your ears. Now, your ears are worth a lot. They promise that if you are willing, they will help you insure your ears for a considerable sum. They only hope that when the time comes, after your military service, you will consider them first. Duan Qianji spoke briefly about the matters of commercials. Following that, her smile faded and became slightly serious. There is still one more thing. Fang Zhao indicated that he was listening attentively. Go on. In First Frontline's report, it said that there was a new element found in the grade A ore. Fang Zhao nodded. MMHM. My main point is this. New elements need to be named. The Academy of Science HQ has a rule. The first person to discover an element has the naming rights. The HQ has already dispatched people over. I also do not know who they are or their character. When the time comes, you have to be vigilant and not be cheated. Make sure to keep the naming rights in your own grasp. If it is really impossible to do so, at least trade it for some benefits for yourself. Chapter 197, Naming. Duan Qianji had just ended the video conference with Fang Zhao. when she received a video call from her husband Hong Lu. There was a trace of anxiousness in Hong Lu's voice. "How was it?" "I have said all that had to be said," Duan Qianji replied. "That means to say that you have not raised the matter with him?" Duan Qianji sighed. "Now is not a suitable time to raise matters on your side. I know what sort of person Fang Zhao is. He actually understands a lot. This time, when I spoke to him, besides the stuff that I talked about, there were some hidden meanings that I'm sure he understood." Hong Lu did not believe it. "Are you absolutely sure he understood? How old is he? There is a limit to what he can understand. If you don't raise it, how would he know? Can he understand the twists and turns here? Wife, how about you give him another call?" Duan Qianji did not say anything. She just looked helplessly at Hong Lu. Hong Lu sighed. All right. He also knew that it was impossible. Duan Qianji surely had her own misgivings too. Although the whole world knew that Fang Zhao was signed to Silver Wing, they did not know that Fang Zhao's contract was different from other artists. At first, his contract as a composer had been more restrictive, but after he had developed, Duan Qianji had had no choice but to change the terms in his new contract. Now, to her fullest extent, Duan Qianji was trying to keep him at Silver Wing. Duan Qianji had told Hong Lu before that Fang Zhao did not care much about wealth, but if you showed him sincerity, he would also return the good faith. "Just wait, and we will know the answer," Duan Qianji said. "Sigh, so anxious. Everyone has started to make their moves. Many of us at Yinzhou's military district wish to join the mix. The allure of Planet Baiji is just too great now. You also know that bloke Shanta is refusing to acknowledge anyone. He even ignores higher-ranking personnel, let alone me who is ranked lower than him. He isn't even replying when I use my family connections. Currently, Shanta had the entire planet under his control. Forcibly stepping in was difficult. Those people that had just been dispatched were connected to him. Shanta had kept himself hidden away well and had only appeared when this big fuss had started. He had endured so many years on Planet Baiji and had reckoned there were no prospects for development. Now that a chance had come, Shanta would surely hold on to Baiji till death. No matter what benefits were thrown his way, he would not be removed. There was a rumor in the military that Shanta would pick a few cooperative partners in each continent's military districts. That's why many parties were in an uproar. Hong Lu believed the saying that the pavilion closest to the water enjoyed moonlight first. Since Fang Zhao was an artist signed to his own wife's company, in times where Shanta was uncontactable, he could get information from Fang Zhao's side. However, Duan Qianji had preached patience, so all he could do was wait. He could only blame himself for not being close to Fang Zhao. Shanta was pleased with himself. He was grateful to all the people who had neglected Planet Baiji for so many years. The troops garrisoned at Planet Baiji were all his people. Those that were coming later might not be considered trusted aides, but were also on the same side. Now, all authority of speech in Planet Baiji was his. If those old heads in the top brass wanted to forcibly remove him, he would never yield. He had indeed decided to pick a few cooperative partners from each continent. In theory, it was picking out cooperative partners, but in reality, it was just pacifying all parties and stopping them from voicing dissent. The choices would not be made right away. He needed to arrange his own personnel first and maintain control over Baiji. Nobody else but him should even think about prying open the planet he defended. And when Shanta bragged, he had the tendency to make others dislike him. In the next live broadcast, Shanta even said, "Really thankful that the two exploratory spaceships Arcturus and Formalhaut did not accept Fang Zhao's kindness." Shanta had learned from Fang Zhao that when Fang Zhao had been submitting his applications, he had started applying to the most difficult vocations. If Arcturus and Formalhaut had not rejected Fang Zhao's request, he would never have come to Planet Baiji. Conveniently, Shanta also flaunted about how he had rejoiced when he had received Fang Zhao's application. Otherwise, he would be included among the people that were regretting today. As Shanta expected, after the Arcturus and Formalhaut received news about Planet Baiji, they were incessantly regretful. Furthermore, watching Shanta's smug manner, the commanders aboard those two spaceships felt like throwing up blood. Regrettable. Truly regrettable. First was Project Starlight, followed by Grade A Power Ore. How were they to have known that Fang Zhao, that little celebrity, could do so much? Regret was not just limited to the commanders of those two spaceships. Other planets toward the tail end of the development sequence were also contemplating. In the past, planet Baiji had been just like them, part of the impoverished family, and planets that were even more impoverished than Baiji or were placed further behind on the development scale had witnessed planet Baiji's overnight change in fortunes. Now, all these bases had the same line of thought. Should we get Fang Zhao to come over and take a walk around? After what had happened at Baiji, the alliance government gave instructions. Professional teams would bring along the latest models of equipment to a few planets to see whether there were others in a similar situation as Baiji. People unable to get a chance to invest in planet Baiji had their own plans. Even if the military did not have plans to assess, these people would create their own teams and rent apparatuses to make a gamble. But nobody could know for sure. Power ores were a peculiar thing. Instruments and machinery might not necessarily detect them and could be deceived. Previously, detection instruments that made use of sound waves had been unable to detect these ores, so nobody knew how Fang Zhao had managed to hear the position of the ore. Perhaps back then, those instruments had been outdated, or maybe there were other reasons. However, in principle, Fang Zhao was under the care of planet Baiji during his military service. If Shanta did not approve of it, nobody else could have Fang Zhao. On that day, when Fang Zhao returned to base, Shanta spoke to him in private and wanted to let his own medical team run a medical examination of Fang Zhao. Shanta had received news that, among the research team on the verge of arriving, there were some whose objective was Fang Zhao's ears. Shanta had decided that, should his own medical team discover any peculiar features in Fang Zhao's ears, Shanta would help him cover them up. If the situation became complicated, Shanta could make Fang Zhao stay on planet Baiji on the grounds of protecting him. Fang Zhao agreed to Shanta's suggestion of a medical examination. However, Shanta found the medical results very unexpected. Other than his 8th cranial nerve one being better developed than other people's, it seemed like there was nothing else strange or special. First, smell. Second, vision. Third, eye movement. Fourth, eye muscle. Fifth, facial sensations. Sixth, outward gaze. Seventh, facial expressions. Eighth, hearing. Ninth, taste. The 8th cranial nerve was also the hearing nerve. A doctor discovered that, at specific times, for example, when listening to particular sounds or music, Fang Zhao's nerves had a distinctly heightened awareness. The doctor said that this might be related to Fang Zhao's profession. Having obtained this result, Shanta could not tell whether to feel relaxed or sorry. On the contrary, Fang Zhao did not find this unexpected. Back when he had realized he might be different from other people, he had examined himself. There had been a number of examination equipments back at home. He had not discovered anything too peculiar. In addition, he had gone for another medical examination before his military service had started. Other than having a slightly higher rating, there was nothing extraordinary. Fang Zhao, since this is the case, why don't you return to the base and rest first? Those people would be arriving soon. Do you know the matter about the naming rights of the new element? Shanta asked. Yes. All right then. Go and think of a name. Once the detectors were upgraded, there would not be a need to trouble Fang Zhao. In the last 100 years, Fiery Bird's game consoles had already been developed to the 10th generation. For these sort of detectors, they had gone through close to 100 iterations, almost one upgrade per year. Anyone could see how much manpower and resources were put in given the fast-paced upgrades of these detector instruments. When the dispatched troops and research team arrived at Baiji base, Fang Zhao was in his room writing song scores. An old man with snow-white hair and kind eyes came looking for Fang Zhao. His name was Shika, a vice president of the Academy of Science HQ. He came personally to invite Fang Zhao over to the laboratory and discuss the new ore. There were more instruments and machinery in the experimental area. When Fang Zhao stepped into the ore analysis lab, he saw a few people wearing lab coats he had never seen before. Not all of them were mining engineers. One person's gaze was fixated on the display screen of an instrument, and he was mumbling to himself. He was watching it fanatically, as if it were his secret lover. Beautiful, so fascinating. Don't mind him. He is always like this when it comes to, or, Shika told Fang Zhao. On the display screen was a chart of the power ore's chemical breakdown. In it, a new element was shown, a metallic element previously thought to be impossible. Have there been a lot of new elements discovered since the new era began? Fang Zhao asked. Shika laughed. How could that be? As Fang Zhao did not understand this area, Shika patiently explained it to Fang Zhao. Every time a new element is discovered, it brings about an enormous number of possible technological changes. But new elements are not so easy to discover. Ever since the Academy of Science was founded, some new elements have been synthetically created, though these new elements only have a code but no name. Shika pointed at the diagram displayed on the screen and told Fang Zhao. Actually, this sort of element was synthesized in our institution in the past. However, it could only exist for a short time, and the difficulty of duplicating it was high. The experiment results were not recognized, so till now, it only has a code and has yet to get an official name. In the new era, humankind had discovered some new elements. Some were discovered on other planets while exploring the cosmos, while others were man-made. And of new elements that were acknowledged, there were only 2 found on other planets. One was an element that existed in grade A+ power ores, and the other was the newly discovered element found in grade A ores. This was also the reason the Academy of Science had mobilized such a task force. Its appearance here could be due to a certain period in this planet's history. Perhaps, during that period, certain exceptional conditions that are beyond human technology caused it to be created, leading to the stable condition of this sort of chemical compound. When Shika looked at the screen, his eyes seemed fanatical yet restrained, unlike those young scientists that were so caught up in their obsession. Noticing Fang Zhao seemingly pondering something, Shika asked, "What are your thoughts?" "Just had some inspiration, that's all," Fang Zhao replied. Remembering Fang Zhao's profession, Shika chuckled. Smiling, he asked, "According to customary practice, the first discoverer gets the naming rights. Have you thought of what to name it?" Shika thought to himself, if this young fellow suddenly decides to be immature and give a particular name full of individuality, he and the others would go all out to not permit it. "I have already thought of it," Fang Zhao replied. "Oh, that's good. Let's have a meeting to discuss." Shika notified his team, and together with Fang Zhao, they had a 2-hour-long meeting. Kevin Lin was not permitted to join the meeting and could only wait outside. After everything inside was settled, only then could he report the outcome. 2 hours later, Kevin Lin received the meeting's outcome. The newly discovered, or would be called Baiji, or, as of now, it was only found on planet Baiji. The new element was named Zeoium and had the chemical symbol ZH. Chapter 198, Why Don't You Come Farming With Me? The discovery of a new chemical element that had something to with energy or was bound to spark heated discussion in many fields. Articles and pieces in the mainstream press on the naming of the new element listed about a dozen people with naming rights. As the person who discovered the power ore, Fang Zhao had first naming rights and was ranked first. Members of the Academy of Science team that had just arrived on Baiji had made an offer to buy his naming rights, which Fang Zhao had rejected, but he had agreed to adding a list of advisors to the naming document. In accordance with Academy of Science guidelines, their personnel files would be marked with the honor of having contributed to the naming of the element ZH. Of course, given the amount of public scrutiny, it was hard to get away with landing naming contributor honors based on connections alone. In an age where information flowed freely and rapidly on the internet, even if that was what you wanted to attempt, you had to lay the proper groundwork. As such, the listed contributing namers mostly comprised genuine scientists, including the several lab technicians addicted to studying new elements Fang Zhao had met. That was why Fang Zhao hadn't rejected the idea of contributing namers offhand. He had already secured his interests as the first namer, not to mention that his discovery of a new power ore and a new element had been a stroke of luck. He'd had nothing to do with scientific research and hadn't produced any concrete results. So when it came to issues other than naming the new element, Fang Zhao decided to step aside and make way for the professionals. Little was known about the new element. There was scarcely any information about ZH in existing literature. As researchers made more progress, the science textbooks would fill with more details, but that would come later. What the general public cared about more for now was Fang Zhao and the new power ore. If only I were as lucky as Fang Zhao, maybe I could become famous overnight. What you're lacking isn't luck, but Fang Zhao's hearing. That is to say that the following line will be added to Fang Zhao's personnel file. Discoverer of the Baiji power ore and namer of the ZH element. Sounds pretty kick-ass. This is the first time I've seen a celebrity cause such an uproar while performing military service. If serving in the military generates this much buzz, then celebrities won't dodge the draft anymore. Typically, when they serve, they leverage their connections into a cushy assignment and disappear for a year. This is the first time a celebrity's service period has been so high profile from the very outset. That's because Fang Zhao was very lucky that his service period coincided with Project Starlight. He was the first celebrity to broadcast live during his military service, the first celebrity to discover a new power or on a live broadcast, and the first celebrity to discover a new element and name it. Speaking of which, will Fang Zhao keep broadcasting live from the mine? Probably. He is still completing his military service. After all, he won't enjoy as much leeway as the other four celebrities. People had to bust *SS during their service period. As a public figure, it was even harder to slack off. In any case, even if he played hooky in private, it was impossible for Fang Zhao to take things easy during his live broadcast every day. Meanwhile, while everyone was busy discussing the new power or the new element and related topics, Fang Zhao was holed up in his room, composing. Every conscript on the base had been given 3 days off, although they had to remain on base. It was a rare extended vacation for the conscripts. Typically, the conscripts worked every day, unless there was harsh weather. Now, not only did they have a 3-day vacation, the cafeteria was also serving better food. Now that Baiji base was more bustling, losing some of its doom and gloom of the past, the conscripts felt quite proud. They felt they had bragging rights for when they went home after completing their military service. We served on Baiji, all right. Have you heard of Baiji? The one designated as a high-priority planet for development? If they were assigned to the Baiji mining team after vacation, then they would have bragging rights for the rest of their lives. Teams of career soldiers and professional experts had already been assigned to the mine. No one else would be included before the higher-ups decided on a mining plan. The conscripts were the least likely additions, as they hailed from a wide range of backgrounds. Base command would definitely not let them butt in. They'd rather give all the conscripts time off. The base wasn't short on funds anymore. One word from Shanta, and folks would be scrambling to wire money over. Such a prime investment opportunity might even set off quite a bit of feuding and bickering. Fang Zhao was required to stay on base as well, for the time being. Even though he was the one who had discovered the Baiji power or Shanta had banned them from broadcasting live from the mine, which was now under curfew. Still, Shanta had extended many privileges to this key figure. Fang Zhao was allowed to roam around in many parts of the base, but he didn't wander much, instead spending most of his time composing in his dorm room. The process of discovering the Baiji power or had given him a great deal of inspiration. Old habits die hard. This was how Fang Zhao had survived the period of destruction. Back then, it hadn't been realistic to carry a notebook on him at all times, so he had simply remembered all his ideas. Not far away, Kevin Lin was listening to music while fidgeting with his feet. He was feeling cocky. His boss had already promised that he would be rewarded handsomely when he returned to Yenzhou. Besides a cash bonus, he would also enjoy many other perks. But Kevin Lin's mood soured when he thought of the several reporters for the military publication that had arrived on Baiji with a new batch of soldiers. They enjoyed better access than he did. Journalists like him were part military, part paparazzi, while the new arrivals were full-fledged soldiers and were trusted by Shanta and his staff. He could predict now that any scoops about the Baiji power or in the new element from now on would definitely come from them. Meanwhile, Kevin Lin would be left with scraps that the military reporters intentionally passed on. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't upset. Kevin Lin felt that he was at a major disadvantage. He had tried persuading Fang Zhao to lobby Shanta for more access, but unfortunately, Fang Zhao had ignored him. Kevin Lin snickered when he saw Fang Zhao sitting in front of his desk in a daze. Kevin Lin couldn't figure out what was going on in that kid's head all day. Not that he was a snob, but Kevin Lin had indeed looked down on Fang Zhao in the past, dismissing him as a young starlet who was mildly popular. He was nothing in the eyes of a seasoned journalist who had interviewed many big stars in government and military officials. Even Fang Zhao's looks irked Kevin Lin. If you weren't good-looking enough, you could make it up with a cool haircut. Yet Fang Zhao was a conscript, and conscripts were forced to get the standard crew cut. His hair had been trimmed down to the required length by a designated barber after he had arrived on base. Even though he had nice features and was far from ugly, his looks weren't as refined compared to the other four celebrities, And in addition to being good-looking, the other four had dedicated hairstylists who changed their hairdos every day. Thus, their ability to attract fans was formidable. Not to mention that the other celebs all had considerable track records built up over the years on top of their good looks. Their popularity was established. By contrast, it was understandable why folks didn't see much promise in Fang Zhao. Kevin Lin had never thought much of Fang Zhao either. Lo and behold, Fang Zhao had become a major sensation on the first day of his military service. But after spending some time with Fang Zhao, Kevin Lin could tell he was different from other mainstream celebrities. This was probably what folks called an artist's aura. Fang Zhao did look like an artist, somewhat. Yet as far as the live broadcasts were concerned, Kevin Lin couldn't count on Fang Zhao. There was a big story all right, but how would he cover it from here on out? He had to brainstorm. Should he try the lab on the base? If he couldn't get any updates from the mine, a few strands from the lab would do, but Kevin Lin shook his head and dismissed the idea quickly. Word had it that the labs studying the new power ore and the new element had already been upgraded to classified. It was unlikely he would get any access there. Fang Zhao seemed to enjoy great renown as the person who had discovered and named the new element, but in reality, he had little say on Baiji, or perhaps none at all. These were all empty laurels. Boy, what can we do? Kevin Lin sighed and glanced at Fang Zhao, who remained catatonic. He let out another sigh. Doesn't this kid understand the urgency of the situation? A visitor interrupted Kevin Lin's moping. Professor Fan? Kevin Lin was caught off guard. The visitor was a middle-aged man, someone from the Academy of Science headquarters who had arrived along with the fresh batch of soldiers. Kevin Lin had heard that Fan Lin was a botanist. Fan Lin was in his 90s, only middle-aged by new era standards, but he looked older than his contemporaries. He seemed to be aging prematurely. Fan Lin was from Muzhou. He had been a key figure behind the improvement of Muzhou crops. Now he worked at the Huangzhou Academy of Science. Fang Zhao had already put down his pen and gotten up. Professor Fan, am I interrupting? So you're composing? Not bad, not bad. Fan Lin had small eyes, so he winced whenever he smiled. Some folks gave the impression that they were up to something when they winced, but when Fan Lin smiled, he gave a very friendly vibe. Of course, the friendly act was just a facade. There were plenty of friendly people among the senior ranks of the Academy of Science HQ. All of them knew how to schmooze, but there was always a purpose behind their friendly demeanor, even if no harm was intended. Fang Zhao poured a glass of water and handed it to Fan Lin. You have something you want to discuss, esteemed guest? Even though Fang Zhao was older than Fan Lin in reality, his host body was in its early 20s. He had to extend the necessary niceties, not to mention that this was a scientist who had made major contributions to his field. Fang Zhao always held accomplished scientists like him in high regard. Fan Lin sat down, accepted the glass of water, and took a long slip before asking, You two have anything scheduled the next few days? Kevin Lin's heart leapt. He had been about to bail and give Fang Zhao and Fan Lin their privacy, but he halted when he heard this comment. Fan Lin had said, You too, and glanced at him. Fan Lin had no intention of kicking him out, so Kevin Lin reversed course and said, No, we're banned from the mine. We were just brainstorming what to do for our next live broadcast. So I heard. Fan Lin responded with a nod. Fang Zhao came in handy when the base didn't have the necessary equipment. Now, the most cutting-edge probes had been shipped over, and 3 upgraded versions at that. There was no use for Fang Zhao anymore. Even if he was hailed as Diding or Godly Ear, humans couldn't rival the efficiency of machines. They no longer need you to listen in the mines anymore. You also won't be allowed to keep mining anytime soon. A beaming Fan Lin looked at Fang Zhao. Mining is very boring. I suggest you not waste your time there. Why don't you come farming with me? Kevin Lin. As if farming is not boring. Kevin Lin hesitated. Compared to exploring a new mine, farming wasn't exactly a crowd pleaser. Chapter 199, Purely Natural Energy-Saving Lamp. Fan Lin asked Fang Zhao, Word is that you can hear sounds that normal people can't. Can you hear the sound of plants? The sound of flowers blooming, for example. Kevin Lin secretly cursed. So this old geezer is here to toy with us. The sound of flowers blooming? What bloody sound? What's wrong with his ears? I'm not that sensitive, Fang Zhao responded. My hearing is just slightly better than the average person. Locating the power, or was just pure luck? Fan Lin chuckled. Luck is a form of competence. He didn't press further, instead switching gears. You've never ventured beyond the base except for the mines, right? Right. Security was tight. The miners were bussed out together every day. They couldn't come and go as they pleased. Fan Lin got up and waved at Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin. Let's go. Let me show you some of the experimental fields. Kevin Lin glanced at Fang Zhao and responded with a smile only when he saw his roommate nod. We just happen to be free. Let's expand our horizons under your wise guidance. Can I start a live broadcast? Of course. Shoot as much as you want. You can shoot freely when we get to the experimental fields too. I'll do my best to cooperate, Fan Lin said as he led the way. Kevin Lin arched his eyebrows. Is this old geezer looking for free advertising? As far as he knew, most farming projects on foreign planets were related to food or medicine. Projects that were still in the experimental phase were normally kept secret. The fact that Fan Lin was letting them cover his project meant a product launch was imminent, or at least in the pipeline. The thought of a new food or medical product launching on his home planet got Kevin Lin excited. This was no grade A power or a new element, but at least it was news. Prof. Fan, you have an ongoing experimental project here. Kevin Lin was so excited that he asked a stupid question. Why else would this senior academic travel all the way to Baiji if he didn't have a project going on? He doesn't specialize in power ores. Yup, one of the lab technicians who arrived with you is attached to my project. Come to think of it, the project has been ongoing on Baiji for more than 30 years, Fan Lin responded. 30 years was long enough for an experiment to reach fruition, to reap the necessary technical know-how and complete risk assessment. A market launch was around the corner if there weren't any safety concerns to address. Kevin Lin got even more excited. Is it a food project? Or medical? Fang Zhao asked. Both. It's a fruit with high medicinal value. It wouldn't make sense to spend so much money, time, and manpower on an experimental plant on a foreign planet if it didn't have high medicinal value. We started with an experimental plot, but in the meantime, the plots on the base have been improved, so we'll start planting the fruit at scale here. If we're successful, maybe you'll see the first batch on store shelves by the time you go home next year. Fan Lin was beaming, his smile widening as he spoke. That's great timing. We can advertise the fruit for you first. Fan Lin wasn't shy about his intentions. Haha, I approached you guys exactly because of your exposure. Muzhou was the major food producer on their home planet, but many of their crops were not local species. More than half had been mixed with DNA from foreign plants, through crossbreeding or genetic engineering. There were also species that didn't thrive on their home planet and were cultivated on foreign planets. The crops that Fan Lin was growing on Baiji were genetically mixed. Half of their DNA was from the home planet and half was from Baiji. It did not grow well on the home planet, only on Baiji. Fan Lin led Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin to his lab to pack. Fan Lin's team had already started packing. Teacher, we're ready. We can give them a heads up, one of the lab technicians told Fan Lin. Fan Lin inspected the gathered equipment and nodded. Good. Contact the flying transport and get ready to head to the experimental plot. Oh, I almost forgot this. Fan Lin walked to a corner. I almost forgot to bring you. Fang Zhao glanced over and saw Fan Lin pick up a small water tank. And it was a white blob that resembled a rabbit, except it didn't have eyes, a nose, or any other facial features. Oh, is that a choppy hair? Is it one of the bigger ones? Kevin Lin was intrigued. The choppy hair he referred to was a type of pet sea slug. It looked like a white rabbit curled up together, its two ears floating about. The most common type of pet, choppy hair, was only about a finger's length long. The one in Fan Lin's water tank was the size of a human palm. If your hands were small, you wouldn't be able to cover it with one hand. See, slugs weren't well known in the old era, but they were quite common in the new era. Many organisms had gone extinct during the 100-year period of destruction, sea animals included, but lo and behold, this tiny organism that hadn't been on anyone's radar had proliferated in a major way during those 100 years. They had grown in size as well as numbers. Scientists who studied the period of destruction had hypothesized that the extinction of certain sea organisms had something to do with the rise of these small creatures. They were a major force behind the curing of many major diseases left over from the period of destruction. Sea slugs were the default lab animal for new era scientists when it came to studying mutation and disease because they were abundant in number and could reproduce quickly. They were also a hot commodity. Many researchers bred pet sea slugs of all sizes, shapes, and colors on the side when they conducted their experiments. Sea slugs were one of the most popular pets in the new era. Kevin Lin had a few pet sea slugs at home. They were even better looking than the one before him. New breeds that were quite big in size had also showed up on the market. They were no longer a rarity, but as far as choppy hairs were concerned, the blob before him was a bit large. Haha, this is not a purebred choppy hair. Fan Lin chuckled. It has half Baiji DNA. Fan Lin lifted his hand and tapped the water tank. Don't fall asleep. The sea slug's ears shivered, and its body started to glow. It's even brighter than a flashlight, Kevin Lin said. This is a purely natural energy-saving lamp, Fan Lin responded as he tossed a food capsule into the tank. Fang Zhao watched the blob lying in the tank extend its body slowly, open its mouth, ingest the capsule, and curl up again. I get antsy watching it. It's so slow, Kevin Lin said. Compared to his pet sea slugs, this one was turtle speed. But the advantage of the one before him was that it was a steady light source and was more practical. It's not very sensitive, because the little fella is resting. The water temperature is quite low, so it's not very active, Fan Lin said. Kevin Lin was puzzled. Why not warm it up? The pet sea slugs he kept at home were a bundle of energy. He loved watching those beautiful sea creatures swimming in his large water tank. Fan Lin pursed his lips. It's a big eater. This was a reason Kevin Lin couldn't argue against. We'll bring it so we have a light source in case the electricity supply at the experimental plot runs low. When electric grids went down or were unable to power lighting equipment, or when someone was venturing into an area where electric lighting was impractical, these natural light sources that glowed but didn't heat up were a good alternative. As Fan Lin had put it, it was 100% natural, energy-saving, and easy to breed. Sounds like a great species. Why don't you guys breed some more? I'm sure they would sell. Well, too, Kevin Lin said. I'm not an expert. From what the researchers who bred this one told me, they wanted to breed more too, but they ended up with only one in 30 years. Fan Lin turned to Fang Zhao and smiled. It's even older than you are. It actually lived this long? I heard that pet sea slugs live for at most a few years, 10 years max. Their life expectancy was supposedly even shorter in the old era, Kevin Lin said. Still, I'm a bit scared of animals with foreign planet DNA. You've watched too many sci-fi movies, haven't you? Fan Lin gave Kevin Lin a sideways glance, paused, then handed the water tank to Fang Zhao instead. Can you give me a hand? Don't be scared. It's harmless. Fang Zhao took the water tank and observed the rabbit as it seemed to go back to sleep. Harmless? Sea slugs had been able to multiply exponentially during the period of destruction. Even though they made for the most popular marine pets these days, you couldn't erase their track record of wanton killing in the ocean. Fang Zhao had once seen a group of sea slugs swallow a poisonous Portuguese man-of-war. Whether the sea slug DNA descended from the period of destruction inside the blob before him was harmless. Well, that depended on how it had been raised. But for now, it was still harmless. The food it was fed by the lab technicians wasn't too substantial. The experimental plot Fan Lin used was quite far from base, near outpost number 23. The research team set out for outpost number 23 with a military escort. After everyone boarded and all the lab equipment was loaded, the flying transport took off for outpost number 23. Kevin Lin wondered if Professor Fan had been thinking of using them all along. He wanted to discuss the upcoming live broadcast with Fang Zhao, but when he turned his head, he saw the composer teasing the blob in the water tank with feed. Forget it. When it comes to the live broadcast, I have to count on myself, the professional journalist. I can't rely on Fang Zhao. Chapter 200, Unpresentable. Planet Baiji's many outposts that were scattered across the planet formed an extensive monitoring system, capable of observing the entire planet's situation. Although it was not perfect yet, once Planet Baiji's position in the development sequence changed, Shanta would surely upgrade this monitoring system, perhaps by increasing the number of outposts or strengthening the construction of some outposts. Yesterday, Fang Zhao had also heard that Planet Baiji would start constructing a secondary base. In the past, they had been poor and did not have the means to construct one. Now, Shanta no longer needed to worry. The secondary base would definitely be on the agenda. Among all these outposts, There were some that were used purely as sentries and nothing else, but there were also some outposts that incorporated research projects and experimental areas due to the geography and environment of their area. Outpost 23 was one such example. According to Fan Lin, there was an experimental plot, but this experimental plot was not known to the public. Therefore, other than Baiji's base personnel, the general public had absolutely no idea that these experimental plots existed. Kevin Lin also knew that all this had been considered highly classified in the past. This time, the stuff in the experimental had borne results. According to Fan Lin, they were preparing to publicly announce it. Kevin Lin could count himself lucky for getting the chance to receive the news first. However, filming was slightly restricted at Outpost 23. Even en route to Outpost 23, Kevin Lin could only film a few scenes, and he stopped when they got close to Outpost 23. The Outpost's deployed site also could not be publicized. Having been here for a few days, he knew what he could and could not broadcast. Even if he secretly filmed and sent it to his editor to compile, it could not be released. Live broadcasting? If he were to broadcast anything that should not be broadcast, his professional career would come to an end and he would be thrown in jail. Fang Zhao looked at Outpost 23 from the flying transport. In the past, Outpost 23 had probably been a thick jungle, but the area had been cleared to set up the outpost, and the surroundings were all plots of land and defensive constructs. As a whole, Outpost 23 looked a miniature base. It was surrounded by tall fences and a defensive network at the top, separating the base from the dangers. Outside, from the air, plots of land that were fenced in could clearly be seen. En route, although Fan Lin had talked about the experimental plot, Fang Zhao had assumed it was just a single small plot. After all, it was only an outpost, not a base. But from what he saw, Fan Lin had been modest. Noticing Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin looking at the experimental plots below, a proud smile appeared on Fan Lin's face. He explained to them, these experimental plots were created by clearing and cultivating the area in the last 30 years. The military expenses used for this were around a few $100 million. Hearing this, they were speechless. From what Kevin Lin knew, a few $100 million was already an extremely big investment. That much in the last 30 years meant that tens of millions had been invested every year. Given that Planet Baiji used to be at the tail end of the development sequence, it was indeed a huge investment that was hard to come by. No wonder Baiji base personnel treated Fan Lin so well. Given that he had his own specialized team and flying transport, one look and they could tell it was not the first time. But could there be any returns from throwing such large amounts of money here? Kevin Lin was doubtful. On the contrary, Fan Lin was not at all worried about this. He had thrown all the research funding here and even coughed up quite a bit from his own pocket. Baiji base had only provided manpower, not money. He had also given the soldiers at the outpost who helped keep watch on the experimental plots some extra allowance. Of course, he was doing what he should. The outpost soldiers were happy to earn some extra income, and this was all approved. But as long as his items successfully hit the market, within 3 years, the investments could be recouped. The flying transport arrived at Outpost 23 and began descending to the parking space. When the cabin doors opened, Fang Zhao noticed a few people clad in full combat attire running over. The leading person of the group got on the flying transport and enthusiastically instructed the other outpost soldiers to help shift the things. Professor Fan, you have arrived. This time around, lots of things have been brought over. Seems like you will be in for a long stay on Planet Baiji this time. His eyes quickly scanned Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin. Not going out hunting today, small yin? Fan Lin jested. Cough. According to what you said, we have stringent restrictions for when to head out hunting. Instructions from above say that we aren't allowed to hunt wantonly. Above 3 times, and it is considered poaching. Also, we have a limit each time we hunt. Today we will just drink our nutritional dose. Yin Biao felt a little gloomy. Why did Professor Fan always pay attention to their hunts? Could it be that he wanted to catch their shortcomings? Only once had they accidentally stepped on a few experimental sprouts, and he remembered it even now. Back then, it had been a younger scientist stationed here. In the end, that scientist had turned around and complained to Fan Lin, who deducted some of their allowance. However, because Fan Lin's experimental program had brought about some benefits to their outpost, they had not bickered over it. Fan Lin did not care about what Yin Biao was thinking. He introduced Yin Biao to Fang Zhao. Small Fang, this is the outpost team leader, Captain Yin Biao. Small Yin, this is Fang Zhao, Project Starlight's representative and the one who discovered Baiji ore. The words had just left Fan Lin's mouth when all the other outpost team members who had come on board stopped what they were doing and looked toward Fang Zhao, as if they were taking the measure of a rare creature. Over at the outpost, their information was somewhat restricted. Other than orders from base, they were not able to hear any sounds from outside, let alone the situation online. Even when it came to Project Starlight, they only knew a little from the reports sent by their superiors. Every day, they could only view military news sent over by the base. They knew little about entertainment news and could only hear such things through word of mouth from the scientists here. However, a large portion of scientists did not pay attention to the entertainment circle. Even if a few certain popular stars stood in front of them, they would not recognize said stars. Actually, Project Starlight did not affect the outpost's people much. Everyone knew that. Conscripts would surely be deployed at the base. Here, they just had to go about their daily routine. However, all this had changed with the discovery of Baiji ore. Equipment at the outpost had been upgraded when the new batch of troops had arrived. Allocated supplies had also increased, and living conditions had improved a notch. How could they not know who this Fang Zhao person was? Yin Biao became even more passionate and much more cordial than he treated Fan Lin. Haha, it's an honor. Hi. Sorry bother you, Fang Zhao replied. No. You aren't a bother at all. Come to the outpost and take a rest first. Detsi, make some of, what's that fruit tea? Although he viewed Fang Zhao even more highly, Yin Biao also did not forget about Fan Lin. Professor Fan, you head inside for a rest first as well. I will help you move all the stuff to the laboratory. Fan Lin only shook his head, but he was not angry. All right, you guys continue moving the stuff. Be careful not to knock it over. I will take a look at the laboratory first. Heh, just relax. Yin Biao cheerfully directed his underlings to move the stuff. Kevin Lin drew close beside Fang Zhao and mumbled, "Do the people at the outpost seem a little different?" Fang Zhao looked at the members of the outpost team and replied, "They seem fine." Kevin Lin thought to himself, "Fine, my asterisk SS comparing them. The soldiers of the base were more proper." But thinking about it more, it made sense. Normally, there was no one managing the outpost. Here, Yin Biao was the highest ranked. From his boot-licking manner, it was obvious he wasn't a good person. However, Kevin Lin kept all these thoughts to himself. He would not say anything. Speaking out would bring down his own moral character. He was only a reporter. If he had any opinions, he needed to bring out the facts first. Without any truth or evidence, he could only think it. As they walked by the experimental plots, Kevin Lin glanced over at the side. "Professor Fan, where do you grow the arrow sunflowers that are about to hit the market?" "The 2 plots closest to the edge." Besides the 2 plots closest to the edge that were filled with flowers of diverse colors, the other 8 plots were all empty. "Nope, it's the opposite actually. Rather than those 2 plots, the other 8 are the ones," Fan Lin replied. Kevin Lin looked at the experimental plots, then turned back in disbelief. "Didn't you say that they have already been planted for 2 months, and you are just waiting for them to germinate? Those plots have nothing." "That's right. Nothing on top doesn't mean that it hasn't developed below ground. Now we are just waiting for it to sprout. According to our underground monitor's figures, they should start sprouting tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I would not have brought you here," Fan Lin replied. Kevin Lin stopped in his tracks. "What does that mean? Are we to stay here till tomorrow?" Fan Lin had, "How can you be so slow to realize that?" written all over his face. "That's right. You didn't say we would be spending the night here. You did not ask either." Kevin Lin. This professor was even better at being a scoundrel than himself. Fan Lin did not have plans to explain a great deal to Kevin Lin, and he took large strides toward the laboratory. Inside, there were other seeds that were being cultivated in culture media. Fan Lin reacted as though he was meeting them after a long period of separation. "Hey, my little sproutlings." His pitch became higher at the end of his sentence. Kevin Lin rubbed away the goose pimples on his arms, inclined his head, and said to Fang Zhao, "Is there something wrong with this guy? A 100-plus-year-old person, yet his pitch sounds like a kid's, and even my little sproutlings." However, Fan Lin's students were apparently used to Fan Lin's kitterish style and calmly installed equipment in the laboratory and gave reports on the figures. Kevin Lin fell silent. What was up with this bunch of people? Weren't they prim and proper at the base? Could it be because they were not on their home planet and were far away from the base and without any supervision that the soldiers did not seem like soldiers and the professor did not seem like a professor? Fang Zhao looked around the inside of the laboratory and then at Fan Lin, who was speaking to the small sprouts in the culture media. Laughing, he told Kevin Lin, "He might be old, but he is young at heart." It sounded like Fang Zhao rather admired Fan Lin. It seemed like the 100-plus-year-old Fan Lin acted even younger than a 20-plus-year-old person. As for Fan Lin duping them into staying overnight at the outpost, Fang Zhao had actually guessed it already. Looking at the water tank he was holding and noticing the rabbit starting to glow, Fang Zhao threw in another piece of food. "Fang Zhao, you too, come over quick. Look, isn't this adorable?" Fan Lin waved them over and impatiently picked up a small vial. Inside the culture medium was a green sprout with 2 leaves about a finger tall. "Kevin Lin, hee. I don't understand the tastes of your botanists." Fan Lin carefully placed the vial back into the cultivation case, then turned to face Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin. "Do you know when a plant is the most beautiful?" "When it is most beautiful. Naturally, that is when it blooms," Kevin Lin replied. Fan Lin laughed amiably, secretly feeling pleased at knowing the answer to this question. He had already prepared a bowl of chicken soup for the soul and loved to give youngsters this dose of chicken soup. Fan Lin glanced at Fang Zhao. "What about you, small Fang?" "When it germinates," Fang Zhao replied. Fan Lin, this bowl of chicken soup for the soul could not be used any longer. Chapter 201, Our Muzhou Blood. Fang Zhao had already said aloud the answer in Fan Lin's heart. Now, Fan Lin was no longer able to preach about it. However, he reacted quickly and did not show any awkwardness, instead just laughing heartily. "That's right. You think exactly the same as me. I most love watching them germinate. It is really vivacious, especially those arrow sunflowers. Tomorrow morning, you guys will be able to see it." However, before that, Fan Lin made Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin follow them over to the experimental plots. "Don't you people want a live stream? We can start." "Fang Zhao, there is some equipment for hammering the ground over on that side. We have to do some work on the land." Kevin Lin stamped on the ground. The ground had been hammered before, and it was especially hard. It was difficult for Kevin Lin to imagine planting anything here. He found it hard to believe. Is there really stuff planted underneath? Of course. Otherwise, why would I have called you guys over? They have been planted for 2 months already. If it were other crops, the seeds might have rotted in the earth, but arrow sunflowers are different. Just wait and see. The monitored data underground is normal, and they will be able to germinate tomorrow. These 2 months, the seeds underground have already swelled up to many times their original size. What was the best way to ensure a plant's growth? They had accumulated 30 years' worth of experience growing arrow sunflowers. Till now, at this experimental plot, they had gone through over 20 generations of arrow sunflowers. As Fan Lin explained to Kevin Lin about this hybrid species, Fang Zhao had already dragged a sledgehammer out from the case beside the experimental plot. It felt heavy in his hands, but just like the pickaxe in the mining tunnel, it had propulsion appliances installed on it. It might be slightly heavy, but once the appliances were enabled and the hammer was being used, it would get much easier. Kevin Lin coordinated with Fang Zhao and turned on the live broadcast. Kevin Lin had originally looked a little gloomy, but he put on a warm smile in a flash. "Greetings, everyone. The place I am at is the Academy of Science HQ's Professor Fan Lin's experimental plot on planet Baiji." He gave a brief introduction of the surrounding terrain, but did not mention which outpost it was, nor did he film anything else. All he filmed was the experimental plot's piece of land. Therefore, audiences did not know the location of this experimental plot on planet Baiji. But online audiences' main focus was not on the outpost. As they watched the scene displayed, they felt puzzled. What is going to be broadcast today? Why is it that all I see is a plot of flat land? Don't tell me they are going to broadcast people eating soil, someone joked. What can even grow in such hard ground? Do you think I have never planted flowers? Fan Lin? That name sounds familiar. You don't say? Of course he is familiar. Every one of us in Muzhou knows him. Upon hearing the name Fan Lin, audiences in Muzhou could not help but sit up straight and pay attention. Quick-witted people had already guessed that maybe some important new product was going to hit the markets. In the live broadcast, Fan Lin introduced a new species that had been cultivated in his laboratory, the arrow sunflower. This sort of herb has an annual life cycle. 30 years ago, my laboratory had already bred it. Half of its genes are from our home planet, and the other half from Baiji. In these 30 years, we have been experimenting and improving it. Fan Lin also spoke about the benefits of this new species. It provided lots of multivitamins and could help in resisting illnesses. This species could be used as food in cooking, medicine, and even military affairs. Many online audiences were skeptical. Is that true? So many benefits? He's bragging, right? Don't they just love to brag about their own stuff and, after that, suck money from consumers? Nonsense. Take a look at who is talking. That is Fan Lin. Perhaps he might not be so reputable in other continents, but everybody in Muzhou knows him. In Muzhou, the name Fan Lin was a gold-plated signboard. The overwhelming majority of crops used by Muzhou farm owners all came from Fan Lin's laboratory. For example, a couple of years ago, there was a type of fruit that had become popular. When farm owners went to purchase seeds, they always looked at the laboratory that bred the seeds. There were certain names that nobody would doubt regarding safety issues, and Fan Lin's laboratory was one such name. Someone made a list of various fruits, vegetables, grains, and food products that had been produced by Fan Lin's laboratory. Even without this list, just doing a search online would show how awesome Fan Lin's laboratory was. However, although Fan Lin did not say much, those that understood could guess that once this product hit the markets, it would probably be a high-end one. When others in the same industry as Fan Lin received the news, they immediately switched over to Channel S5. Without saying anything, Fan Lin has actually gone to Planet Baiji. Seems like it is indeed hallowed ground. The soil is definitely good, otherwise Fan Lin would not have even given it a glance. That means that Fan Lin had already invested in Planet Baiji early on. 30 years ago, Planet Baiji's land was dirt cheap. I think a 100-year lease contract cost about 100,000. Maybe 50,000 was enough. Renting the land then was just a steal. Now, if you don't have millions, you can forget about the idea. And even if you do, there are thorough investigations, and Planet Baiji's side might not even approve of it. In the past, getting a piece of land on Baiji to build a laboratory had been very easy. Baiji Base would surely have given a lot of leeway as long as it was not overboard, as they had wanted to attract more people. But now, applying for even a small plot of land was especially hard, and there was still the stingy Shanta there. Makes me green with envy. His luck is really good. Straight away applying for 100 years of usage rights. Now, only 30 years have passed. If we compare to the past, we would definitely be losing out, but if we want to apply for an experimental plot on Planet Baiji, we still have to do it fast. If we wait till Baiji slowly becomes even more developed, at that time, even if we wish for it, it will be really hard to get land. Is that fella Fan Lin flaunting? With that much land, even if his research on Baiji concludes and he no longer cultivate crops there, when he leaves the place, he can also earn a huge sum. Fan Lin's live broadcast this time around indeed gave rise to much envy, admiration, and hatred from others within the same industry. It also made many people think about staking a claim on Planet Baiji. To the contrary, Muzhou's other farm owners had started thinking how great it would be if they could grow this crop in Muzhou. Even if it could not be grown in Muzhou, the Muzhou people could take charge of exporting it. When it came to the processing of fruits, vegetables, and fresh produce, Muzhou was the best in the world, and they had many advantages. As the agricultural continent, for all Muzhou farm owners, this had an even bigger appeal than the discovery of grade A power ore. After all, they relied on the land for agricultural produce to make a living. Everyone could see that Fan Lin had borrowed Channel S5 to make an early announcement of the new product his own laboratory had created. In comparison, Channel S5's resident celebrity Fang Zhao had even less presence than Kevin Lin. At least Kevin Lin was beside Fan Lin, controlling the filming, and he could ask Fan Lin some questions. Fang Zhao just silently stood to the side, hammering away and not interrupting. Fan Lin walked around the plot and stopped. Stamping on the ground twice, he said, "Fang Zhao, here, this spot requires another 2 knocks." Fang Zhao did not say much, just lifting the sledgehammer and hammering twice on the spot Fan Lin had pointed out. Here, gently. Hey, that's too gentle. Fan Lin directed Fang Zhao to hammer at different spots. Noticing his enthusiasm in directing Fang Zhao, Kevin Lin could not help but ask, aren't there machines to do this job? Although Kevin Lin wished to tell the audience during this broadcast that even if Fang Zhao was not mining in the tunnels, he was hammering the ground in the experimental plots and was not slacking off, he still raised questions that answered the doubts of the audience. The reason why machines could not be used when mining was that many instruments would not be precise enough and were unusable. Therefore, manpower was needed. But why did the job of hammering the ground at the experimental plot require manpower to complete? As for this question, Fan Lin did not avoid it. Why use machines when there is manpower available? Kevin Lin, why do you sound so self-confident? Those not in the know would even think that. Fan Lin was deliberately making things difficult for Fang Zhao. Do you know how much force seeds exert when they germinate? Fan Lin suddenly asked. Kevin Lin's mind stopped wandering and replied, I read something related to this before. It said that when a seed germinates, it has the strength to split rocks. That saying is indeed correct. However, although it sounds strong, it is not something that can be done momentarily. It is a slow process. Arrow sunflowers are different, though. The process of their germination is compressed to within a very short period. During that brief moment, it produces an explosive force that is rather astonishing. Tomorrow at daybreak, you will get to see them germinate. When he talked about results that he himself had so painstakingly cultivated, Fan Lin's eyes were glowing. At the same time, he was telling online audiences that what he wanted to show everyone would happen tomorrow morning. Fang Zhao spent half the day busy at work in the experimental plot. Kevin Lin felt tired just watching him. The dull thuds that rang out were real as could be and were not just for show. Although the hammering equipment had propulsion applications on it, Fang Zhao still needed to use his own strength. And from the start of the live broadcast till after the broadcast ended, Fang Zhao's attitude was always the same. He did not just skive off just because the broadcast was turned off. Although Fan Lin kept instructing Fang Zhao on where to hammer, he knew that as long as the little fellow asked for a break, he would not object to it. He was very satisfied with Fang Zhao's performance. Unlike certain little celebrities that had a completely different attitude on screen and off screen. Thus, Fan Lin did not say much. He just wanted to see how long Fang Zhao could persevere. On the contrary, as Fang Zhao continued hammering away at each experimental plot and was about to reaching the 8th plot, not only Kevin Lin, even Fan Lin was feeling tired. However, Fang Zhao still seemed to be rather relaxed. He was only covered in a layer of thin sweat, but he was not panting as he continued hammering away at the 8th plot effortlessly. Fan Lin looked at Fang Zhao, who was helping him hammer the land, and was pleased. It feels like this little fella has our Muzhou blood in him. Muzhou people's farm work was very impressive. On average, their constitutions were also stronger. Even many large farm owners that seemed to live like kings were stronger than people of other continents when it came to standing in their fields. There is no need for wishful thinking. I have seen Fang Zhao's file. His previous 3 generations are all Yinzhou people, Kevin Lin said. Fan Lin did not care about what Kevin Lin said. He was just lamenting and thinking to himself how he could go about talking to Shanta to get Fang Zhao to transfer over here for his military service. Although he had only wished to borrow Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin's live broadcast to publicize his own laboratory results, today he had witnessed Fang Zhao's character. If Fang Zhao had changed his attitude and slacked off after the live broadcast, Fan Lin would not have had any other thoughts and would have sent him back to base after the next day's objectives were met. But now he had changed his mind. He wished to keep Fang Zhao at Outpost 23 and help this old man with his farm work. Chapter 202, Breaking Through the Soil. Although they all had their nutritional dose and some compressed food, the people of Outpost 23 treated Fan Lin, Fang Zhao, and Kevin Lin well. They brought out some of their stockpiled food from their hunts to receive their guests. The outpost was not as big as the base, and conditions were limited. Each room in the outpost was 10 square meters, and there were 2 people to a room. At night, Kevin Lin laid down in his bed, tired out from an entire day. He had covered a lot of ground today. When looking down at the experimental plots from the flying transport, they did not look very big. Only when walking around inside had he known how exhausting it was. Walking up and down and dealing with all sorts of questions from Fan Lin had been tiring indeed. The outpost rooms had a sort of cold metallic feel, just like a prison cell. Bases everywhere had similar conditions, but at least the rooms in the base were slightly larger and had more furnishings. Kevin Lin thought to himself, at least we are returning to base the next day. Enduring a night is not so hard. Writing in your diary again, Fang Zhao? Kevin Lin asked as he noticed Fang Zhao jotting down stuff in that familiar notebook. He had gotten the hang of Fang Zhao's habits. Every day, Fang Zhao wrote down some stuff in that notebook. Fang Zhao had said they were song scores, but as Kevin Lin did not understand them, he just treated it as Fang Zhao writing in his diary. Mmchem, you had to sleep first. I still have some stuff to write down. Fang Zhao was writing down the inspiration he had gotten today from the scenery of this planet's mountains and forests en route to the base, and the inspiration he had gotten when hammering the ground. These were just enough for a small portion, not an entire song. But as time passed, maybe on a certain day or at a certain juncture, he might create a completed song. Before Fang Zhao had enlisted for his military service, he had been called over by old Xue Jing for a chat. This year, the old artist would embark on another global lecture tour, but as Fang Zhao was undergoing military service, he wouldn't be able to participate this time around. Xue Jing had advised Fang Zhao not to waste the bits and scraps of inspiration he got during his military service. Although Fang Zhao was only 20 plus, he was considered rather young in the new era. In composition circles, he was also considered relatively young, but there were people in other continents that were even younger and had done their own concerts. Xue Jing hoped that Fang Zhao would not take it easy. To gain more recognition in the industry, you still have to go through some traditional methods and raise your artistic value. For example, according to old customs, do a concert. You can disagree with these old customs and feel that they are too rigid, but only those standing at the apex have the right to challenge these customs. For now, it's best to follow these old customs. Xue Jing had then advised Fang Zhao that it was best if Fang Zhao could organize his own concert within the next 10 years. This sort of concert could not be comparable to all those other commercial concerts, and he would need to provide his own quality works. Thus, Xue Jing hoped that even if Fang Zhao was undergoing his military service, he would not forget his own profession. Inspiration was a strange phenomenon. When one let inspiration slip by, it would be difficult to get another chance to grab it again. Fang Zhao took Xue Jing's advice to heart. Even if Xue Jing had not said so, Fang Zhao would have kept his old habits and recorded down any inspiration he got in his daily life. The conditions were tough during the period of destruction, but now that he had such great opportunities, he needed to grasp every single bit that passed by. Fang Zhao also wished to organize a concert, but he would need to painstakingly search for so-called art techniques, and he could only follow where his own inspiration took him. Kevin Lin had no way of knowing what Fang Zhao was thinking, but he was already tired. All right, you continue writing. I'll sleep first. Wake me up tomorrow. Fan Lin says we have to get up early to watch the seeds germinate. If we miss it, we will have to wait another year and would have come for nothing. All right, head to sleep first. Fang Zhao turned off the lights to the room and then picked up a piece of food, threw it into the water tank, and tapped the glass lightly. The light produced by the rabbit inside the tank was like a flashlight. It lit up the small room. Fang Zhao had specially gotten this rabbit from Fan Lin. This little creature might seem sluggish, but it was actually full of vitality. If he threw a piece of food in, it would glow for a few minutes. The more food thrown in, the longer it glowed. Fan Lin had said the duration it glowed for was dependent on its mood. The more food thrown in when it was in a good mood, the longer it would glow for, but if it was in a bad mood, it would not glow no matter how much food was thrown in. Fang Zhao took a shirt and wrapped it around one side of the tank to prevent the light from shining on Kevin Lin. Watching the rabbit in the tank slowly chomp on its food, he arranged his thoughts and continued writing the uncompleted tune. After that, he amended the front portion. By the time Fang Zhao closed his notebook, Kevin Lin was already snoring. It seemed like the rabbit within the water tank was in quite a good mood. Fang Zhao did not know whether it was because he had been fed a lot or because it found its new environment exciting, as it had not extinguished at all. Fang Zhao gently knocked against the tank wall, and the light slowly faded till it was all black. Early the next morning, Fang Zhao received Fan Lin's call. Get up and head to the experimental plot. Don't laze in bed. Remember to bring the camera and make sure there is sufficient battery. Fan Lin urged. Kevin Lin was slightly dazed when he was woken up by Fang Zhao, as if he did not know where he was. After a while, he got up and followed behind Fang Zhao while yawning as they walked toward the experimental plot. Kevin yawned again as he spoke. It's still dark. What are we going to do so early in the morning? Squat and wait for it to germinate. You wouldn't get to see anything if we waited till daylight. I'm not kidding. Fan Lin did not pay much attention to Kevin Lin. He was directing a few scientists that were running around both inside and outside, who were busy measuring something. All the soldiers at the outpost were also up, even if they were not on duty. How is my hairstyle today? You, wipe away your eye wax. *T. I forgot to shave. Should I head back to shave first? Forget it. What would I do if I missed it? I'm so nervous. I just shaved my head a few days ago. I wonder if my family can recognize me. The people at the outpost had all woken up early just to show their faces in the live broadcast. They had been unable to appear in the previous day's live broadcast. Today, Fan Lin had said they would be given a chance to appear in the background. However, the outpost's team leader, Yin Biao, had decided not to appear on screen. Given the restrictions of his rank and official position, to be safe, he could only stand outside the filming area. Fang Zhao glanced at the few outpost members. Their tough-as-nails manner was full of vigor. Even those that seemed smaller or skinny hid an extremely explosive strength. These were the troops garrisoned on bases on foreign planets. They were different from soldiers at the military districts of every continent who had never experienced battles. Fan Lin took a look at the underground readings, then looked at the weather before telling Kevin Lin, "We can start the live broadcast." Wait a minute. I nearly forgot about the masks. Two scientists carried a box over and distributed the masks inside to everyone. Outpost members standing behind. Can we be recognized if we wear a mask? Do we have to put it on? An outpost member asked. You can choose not to wear it, but I'm not responsible if anything happens to you, Fan Lin replied. Everyone in the outpost was at a momentary loss, but they still put on the masks. At the side, Yin Biao, who could not appear on screen, had been feeling a little gloomy, but now he felt slightly better. Fang Zhao put on the mask and breathed in some of the filtered air. His eyes were also separated from the external air by a transparent shield. This offers too much protection. We aren't even in the mines, just filtering the air would do. Do we really need to cover our eyes? Kevin Lin grumbled. It burns the eyes, Fan Lin replied. Furthermore, the mask prevents allergies. Everyone's constitution is different. You might be affected even if others aren't. This is just an added precaution, given your small physique. TSK. Fan Lin's tone was only missing the word loser. Kevin Lin was unconvinced. What about me? You aren't much better than me with your old body. He could not compare with Fang Zhao, sure, but he couldn't compare with Fan Lin, who was approaching old age. Fan Lin did not say anything and only laughed. After that, he lifted up his shirt, revealing his chiseled 8-pack abs. Kevin Lin. He went numb. I also do farm work. Fan Lin's manner was like educating the younger generation. Young man, train yourself more. Do not waste the genes your ancestors passed down to you. They were all descendants of people from the founding era. It was reasonable to say that there were none with especially weak physiques, but even the best genes were unable to withstand generation by generation of wastage. Kevin Lin's type was the result of those that seldom trained physically and were reliant on machinery. Summarized in a sentence, they were just lazy. Kevin Lin showed that he did not wish to continue talking to Fan Lin. He turned on the live broadcast and communicated with the audience. Some streaks of daylight had started to appear. Even if lighting was not used, the surroundings of the experimental plot could be seen. Online audiences were puzzled. What sort of battle array is this? Why do they need to wear masks to watch seeds germinate? Wasn't it said they would be watching seeds germinate? This looks more like they are preparing for a gas attack. Kevin Lin explained to audiences the reason they were wearing masks that Fan Lin had told him earlier. Glancing at Fan Lin, he realized that Fan Lin was not coming over to take over, so Kevin Lin cheerfully continued talking to the audiences online. 1 minute passed. 10 minutes passed. 15 minutes. Kevin Lin could not go on talking. Online audiences had started to get impatient. Some said they were going to play a game first. Others said they would visit the washroom. Kevin Lin looked to Fan Lin, trying to get an explanation. Hadn't he said that they would be germinating shortly? 15 minutes had already passed, but nothing had happened. Are you teasing us? We are wasting live broadcast time. On the contrary, Fan Lin was not anxious. Keeping his eye on readings displayed on a circular device in his hand, he calmly said, "Almost there." Fan Lin's tone had just dropped when Fang Zhao raised his eyes to look at the experimental plot and said, "It's here." "What's here?" What did Fang Zhao hear again? Boom. Crack. Cracking sounds suddenly rang out, as if a blunt tool was being used to split open a wall. Boom crack. Boom crack. Boom crack. Boom crack. Loud sounds echoed out from every experimental plot in succession. A split appeared in the ground that had been hammered flat. White arrow shapes emerged from the cracks. It was as if time was running at extra speed. It was as if the sprouts were self-aware, forming two leaves in the blink of an eye and inching their way toward the rays of lights from the horizon. The originally bald ground, in a few breaths, had transformed and was now covered by a layer of young and tender sprouts. Fang Zhao watched the entire scene of the plants splitting the earth and sprouting without blinking. It was as if he had watched musical notes being illuminated one after another. It had gone from dull to dazzling, spinning and connecting to form an electric arc and reaching into every nook and cranny of his body. Many times, one might endure a dull and ordinary beginning, but all one needed was a little patience, to wait for the moment where it impetuously explodes and blossoms. Such was the power of life. Chapter 203, Transfer Over. The sky gradually became brighter. The field of view had already become very clear. Online audiences watching the large green area of young sprouts displayed on the screen could not help but feel like they had witnessed an unbelievable miracle. Were there really no special effects used? I just looked at the time. It really has only been 5 minutes. Otherwise, I would have thought that a few days had passed. The F***CK? I just went to the washroom. How did it become like this? Me too. I went to order some takeout, and when I returned to the broadcast, everything had changed. Brothers who have missed it can watch the video replay. How is that the same? The purpose of watching the live broadcast is to see those images at the first possible time. Replaying the video can no longer be considered a live broadcast. One will always feel a sense of lagging behind. But even if they were regretting, they could only watch the replay. There was no way time could be turned back. A missed opportunity could never be gotten back. In front of the experimental plot, Kevin Lin was at a momentary loss for words. He curiously looked at the little sprouts that had broken through the soil in a flash, trying to see if there was anything special about them. He really did not understand it, and so he did not speak much. Kevin Lin turned to Fan Lin. "Professor Fan, could you present a little?" Fan Lin looked at the readings on the circular device and removed his mask. "We don't have to wear the masks now." The group of over 10 soldiers in the background hurriedly took off their masks and put on serious faces that they thought were the most cool. Their faces were calm, but their hearts were screaming with joy. Finally, we can appear on screen. One of the reasons I gave them the name Arrow Sunflower is because the process of germination is compressed into a very short period of time, like an arrow being shot out. You all saw it for yourselves. The process happens very quickly. Blink and you will notice a sprout has appeared. However, during its germination process, a few gases are released. Some have a scent, while others are odorless. But some of these gases can irritate the human body. If we do not put on masks, in serious cases, it can lead to shock. As Fan Lin was speaking, a short distance away from the experimental plot, an outpost member came out from inside the outpost and scanned the area before running over to Yin Biao. The outpost soldier who had been about to give a report was given a scare when he noticed Yin Biao wiping away tears. Captain, are you okay?" Who was Yin Biao? He was Outpost 23's team leader and captain and had experienced much fighting. But this iron-blooded man actually had tears streaming down his face. What exactly had he gone through? Was he moved, or was he heartbroken? Yin Biao drew back the corner of his mouth. "My eyes are burning. It stings." He also had not expected to be affected while standing so far away. A while ago, his eyes had suddenly felt a stinging pain. Then his tears had started flowing uncontrollably. It was as if someone had thrown a tear gas grenade over. Now he was feeling much better. Yin Biao rubbed his eyes and asked the outpost soldier, "What is it?" Message from the base telling every outpost to maintain the recent high alert and not goof off. Report to superiors should there be any unusual situations. Didn't they mention this yesterday? It's being emphasized again today. Yin Biao knit his brows. Got it. It seemed like the discovery of Planet Baiji's Grade A or had attracted a lot of attention. That outpost soldier did not leave immediately after delivering his report, instead stretching his neck to look over at the experimental plot. Is that the little celebrity that came to our base for his military service? He looks rather average, not as good-looking as me. He had not gotten to see Fang Zhao yesterday, but after seeing Fang Zhao now, he felt a little disappointed. There are many people who are good-looking, but that fellow is popular. I hear he is very good at games, Yin Biao replied. I'm very good at gaming too. When I was younger, I took part in primary-level esports competitions, and I received awards, that outpost soldier jested. I heard he can detect the position of, or just through listening. Oh, just now, when the seeds were germinating, he also heard that too. I feel that his ears are even more effective than the device Fan Lin has in his hands. Yin Biao recalled the moment when Fang Zhao had called out just before the arrow sunflowers had sprouted and felt that it was really mystical. To think a person's hearing ability could achieve that sort of level. When he had been young, he had watched a variety program that had talked about people with supernatural powers, but they had been denounced afterward, as the news had exposed some dirty tricks. Only then had he known they had all been swindlers. Thus, when he had heard about Fang Zhao's situation, he had still maintained a skeptical attitude until just now. That awesome? The outpost soldier asked. I only believe what I see. Yin Biao noticed that outpost soldier's gaze kept stopping at the experimental plot area and knew what the soldier was thinking. You want to appear in the background? Hee, I did have that idea. It's almost been 2 years since I last went home. The outpost soldier scratched his head, embarrassed. If he had not had that idea, he could have relayed the base orders through the comms device. Personally running out was to see whether he would have a chance to show his face. He was just a little soldier without any presence. Unlike Yin Biao, it was all right for him to appear on screen. Yin Biao chided that soldier and gave him a little kick. Still playing mind games with me. I just knew you had that sort of idea. Go on, then. Whether you can steal a spot in front of the camera is all up to your own ability. Heh, got it. The outpost soldier stealthily ran over to that side. Yin Biao glanced at Fang Zhao over at the experimental plot and couldn't help but click his tongue. Tisk. He really did not know how that fellow Fang Zhao had become famous. Fang Zhao did not look particularly eye-catching and did not seem to have much original presence. At this time, it was entirely Fan Lin and Kevin Lin standing in front of the camera and conversing. That little fellow totally did not know how to steal the spotlight and was actually holding on to his paperback notebook and squatting over at the side while scribbling something. Could that be an unconventional way of acting cool? Yin Biao shook his head. He had no idea what went through the minds of these sorts of celebrities. Yin Biao gave a muted sigh. However, we really do have to thank him. Planet Baiji's position in the development sequence had started to move forward. In the future, there would definitely be more troops. Yin Biao had been guarding Outpost 23 for so long. It was probably time for him to get promoted too. When he thought about this, Yin Biao could not help but laugh. He knew that he would be able to get promoted soon. He was really grateful to Fang Zhao. If not for Fang Zhao discovering Baiji or so quickly, their facilities would not have been upgraded and manpower at the base would not have been increased so quickly. His rank now was captain, and if everything went smoothly, within the year, he could surely rise to the rank of major. Even if he was discharged from the military in the future, his discharge fee would not be little. Over at the experimental plot, Kevin Lin and Fan Lin were taking turns asking and answering questions. The two coordinated very well. After continuously going through a few questions, Kevin Lin remembered Fang Zhao. Looking over, he saw Fang Zhao holding onto that familiar notebook. Seems like Fang Zhao realized something and is busy composing again. This was considered an explanation by Kevin Lin, telling the online audiences that Fang Zhao was not skiving off, but rather was finding the time to compose new tunes. If Kevin Lin had not mentioned it, many people would have forgotten about Fang Zhao's composition background. However, some online audiences had some doubts. Why did he say again? Is inspiration that easy to get? Some people lamented Fang Zhao's spirit in persevering with composing during his military service, but there were also some who said Fang Zhao was showing off. Whatever others said, Fang Zhao could not see or hear it. Even if he could hear it, he did not care at all. He was just jotting down all the inspiration that had flashed through his mind as he witnessed the scene of arrow sunflowers germinating. After he was done, he closed the notebook and kept it before once again working the land. He listened to Fan Lin's instructions and moderately sprayed the ground with water. "All right, Fang Zhao, I wish to transfer you over from the base. In the future, you can stay at Outpost 23 and undergo your military service here. What do you think?" Fan Lin asked. At this time, Kevin Lin had already shut off the live broadcast. Hearing Fan Lin's words, he nearly jumped. "Transfer. Over here." Kevin Lin was unwilling. The conditions at the outpost were much worse than the base. Fan Lin unhurriedly explained his analysis. "Do you guys still wish to return to the mines and film? It is better over here. You can film the flowers and grass. What can you film over at the base? You guys can't enter the mines right now, and even if you get allocated there, the base will not allow you to do a live broadcast in the mines. Could grade A power or and grade A- ones be the same? There would be even higher confidentiality when it came to extracting and mining. For example, the quantity excavated every day, the quality, and so on. At this moment, this information could not be public knowledge, so even if they went over, they would not be able to get information from that side. Not only them, even those newly dispatched military reporters had no way of knowing. Kevin Lin understood Fan Lin's opinion. Transferring over would make it easier to operate compared to the base, but the living conditions were slightly worse. Fan Lin looked over. "If Fang Zhao agrees, I can speak with Shanta and change your military service allocation over from mining to here." "I guess I will just have to trouble you for that," Fang Zhao replied. "Ha ha ha. No trouble at all. Don't worry. You will find working here more meaningful than mining, planting flowers and growing grass. And you can also follow the outpost team on their hunts and try some wild flavors. How great is that? It's much tastier than that compressed food." Fan Lin laughed heartily. In his heart, he pondered. Later, when he got back, he would discuss this matter with Shanta. After all, Fang Zhao was a member of Project Starlight and was different than other conscripts. The procedures would certainly be more inconvenient, and he needed to give prior notice. Kevin Lin saw Fang Zhao agreeing. Furthermore, what Fan Lin had said had aroused him. Although the accommodations at the base were slightly better, there were more restrictions. The outpost was different. There would be more freedom, and the things that could be filmed were more abundant. Looking at the benefits, this place was indeed better than the base. But since they would be moving over, he needed to return back to the base to pack his belongings. During the noon break, after they returned to the room, Kevin Lin gave a call to the base, wishing to request a flying transport come over and fetch them. The team and flying transport that had brought them over had already returned to base. Unfortunately, the request was not successful. They are temporarily unable to dispatch any unnecessary flying transports over. We have to wait who knows how long. So many flying transports, and they can't dispatch one to come and fetch us? Surely Fan Lin had a hand in that. Kevin Lin angrily exclaimed. People with the Fan family name are all too sinister. Fang Zhao spoke as he threw food into the water tank. Perhaps there are real missions on their side. I heard from the outpost captain that they are on high alert everywhere. The flying transports might be dispatched on missions. Actually, since Baiji or was discovered, it has been very hard to request flying transports. That time when Professor Fan got one was because he had collaborated with the base for a long time and has special privileges. That is why I just said Fan Lin is sinister. He had the idea of bringing us over here to advertise for him all along. Chapter 204, Showing Off Gunplay? Kevin Lin still couldn't secure a flying transport from the main base the next 2 days. He didn't want to beg Fan Lin for help either. In any event, he did enjoy much more freedom at the outpost, and he was fed adequate food and drink. It felt nice to be pampered by the soldiers at the outpost. Even though Kevin Lin still be *ched in front of Fang Zhao, he had grown more and more attached to the outpost. The reason he kept applying for a flying transport was that he wanted to collect his things from base. Fang Zhao's assignment had been officially switched to the outpost. His daily workload was recorded on his personnel file, and the person responsible for evaluating him was Fan Lin. Digging up soil, dispensing fertilizer, setting up protective fencing, and so on. These tasks were handled by Fang Zhao and two other lab technicians. Fan Lin sometimes worked in the fields too, even though there were already 3 or 4 people working the plot. Breaking down their productivity, Fang Zhao accounted for 75% of the total work output. As for his downtime, Fang Zhao was always scribbling away in his notebook. It was a scene folks at the outpost had gotten used to. That kid is hardcore. He doesn't play around when he works, one of the sentries told Yin Biao. The soldiers were indeed biased against celebrities and the like. They had always thought that all celebrities only knew how to put on a show, that everything was fake, but their impression had changed drastically over the last 2 days. Kevin Lin behaves more like a celebrity. Even though they didn't go online, all the sentries knew that Kevin Lin got more screen time in the live broadcast than Fang Zhao did. In reality, Kevin Lin was quite conflicted. In plain terms, Project Starlight was a poverty alleviation program that leveraged the popularity of celebrities. But now that Baiji was no longer poor, it had no use for Fang Zhao's name recognition. In that sense, Fang Zhao was dispensable because Baiji no longer lacked a killer resource. It had no shortage of investors and business partners. Now it was the Baiji base's turn to be picky. Every drib and drab that was announced about the latest research on the new energy or was enough to draw massive mainstream media attention and investor interest. Kevin Lin had gotten word from his editor-in-chief that his assignment had changed. All he needed to do now was report on novelties, anything that could grab viewer attention. As to whether or not Fang Zhao made an appearance in the live broadcast, and for how long, that no longer mattered. The bottom line was that Fang Zhao was still performing his military service, so he enjoyed far less latitude than the other 4 celebrities. Balancing the pros and cons, first Frontline wanted Kevin Lin to find other more interesting things to broadcast instead of focusing on Fang Zhao's routine. What was so interesting about performing military service? It was the same boring job every day. But Kevin Lin was too embarrassed to tell Fang Zhao the truth. After all, S5's current viewership, whether they were intrigued by the power or something else, was all thanks to Fang Zhao. So in spite of his new marching orders, Kevin Lin always mentioned Fang Zhao in his broadcasts. If it were anyone else, any mention of their name by Kevin Lin would have prompted them to show up in the broadcast. But Kevin Lin realized that Fang Zhao genuinely didn't care about exposure, or to put it in different terms, Fang Zhao held himself to be a different kind of celebrity. Not to mention that, at the end of the day, Fang Zhao was there to perform his military service. His evaluation depended entirely on Fan Lin. These researcher types were so stubborn sometimes that it drove Kevin Lin mad. You couldn't count on them to stage a show. Fang Zhao had to carry out his daily duties in earnest. So Kevin Lin had been brainstorming how to freshen up the next broadcast. Viewers were probably already bored from 3 straight days of footage from the experimental plot. Kevin Lin glanced at Fang Zhao, who was toiling away in the experimental plot, before turning around and walked to the edge of the field. Captain Yin, when are you guys going hunting again? Alarm bells went off in Yin Biao's head immediately. He still flashed a friendly smile, but he responded, "We are only allowed to hunt a certain number of times every month. I don't want to break any rules. You want to do a live hunting broadcast?" Back when the sentry post had had no visitors, when living conditions had been tough, Yin Biao would sneak his team out for a few additional hunting trips on the side, so they would have better food. Every sentry post had done the same thing. They hadn't been an exception, but they would never let these reporters or scientists in on these secret expeditions. He was afraid they would make a big deal out of it. In that case, their superiors could no longer turn a blind eye. But Kevin Lin was no fool. There was no way he was buying Yin Biao's explanation, but he didn't want to call him out on the lie either. Instead, he negotiated. I asked Professor Fan Lin. He said there isn't much work left to do at the experimental plot this afternoon. The weather is decent. It's not too hot, and it's not raining. Why don't we go for a stroll? Even if we don't hunt, I can shoot something else. You guys have been stationed here for some time, and know the area quite well. Is there any interesting stuff I can shoot? There's plenty, but it's rather dangerous out there. If you guys head out alone, you're bound to run into trouble. If you really want to go, I'll personally escort you with a team to guarantee your safety. Yin Biao sounded so chivalrous, but what was really going on was that he was itching to hunt and wanted to get some airtime as well. He wanted to give other members of his team some exposure too. Then apologies in advance for imposing on Captain Yin. After sorting out the details with Yin Biao, Kevin Lin went over to give Fang Zhao a heads up. Fang Zhao also wanted to check out the woods beyond the sentry post. It was his first time living on a foreign planet. He wanted to take in its unique features as much as possible. Yin Biao approached the two with a traditional hunting rifle. Do you guys hunt? I do. Kevin Lin wanted to try hunting here. Restrictions were too tight on their home planet. You could never find a place like this. If you wanted to hunt freely, you had to do it on an undeveloped foreign planet like this. Fang Zhao, want to give it a try then? Kevin Lin asked. Fang Zhao nodded. Sure. The group headed out in the afternoon. Yin Biao brought a team of about a dozen people to guard Kevin Lin and Fang Zhao. After leaving the outpost, they were removed from the safety of the protective fence. A raw, dangerous vibe emanated from their surroundings. The natural fragrance of the forest was mixed with a warm, bloody smell. There are a bunch of big carnivores feasting over there. Let's take a detour, Yin Biao whispered. As if to echo Lin Biao's warning, a huge roar erupted about 200 meters away. Kevin Lin felt as if every hair on his body was standing up. He had spent too much time in the city. It took his first foray into a virgin forest to realize that he had grossly underestimated the level of danger. He was too stiff to move, as if the slightest shiver would result in his immediate demise. It's okay. Yin Biao pointed to the shadows hovering in the sky. They're just scaring off the carrion-feeding birds. They won't attack us. Keep going. Kevin Lin's teeth were chattering. KK, keep going? Haven't we ventured too far? Not at all. Normally we don't hunt so close to the outpost. Yin Biao was speaking with a normal tone, but he was secretly snickering. Huh, you're terrified, aren't you? I knew these folks are too chicken shit. Yin Biao continued, we've got guns. There's nothing to fear even if the beasts attack us. The guns the sentry team had been allocated were different from the hunting rifles issued by the main base. The guns the sentries carried with them were more lethal, just in case. Taking into account the fact that this was Kevin Lin's and Fang Zhao's first trip into the forest, Yin Biao didn't go too deep into the woods. After finding a suitable spot, he turned around and told Kevin Lin, this is a safe area. There won't be any major threats, so you can start your live broadcast. Am I going to get a signal this far from the outpost? Kevin Lin grumbled. Yin Biao looked at Kevin Lin like he was an idiot. The whole point of the outpost was to build a global defense network, which counted a global communications grid as a major component. Apart from areas where signal strength was affected by a peculiar landscape or soil quality, coverage was universal within the network. Kevin Lin was a veteran journalist, but his question made him sound like an amateur. Not to mention that Yin Biao and team rarely ventured into areas where there was no coverage. Otherwise, even if they died, no one would know to fetch their corpses. They were brave, but they weren't death seekers. Kevin Lin calmed down. He realized the mistake he had just made and coughed in embarrassment. He was still stiff from his nerves, so he passed his rifle to Fang Zhao. Why don't you go ahead first? Fang Zhao accepted the rifle. Sure. The old-school hunting rifle from the new era was very similar to the hunting rifles Fang Zhao was familiar with. It was not foreign at all. Can we go live? Kevin Lin asked. Sure. Do you need to warm up? Kevin Lin was worried. No, I'm good. It wasn't that Fang Zhao was overconfident. It was just that he had noticed that Yin Biao was antsy and eager to start barking instructions. If they warmed up and he finished his spiel, then there would be nothing left to say on air. Of course, Fang Zhao was also confident in his abilities. Even if he missed his first few shots, he'd get the hang of it after a few tries. He wasn't worried about losing face. Then here I go. Kevin Lin switched his camera to live mode and gave a brief rundown of their location. Yin Biao also gave a briefing and offered tips on how to use the traditional hunting rifle, how to aim, how to seize the moment, and so on. I can't show my face, but I can sure as hell make sure my voice is heard. This time, Yin Biao got his fix. His family should be able to recognize his voice, no? He hadn't been home in years, so he wasn't sure. In any case, this was his way of getting on air at least once. The online viewers were also intrigued. Wow, so this is one of those storied virgin forests on foreign planets. I hear they're crawling with wild animals. Jealous. Who's the hunting instructor? How come he isn't showing his face? The camera panned past him a few times, but missed his face. Still, I'm certain it's one of the sentries from the outpost. Duh. Who else would it be? A lab technician? Is Fang Zhao going to hunt on live broadcast? Will he be able to hit anything? Fang Zhao's meteoric rise to the top of the battle of the century, rankings, and the Black Street scuffle had people wondering whether he had gang connections. There were all sorts of wild stories. Now, folks could finally see Fang Zhao use a hunting rifle for real. This time, the live broadcast drew gamers who typically weren't interested in the show. Gaming was just gaming, after all. As good as you were in-game and as much time as you put in on the practice range, it was no substitute for the real thing. Hunting was the real thing. So many online viewers were eagerly anticipating this moment. Many so-called professional marksmen were glued to Fang Zhao's every move and every gesture so they could analyze them like a precision instrument. Holding a rifle was one thing, but shooting it was another. Was he an accurate shooter? How would he compare to his avatar? The 50th floor of Silver Wing Tower. The virtual projects department. Wow, boss is going to fire a real gun on live TV. Zhu Wen quickly spread the word within the department. This is for real. I'm so nervous. What's so nerve-wracking about hunting? Over in Muzhou, they have private hunting grounds. Word is quite a few professional marksmen go hunting over there. No, it's not that. You don't know the entertainment industry. Some of these folks are brutal critics. Boss did so well in Battle of the Century. If he falls short just a bit in reality, they're going to butcher him. Not to mention that Boss has been in the headlines for discovering the Baiji power ore. What do you think they will do if they see an opening? Of course, they would show no mercy. But Fang Zhao doesn't look like someone who would take on something he isn't sure about, Jinro said. That's true. If he weren't confident, he wouldn't have agreed to the live broadcast so quickly. Considering the matter from a different perspective, perhaps this was an opportunity for Fang Zhao to show off his gunplay? The thought made Zhu Wen and company more relaxed. They started looking forward to the broadcast as well. I've never seen Boss use a real gun in real life. Me neither. Zui, you have you. It's illegal for people without gun permits to shoot in public except for firing ranges, Zui Yu responded. He had never seen Fang Zhao shoot a real gun. But even if he had, confessing to it would be the equivalent of announcing that his boss had broken the law. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, Fang Zhao raised his old-school rifle and started aiming at a chubby bird that was resting on a tree branch under Yan Biao's guidance. Wait. Be patient. Calm down. Yan Biao was worried Fang Zhao couldn't maintain his composure, so kept whispering reminders. But when he turned his head, he noticed that Fang Zhao was surprisingly calm. He didn't look like a young man of his age raising a rifle for the first time. Wouldn't a normal person be excited and a bit nervous and uncertain at the same time? But Yan Biao cast aside his doubts when felt the timing was right. Go for it, he urged in a whisper. The online viewers wouldn't risk so much as a blink lest they miss the scene. Right at that moment, the screen went dark and the following line appeared. Signal lost. Reconnecting. The online viewers. Chapter 205, Attack. Channel S5's comments section had exploded. There was so much anticipation. Many people had stopped what they were doing and were waiting for Fang Zhao to pull the trigger. Online bystanders, gaming fans, reviewers, entertainment media outlets, and many other sorts of people with different purposes were all waiting. In the end, at the most crucial moment everyone was waiting for, they got a signal lost. Attempting to reconnect? During the black screen, vulgarities and abuse exploded from many people. Others that had slower reactions were dazed for a while when facing the black screen. Following that, just like everyone else, they went to the comments sections and forums to vent their dissatisfaction. F***CK? Your father thought he had not paid his network fees and the signal was cut, but when I switched to other channels, everything was normal. Only channel S5 is black. Same over here. Only channel S5 has no signal, all others are normal. Seems like S5's live broadcast signal was cut. The problem does not lie with our internet. Wasn't it reported yesterday that Baiji's communications network has been upgraded? How could something like this still happen? In Channel S5's comments section, comments that had a large proportion of unrefined language had been censored to *****. For voice comments, someone could select any of them and be able to hear a stream of censored beeps. As Channel S5 belonged to Project Starlight's first frontline segment, at the moment, they were under heavy fire. Customer service was totally unable to cope. Call after call of complaints came in succession. We request Channel S5's live broadcast signal be reinstated. Right now? Immediately. Don't come pretending to be poor to your father. Don't say that you don't have the funds to upgrade communications facilities. Was Baiji or mined for nothing? Was the or eaten by you guys? Let me tell you this. You guys are all corrupt. Embezzlers. You better put back every single cent to be used for upgrading the communications facilities right now. A customer service staff wiped off the sweat on his forehead as he listened to a customer's complaints. In his heart, he was thinking, you can sue us. But it's no use. We aren't the ones in charge of constructing Planet Baiji's facilities. The segment's official platform had many messages full of grievances, catching them unprepared. The face of the chief editor in charge of the 5 channels was red with anger. He asked the technician, have you discovered the reason? It is indeed the other side's live broadcast signal that has been cut, and we can't reconnect. We aren't able to contact Kevin Lin. Should we try contacting Planet Baiji's base first? Then do that. The chief editor was furious. How does Kevin Lin do his work? Can't he find a place with a stronger signal for his live broadcast? If they were live broadcasting in the forest, so be it. Why had he had to pick a place with such an unstable signal? Furthermore, the signal just had to break at that sort of moment. Lots of people online had criticized them for using this method to purposely tease the audiences with the motive of attracting more viewers. What a load of hogwash. However, very quickly, the segment's chief editor heard even worse news. Boss, Baiji Base cannot be contacted. How can that be? Didn't they just upgrade the communications network's receivers and transmitters? At that moment, in the forest close to Planet Baiji's Outpost 23, after Yin Biao had indicated that Fang Zhao could pull the trigger, he waited for a few seconds, but Fang Zhao did not do anything. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Fang Zhao putting the gun down and looking up at the sky. What happened? Yin Biao remembered that Fang Zhao's hearing was better than that of normal people. What do you hear? It doesn't feel good. Something is going to happen, Fang Zhao replied. Yin Biao was skeptical. You heard it. Fang Zhao looked straight at Yin Biao. Intuition. There was no hint of a joke in his eyes. Yin Biao stopped smiling and decided to contact someone in the outpost, but he realized that there was no connection. No signal. No signal. Kevin Lin was also astonished. There isn't any live broadcast signal either. Is the problem with the base or with the outpost? Yin Biao did not reply. He switched his comms device's mode to the outposts. Internal network. This time, it connected. Outpost, are there any anomalies? Nope, everything is normal, replied the outpost soldier in charge of alerts at the moment. However, we are unable to get in touch with the base. Are we able to contact the other outpost? Yin Biao asked. Unable to do that either. Only Outpost 23's internal network is working. Then it's probably an issue with the base mainframe. Yin Biao pondered for a bit, then instructed the people in the outpost. Be alert. Look out for any suspicious things in the surroundings. Set the defense system to the highest level and keep it running. I will be back within 30 minutes. After ending the communication, Yin Biao told Kevin Lin and Fang Zhao, let's head back to the outpost first. Kevin Lin was eager to head back immediately. Okay, let's return. He did not feel safe in the forest. Although he was not too sure what had happened, he could feel the tense atmosphere of their surroundings and read the expressions of the others. Whether they were being overly sensitive or not, returning to the outpost to hide would always be safer. When leaving the outpost, they had not been rushing for time, so they had walked slower, but now that there were special circumstances, Yin Biao wished to hurry back. The outpost soldiers were no issue, and Fang Zhao was not a problem, but Kevin Lin was not in good shape. Yin Biao glanced at Kevin Lin, who was panting heavily after just a short while, and got the fittest soldier in his team, Ryode, to carry Kevin Lin on his shoulder and run. Leaving, they had taken over an hour. Their return journey only took 20 minutes. After entering the outpost, Yin Biao immediately rushed to the monitor room and checked whether there were any other unusual situations. Fang Zhao supported Kevin Lin into their room. Kevin Lin's complexion looked poor. Getting carried by someone running was not exactly pleasant. Once he sat down, Kevin Lin started to think. Fang Zhao, what do you think happened? A malfunction with the transmitters and receivers at the base? Or is it an attack? With his profession, he tended to think about the worst that could happen. Definitely nothing good, Fang Zhao replied. Kevin Lin looked toward Fang Zhao, astonished. To actually hear you say such words is really rare. Why are you so sure? Did you really hear something? Intuition. Fang Zhao did not want to say any more. He had no way of knowing the situation over at the base, so he sat on his bed and pondered silently. His eyebrows furrowed tighter. The uneasy feeling was getting stronger. Fang Zhao caught a gleam of light from the corner of his eyes. It had not been fed, yet the normally sluggish rabbit in the water tank had actually started glowing at this moment. Its movements inside the water had also become more intense. Fang Zhao turned on the comms device, switched to the outpost's internal mode, and contacted Yin Biao. Yin Biao's voice sounded tense. What's wrong? As if he had already sensed something and was not as carefree as he normally was. Something is coming, probably from the air. It's not safe here, Fang Zhao said. Yin Biao did not make a sound, probably deciding whether to listen to Fang Zhao's recommendation. He did not let Fang Zhao wait long. After 5 seconds, Yin Biao said, I will have someone bring you to the underground shelter. You will be safe from air raids there. Very quickly, a few outpost soldiers brought Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin to the underground shelter. In a short while, Fan Lin and those scientists were also led down. One of the outpost soldiers pointed to a floor plan on the wall. The floor plan showed all the details of the entire shelter. If the shelter isn't going to hold, head out through that side's emergency exit. As the oldest here, Fan Lin displayed an image of calm. He had to be calm. Understood. You all have to stay safe too. After the outpost team left, the underground shelter quieted down and the atmosphere became somewhat stifling. To ease everyone's nervous mood, Fan Lin laughed and asked Fang Zhao, why did you bring it down as well? When Fang Zhao came down, he had brought along the water tank. At the moment, the little chap in the water tank was glowing. It seems to be in an excited mood? No, it could be that it is afraid. It probably sensed danger. When Fan Lin said this sentence, the mood in the underground shelter became even more stifling. This place is too old. I wonder how strong it is, Kevin Lin worriedly said as he eyed the surroundings. The outpost's defense system and communication facilities had been upgraded, but its underground facilities had not. It looked really old, simple, and crude. Fang Zhao suddenly exclaimed, Everyone, be careful. Boom. The entire underground shelter shook. What is going on? Boom. Kevin Lin had not finished speaking when another loud boom rang out, and the underground shelter started swaying. Those that had not been standing firmly were nearly thrown to the ground. Fragments of the ceiling came loose and fell, and a few items placed on the table also tumbled down. Fan Lin reassured the others. The outpost has been attacked. However, those 2 explosions were not direct hits. The outpost probably intercepted it in the air. Don't be so pessimistic, everyone. The outpost's defense system has been upgraded. Fan Lin had only spoken halfway when an intense explosion sounded. It was as if the entire outpost had been shoved into a box and violently shaken. The few scientists that had been standing or sitting were all thrown to the ground. If not for Fang Zhao supporting him, Fan Lin would also have fallen. Kevin Lin fell flat on the ground, and blood starting flowing from his nose. If Fang Zhao had not pulled him back a step, he would have been smashed on the head by falling bits of the ceiling. The lights in the shelter flickered for 2 seconds, and then extinguished. Light from the water tank's rabbit lit up the room. Fang Zhao scanned the place. How is everyone? Someone's hurt, but it shouldn't be life-threatening, a scientist replied. Fang Zhao eyed the floor plan on the wall and headed to the corner where a toppled cabinet was. He pried open the cabinet and took out the first aid kit inside. Medical supplies are limited. Let's treat those that are injured first. The ones with more serious injuries take priority. Fang Zhao, what category does mine belong to? A bloodied-faced Kevin Lin asked. Fang Zhao glanced over. Minor injury, wait for now. Oh. After Kevin Lin's nervous mood passed, his occupational habit kicked in and he turned on his camera. Although it could not connect to the network for live broadcasts, it was still able to film. Kevin Lin switched to film mode and first filmed 1 round of the surroundings. Following that, he directed it to face himself. Raising a hand to wipe away the blood from his nose, he said, Greetings everyone. It is your old friend Kevin Lin. My work ID number is LKW7986 from Huangzhou. Now, I am currently hiding in the underground shelter of Planet Baiji's Outpost 23. The outpost is under attack. We have no idea what the situation is like above us. After facing the camera and saying a bit, Kevin Lin set the video he had just recorded to auto-transmit. The moment network was restored, it would automatically be transmitted to the news team. Fang Zhao, do you want to record one? Kevin Lin asked. Record what? Last words. Fang Zhao. Chapter 206, Raging Fury. Fang Zhao silently watched Kevin Lin for 2 seconds, then brushed away the camera Kevin Lin had pushed over. No need. Following that, Fang Zhao continued using the bottle of medicine and helped apply it to the wounds of the injured. The situation they had encountered today had happened practically every day during the period of destruction, suddenly suffering an attack and feeling that their lives were threatened. Back then, it had simply been a normal occurrence, and nobody had known what would happen to them in the next moment. But now, for people used to a peaceful life in the new era, this sort of attack was just like Judgment Day, and they had to bear an enormous mental pressure. Actually, according to period of destruction customs, Fang Zhao had written a will shortly after he had been reborn, and it was saved to his personal terminal, but he had made amendments every once in a while as his assets had changed. If he suddenly met with an unexpected accident and lost his life, once he was determined as deceased, the will saved in his personal terminal would automatically be made public. However, given the situation at hand, it was not actually so bad. According to Fang Zhao's own judgment, it was not like there was totally no chance of living. At least now they were taking refuge in the underground shelter. Listening to the sound of activity, it did not seem like there were a lot of attackers. But for Kevin Lin, it was totally different. This was the first time he had personally experienced this sort of situation. Although he had encountered some dangerous situations before, the stress he felt this time round was incomparable. During the explosion, he had even thought that he would really kick the bucket this time. However, as a reporter, Kevin Lin knew how to weigh the pros and cons. After considering, he became determined. Although he did not know whether they could safely survive through this crisis, this was also an opportunity. Since they were stuck in this predicament, he had to grasp this chance tightly. He needed to record the true events of this situation, just like those outstanding older generations of First Frontline that had reported on the real events at battlefields. However, unlike them, he was not utterly fearless. His mental state was somewhere around the level of extremely scared, but without any choice. If he did not survive, perhaps all that he filmed could let him become a famous person in reporting circles. His portrait would also be revered, and his recorded videos could become real excerpts for educational videos. And if he could safely survive this crisis, he would prosper. Although it was not formally stipulated, in the circles, there were those that reported on entertainment programs and those that reported on war situations. The latter was generally regarded better. Even political news reporters could not compete against the gold mine that was battlefield reporting. But many professional war journalists never revealed their faces. No normal reporter would be willing to experience a real war zone, where it was easy to lose one's life. But when they encountered one, no reporter was willing to let such a chance slip by. Taking deep breaths, Kevin Lin tried his best to allay the fear in his heart. With a wobbly hand, he once again controlled the camera and continued to record. I can still hear many loud and soft sounds. There is shooting going on above. We suffered a total of 3 bombardments. The previous 2 were shielded by the defense system, but the third one was unable to be completely blocked off, and we suffered some injuries. Kevin Lin had originally wanted to film Fang Zhao first, but when he scanned the room, he realized that Fang Zhao was the only one who could be considered completely unharmed. Not wishing to make himself seem weak, Kevin Lin controlled the camera and turned and filmed Fan Lin and the other scientists. With some skill, he only filmed the back of Fang Zhao. Although this was the first time he had filmed under these sorts of circumstances, as a reporter with many years of work experience, Kevin Lin was really skilled at controlling the images captured by the camera. The images captured could embellish the atmosphere and show the disorder within the shelter as well as the dreadful state of the wounded. He was not overly concerned with detail and form, just using the images to show the situation. His words were only supplementary. Simple words that would make the scene captured by the camera easier to understand. I am guessing that there is a high possibility the aggressors are terrorists, and they have probably been planning this scheme for some time. When his brain started working, Kevin Lin's thought processes were much clearer, unlike the start when he had been totally shell-shocked. Kevin Lin analyzed this matter, from the signal being cut off, to them losing all contact with the base, all the way to this current situation. Fang Zhao listened to Kevin Lin's analysis of the aggressor's identity as he helped tend to the wounded. Having been reborn for so long, Fang Zhao had not experienced any wars. Life in New Era cities were very tranquil. Even the incident with Su Ho and Muzhou could still have been considered rather peaceful. After all, the entire world had been unified, and every continent had cooperated with each other. But in unseen places, there were still disputes. There were internal struggles within the alliance hierarchy, but outside, it was not so harmonious. It just did not affect the lives of normal people. Fang Zhao did not feel that it was strange. During the period of destruction, everyone had united to face the enemy, but after the founding era, benefits had been distributed unevenly. When rapacious people were not controlled properly, there would be lots of internal strife. Yanzhou was the best example. All those years ago, when great General Wu Yan of the founding era had passed away, the Wu family's internal wars had caused Yanzhou to undergo a wide-scale change of leadership. For a long period after that, the Wu family had had a rather awkward position. Even though they had since flourished, they were unable to go back to being the absolute political authority. As for these extreme terrorists, Fang Zhao had heard a few people mention them before. Before he had enlisted, when great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang had talked about their experiences, they had also mentioned these people who were at odds with the alliance. Great-grandfather Fang's assessment had been this: those people are lunatics. Regardless of what they say, it's all excuses. Everything they do is just to satisfy their own desires. There were many groups that the alliance of governments was unable to control. Actually, there were such groups in every period, regardless of whether it was in the new era or the old era, but not every group endangered society. Only those that caused a high degree of harm were classified as terrorists. At this moment, Planet Baiji base. Shanta was in a furious state. He had just raged angrily at his subordinates in the command post. Now, he had calmed down a little, but he had a fiery look in his eyes that made a few military reporters swallow the questions they wished to ask about the situation at hand. Shanta did not even care about those few reporters. He slammed the door to the command post, preventing others from seeing or hearing anything inside. 40 minutes ago, the base's communications network had been crippled, which had caught Shanta unprepared. How many times have I emphasized the need to be cautious and alert when upgrading the communications network? They just can't King remember. So what if they are engineers from the Academy of Science HQ? They are careless and complacent. Everyone holds them in such high regard that they forget their own worth. Shanta's suppressed rage returned once more. Another high-ranking base officer said, "Nevertheless, they are still capable. This time, though, they did not do a proper job, and they allowed people to find a loophole. This time, it is clear that somebody had this well planned out for a long time, possibly even before the discovery of Baijior. They even have an understanding of our military deployments." This wasn't an impromptu decision. When Shanta thought about what had happened in these 40 minutes, he could not contain his anger. Those engineers deserved to be scolded. If they had been more prudent, would this sort of situation have occurred? Even if the communications network were crippled, it wouldn't result in such a big problem, and they would be able to restore it. But now, 40 minutes. You don't need me to tell you what can happen in 40 minutes. The room quieted down in an instant. Everyone in the room was an experienced hand. The base had no way of knowing or controlling what was happening elsewhere on Planet Baiji. In these 40 minutes, nobody knew how many losses they would incur. Now, they could only communicate within the base's range via the internal comms network. Shanta slammed the table. "Who do you think it is this time?" The people within the room all had the same answer. Who else but T? The T organization was the abbreviation given to the extremist group known as Tomorrow's Empire. A new communication came in, and Shanta hurriedly answered. "The teams dispatched to nearby outposts for scouting have returned. Nothing is out of the ordinary. Men from the mining area reporting, the mines were attacked, but the situation has been controlled. 7 terrorists shot dead and 31 conscripts injured. At the moment, there are no casualties." This information let those in the command post breathe a little more easily. Shanta had personally seen to the defensive deployments of the mining area. Shanta had also constantly reminded the team guarding the mines not to let anything suspicious slip by. Now it seemed like that had been effective. These few pieces of good news were hard to come by, but Shanta still felt uneasy. Picking up his comms device, he contacted the engineers who were restoring the communications network. "Is it done?" Just 3 words, yet each word carried a fearsome intent. The tone of the engineer replying was somewhat timid as he stiffly replied, "Not yet. 20 minutes. If it is not restored in 20 minutes, the whole lot of you can scram back to wherever you came crawling out from." Without waiting for a reply from the engineers, Shanta ended the communication. He would wait for an hour at most. 40 minutes had already passed, and after they waited for another 20 minutes, if the communication network were not restored, he would execute another plan. The engineers that faced the wrath of Shanta were red in the face, but they had no choice but to bear with it. They had painstakingly managed to grab a spot to come over and upgrade Planet Baiji's communications network, yet problems had arisen shortly after they had arrived. Indeed, it had been their negligence that had resulted in the chance to be attacked. If the communications were not restored within 20 minutes, and they were chased back by Shanta, they would have no face to continue staying with the Academy of Sciences HQ. Most importantly, being forced to return would be considered a black mark in their profession, and there might be no more chances for promotion in the future. Luckily, under heavy pressure, they were finally able to restore the network in the 19th minute. Although it was still unstable, at least they had salvaged some face. In another 15 minutes at most, it would definitely be completely stable. At practically the same moment the communications network was restored, Shanta received information from every outpost. Other outposts were fine, but outposts 8, 23, 61, 85, and 97 had suffered attacks. The communications network had not been completely restored, and the signal was still unstable. Shanta wanted to contact these 5 outposts, but the connection kept breaking. At least he was able to get a rough report of the situations at those outposts. Fortunately, every outpost's defensive systems had been upgraded after the discovery of Baiji, or they would surely have lost all contact with those 5 outposts, or perhaps those outposts would have been obliterated off the face of Planet Baiji. This also let Shanta confirm the fact that this attack had been planned for quite some time. It seemed that Planet Baiji had been targeted even before the discovery of Baiji, and now these people had initiated an attack because they were worried that Baiji's forces stationed on the planet in the future would be even greater, and so it would not be as favorable to attack when their defenses were tighter. Not wishing to miss the chance to attack, they had hurriedly gone ahead with this surprise attack. Suddenly remembering something, Shanta violently turned his head and asked the others in the command post, "Which outpost did Fan Lin transfer Fang Zhao to?" Shanta's assistant brought up Fang Zhao's military service files. At the column for his military position active duty were the words, "Outpost 23." Silence befell the room, and the atmosphere became grave. Fan Lin, a veteran professor at the Academy of Science HQ who had brought along large projects and was a famous person from Muzhou. The 8 scientists under Fan Lin were all his research elites. If anything had really happened to them, Fan Lin's laboratory would have been destroyed all at once. And there was still Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin, who were part of Project Starlight and garnered a lot of viewership. The matter could not be covered up if something had happened to them, not to mention that they had been doing a live broadcast before the signal had been lost. Fang Zhao, Baiji or his discoverer, could be considered the person who had changed the fortunes of Planet Baiji. Shanta was also grateful to him, especially his ears. If something had really happened to Fang Zhao this time, it would be really unfortunate. Fang Zhao's vocation transfer was never publicized. Even when they were broadcasting, no information was revealed that Fang Zhao was at Outpost 23, someone said. Fan Lin's decision to come over here was made before the discovery of Baiji, so they would not have been the target. A colonel spoke up. These people only wanted to create a diversion and attack. The base defenses are too strong. They would be asking for trouble if they attacked the base. Rather than sounding us out and attracting our attention, they were simply better off picking outposts to attack. As for why Outpost 23 was selected, all I can say is that Fan Lin and Fang Zhao are unlucky. Shanta also did not waste any more time and immediately dispatched men to provide backup for the 5 outposts that were under attack. Online, People a long way from the fighting could not know the present situation on planet Baiji. All they had now were complaints. People from Frontline First, stop playing dead. Where's the live broadcast? Why hasn't it been fixed yet? Complaint. We want to make a complaint. At the start, many other media firms had taken this opportunity to attack First Frontline, especially companies that had similar natures as First Frontline. Previously, they had only been able to covet the overflowing popularity First Frontline got from Project Starlight, but then they'd had an opportunity to call them out. Other than these people, there were others that had seized the opportunity to defame Fang Zhao. After all, Fang Zhao had risen too quickly and had hindered the paths of quite a few people. As for those entertainment magazines, at the moment, they were beyond excited. These magazines loved to take advantage of the situation and dish out dirt. Anyway, if they joined in with the abuse, they would not get caught and could still use this opportunity to attract site traffic. Perhaps if the tempo was raised, there would be people who would give them money to shut up. How could they face themselves if this chance to line their own pockets was missed? Therefore, in the short half an hour where the live broadcast was offline, the internet was filled with curses and abuse. But as time went by and the broadcast wasn't restored, First Frontline continued to play dead and did not give an official reply. Also, quick-witted people realized that the original criticism from popular and mainstream media outlets was slowly dying down. The ones still making a fuss were those fools still blinded by benefits. A certain Huangzhou news company's social platform operations department received instructions from the top to delete the article denouncing First Frontline that they had posted on social platforms. An operations staff was puzzled. Why is it being deleted? Many people are sharing it. All this counts as traffic, and traffic means money. Another person made a guess. Could it be someone threw money for it to be deleted? Whatever the reason, since the top asked us to delete it, then we just have to do so. Yenzhou, Silver Wing Tower. After Duan Qianji received a call from her husband Hong Lu, she instructed the Public Relations Department to temporarily not issue any statements. As before, there were still lots of people who were spurred on to abuse Fang Zhao online. Whether they were purely picking a quarrel or they were really filled with grievances, after scolding, they still arrogantly copied what others said. Silver Wing, come out and clean the floor one. After all, doing this was not against the law. Silver Wing 50th floor, Virtual Projects Department. Zhu Wen and a few other technical stuff were using dummy accounts online to refute others. Peng Pusong was suspicious. It's almost been an hour already, and the company's public relations department doesn't seem to be responding. First Frontline has yet to give an explanation as well. Not just them. Did you all realize that all the news medias that attacked First Frontline have deleted their remarks? Jinro mentioned. It's true. Not only were the posts deleted, they are all maintaining silence. Even those Yinzhou-based ones that are always at odds with us have shut up. Does that mean that the company and First Frontline have done something about it? Zuan asked. No. Jinro's voice became deeper. I have a feeling that something may have happened. Silver Wing did not have the patience to make all its rivals maintain silence all at once. Unless a certain situation had occurred that could make so many large media firms in both Yinzhou and abroad keep their silence and not dare to post anything. Zuan was prepared to investigate when he heard the sound of a push notification. Opening it, his eyeballs nearly popped out of his sockets. F***CKME. Terrorist attack. Jinro opened the link. It was Huangzhou's military news channel that was broadcasting the news right now. Planet Baiji has suffered a terrorist attack. The communications network is currently crippled and there are no means of contact. This news was like a large-scale frost magic spell being cast on the war of words online as everyone stopped in their tracks. A foreign planet's base suffering a terrorist attack was not considered news. This sort of situation occurred once or twice every year, especially for remote planets with inadequate equipment. The poorer the conditions of a place, the easier it was to be targeted. But also because these incidents were so far removed, it would remain a talking point for a short time before passing. It was a matter that did not concern oneself, and only those people about to enlist for military service paid attention to them. Following that, they would try their best to be assigned to places as far away as possible. As for people who did not follow political news, they simply did not know about terrorist attacks. But this time around, Planet Baiji was highly trending, and there were too many people paying attention to it. Even though it was separated by the internet, Everyone felt as if this incident had happened right in front of their eyes. So much so that many people were shocked senseless by the news. Terrorist attack. Looking at the time, it was when the live broadcast was interrupted. Are they really not acting? 5 minutes later, a piece of information appeared online. On it was a picture, a screenshot of Planet Baiji's publicity video, but on it was an extra large T. In no time, every large media outlet reported on this matter and explained the meaning of that picture. Terrorist group, Tomorrow's Empire, aka the T organization, had claimed responsibility for the attack on Planet Baiji. Yinbei City Retirement Facility. Great-grandfather Fang was watering the plants when he saw the news. His hands trembled and the watering can fell to the ground. Great-grandmother Fang hurriedly picked up her communications device and contacted former comrades, hoping to get news on the latest developments on Planet Baiji. The two elders' faces were extremely pale. They were full of regret right now. They should not have agreed with Fang Zhao's decision to undergo military service on Planet Baiji. Although great-grandfather Fang always said that the younger generations should head to more arduous places for military service, there were times when he would close an eye, meaning that he actually doted on his descendants. When Fang Zhao had made his decision then, the two elders had been delighted, but at the same time, they had worried that Fang Zhao would meet with some problematic situations. The discovery of Baiji had let great-grandfather Fang feel very proud in the retirement facility for a period. Never had he expected that after being proud for a few days, this sort of incident would occur. Little Zhao is the discoverer of Baiji and is also a celebrity. They probably assigned many people to protect him. He should be fine. Definitely fine, great-grandfather Fang muttered. He did not know whether he was reassuring his wife or convincing himself. After that, he rushed to pick up the communications device and continued to contact people to help him get information. Over at Planet Baiji, Kevin Lin received a notification of a successful transmission, and a wave of ecstasy swept across him. Successful transmission signified that the communications network had been restored and meant that the base surely knew what was happening here and would dispatch people over to provide assistance. Even if the base was too occupied with the situation, at least over here, he could send his report back and make a call to people he was close to. However, when he saw the transmitting status, he felt as if he had been doused with ice-cold water. He had recorded so many videos, but only the first one had been successfully transmitted, and he did not know how long it had taken for it to be transmitted successfully. The second video was stuck at 19%, and progress was slow. Live broadcasting was even more out of the question. They could not contact the base either for some unknown reason. Is the signal underground too weak? Kevin Lin asked. Professor Fan, have you managed to get in touch? Fan Lin shook his head. He felt that he had let down Fang Zhao and Kevin Lin. After all, he had pulled some tricks to transfer Fang Zhao over. Who could have known that this sort of situation would happen? Fan Lin sighed. Fang Zhao, this time it's my fault. I should not have transferred you two over. He paused for a moment, but Fang Zhao did not reply. Fan Lin looked over and saw that Fang Zhao, who had been tending to the wounded, had stood up at that moment and was looking at the door of the underground shelter. The shelter suddenly became slightly brighter. The rabbit inside the water tank was now glowing even more brightly than before. Its original soft-looking fur had straightened out and swelled up, and each strand had its own bright spot. It looked very beautiful, but Fan Lin had a sort of dangerous feeling. Whoever touched it at this moment would be very unlucky. Many animals could sense danger much better than humans. The people in the underground right now were not idiots, and because of this, they all tensed up. What is OU outside? Kevin Lin's previous excitement had totally vanished, and when it quieted down, he listened carefully to all the sounds of activity outside and could hear an indistinct and strange howl that made the hairs on his body stand up. Fang Zhao did not reply, instead walking over to the doorway and pressing a button on the wall beside it. A screen appeared displaying the scene outside this underground shelter. Because it hadn't been used in a long time or maintained, the equipment was rather old, and the image twitched from time to time. There were no lights outside. The surveillance camera was in night vision mode, so the colors were not very distinct, but it could still be considered rather clear as it transmitted the situation behind the door. A slender four-limbed beast walked past the underground shelter's door. It had hook-like claws and was covered with lumpy fur. As for the portions that were exposed skin, ripped muscles were bulging. Its face appeared malevolent, and some form of liquid dripped from its canines, perhaps its saliva or blood. One look at this abomination, and one would know that this was not a native wild animal of Baiji. Bang! The sound of something breaking rang out suddenly in the quiet underground shelter, shocking everyone. Everyone looked at the source of the sound, but they only saw that the metal piece Fang Zhao held in his hand, which had been removed from one of the wounded, had been forcibly snapped. Fang Zhao's back was facing them. His normally gentle and calm eyes had an ominous glint at the moment, like a sharpened knife. It appeared that Fang Zhao was standing there calmly, but at the moment, a raging fire had started burning inside him. Those beasts from the period of destruction were no longer considered a big threat to the people of the new era, so much so that some rich folks had voiced out about wanting to keep a period of destruction beast as a pet, though it was against the law. Experiments regarding period of destruction beasts had stringent regulations and needed to be declared and go through many rounds of investigation and auditing. If anyone were caught breaking these laws, the punishment was death. There were some who did these illegal experiments for the sake of money, such as hoarding specimens and bones of beasts from the period of destruction, and there's some who had other motives, such as using these beasts as biological weapons. There surely wouldn't be just one inside the outpost. The aggressors had intentionally let these beasts out to attack the people of the outpost. People in the new era might only just be disgusted with this sort of actions by the terrorist, but what Fang Zhao felt was fury. Struggling through almost 100 years of war and chaos, and having suffered so many sacrifices, was it to watch you let these things loose? Revolt. A bunch of absolutely disgraceful things. Chapter 207. How can it be him? The temperature of the entire underground shelter seemed to drop suddenly, and some uncontrollably shivered, as if there was a faint hint of a murderous aura here. Kevin Lin thought to himself that perhaps it was his body subconsciously creating a shocked and afraid reaction after watching the images on the screen. But then again, that didn't seem right. Following that, Kevin Lin turned his gaze toward Fang Zhao. Kevin Lin looked at the metal piece in Fang Zhao's hand. Although the things in the underground shelter were quite old, it was still unknown what this metal piece was made of, probably some cheaply priced material used when the place had first been built. Although it could not compete with newer materials, it really wasn't something that could be easily snapped. However, when considering Fang Zhao's manner while doing farm work, it was not that surprising. Fang Zhao, what's wrong with you? Kevin Lin asked. Fang Zhao retracted his gaze from the screen and threw away the few pieces of metal in his hand. He replied, I'll be heading out for a bit. The way Fang Zhao spoke was different from before. When he spoke, Kevin Lin nearly jumped. No way. Kevin Lin vehemently rejected. Are you trying to court death by going out? Didn't you see those things outside? Even if you had a few lives, it wouldn't be enough. Originally, Fang Zhao had not had any intention of going out. Even if he had wished to head out to help those outpost soldiers, there were also people here that needed protecting. Although the underground shelter had protected them from a few rounds of bombardment, what if something happened? The people here did not have much fighting strength. Therefore, Fang Zhao's original intention had been to stay here with Kevin Lin, Fan Lin, and the small team of scientists. If anything happened, he would be able to help. But now, having seen those things roaming outside, Fang Zhao could not suppress the raging fire burning in his heart. Fang Zhao was certain he could handle these things, but he still had to take into consideration the others. He knew that now was not the best time to leave, that he needed to wait for the things to move further away before heading out. Probably because it had caught the scent of humans, the thing outside the door raised its head and sniffed, then turned and came closer to the door. Kevin didn't dare speak despite there being many things he wanted to say, as he was afraid the thing outside would hear him. He did not know how effective the soundproofing here was, so to play it safe, he could only shut up. Crash, crash. The banging on the doors made the people inside even more nervous. Kevin Lin was sweating profusely as he kept his eyes peeled on the door. He felt as if the nerves in his entire body were trembling in sync with the sound of the beast crashing against the door. All he could now do was pray that the door was sturdy enough to withstand the battering and had not been damaged during the aerial bombardment. The scientists were equally nervous, their bodies tensed up like stone. Luckily for them, the underground shelter had been constructed meticulously. The beast outside smashed against the door a few more times and then let out a loud, unresigned howl. Following that, it sniffed the air and, probably picking up other scents, followed the passageway and left. The shelter was filled with the sounds of deep breathing. They knew that they would be fine for the time being. Only now did Kevin Lin realize his legs had gone soft. He checked the camera. Good. The scene had been recorded. Kevin Lin, who at the moment was looking at the camera and lamenting, heard Fang Zhao say once again, "I am heading out to take a look." "Are you crazy?" Kevin Lin could not understand why Fang Zhao still wanted to go out after witnessing such a nerve-wracking scene. Fan Lin also tried to persuade Fang Zhao. "Fang Zhao, don't be impulsive. I know you wish to help out, but it would be best to leave those things outside to the outpost team. They are professionals." "That's right, leave it to the outpost team." Furthermore, restoration of the communication network seems to be in progress. The base has found out about the situation here. We just have to stay here and wait for the base to send people over. Besides, what can you do if you go outside? You don't even have a gun. Midway through his words, Kevin Lin saw Fang Zhao produce a gun from some unknown place. "Where did you get that gun from?" Originally, Kevin Lin had been leaning against the wall, but at the moment, he had leapt forward, his eyeballs bulging, unable to believe the shocking scene in front of him. Kevin Lin bombarded Fang Zhao with questions. Whose gun is this? How did you bring it in? Or did you find it in the underground shelter?" Fang Zhao did not explain. "I will head out for a bit." And Fang Zhao pointed at the camera. "Remember to cut out the portion you just filmed." There were indeed no longer any suspicious figures in the passageway outside. Fang Zhao listened attentively, then picked up a pole from the table before opening the door and speedily heading out after instructing Kevin Lin to hurry up and close the door and lock it. From the incident where the beast had smashed itself against the door, it could be seen that this place was still secure, so he could head out without worrying. Kevin Lin was both angry and worried, but Fang Zhao simply had not listened to him. Fang Zhao had already gone out, and all he could do now was shut the door and observe the surveillance footage on the screen. The passageway was murky. The majority of lights had been destroyed by the earlier bombardments. Sight was limited here, but hearing was even more acute in this darkness. Fang Zhao listened attentively for the sound of activity and then took quick steps and ran forward in the passageway. At the end of the passageway, the area that had originally been sealed off had collapsed. A person wearing the uniform of the outpost team was half buried under the rubble. Walker felt that today was probably his last day alive. One of his arms was basically crippled, and both his legs were buried. When he tried to move, acute pain flashed through his body. He totally could not exert any strength. Just now, his team members had wanted to come over and help, but he had rejected them. Currently, they simply had no time to waste on him. Only one of his arms could still move, albeit weakly. Shooting a gun required a great deal of effort, let alone aiming accurately for heads. Walker sighed softly and looked at the round black object in his hand. This was his last grenade. Even if he died, he would at least take one along with him. He could hear the frenzied breathing in between piercing howls, coming from the passageway. This was the excitement of bloodlust. Walker moved his fingers and flipped the switch, releasing the safety on the grenade. His finger positioned itself over the button in the middle as he looked toward the passageway. From the bright area into the darkness, he could not see anything and could only use his hearing to determine the distance to the target. A piercing pain coursed through his arm every time it moved. What if his throw was not accurate and it did not blow the beast to bits? Then just wait for it to get a little closer. Just a little closer. After all, he was going to die anyway. Walker counted in his heart. He could already see the blurry outline of the monstrous beast rushing over. The shape of the beast gradually became clearer, and he could see its malevolent face and its sharp fangs. However, Walker pricked his ears. Why did it sound like someone was behind the beast? Was it friend or foe? As he thought about this, Walker heard a bang. The monstrous beast that had been running at high speed fell to the ground and slid forward a short distance. Walker could see the bullet hole in its head. He tilted the head to see the bullet hole in the wall. That high-speed bullet had gone straight through that monstrous beast's skull. A strange sound of gunfire and an unfamiliar bullet hole. It was not a gun model that the outpost or the base used. Who the heck was it? Walker, who was still clutching the grenade, had intended to rain curses before going out with a bang and dying as a martyr, but now he was dumbstruck. He widened his eyes to try and see who it was, but the other party was not in a rush to come over. Dong, dong. The sound of a metal rod knocking against the wall reverberated within the long passageway. Grrrr. The sound of low growling came from above. Walker carefully raised his head. Above, at the edge of the area that had sunk in, there was another one of those beasts standing there. However, that beast had been attracted to the knocking sound and wasn't looking at him. Dong, dong, dong. The knocking sounds became more urgent, and the beast let out a series of low growls. After that, it leapt down from the top. Walker had started to think of as many ways to escape the predicament before his eyes, but he had only begun using his head when he heard a bang. Blood splattered on Walker's face, carrying with it an unfamiliar pungent smell that made one nauseous. However, Walker simply paid no heed to that. He was staring blankly at the beast that had just landed and had not yet steadied itself before its brains had been blown out. He stiffly rotated his neck to look down the passageway. The knocking on the wall had stopped after the shot had rung out. The sound of footsteps neared. Walker glanced over as the other person came closer, and an unexpected figure appeared in his field of vision. Fang Zhao. Walker looked as though his neck was trapped in a headlock. Worried that his eyes were playing tricks on him, he shut them tightly before violently opening them. No mistake. It was Fang Zhao. How could it be Fang Zhao? At this moment, all sorts of guesses, both positive and negative, flooded Walker's mind. In the few days since Fan Lin had brought Fang Zhao over, the soldiers in the outpost had all met this person who had changed the fortunes of Planet Baiji. Walker had also discussed Fang Zhao with his comrades in private. He knew that this person was a gaming and composing celebrity. However, in the few days Fang Zhao had been here, many people had gained favorable impressions of Fang Zhao. He did not put on airs, and he treated others warmly. Sometimes he would even help out the outpost team and give them more opportunities to appear on the live broadcast. This was just an upright and grounded youth. Remove his celebrity tag and Fang Zhao would not be any different. The reporter named Kevin Lin, on the other hand, was even more of a diva than Fang Zhao. This was what they had thought of Fang Zhao. However, now, Walker felt as if this was his first time getting to know Fang Zhao. He only met Fang Zhao's gaze for a brief moment, yet Walker could feel a chill going down his spine. There was not a speck of blood on Fang Zhao now, yet Walker felt as if there was a dense smell of blood permeating the surroundings. Fang Zhao had only been at the outpost for a short time, yet he remembered the names of the outpost. Team members. It's me. Walker was filled with doubt. For example, where had Fang Zhao gotten the gun in his hand from? Why was his shooting so accurate? Why had he appeared here? These and many other questions filled Walker's head, yet he did not know where to start. Fang Zhao walked over and, with one glance, was able to roughly determine Walker's current state. Pushing aside Walker's fingers, Fang Zhao took the grenade from Walker's hands and flicked the safety back on for the grenade, which could have blown at any moment. Fang Zhao helped extract Walker from underneath the rubble and brought him back to the underground shelter. Having gone out for a round and brought back a wounded person, the people in the shelter saw Fang Zhao in a strange light, as if it was the first time they were seeing this person. The items in the shelter were limited, so they could only give Walker some simple treatment. For further treatment, he could only wait till the situation was resolved and he was sent to the base. After inquiring a little about the situation above, Fang Zhao took Walker's gun and handed it over to Kevin Lin. I'm heading up for a look. Chapter 208. I disagree. As soon as Kevin Lin heard Fang Zhao's decision, he objected. No way. Didn't you just get back? You were lucky enough to come back alive. Let's just stay put. I'm sure the soldiers from the main base will be here soon. I agree, Fang Zhao. Let's just stay here. Don't go out, Fan Lin. Seconded. Walker looked at Fang Zhao and said, if you head up to ground level, you might be mistaken for the enemy. On the battlefield, even if you were a friendly, you might be shot by mistake. If Fang Zhao headed out in his current state, he could easily be mistaken for a terrorist and killed in combat. Naturally, Fang Zhao was aware of these risks, but he still decided to leave. Fang Zhao left the bunker again. All Kevin Lin could do was glare at him. Kevin Lin then turned to Fan Lin's lab technicians and asked, which one of you is the better marksman? The lab technicians all shook their heads. Then I better carry this. I have done shooting practice before, after all. Kevin Lin had never seen combat, but at least he had practiced on a firing range. After glancing at a resting walker, Kevin Lin couldn't help putting on his reporter's hat again. He started interviewing the wounded soldier at an unknown location on the first floor of the sentry post. The sirens kept sounding following a series of explosions. A silhouette emerged. It was a terrorist who had been part of the attack on the outpost. The terrorist was in a good mood and was wearing a cocky and crazed smile. Unlike his two incompetent comrades who had been killed by snipers as soon as they had entered the sentry post, he had managed to infiltrate the complex and locate the storage room where the food, medicine, and other supplies were stored. Judging from their expiration dates, the inventory had just arrived. They were still in very good condition. Daily necessities like that were extremely hard to come by on a foreign planet. He had just blown up a few of the interconnected storage rooms. He felt like a bona fide hero, admiring his handiwork. He still wasn't satisfied. Noticing locations that were left unscathed, he set another fire. The security system started malfunctioning after the attack. It could only sound the alarm but not extinguish the fire. The repeated bursts of fire alarm sirens were unnerving, but to this terrorist, they sounded like celebratory bells extolling his achievement. It was such a shame they couldn't go blow up the main base. If the Baiji hadn't been discovered, if the military presence on the planet hadn't been reinforced, and if its defenses hadn't been beefed up, they probably would have blown the Baiji base to pieces. That would have made for huge news. But once he thought of the fact that the outpost they had bombed was where that minor celebrity was broadcasting live from, the terrorist was ecstatic again. They had only realized that Fang Zhao was around when they had arrived and scouted the experimental plot. The attack on Baiji had been in the works for some time. They were aware of everything that was happening on Baiji. They watched the live broadcasts every day. Naturally, they recognized Fang Zhao's face. If he could track down that minor celebrity and broadcast his beheading live, then he would be the top story of the day. This was big news. Everyone would know who he was. After gloating, he would commit suicide. Sounds like a plan. Then it's decided. He licked his dry lips and tasted blood. The more he thought about his plan, the more excited he became. He was going to track down the minor celebrity stashed away by the sentries. Where in the world had the sentries hidden the celebrity? As he was pondering the matter, the flash of an arm showed up in his pupils and grew bigger rapidly. Before he knew it, his whole body plunged backward and landed on a wall. The subtle sound of his bones cracking could be heard, as if they had been crushed. Ah! The lone whale was quickly drowned out by the ongoing sirens. His two arms flopped to the ground, and his gun dropped to the ground. His comms unit was removed and stomped to pieces. Someone grabbed his collar and dragged him forward away from the storage units, a bit like he was a garbage bag. "You're from tomorrow's empire?" a cold voice asked. The terrorist lifted his head toward the voice for the first time since his whole body had been picked up. The first thing he saw was the dark barrel of a gun. The temperature was hot because of the bombing and the fire he had started. He felt a warm breeze mixed with the smell of burnt toast. If someone stuck around long enough, they would be covered in sweat, but staring at the dark barrel and the cold glimmer of the gun, all he did was shiver. The terrorist took a gulp. He had noticed his captor wasn't wearing the sentry uniform. He didn't know offhand who his captor was, but now he took in the face behind the gun and froze. "Fang Zhao? You're Fang Zhao." Ecstasy replaced fear. He even ignored the metallic sensation of the gun barrel pressed against his face. He had just been about to track down that minor celebrity. Lo and behold, the celebrity had showed up in front of him. It was divine intervention. But he never would have guessed the minor celebrity had a few moves of his own. Several thoughts flashed through his head. A light bulb lit up when he recalled Fang Zhao's question. He had a brilliant idea. "That's right. I'm a member of tomorrow's empire. I would do anything for the empire." "The empire?" Fang Zhao asked. "That's right. We want to build an empire of our own. A brand new world. Why do the descendants of the martyrs that founded the new era have a monopoly on the best resources while we are discriminated against?" The man said in a righteous tone. "You're a descendant of the founding fathers?" Fang Zhao pressed. The man was about to answer in the affirmative, but he paused. "No, I'm not a descendant of the founding fathers. I'm a descendant of a period of destruction martyr." The founding martyrs and the period of destruction martyrs were two distinct groups. The former referred to those who had made major contributions to mankind during the founding of the new era, while the latter referred to heroes who had sacrificed themselves during the period of destruction. Any mention of period of destruction martyrs inspires a sense of awe and mixed emotions. Fang Zhao frowned. A descendant of a period of destruction martyr? The man was delighted by Fang Zhao's shift in tone. That's correct, he blurted out. In reality, he had no idea if any of his ancestors were martyrs. Regardless of the facts, it was his word against Fang Zhao's. This was his lifeline. Or perhaps at some point he had brainwashed himself into believing that he was indeed the descendant of a martyr wholeheartedly, that everything he had done had been in the name of correcting injustices committed against his ancestors, that his work would bring him the utmost glory. It had all been for tomorrow's empire. Freedom fighters like him shared the spirit of the founding fathers who had battled for a new future. Yes, that's right. All that killing had been for a better tomorrow. Bring on another period of destruction war. Let's set aside the issue of the martyr's descendants who were forced to go down my path first. Do you remember the martyr Fang Zhao? You know, your namesake, the really famous one. The great man ranked only second to Wu Yin in the core area of the Yinzhou Cemetery for Martyrs? You're from Yinzhou. You must know about him, no? It's a shame that he died in the 99th year of the period of destruction and Wu Yin stole the limelight. Look at how much prestige the Wu family enjoys these days. What about Fang Zhao's descendants? They've long been shoved into the gutter. Fang Zhao watched as the man blabbered on passionately and self-righteously, seemingly emboldened by the noble cause of exposing the indignities suffered by a giant of history. Little did he know that the man standing before him was the real Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had seen pitiful performances like this during the period of destruction a countless number of times. He could tell his prisoner was lying. His claim of being a descendant of a martyr was bullshit. All this talk of correcting injustices committed against martyrs was simply a pretty excuse to advance his own interests and satisfy his greed. Taking a step back, even if this person was telling the truth, even if this extremist organization counted the descendants of martyrs among its members, just look at what they had done. Fang Zhao thought to himself, if his fallen comrades who hadn't lived to see the new era knew their descendants had stooped this low, they'd be furious enough to crawl out from their plots in the martyrs' cemeteries. They wouldn't be able to rest in peace. The terrorist kept observing Fang Zhao's facial expressions as he talked. He swelled with delight when he noticed a subtle change in Fang Zhao's gaze. If he could convert Fang Zhao, that would be a major accomplishment. If he couldn't, the man bent his limp fingers, his fingernails piercing the center of his palms. He couldn't raise his arms anymore, but he could move his fingers. Think about the luxurious lifestyle that the Wu family enjoys now. Then think about poor martyr Fang Zhao, resting alone underground, unable to protect the livelihoods of his descendants. If he were still alive, he'd be upset too. He'd definitely approve of our bang. A bullet penetrated the man's head between his eyebrows, ejecting into the wall behind him. Fang Zhao glanced at the slumped body and mumbled, I disagree. Fang Zhao didn't like extremist organizations like Tomorrow's Empire. The death of the parents of the original owner of his body had the fingerprints of an extremist organization all over it. Accidents like that were not unheard of, but many of them were covered up to prevent mass panic. The government had been heavy-handed in its recent anti-terrorism campaign, dealing the extremists some major blows. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so desperate as to target Baiji. Not too long ago, Baiji had been an impoverished planet, which had made it a vulnerable target. If they had truly had the guts, why hadn't they targeted the planets at the top of the development order? If they were genuinely so ambitious, if they actually harbored such lofty aspirations, why had been they so fixated on blowing up Baiji, endangering innocent civilians in the process? If they wanted to build their own empire, why not colonize a planet that hadn't been discovered by the Global Alliance and truly break new ground? To expend all this energy to come up with evil plots instead of channeling it toward righteous causes, calling for the overthrow of the existing order, even recreating the beasts from the period of destruction. Such bastards. They deserve to be crushed. On the verge of his death back in the day, Fang Zhao had had his grievances all right. He had witnessed the emergence of all sorts of royalty on the different continents and read an online commentary that he was the one with the worst luck among the period of destruction leadership. He'd be lying if he said none of it had gotten to him. But as he had admired the beautiful blue home planet from space, he had felt that all his sacrifices had been worth it. He had put all those injustices behind him. Then Fang Zhao had wondered if, one day, some B***starred posing as his descendant would pop up and stir up trouble. If the occasion actually arrived, he would deliver a bullet to the impostor's head, Fang Zhao had thought to himself. Chapter 209, Blind. There was still continuous gunfire all over the outpost. Yan Biao's face was pale and covered with beads of sweat. He took a look at his blood-soaked pants and winced at the pain. The protruding veins on his face twitched with every movement he made, but his two eyes were still scanning the surroundings like radar for any sign of activity. Yan Biao used his comms device to ask those who had stayed behind in the command post. Command post, how did the base reply? His chest was heaving violently, and his words had some urgency to them. Base says that reinforcements are on the way. Captain, you should get some treatment first. With your current condition. A few other voices came through the comms device. Captain, you are hurt. Captain, don't delay treatment. Base reinforcements are en route. We just have to hold them off a little longer. The comms channel they were using was in multi-user mode. Hold your own positions. Do not get distracted. I know my own condition best. Yan Biao wiped away the droplets of sweat that had almost reached his eye. His sharp gaze was focused on the ruins in front, trying to detect where the two terrorists had concealed themselves. These two were just too crafty. Yan Biao did not dare to get careless. Although his perception was not as strong as a cemetery guard's, he could rely on his own experiences and intuition to deduce a few things. The two hiding themselves were surely the leading members in this attack. Even if they were not leading the operation, they were still crucial personnel and could not be allowed to get any closer to the outpost. But those two had really sharp senses, and every time, they managed to slip away just as the snipers were about to fire. Because of this, Yan Biao was even more determined to shoot these two terrorists dead. If he were to be brought to a safe place for treatment, surely manpower would be needed to transport him over, and there would be others required to cover him. That would make it more difficult to kill these two. If he were to receive medical treatment, he had to get rid of these two terrorists first. He could not rest easy till they were dead. At this moment, through his earpiece, he heard a message from the command post. Captain, the surveillance system shows some beasts headed your way. Yan Biao's heart dropped. He suspected that the two hidden terrorists ahead had used some sort of method to attract over more of these beasts to increase their firepower. This way, it would be more difficult to kill off the two terrorists. How many? Yan Biao asked. Coming from your right. There are 7, 6, 5, 4. Hearing the voice on the comms channel, Yan Biao's face stiffened. The veins on his face were protruding even more than before. Yan Biao bellowed. Are you F***king counting down? This wasn't the time. I'm not, Captain. I'm really giving a serious report. There were really 7 on your right headed over, but the numbers are dropping. There are still 2. 1. No more. The right side is clear. Yan Biao violently exhaled. How long had it been since this exchange of words? 7 beasts, completely wiped out. When had their outpost team had such a godly marksman? Who did it? Yan Biao asked. No idea. You didn't see it? Are none of the surveillance cameras working? They are working, but all I saw in the footage was the beasts falling one after another. I couldn't tell who shot them. However, it doesn't seem like it's someone from our outpost team. The sound of the gunfire was different, not the gun model we use at the outpost. The sounds it made seemed like they were from an even older model. Hearing this, Yan Biao was even more skeptical. Could the person be in cahoots with the attackers? But if he were from that side, why had he shot those beasts? Had reinforcements arrived? That seemed unlikely. If people from the base were here, it wouldn't only be one. Who the H**LL was it? Get to the bottom of this. Yan Biao ordered. Even without Yan Biao's instructions, people in the command post were searching seriously. The sharp sensors of the detection system could capture the activity of any living beasts. The people in the command post stiffened up as they watched the bright spots displayed by the surveillance system change. Hurriedly, they exclaimed, Ryode. The person is headed over to you. It's unclear whether he is friend or foe. The line, unclear whether he is friend or foe, astonished Ryode. Generally, they would always assume worst-case scenario. But now, whether friend or foe, meant that in the current circumstances, the other party's actions were beneficial to him. At the moment, Ryode was leading men to clear out terrorists and those beasts that had entered the outpost. Hearing this message, he replied, "Which side?" "Never mind. I already hear gunfire." The passageway surveillance camera was damaged, and those in the command post had no way of watching the situation, but through the detection system, they were able to see the bright spots of life forms on the map. Blue dots were humans, and red ones were beasts. Ryode's team consisted of 5 people, 5 blue dots. In the middle of this long passageway, there were 6 red dots, and they were moving quickly in Ryode's direction. There was another blue dot at the other end of the passageway who was moving at an even higher speed and was catching up to those red dots. And during this process, the red dots were decreasing. As an eyewitness to this scene, Ryode's thoughts overwhelmed him. Flapping sounds as the 6 beasts ran at high speeds were accompanied by low growls and howls that flooded the passageway. However, every time a shot rang out, a beast fell. Ryode did not let his men fire. They were only to be on alert as they watched the person heading over eliminate the beasts. Whenever they encountered these beasts, they would open fire from a distance. They would absolutely avoid engaging them in close combat, as they did not understand these beasts and could only be passive. Aim at the head. That was easier said than done. When it came to reality, the difficulty was much higher. In the last hour, they had experienced it for themselves. But now, apparently every beast was being killed in one shot. Not considering marksmanship, Ryode swore he had never ever seen such a crazy person before. That's right, from what Ryode saw, this was a crazy person. Not only was it one shot, one kill. After the person had caught up to the beasts with his extremely quick speed, he did not slow down at all, instead fearlessly continuing to rush forward. Ryode scrunched his eyebrows together. Close quarters combat? When the steel rod struck the beast's taut, rock-like muscles, it created a thumping sound. The thumping sound had not yet dissipated when the second strike accurately struck the beast in its neck like a violent gale. A torrential barrage of attacks created an accompaniment of bones cracking and flesh being slapped. Ryode's furrowed expression turned to one of astonishment. Beast after beast fell to the ground and did not budge. Bang! Gunfire. The last beast collapsed to the ground heavily. The inertia from its rushing caused it to slide some distance after it fell, leaving a trail of brown blood from the bullet hole in its head. The whirlwind-like attack had only lasted a few blinks. Before Ryode had even regained his train of thought, the entire thing was over. Those aggressive howls a few moments ago had been silenced for the rest of eternity. Ryode was still standing in his original spot. The muscles around his eyes were twitching, even more so when he saw the other party's face. His eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. Those in the command post saw the 6 blue dots on the screen and anxiously asked, "Ryode, what's the situation over there? Who is the other party? Is he friend or foe?" Others who were in the same comms channel pricked their ears up. Ryode heard the questions through his earpiece and opened his mouth. With great difficulty, he spat out 2 words, Fang Zhao. When everyone in the comms channel heard this name, they spoke almost simultaneously. Who? What? Ryode swallowed his saliva. When he saw Fang Zhao look over, he was a little startled and nervous for no reason. A layer of sweat had actually formed on his back. At this moment, Fang Zhao's entire body seemed to be oozing a viciousness that was entirely different from how he normally was. Ryode recalled the scene he had just witnessed, the kind that went all out to beat the enemy to death without even giving them the tiniest bit of time to take a breath. In the past, how had he reckoned that Fang Zhao was a gentle and harmless person? I must have been King blind. Why are you even here? Ryode asked. Fang Zhao flung the blood off his steel rod. I came out to take a look. What's the situation like right now? It's already under control. People from the base should be arriving shortly. Ryode briefly spoke a little about the current situation. There was nothing confidential, and he did not need to hide any information. From where you came from, besides these beasts, did you encounter any terrorists? Previously, 2 holes were blasted in the outpost, and some infiltrators entered, sabotaging a portion of our surveillance system. The command center had no way of finding them. I encountered one when I came over from the storehouse. Ryode had also mentioned Yin Biao's situation, and Fang Zhao decided to go over and see if he could help out. Does Yan's squad require help? I'll go over. The conversation between the two was also transmitted to others through Ryode's earpiece and receiver. When Yin Biao heard the conversation, he was still unconvinced. 2 minutes later, he had a complicated expression as he saw Fang Zhao appearing in front of him. This old soldier had made an oversight, let alone the others. Glancing at the gun in Fang Zhao's hands, it was indeed an old model that had already halted production. This was a gun model that garrison troops had used a few decades ago. The question was, where had this little fellow gotten a hold of it? And how had he even brought it here? Even bringing a gun for military service? You need medical treatment ASAP, Fang Zhao said as he took a look at Yin Biao's wound. We don't have to worry about it right now. Fang Zhao, the command post, said that many of the beasts inside the outpost were killed by you. 19. Until now, I have killed a total of 19, Fang Zhao replied. Yin Biao's face twitched when he heard this figure. According to rough estimates, during this round of attacks, the terrorists had released 8 cages here. Each cage had held approximately 15, thus totaling 100 plus such beasts. If what Fang Zhao had said was true, then he alone had gotten rid of a sixth of them. If anyone had told Yin Biao this before, he definitely would not have believed it. There was the sound of concentrated gunfire in the surroundings, and a number of beasts approached. This was the reason they were defending this area and were unable to move forward to the ruins ahead. These beasts did not know pain. As long as they were not dead, they would engage in slaughter till the very end. You have good marksmanship? Do you see that area in front? Within those ruins are 2 terrorists. We cannot let them get any closer to the outpost. You can cooperate with Bi Liao. Do you know Bi Liao? He is our sniper. Those 2 terrorists are really crafty, so it is very difficult. Bang! The gunshot rang out beside his ear. The sound of gunfire from the old gun model was too loud, and Yin Biao was deafened for a moment. He stared blankly for 2 seconds before recovering. It was also because he was weak from his injury. Otherwise, his reaction would not have been like this. The dazed Yin Biao heard Sniper Bi Liao's voice crackling through his earpiece. Captain, one of the terrorists has been hit. Judging from the bullet wound and the spurt of blood, he should already be dead. Yin Biao looked slightly more at ease. Good job. It wasn't me, the sniper mumbled. He had been just about to fire when he had seen the target's head tilt back and blood spurt out. The terrorist that had been shot dead probably had not known whether he had been hit by a stray bullet or targeted and eliminated, as the bullet had not been shot from the sniper's position. The terrorist might have been guarded against the outpost team's sniper, but he was not guarded against shots from other positions. It wasn't you. Yin Biao was suspicious. Inclining his head toward Fang Zhao, he opened his mouth to ask. Bang! Another shot rang out beside his ear. Sniper Bi Liao's voice came through the earpiece. Captain, the other terrorist has also been shot dead. Was it you this time? Yin Biao asked. It wasn't me this round either, Bi Liao said grudgingly. He was the outpost's best sniper, and he normally called himself the ace marksman. But this time around, he had really suffered a blow. He had totally been unable to lock the 2 crafty terrorists in place, and he had not gotten a single one after guarding for so long. In the end, they had been killed by somebody else. But in any case, those 2 have finally been settled. Bi Liao sighed. The remaining beasts are not a threat. Captain, you should hurry and get treated, or you will die from blood loss. Tell everyone at your side that nobody is allowed to go any closer. They might have bombs on their bodies. I know. Ending the comms, Yin Biao looked at Fang Zhao, who had already put away his gun. Were those 2 shot by you? MMHM. The calm tone Fang Zhao used was as though he had just slaughtered some chickens. Chapter 210, No Interest. Yin Biao could not clearly see the situation ahead of him, but since Bi Liao had seen it through his sniper scope and confirmed that the 2 terrorists had already been killed, Yin Biao could rest easy and receive treatment. However, if what Fang Zhao had said was true, examining the wounds on the bodies would verify his words. The gun used by Fang Zhao was different from the ones used by the outpost team. The gunshot wounds would be different, so it would be easy to distinguish. Yin Biao was a little puzzled when he saw Fang Zhao keeping his gun away. Aren't you going to continue? There are a few more beasts over there. The others can handle it. Besides, I'm out of ammo, Fang Zhao replied. The situation was already under control. There weren't many threats remaining, and he had no need to snatch military glory away from the outpost team. Yin Biao did not question how Fang Zhao had managed to smuggle the gun into Planet Baiji. Instead, he asked, "These types of old gun models have very little ammo. How many bullets are there? You ran out of ammo so quickly." "There were only 20 bullets when I brought it over." Fang Zhao did not hide this bit. Yin Biao and the others did not think highly of these sorts of decades-old guns. If a gun from the old era were placed in front of them, they would surely treat it as an antique. Bi Liao had just arrived and had a shocked look on his face. "You dared to head to the battlefield with only 20 bullets? Was it enough?" Yin Biao too was used to high-capacity magazines and also found it utterly unimaginable. What can you do with so little ammo? But when he remembered how Fang Zhao had shot the terrorists and the reports of how Fang Zhao had killed those beasts with one shot, he swallowed his words. "That's why I brought a steel rod." Fang Zhao brandished his already deformed steel rod, which was now full of brown bloodstains. Not every beast had been shot dead. Some had been bludgeoned to death. Yin Biao silently watched Fang Zhao for a few seconds, then handed his own gun over to Fang Zhao. "You use it first. I no longer have the strength to use it." Fang Zhao did not accept it. He looked up at the sky in a certain direction. Should be reinforcements from the base arriving. Yin Biao felt delighted inside and looked over, but he did not see anything. But when he remembered Fang Zhao's dilating ears, he largely believed it. He still pushed the gun toward Fang Zhao. "Even if personnel from the base have arrived, you hold on to it just in case." Indeed, after a short while, a black speck appeared in the distance. Yin Biao switched the modes on his comms device and received a new signal accessing the outpost communications network. It was the personnel dispatched from the base. After reporting the situation over here, Yin Biao checked his comms device again. There were 2 missed comms from Kevin Lin. Yin Biao had set up a few communication channels in the network. Channel 1 was for personnel with a squadron leader position or above, including the command post. Channel 2 was for team leaders and above. Channel 3 was solely for communications with the command post and to understand the current situation. Channel 4 was for personnel not part of the outpost team, like Kevin Lin and the rest. Previously, he had been in the outpost internal comms channel and been set to combat command mode, so those in other channels could not interfere. Yin Biao switched over and immediately heard Kevin Lin's anxious voice asking. Fang Zhao went up. "Have you seen him? He's here beside me. He's all right. Base personnel have also arrived, but we still need time to make sure the danger has passed. You people stay where you are first and don't come out. When it's safe, I will send men to fetch you." Yin Biao's words were undoubtedly good news to those in the underground shelter. They signified that the situation was roughly under control. Yin Biao did not say much else. 2 soldiers came over and prepared to carry him off for medical treatment. He no longer needed to maintain his position. As he relaxed, he felt his vision blurring as he faded in and out of consciousness. Of the 2 terrorists, one of them was indeed armed with explosives. Furthermore, the explosives were embedded within his body and were difficult to remove. After the personnel dispatched by the base determined the identity of the 2 terrorists, they moved the bomb-laden corpse far away for detonation. The explosion in the distance shook the earth, vindicating Yin Biao's judgment. If those terrorists had infiltrated the outpost's interior, the consequences would have been even more dire. Now that there were reinforcements, Bi Liao held his gun and sat at the side. He was really tired, yet he could not control his curiosity. He asked Fang Zhao, "Were those 2 terrorists really shot by you?" Bi Liao had seen the gunshot wounds on the 2 terrorists' bodies. Both had been killed with a single shot, and the wounds had not been made by the gun model issued by the base. On the contrary, the gunshot wounds seemed similar to those found on the bodies of the beasts Fang Zhao had shot dead. Because of this, Bi Liao found it unimaginable. If it was an old, experienced soldier around 70 or 80, Bi Liao would only have had admiration for him. But Fang Zhao? How old was Fang Zhao? Those 2 terrorists were experienced hands with sharp perceptions. Bi Liao had kept an eye on them for so long, yet he had been unable to succeed. Every time he had caught sight of their shadow, the other side seemed to have sensed it and had evaded, so Bi Liao could not get a lock on them. Not just himself, Bi Liao reckoned that if it had been any of the few ace marksmen from the base, they would not have been able to do it either. Timing, speed, decision-making, mental state, external factors, and other factors affected the final outcome. Bi Liao was not finding excuses. It was indeed very difficult. However, today, the scene that had unfolded in front of Bi Liao's eyes was like a lesson for him. Even if Bi Liao was unwilling to admit it, he had to accept this fact. In less than a minute, Fang Zhao had used a gun that was no longer in production and 2 bullets to shoot dead the targets that Bi Liao had been unable to hit for 20 minutes. This skill was really extraordinary. Furthermore, from what Riot and the others had said, given Fang Zhao's skill, marksmanship, and temperament, if he joined the military, anywhere he went, he would be the absolute trump card. If I had your ability, maybe even just half, I would have become a senior officer long ago. I wouldn't still be stuck as a lieutenant like now. Bi Liao lamented to Fang Zhao. This little fellow, why did he not think things through? Why did he decide to be a celebrity? Bi Liao was especially curious about one thing. How long have you been practicing with a gun? Fang Zhao thought for a bit before replying. Very long. Definitely not as long as me. From what Bi Liao saw, he was older than Fang Zhao by a few decades. He'd had access to firearms from a young age. Bi Liao had certainly held guns longer than Fang Zhao, but his skill could not be compared. This Bi Liao acknowledged. Bi Liao had an envious look in his eyes. Your talent is really good. This sort of thing known as talent was not something anyone could have. Some people could just use a shorter time to achieve more dazzling results. When Fang Zhao heard this, he gave a faint smile. Talent? These technical abilities and skills were gained from experiencing living hell for close to 100 years and from the accumulation of many wounds and injuries. Technical abilities did not drop from the sky. How much had his body and mind gone through to achieve the level of skill he had today? In his previous life, the reason Fang Zhao had not survived was largely due to his accumulated injuries and illnesses coupled together with the immense pressure on him from the war. As the leader of a large war zone, he had been unable to avoid many affairs. Before his death, his body had already reached its limits. And even if the battle where he had died had not occurred, he might not have made it to the founding era. Fang Zhao's rebirth had let him feel pleasantly surprised, but ultimately, his soul was still the same one that had gone through close to 100 years of the apocalypse. During that period where they'd had to make sure every bullet counted and where danger had lurked around every corner, where they'd had to stay alert both day and night, and a person's life could have been lost at any moment. He had lived for close to 100 years. This was something Bi Liao would never be able to imagine. When Fang Zhao faced those beasts, his soul and body combined to create an instinctive reaction. But Fang Zhao could not say any of this. Noticing Fang Zhao not speaking, Bi Liao did not mind. He continued, the magazine for that gun of yours is way too little. But, speaking of that, for old era guns, their bullets were big and the magazine capacity was really little. I heard that some of the gun magazines could only load 10 shells. I have no idea how those people from the period of destruction could get by. If it was me, I would have fallen into despair. Fang Zhao nodded. Yeah, they probably wish they could have broken a single bullet into many more. Oh right, I forgot that you were a godlike player in Battle of the Century. I heard that Battle of the Century is set during the period of destruction and things during that period were recreated. I will try it if I get the chance. Godlike player, and so on were the words entertainment media used to describe Fang Zhao. When Bi Liao had first seen it, he had felt that it was rather exaggerated, but looking at things now, even if it was exaggerated, it was not beyond reason. Bi Liao decided that, when he got the chance, he would go online and search for Fang Zhao's dazzling game videos. I heard that some units have already been allocated the latest gun model, the sort that shoots beams. That sort of gun doesn't require bullets at all, and the firepower is even greater. There is even a vertigo mode and a heat mode. A look of yearning crossed Bi Liao's face. It sounds so cool. I wonder when our side will get to use it. Equipment will get better and better in future, Fang Zhao said. That's for sure. If we were the planet Baiji of old, all we would be able to do is dream. But now it's different. We can look forward to it. If we'd had equipment of that sort of grade, we would have beaten these attackers to a pulp. At this point, Bi Liao once again thanked Fang Zhao. It was all thanks to you discovering Baiji, or that our systems and equipment were upgraded. Otherwise, during this attack, maybe half of us wouldn't have survived. But what can we do? Resources are limited, and there are positions in the development sequence. You see, we, Planet Baiji, were poor and had lousy equipment, and so were placed at the back. It's little wonder we got targeted by terrorists. Bi Liao lamed Ted for a little bit before asking Fang Zhao. Oh, do you have any interest in developing in the military? Nope, Fang Zhao replied. I'm in the art industry. He just wanted to enjoy this new life that was hard to come by. The attacks all over planet Baiji were already under control. Reinforcements from the base had reached all the other outposts in succession. The communications network had not yet been fully restored. Although the network was still unable to support a live broadcast, information transmission was no longer obstructed. However, people online were unaware. The matter of Planet Baiji being attacked by a terrorist organization had become something that everyone was following closely. The military would not publicly reveal all information, so for those that wanted to know the latest developments at Planet Baiji, they needed to find relevant parties. If not, all they could do was worry. The large majority of netizens were like this. They were worried, and all they could do was vent in all the large forums until Channel S5 released a video. It had been sent to the company by Kevin Lin on Planet Baiji. In the video, Kevin Lin was in a dusky room, his face bloodied. He cut a sorry figure. Ever since the live broadcasts had started, this was the first time he had appeared this way in front of the audience, but nobody mocked him. Greetings, everyone. It is your old friend Kevin Lin. My work ID number is LKW7986. Kevin Lin's voice was heavy and trembling slightly, as if he was saying his last words. In no time, every continent's various internet or television channels synchronized to this broadcast. Channel S5's viewership hit an unprecedented height. Chapter 211, Virtual versus Reality. Did you hear that Planet Baiji has come under attack? You mean the planet that was the center of attention a while back after discovering the new power, or? Yes. I heard it's a terrorist attack. So be it. It's no big deal. For many folks, Baiji was a faraway planet, and what happened there didn't affect their daily lives. In addition, this was not the first terrorist attack in the history of mankind. They didn't pay much attention. As for the handful of folks who followed political and military news, even they went about life as usual when they learned about the attack from their friends. At most, it was a fallback conversation topic during social gatherings, and they would make a perfunctory donation to the military on Memorial Day. That was it. But this time, things were different. You've heard of Fang Zhao, right? The dude who was the top-ranked player in Battle of the Century? He is performing his military service on Baiji at the exact sentry post that was attacked. I heard that he was broadcasting live at the time, and his signal was cut off. He might have been hit. They still don't know whether he's alive or dead. What? For many gamers, both professionals and amateurs alike, Fang Zhao's departure from gaming was a sad development. The void at the top was a frequent subject of discussion in online gaming forums. Now, the global rankings for Battle of the Century were a full-on slugfest day in day out, with the former number 1 and number 2 both out of action. Fang Zhao had to serve in the military, and Marshall had decided to focus on his professional shooting career instead. Now that the two strongest players were out of the picture, everyone else naturally went all out trying to advance their rankings. Given the prevailing dynamics, gamers would bring up Fang Zhao from time to time and reminisce about his stranglehold on the number 1 spot in the first 6 months after the game had launched. When Fang Zhao had announced he was quitting gaming to serve in the military, some had cheered and others had mourned the news. Likewise, news that the location where Fang Zhao was serving had been attacked by terrorists sparked mixed reactions. Some folks wished for Fang Zhao's death so that their competition would be eliminated for good, while others prayed for Fang Zhao's survival. A third group just followed the latest developments for the heck of it. Regardless of their motivations, none of the gamers were in the mood to play anymore. Fiery Bird noticed that the number of gamers online playing Battle of the Century was much lower than usual, and the figure was continuing to dwindle over time, especially after Channel S5 played the footage it had received from Baiji. Everyone had gone offline to watch the video. The Project Starlight team of First Frontline and the rest of the editorial team were hard at work. All their phone lines were busy. Meanwhile, Kevin Lin slowly transmitted a few text, sound, and video files back to headquarters. After watching the first video Kevin Lin sent, they knew this was a prime opportunity for their publication. Indeed, for any profit-making organization, their business interests came first. Naturally, they were concerned about the situation on Baiji and whether there were any survivors. but they cared more about how the incident could benefit the publication. The second video has been edited. We've received 98% of the third video. Boss, another internet TV channel from Muzhou, wants to buy our footage. The third video has been downloaded in full. I'll start. Editing. The editors at HQ considered some of the footage that Kevin Lin sent redundant, so they took it out and made other edits before airing the final cut on S5. Kevin Lin's gonna become a star, one of Kevin Lin's colleagues said as he observed S5's viewership numbers skyrocketing. He's already a star, another colleague said while pointing at his computer screen and wearing an astonished expression. On his screen was Kevin Lin's social media account. His last status update had been posted before he had taken off for Baiji, about to take off. The post included a photo that also showed Fang Zhao and other fellow passengers. The number of comments on the post had already exceeded 1 million. Concerned viewers noticed Kevin Lin's account displayed in the S5 videos. Kevin Lin had interviewed celebrities and politicians in the past, but no matter how much he had self-promoted and embellished, he had never gotten anywhere. Now, a disaster had turned into a blessing in disguise. His follower numbers had reached a level that made many fellow journalists jealous. Even if it was a temporary bump, people were still jealous. The military chose not to disclose the latest updates it had received. All they said was that the situation on Baiji was under control and that the military base was secure. That was all. So if viewers wanted to find out more details, they had to tune in to S5 or regional internet TV channels that took the S5 feed. The first video S5 aired explained what had happened. Not just Kevin Lin, but Fang Zhao, Fan Lin, and the other researchers also appeared in the video. The second video showed the appearance of a monster. The beast was no stranger to gamers who were playing Battle of the Century, even if it belonged to a species they weren't familiar with. The monster's savage face bore a striking resemblance to the beasts in the game. The banging on the door not only unnerved the people in the bunker, it also spooked the viewers watching the video. This wasn't a movie. It was cinema verite, real footage from the planet of Baiji. They didn't know what they would see next, which gave their nerves a roller coaster ride. Good thing the door was firm enough. The beast was also distracted by other noise, so the online viewers could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The third video was also edited, but not by First Frontline's editors. Kevin Lin had cut a portion of the film before he had sent it. He had edited out the footage of Fang Zhao pulling out his gun. Conscripts were not allowed to carry arms without permission. The footage would reflect poorly on Fang Zhao. Kevin Lin knew Fang Zhao had pulled out his gun as a last resort. As a brother from the trenches, Kevin Lin was a loyal comrade. Even if Fang Zhao hadn't said anything, Kevin Lin never would have aired the footage. So the third video started with a close-up of Kevin Lin's bloody and dusty face. He sat in a corner, sighing repeatedly and rubbing his face before going on camera. His eyes were bloodshot, weary with concern and fear. Fang Zhao. Perhaps it was dehydration and the pressure, but Kevin Lin's voice was a bit hoarse. He paused shortly after starting his sentence. The online viewers became even more anxious. Yeah, where's Fang Zhao? The viewers could see the lab technicians behind Kevin Lin, but there was no sign of Fang Zhao. They thought he was simply off camera, but Kevin Lin's tone of voice seemed to suggest otherwise. Countless viewers stopped what they were doing in anticipation of the rest of Kevin Lin's sentence. Kevin Lin cleared his throat before continuing. Fang Zhao headed out. He said he wanted to take a look. The viewers froze. Some bitched that Kevin Lin was a tease. What the hell are you doing, gasping for breath before he finished his sentence? The pause made us think that Fang Zhao had sacrificed himself in combat. Wait, something doesn't sound right. He headed out? Fang Zhao left the underground bunker? What for? To kill a few monsters? Does he think this is *King game? Also watching the footage was great-grandfather Fang, who was so startled he got out of his chair. Nonsense. What can a young conscript who's never seen real combat do? Does he have a death wish? Great-grandfather and great-grandmother were angry and anxious. None of their old comrades had any concrete word on Fang Zhao's status. All they could offer were updates on the base. But all the two elders cared about was the latest status of Outpost 23. The only source of news about Fang Zhao was S5's video footage. All they could do was wait. They actually tried contacting First Frontline directly for their full footage, but they couldn't get through. First Frontline wasn't based in Yenzhou, after all. While great-grandfather Fang had connections in Yenzhou, his influence didn't extend to Huangzhou. They didn't have a direct line to first frontline on short notice, and the publication's customer service hotline was overwhelmed with calls. Grandfather Fang wanted to take a number, but gave up after he saw that the queue was in the tens of thousands. Lord knew how long that would take. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long. Fang Zhao appeared in the next video. Not only did he return to the bunker safely, he brought with him a wounded comrade. Many folks breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could relax, Fang Zhao headed out again. Great-grandfather Fang gasped for breath. Why is he going out again? During the period Fang Zhao was gone, the video showed Kevin Lin and a few others who were only lightly injured treat the wounds of the rescued soldier. They did the basics. His wounds were too severe, and there was only so much they could handle. But the wounded soldier, Walker, didn't stay silent. He didn't know if he was going to make it, so Kevin Lin filmed him giving a blow-by-blow of Fang Zhao's rescue attempt. A gamer watching the video beamed. That is to say that Zhao God killed 2 monsters. Fang Zhao was such a badass in the game. He couldn't fare too poorly in reality, right? There were dissenters. Did you forget about the earlier news reports? The virtual world is different from the real world. Some people were only cocksure online, whereas in reality they were pussies. Entertainment news items casting gamers in an unfavorable light had surfaced in the past. For example, an entertainment magazine broke the story of a superstar fighting game player who was hospitalized after getting the crap beaten out of him by a small-time Blackstreet thug. There was also the shooting gamer who tried to play hero in real life only to be killed instead. Regardless of the controversy, everyone wanted to know how Fang Zhao fared. Did he come across any monsters or terrorists during his second outing? Was he injured? Was he still alive? When Kevin Lin finally got through to Yan Biao and learned that Fang Zhao was safe and that backup had arrived, the online viewers couldn't help but cheer as well. But S5's live broadcast broke off abruptly again at that moment of rejoice. Just as viewers started bitching and threatened to file complaints, they saw the following line appear on their screen: live signal connecting. The previous footage had all been delayed. What they had witnessed had happened earlier. Now that there was a live signal, who cared about taped footage? The viewers stopped whining and stared at their screens. Their screens flashed successful connection, and then Kevin Lin's bloody face appeared. But this time, his grim, unsettled look was gone. Now he was emotional, ecstatic. Someone is here to pick us up, finally. The camera swung toward the entrance to the bunker. A small team of soldiers filed in. They carried out the heavily wounded while Kevin Lin and the others followed on foot. Kevin Lin kept filming, capturing on camera the charred interior of the outpost and the bodies of several monsters. Some of the footage was too graphic, so Kevin Lin reminded viewers, "Our channel is only suitable for viewers 15 and older. Please switch channels if you're under 15. Parents, please check if any children in your household under 15 are sneaking online. I'm going to track down Fang Zhao now. I wonder if he's injured," Kevin Lin said as he followed the soldiers. He was flooded by daylight when he left the sentry post. He took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings when he saw the flying transports dispatched from the main base and the other reinforcements, then approached a soldier who looked familiar. "Excuse me, have you seen Fang Zhao? Where is he?" "Fang Zhao? He's over there. Someone took him to get a change of clothes," the soldier responded. "New clothes? What for?" Kevin Lin was about to press the soldier for details when he saw Fang Zhao disembark from a freight transport. Fang Zhao had changed into a uniform similar to the outfit worn by the sentries and held a gun. Kevin Lin had seen Yan Biao with the same gun. "Fang Zhao, what's this all about?" Kevin Lin asked. "I'm heading back into the woods for cleanup." A few monsters escaped into the forest. Before Kevin Lin could respond, he heard Bi Liao shout, "Hey, Fang Zhao, time to go." Fang Zhao cut the conversation short, signaled to Kevin Lin that he was heading out, and dashed toward Bi Liao and his team. Fresh from a hard-fought battle, the sentries still gave out a subtle killer's vibe. They met onlookers with icy stares. There were only about a dozen of them, but they projected a formidable presence. Kevin Lin found himself stopping to admire the soldiers unconsciously. These soldiers are the real deal. Fang Zhao didn't stand out in Bi Liao's team at all. Instead, he blended in perfectly, as if he had always been one of them. The camera kept following Fang Zhao. Viewers could see him in uniform, boarding a flying transport with the other soldiers. The flying transport took off toward the forest. Kevin Lin stayed focused on the aircraft until it was reduced to a blip. Shortly after that scene appeared on S5, the world-famous gaming publication Rising Dragon put out a news item about the elusive Fang Zhao. The headline was Virtual versus Reality. The accompanying graphic was a combination of two pictures. To the left was Fang Zhao's avatar in Battle of the Century, alive after 500 years. To the right was a screen capture of Fang Zhao standing with a few other soldiers during the live broadcast. Fang Zhao was wearing combat fatigues and carrying a firearm in both pictures, but these were two different contexts. The outfits and gun models were also different, but the subject was the same. The backdrop on the left was the period of destruction some 500 years ago. The backdrop on the right was present day. One was a made-up world, the other real. The contrast of the two contexts gave readers a big kick. It also sparked inexplicable feelings of worship among many gamers. The brilliant juxtaposition was soon reposted by many other gaming publications. Quite a few professional gaming clubs bemoaned the fact that Fang Zhao was in the headlines yet again. Didn't this guy retire? How come he's an overnight sensation in gaming circles again? Chapter 212, Meritorious Deeds? This incident gave rise to a round of passionate discussions in gaming circles. The photo of Fang Zhao's virtual versus reality was bookmarked by a lot of people. I suddenly feel like I can stand taller. In the future, if anyone tells me that playing games can only allow you to go savage in the virtual world, I will take this photo and wave it in front of their faces, some gamers said excitedly. Of course, there were voices of disapproval. Don't praise it to the high heavens. We don't even know the full truth. It might not even be as you are imagining it. Maybe it's just the Outpost team helping him show off. All of these fans of Fang Zhao are blind and praise him so much. Be careful, reality doesn't smack you in the face. After this sentence was posted, a heated discussion started. T, wasn't the terrorist attack real? The military even announced it, as did many authoritative television channels. These are not lies. Fang Zhao already did well. Do you think anyone can stand out under these sorts of circumstances? After all, Fang Zhao is just a gamer. Making such a rash decision to come out. It's a miracle that he managed to stay alive. That is why surviving is already really not too bad. If he'd had a little less luck, he could have taken a stray bullet and lost his life. It's best to stop while you are ahead. Since the situation is already under control, it's best to wait at one side. Why follow them into the woods? Don't get yourself killed in the end. Cough. Certain people's own abilities are unable to match up to their ambitions, so they can only hope for others to fail as well. How sour. I feel that he is not showing off. Also, the soldier that was saved by Fang Zhao when he previously went out mentioned that, if not for Fang Zhao's timely arrival, he would have long been dead. Seems like Fang Zhao has done some meritorious deeds this time, and will surely receive a medal. It will probably be an outstanding service medal or a memorial badge. I also have a memorial badge. Isn't it something that every conscript gets? There are also different grades for badges. Your kind is probably the normal one. Nobody would even want it if you put it up for sale. There might be some under-the-table manipulations for this, someone said. There might be, but how much can they falsify? Fang Zhao is a celebrity with lots of presence, and so many people are watching him. How can they fake it? That's right. Planet Baiji does not have the final say on a lot of things. Baiji is only in charge of evaluations and reporting. There are many things that require their superiors to audit. Given Fang Zhao's high presence in the media, the top brass will surely audit it very strictly. The forums discussed topics ranging from how many shots Fang Zhao had fired to how he had managed to survive. They talk about whether he had accomplished any meritorious deeds and what sort of military medals Fang Zhao would be awarded. Now, many gamers idolized Fang Zhao. In the past, they had only idolized his gaming skills, but now, they idolized him as a person. Currently, Fang Zhao had no idea of the discussions about him online. He had followed Bi Liao and the others as they had ridden the flying transport to do a cleanup of the woods. Some of the beasts had slipped into the woods. These dangerous beasts could not be ignored and had to be cleared. Ryo tried to restrain himself, but he could not help it and said to Fang Zhao, "Brother, just asking. Later, if we discover any beasts, could you not make your move first?" When they had entered the woods, the moment a beast had been spotted, Fang Zhao had immediately fired 3 consecutive shots before anyone else had even been able to place the beast in their sights. He had been firm and decisive, without even a tiny hint of hesitation. This had completely been Fang Zhao's subconscious reaction. 3 shots, and all had buried themselves within the beast's skull. Although it was not so godly that the 3 bullets' wounds had been in the same spot, it had been enough to amaze Bi Liao and the others. The beast had been running and the transport flying. For all 3 shots to have accurately hit the head was really no easy feat. If it had been any other old soldier from the base or outpost that had achieved this sort of result, everyone would have been full of praise and not have been so astonished. However, the person that had shot was Fang Zhao, a conscript. Furthermore, he had just gotten this gun from Yin Biao. No matter what, there should have been a period of getting used to it. To think that he would actually have achieved this sort of result his first time using this gun, was his gun sense that strong? But when recalling how Fang Zhao had shot dead the 2 terrorists, Bi Liao was no longer that surprised. Ryode could not help but speak out when he remembered how Fang Zhao had settled that beast. Actually, Ryode had not wanted to bring Fang Zhao on this operation, as Fang Zhao would fight with them for meritorious deeds, but Fang Zhao's hearing was good, and he was just a contingency. If any equipment failed, they could rely on Fang Zhao. But now, Ryode and the others were feeling some regret. If the whole process of cleaning up was like this, would they even get the chance to act? They had decided that, after cleaning up, they would report to the superiors and take credit, but if everything's stolen by Fang Zhao, what credit could they even get? Fang Zhao understood where Ryode and the others were coming from, so he nodded. All right. He also had not intended to snatch glory from them. What had happened previously had been a subconscious reaction. After that, when any beasts were found in the woods, Fang Zhao would only stand aside and watch. Given Fang Zhao's result of shooting dead a target with 3 shots, Ryode and the others took over 10 shots before downing 1 and were too embarrassed to find an excuse. Luckily, this was Fang Zhao's first time using this sort of gun. If he were given the time to practice with it, would 1 shot have been enough? Fang Zhao, how did you get so accurate? Is this really your first time using this sort of gun model? Bi Liao asked curiously. Not really. I came across it before when I played Ultimate King of Guns. Ultimate King of Guns. Everyone in the flying transport looked toward Fang Zhao, puzzled. A shooting game that was really popular last year, Fang Zhao explained. The interior of the flying transport fell into a weird silence. They searched in the wooded area, outside the outpost for a day, followed by another 2 days of joint searching with people from other outposts. Only when they did not find any more escaped beasts did they return back to the outpost. Even if they did not discover any beasts during routine patrols, they would still be able to notice any that slipped their grasp. The outpost had suffered severe damage. Half of the stockpiled resources in the storehouse had been destroyed, but for the outpost and the troops stationed on Baiji, these were no longer that important. Baiji's rise was imminent. In the future, there would be no shortage of resources. After returning to the outpost, Fang Zhao, together with Kevin Lin, Fan Lin, and the others, were sent to the base. Troops with serious injuries were transported to the base for treatment as well. Arriving at the base, Fang Zhao went to pay a visit to Yin Biao. Yin Biao had just completed an operation on his legs, and a portion of his lower legs had been amputated. Fang Zhao asked around. Yin Biao had gotten injured while saving 2 brash outpost soldiers. Even the medical procedures of the new era had been unable to save Yin Biao's legs. His legs had been seriously injured, and there had been complications. Because Yin Biao had endured for so long during the attack, when he had been transported from the outpost to base, he had been fading in and out of consciousness. During this terrorist attack, the 5 outposts had lost a total of 29 people. Of the 29, 3 were from Outpost 23. Although this was the least compared to the other 4 outposts, comrades from the same outpost had still lost their lives. Those close to them had already hidden themselves away to cry. If the security systems and equipment had not been upgraded, the number of sacrifices would have been greater for this premeditated bombing and suicide attack. It was not the first time that this sort of thing had happened, and sacrifices were inevitable. Baiji Base conducted a memorial service for the 29 soldiers who had lost their lives in this attack. Yin Biao, who had just undergone an operation and was in bad shape, also participated. Returning to his room, Yin Biao had mixed feelings. With a heavy heart, he felt sorry for the comrades that had lost their lives and bemoaned his own injury. Yin Biao knew that he could no longer continue serving here and would need to be discharged early. Yin Biao had only returned to his room for a short while when Bi Liao, Ryode, and the others came to visit. Watching Yin Biao lying there, Bi Liao and the others did not know what to say. Yin Biao spoke first. I heard that you guys appeared on the live broadcast. When this was mentioned, Bi Liao and the others' gloomy moods were somewhat lifted. Don't bring it up. We just had a talk with the political instructor. Bi Liao looked remorseful, but looking closer, his eyes had a trace of happiness. Not just Bi Liao, Ryode and the others had the same sort of reaction. Yin Biao frowned. I heard that you guys didn't put on helmets and your faces were revealed? A full body shot in high definition too. Did you all forget your own ranks and the rules? Bi Liao defended himself. We didn't voluntarily reveal our faces. That reporter was too excited and forgot to either keep away or censor it. Yeah, that's right. It wasn't our fault. We are all victims, Ryode hurriedly added. Yin Biao absolutely did not believe them. What nonsense. If you guys really had the intention, wouldn't you guys have avoided it? Especially you, Bi Liao. You called out to Fang Zhao on purpose, and rather loudly too. Don't tell me you didn't notice Kevin Lin holding the camera? And when you realized it, you didn't evade. After all, these soldiers all served under him. Having worked together for all these years, how could Yin Biao not know what they were thinking? He could tell what sort of tricks they were trying to pull with one look. You guys are thinking about the immigration policy, Yin Biao said slowly. Planet Baiji was going to construct a large military district. Although no concrete news had been leaked, given their political sense of smell, which had been trained for many years, they could guess it. Following in the footsteps of the few planets at the front of the development sequence, when constructing a large military district, housing, schools, hospitals, and other basic facilities would surely be constructed. When family members moved in, these soldiers would not pine for their home planet that much. This was the place where they would achieve their aspirations and ambitions. Garrison soldiers like them were considered the first batch of immigrants. However, family members moving over would surely begin from the high-ranked officers, at least around Yin Biao's rank. Bi Liao and the others' ranks were not high enough yet. They had been in the military for a long time already and had engaged terrorists numerous times. This time, they had been exposed due to negligence and unexpectedness. To protect their families, the base would surely prioritize looking after them. If Yin Biao could see these little intentions of theirs, would Shanta and the other high-ranking officials not be able to realize this? Actually, everyone was clear on this, and what words were said and actions done were nothing more than formalities. Bi Liao and the others did not quibble and just laughed. They knew they could not have hidden it and decided not to. When they thought about their families moving over after the military district was constructed, they could not help but be excited, and their eyes glowed. Watching their expressions full of anticipation, Yin Biao felt a little envious and helpless, but he had no regrets. All he could do was sigh and feel sorry for himself. He would not get to see the day where Planet Baiji's military district was ready. After this round of treatment, he would have to be discharged from the forces. His comrades would have bright prospects, while Yin Biao would still need to talk about the future. Getting discharged under these sorts of circumstances, Yin Biao would surely be taken care of and would be allocated a job. He might not necessarily like the job, but at least his situation would not be miserable and he would at least have a large pension. After Bi Liao and the others calmed down from the excitement, the mood became a little awkward. Wiping the smiles off their faces, they told Yin Biao, "Captain, you will always be our captain. When Planet Baiji opens up, you can come over and visit us." These were just words, but Yin Biao knew that Planet Baiji would not be opened up to the public and currently did not have any tourist districts planned. After leaving, it would be very difficult to return. Furthermore, the costs of traveling to and from Baiji were not cheap. Leaving the place, even after many years, it was still uncertain if he would ever have the means to return. When Bi Liao and the others left, Yin Biao stared at the ceiling. He had just gone through an operation, and his body was weak. He actually felt quite weary, like he could fall asleep if he closed his eyes. He seemed like he was trying to find fault with himself and was exerting all his strength to keep his eyes open as his mind thought about a lot of things, in both the past and the future. Actually, he still felt a little regret. He had thrown away his glorious prospects to save others. Although it sounded like he had lost a lot, if he got the chance, he would gladly do it all over again. That's life. Yin Biao sighed softly toward the ceiling. After sighing, Yin Biao decided to rest. At this moment, someone else came to visit him. Fang Zhao. Yin Biao was surprised. I'm just visiting. Fang Zhao sat himself down on the stool beside the bed. What are your future plans? I'm going to be discharged for sure. With my condition, there is no way for me to continue with the forces. In a few days, the base is going to send us special wounded back to Earth to continue with follow-up treatments arranged for us. After that, I will get prosthetics and a job will be arranged for me. Yin Biao had a sanguine outlook. Therefore, you don't have to pity me, really. He did not need others' sympathy. It was not as if he had no way of living on, and compared to his comrades who had lost their lives, he was considered lucky. I'm still lacking a bodyguard, Fang Zhao said. Duan Xinji and Zhu Wen had both said that having one bodyguard beside him was too little. Zui was also having to juggle being a driver and assistant as well. Once Fang Zhao's military service was over, there would be many more things to do. When the time came, Zui would not be able to cope. Yin Biao was silent for a few seconds. Actually, I'm really pathetic. Honest. Chapter 213, New Bodyguard. Yin Biao was no fool. After reacting to Fang Zhao's comment with a momentary freeze, he quickly broke down the pros and cons in his head and concluded that this was an excellent job. It wasn't that he had never considered his prospects after quitting the military. His initial plan if he retired before 50 had been to become an Indiana Jones-style explorer or something exciting like that. Who knows, he might even discover some treasure and become an overnight billionaire. But considering the severity of his injuries, this was not a realistic goal anymore. He had considered working as a bodyguard before. Bodyguards for celebrities were paid well. Yin Biao had gotten the lowdown from former comrades who had already retired from the military, but doing bodyguard work for celebrities wasn't a walk in the park either, especially if your employer had a foul temper. They were a major hassle, and celebrities who behaved differently in public and in private were major headaches. Yin Biao wasn't even 40 yet. By new era standards, he was just beginning his golden years. He was also restless. The government would naturally find more relaxing work for him. The pay wouldn't be great, but it wouldn't be too low either. He would be able to cover his basic expenses, and the benefits would be great. Still, Yin Biao wasn't content to become a retiree so soon. From what he had observed so far, Fang Zhao seemed like a reliable fellow. He wouldn't fare too poorly under Fang Zhao's wing. Having been through the outpost attack, Yin Biao knew. Fang Zhao was a competent fighter himself. But at the end of the day, celebrities were constrained in what they could do, especially in public. That was where their bodyguards came in. Yin Biao switched gears quickly and started tooting his own horn. As far as bodyguard work is concerned, you can't go wrong with me. In terms of solo fighting skills and professional ethics, I'm definitely one of the elite, if not one of the very best. I know when to turn a blind eye and when to shut up. Where else are you going to find such a great bodyguard? Don't judge me by my condition now. Not to brag, but when I recover and get fitted for better prosthetics, taking on 5 guys alone will be a piece of cake. After finishing his spiel, Yin Biao stared at Fang Zhao, who was sitting next to him silently. He couldn't read his potential employer's expression and started wondering, was that a bit over the top? When can you start? Fang Zhao asked. Yin Biao knew he was in play. He continued, in most cases like mine, after returning to the home planet, I'll need to receive treatment at the military hospital. I'll get fitted for prosthetics and undergo rehab. A conservative time frame would be half a year, but I haven't been on the home planet for a long time. I won't need to spend that much time with family, but I do need time to catch up on the latest developments on the home planet. I'll need a transition period. But boss, I'm thinking by the time you complete your military service, I'll be in tip-top shape and ready to go. The term boss had come out naturally. Yin Biao was quick on his feet. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. Fang Zhao nodded. Yin Biao's response was pretty much what he had expected. He had thought the matter through before making the offer. Someone who had served as a checkpoint leader was a rigorous thinker. Even though Yin Biao was a bit too smooth, he had his moral standards. Get some rest first. I'll send over your contract later. It will list all the job requirements. Fang Zhao didn't want to say too much. He got up and prepared to leave. Yin Biao wasn't in the best shape. After all, His energy level was low after surgery, and he needed rest. Wait, boss, has the base command reached out to you? Yin Biao asked. Not yet. Fang Zhao could tell that Yin Biao had something to say. He retracted his step so Yin Biao could finish his thought. Then they should be reaching out to you soon. Considering Fang Zhao was likely to become his future boss, Yin Biao seized the moment to make a good impression. The identities of the two terrorists who were killed have been confirmed. They are ranked very high on the most wanted list, very dangerous folks. You killed those two terrorists. Add to that the beast you killed before that, boss, and you should expect a promotion. You might even get a third-class merit logged on your records. Don't downplay a third-class merit, boss. They're not easy to come by. Fang Zhao didn't seem especially excited. He waited for what came next. But Yin Biao gave Fang Zhao a glance. Odds are they're going to investigate your gun. If the base command reaches out to you, that's what they're going to ask you about. This was a reminder to Fang Zhao. Whether Fang Zhao would be promoted, whether he would be awarded a merit, it all rode on the gun. If he didn't handle the matter properly, nothing would come to fruition. Got it. Fang Zhao didn't seem worried, nor did he press Yin Biao for more detail. Instead, he asked, what about you? Should I mention you? Me? Yin Biao gave out a relaxed laugh. The sense of doom in his gaze seemed to dissipate as well. In cases like mine, I'll probably end up getting bumped one rank and become a retired major. I'll get a bigger pension. Yin Biao had performed well as well. Out of the 5 sentry posts that had been attacked, outpost number 23 had been the best protected. It had also sustained the fewest casualties. Of course, Fang Zhao was a big part of the equation, but under Yin Biao's command, his men had fended off 2 attackers. The storage rooms that had been bombed weren't that important. So be it if they were blown up. The command post and the engine room were the key locations, and these 2 sites had been defended well. Fan Lin and company had also survived the attack. This in itself was a job well done as far as the base leadership was concerned, not to mention that Yin Biao had suffered serious injuries while rescuing a comrade. A 1-rank promotion was a given. Having said what needed to be said, Fang Zhao left Yin Biao's hospital room. Even though he was quite tired, Yin Biao was on a bit of a high. He turned and tossed in bed, trying to think of which former comrades had gone into bodyguard work. He could ask them for advice. Not long after Fang Zhao left, a clinical psychologist showed up. The psychologist looked up experienced soldiers like Yin Biao from time to time. Retiring soldiers were also subject to exit interviews. Their job was to assess if the soldier's psychological state was appropriate for their new civilian post and whether they showed any sociopathic tendencies. After reading Yin Biao's work and patient history, the psychologist had been brainstorming for ways to console Yin Biao. But the conversation took a completely different turn than what he had expected. Yin Biao had his regrets, but he was clearly not depressed. Yin Biao's mental state was probably the best out of all the wounded soldiers. The psychologist was a bit baffled when he left Yin Biao's hospital room, even doubting his own professional judgment. So he asked a colleague to drop in on Yin Biao as well. The prognosis was the same. He seems quite upbeat. The colleague marveled as he jotted down notes from the interview. Yin Biao hadn't disclosed his conversation with Fang Zhao. He hadn't signed a contract yet, after all, and he hadn't officially retired from the military, so he had decided not to tell anyone about his next move. Still, he was in a totally different mindset now, especially when he got the contract Fang Zhao sent him. His smile then was as wide as a Cheshire cat's. The contract listed various requirements. Yin Biao studied them carefully in typical fashion and couldn't find anything he took issue with. The pay was especially generous. His pay level during probation was already higher than what he had expected his permanent salary to be. Still, Yin Biao didn't think being a bodyguard was straightforward, that it was easy money, but at least it was better than early retirement. All he hoped for now was a quick recovery, so he could start his new job in the best shape possible. Fang Zhao's other bodyguard was former Special Forces, after all. As a retired major once stationed on a foreign planet, he had to measure up as well. That's right. In a year, Baiji might become a full-fledged military installation. As a retired major from the Baiji military district, he couldn't afford to lose face. Just as Yin Biao was looking forward to the next stage in his life, Fang Zhao was summoned to a conference room on base. As soon as he entered, Fang Zhao saw 5 members of the base senior command, including Shanta. The farewell ceremony for the fallen soldiers had concluded. Security protocols for the base and the various outposts had been upgraded. Everything was returning to normal. It was time to tally merits. But some of the candidates for merits who were still on active duty had to be interviewed. Fang Zhao was the first one. Under normal circumstances, meetings between the base's senior command and rank-and-file soldiers took on a serious tone. The top brass would posture as well, but somehow, they couldn't play their parts in front of Fang Zhao. After all, Baiji's advancement in the global development order was all due to Fang Zhao. When Fang Zhao entered the room, everyone couldn't help but burst into smiles, regardless of the expressions they had intended. It was a lost cause. Every time they saw Fang Zhao, they were reminded of the Baiji power, or, after all, thoughts of the Baiji or led to rosy predictions for the planet's future. Fang Zhao performed a standard new era-style military salute in accordance with his service manual. "Sit down first, Fang Zhao. Relax. We just want to have a chat," Shanta said. Once Shanta set the tone, the others gave up all pretenses and stopped suppressing their smiles. Fang Zhao sat down in the chair reserved for him. He wasn't nervous, but he didn't ignore decorum either. Shanta was secretly impressed. The way Fang Zhao carried himself, it definitely grew on him. Still, procedure had to be followed. Shanta's gaze shifted to the box on the conference table. "Let's talk about your gun." The box contained the firearm that Fang Zhao had voluntarily surrendered after the terrorist attack. A quick run of the model and the serial number had already revealed its owner. "The gun is my great-grandfather's. It's for personal protection. Prior to the attack, it had only been fired on a shooting range. It has never been used publicly on the home planet." Fang Zhao said he had taken the gun from his great-grandfather, but he didn't volunteer that it was a gift from great-grandfather Fang. The interview was recorded and would be considered along with written material Fang Zhao submitted. Shanta and company knew very well that even their own kids and grandkids played with their guns before they were licensed to carry. They turned a blind eye as long as nothing serious went down. If they went by the book, the barracks of every military district on every continent would be filled with offenders. Once they ascertained the identity of the gun's owner, the senior command had a sense of how to proceed. They wouldn't press Fang Zhao for details. The severity of the offense was up to them. It all depended on the attitude of these senior commanders. If they treaded lightly, then it wasn't a big deal. Not to mention that Fang Zhao had offered a full explanation. Every bullet the gun had ever fired had been accounted for. The logs of the firing range where it had been used could be easily traced. The other bullets had been retrieved from the bodies of the beasts and terrorists that Fang Zhao had shot. The evidence backed up Fang Zhao's story. But a minor refraction was still a refraction. It was impossible to cover up. However, the senior commanders could play it down when applying for a merit on his behalf. Shanta released Fang Zhao after a brief conversation of about 10 minutes. He then took out the paperwork he had prepared ahead of time and ticked the box next to the item Third-Class Merit. Chapter 214, Promotion. Someone besides Shanta spoke out. Third-class merits. They won't be approved even if we recommend it to the top. If it was someone else, it would probably be approved and the audit would not be too stringent. In the past, as long as we decided and recommended, it would be approved, but Fang Zhao has too many people watching him. Another person in the conference room said. If it was a soldier stationed at the base, there would definitely be no issue. Being stationed at the outpost falls a little short. Of course, the most important thing is Fang Zhao's military service duration. He only just started, so it may be an obstacle. Third-class merits would probably be approved, but promotion? The possibility of this being approved is not high. Didn't he discover Baiji, or as well? That's a really huge service. That cannot be considered a meritorious deed. Shanta, who had been silently listening to everyone discussing, knocked on the table and said, "I feel that if we recommend it, the possibility of it being approved is very high." The others all kept quiet and waited for Shanta's analysis. Shanta drummed his fingers on the table and said 3 words, "Exemplary model. Soldier. Exemplary model soldier." The others all understood when they heard this. Indeed, the attitudes of the top were changing. In the past, they had never thought highly of the entertainment circle, but hadn't they rolled out Project Starlight this year for the purpose of letting idols and celebrities garner more attention? Furthermore, the benefits arising from Project Starlight were very obvious. This time, there was a chance for an exemplary model soldier, from what Shanta saw, so the chances of approval were extremely high. Indeed, they need to find a benchmark. An example is something that words cannot compare with. In the past, so many publicity films were created, and everyone can see the result they achieved. Why else would the top brass have launched Project Starlight? If you think this way, it makes sense. This little fellow Fang Zhao has such good luck. This promotion is an exceptional case. But back to the topic. Ever since the military service reform where they decreased the duration from 2 years to 1, the only one who would have gotten promoted so quickly is Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao did not know he was being discussed after having left the conference room, nor did he particularly care about meritorious deeds. Killing those beasts and shooting those terrorists had not been for the purpose of garnering meritorious deeds. It had just been instinct that had been carved into him during the period of destruction. Returning to his dormitory, Fang Zhao once again picked up his little notebook and started composing. Matters had temporarily come to an end, and he could feel at ease and arrange his thoughts and inspirations. However, Fang Zhao could not compose for long. In the afternoon, Shanta came looking for him for a chat. Not on official affairs, but a private talk. Shanta had looked for Fang Zhao to speak about 2 matters. The first was to inform Fang Zhao that the third-class meritorious deeds had been reported to the top and a promotion application had been submitted. The other matter was to inquire if Fang Zhao was familiar with anybody in Yinzhou's military district. After this surprise attack, more troops would surely be sent to reinforce Planet Baiji. This time, Shanta could not put it off. Every continent's military district would dispatch some people over. Since reinforcements were inevitable, Shanta definitely wanted to find parties he could collaborate with. There were no especially satisfying collaborating parties over in Yinzhou. As long as the other parties could satisfy certain conditions, anyone was fine. So Shanta used this pretext to ask Fang Zhao for a favor. As long as he did not have any adverse reactions to the person put forward by Fang Zhao, Shanta would just approve of it. I only know Major General Hong Lu over in Yinzhou's military district. We have collaborated in the past. Fang Zhao told Shanta about Hong Lu, about how Hong Lu had given him some welfare during military training and had purchased one of Fang Zhao's movements for the military district's publicity, films BGM. Fang Zhao felt that Hong Lu was competent and was rather upright. Moreover, there was Hong Lu's relationship with Duan Qianji. For an officer-ranked military personnel, Fang Zhao could only think of him. Hong Lu. Shanta racked his brains for information about this person. He did not know much regarding Hong Lu, but there was no animosity, so he would check it out later. Oh, right, other planets have asked for you a number of times already. They want to ask you to go over to their mining districts and take a look around. If you don't have any other plans, how about taking some time to go and visit, Shanta said. When other planets of a similar grade to the planet Baiji of the past saw Baiji's development rate, they were also envious. Even if they had impetus from Project Starlight, how could it be compared to grade A power or in their position on the development sequence? Now, many places wanted Fang Zhao, but during his military service, if his base's highest-ranking officer did not agree, nobody could even dream about it. Borrowing was fine, but transferring over was absolutely out of the question. Shanta still felt that he should leave Fang Zhao here as insurance. Actually, they have already used the latest models of detection equipment to probe, but did not discover anything. However, they aren't willing to give up and want to borrow your dying years. When Shanta spoke about this, he seemed very pleased with himself for choosing to defend Baiji and not some other planet. Fang Zhao nodded. Sure, going over was not necessarily a bad thing. He would surely be unable to avoid this. Even if he did not go now, in the future, those people would think up all sorts of methods to make him go over. Fang Zhao did not think his own ears were better than the newest models of detection equipment, but it would save a lot of trouble if he could make them admit defeat. Shanta's actions were quick. After finishing his chat with Fang Zhao, he went to check on the Yinzhou military district's Hong Lu and got a few trusted aides to analyze this person. He felt that it was feasible, so he contacted the Yinzhou military district. Hong Lu felt as if a weight had been taken off his mind when he found out that the Yinzhou military district would dispatch him to Planet Baiji. Although his wife had told him that Fang Zhao would surely lend a hand, nobody had known if Shanta would actually believe that. Now it seemed that that little fellow Fang Zhao was rather reliable. Over at the Yinzhou military district, besides Hong Lu, there were many other people of the same rank and who were just as capable and had similar backings and connections. Planet Baiji's reply became the deciding factor. When he received the notification from the top, Hong Lu excitedly called Duan Qianji. Wifey, you were right. That little fella did good. Duan Qianji went blank for a bit, but quickly responded when Hong Lu told her what had happened with a laugh. Have the personnel been confirmed? It's fixed, it's fixed. Let me make preparations and bring troops to Planet Baiji. Hong Lu's voice was filled with excitement that could not be suppressed. After people from all 12 continents were sent over, there would be news of Planet Baiji establishing a military district. The home planet structure was already fixed, and these people with ambitions did not have much room for growth if they stayed here. However, heading out would grant them a wide area for development. Don't forget to assign a few more people to protect Fang Zhao, Duan Qianji reminded. Say no more. I will surely do so. I will definitely assign the elite. Hong Lu guaranteed. Every continent's military district was beginning to stir, but this did not affect Fang Zhao too much. He would only serve on Baiji for a year, as he would leave after that. However, he felt happy for Planet Baiji. Shanta had shown him a set of development blueprints for Baiji. Once it was established, the housing district would be enlarged and there would be many more choices. Even if situations occurred, they would not be trapped on the planet and stuck in a desperate fight for survival. The living hell of the period of destruction would never happen again, and this made Fang Zhao feel gratified. A week later, Fang Zhao, who was participating in the reconstruction of Outpost 23, was summoned to Shanta's office. There are too many things to handle, and special times call for special measures, so everything is being simplified. We won't be holding a commendation ceremony, so this is yours. Shanta handed over a case with the Alliance's emblem on it. Recently, Shanta had been busy dealing with parties from all the 12 continents' military districts. Fang Zhao could see that Shanta attached great importance to this, and had specially taken the time to hand it over to him personally. Fang Zhao opened the case. Lying inside was a golden third-class merits medal as well as an epaulet with the rank of second lieutenant. There was also a gun of the same model that Yin Biao and the others used. From now on, you have the lawful authority to possess a gun, but your previous one cannot remain in the base. Shanta personally helped Fang Zhao put on the epaulet. Strive hard. Perhaps your rank might rise by the time you are discharged. Shanta's words did not carry the tone of a leader, but rather one of a senior. This way, their relationship seemed closer. Originally, Shanta had decided to urge Fang Zhao on with a few meaningful and heartfelt words. He raised his hand and wanted to pat Fang Zhao on the shoulder to show some encouragement. But when his eyes met Fang Zhao's calm eyes, he could not bring himself to go on. His raised hands paused in the air before returning to his side. Finally, he choked out a sentence. Young man, have more vigor. Don't be too gloomy. Understood. Fang Zhao saluted and left Shanta's office. Shanta watched the door as it closed and thought about that weird feeling he'd had. Why had it seemed like there had been a little something missing? What exactly was it? Could it be that he had been so busy with official duties that it had affected his body's condition? But Shanta did not have long to ponder, as he received a call. I heard that another inspection team is heading over. The person at the other end asked with a laugh. Shanta groaned coldly. Inspection team? I didn't agree to it, and yet they still can force their way? In the past, they had inspected others, but now they were the ones being inspected. With too many matters to handle, Shanta did not think any further about that uncomfortable feeling a while back. Elsewhere, Fang Zhao returned to his dormitory in the base after leaving Shanta's office and opened a different case. The other case was similar to the one he had received. Inside was the gun he had received from great-grandfather Fang. Shanta had returned it to him. Fang Zhao wrapped up the case for the military medal and the gun case, wrote down an address, and attached Shanta's clearance before handing it over to the specialized people in charge of the base's postage system. Any packages to and from the base required stringent checks. Without clearance, firearms could not be sent out. The address written on it was Yinzhou's Yinbei City Retirement Facility. That gun could no longer be used here, so he was mailing it back to great-grandfather Fang. The merit medal was mailed as well. The two old folks would really love this. When Fang Zhao returned to Outpost 23, Kevin Lin was in the middle of a live broadcast. Fan Lin and the others were repairing the experimental plots. During this surprise attack, many of the arrow sunflowers that had sprouted had died, but there were still some that had survived by luck. Recently, Fan Lin had led people to try and save the experimental sprouts that had not yet stopped breathing. Without Fang Zhao around, Kevin Lin had to personally work the fields. Given his constitution, he was panting and gasping for air after a little while. Spotting Fang Zhao returning was like catching sight of his savior. Fang Zhao, you have returned. Huh. Kevin Lin had good eyes and had noticed the rank on Fang Zhao's shoulders. When Fang Zhao came closer and Kevin Lin could see it clearly, he did not say more and simply adjusted the camera to face Fang Zhao, so even more people could clearly see the epaulette. Many online audiences did not understand military ranks, but among them, there were still some who recognized it. After that, the comments section exploded. What the F*** CK? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The rank on Fang Zhao's shoulder. Someone tell me I'm not seeing things. I just double-checked, and it is indeed a second lieutenant rank, without a doubt. Second lieutenant is quite low, but it is considered an officer rank, right? The question is, how long has he been in service? Has it even been a month? And he has risen through the ranks. There is this sort of thing for military service? Chapter 215, Power of an Idol. Many people never thought about promotion during military service, as it only lasted 1 year. If this was the period right after the new era had been founded and military service was still 2 years, this sort of thing would be more common. However, most promotions nowadays happen in the second year of military service, and normal people required second or third-class merits to rise up the ranks quickly. People like Fang Zhao, who had not graduated from military school and yet received third-class merits a short while after enlisting, were extremely few. That was why Shanta and the others had said that this was an exceptional case, because he was an exemplary model soldier and set a benchmark. This sort of opportunity had not been seen for many years and had to be grasped. Of course, the reactions online were indeed very huge. Forget about his rank for a second. I'm not sure if you noticed the gun Fang Zhao was holding. It was different from the one he held in the morning. The serial number is different. I didn't get to see the serial clearly, but the first letter is different. Speaking of that, according to regulations, if he got promoted directly, he would be able to wield a gun. Yeah, a gun of his own. After he is discharged, he can also apply for lawful gun ownership. Lawful gun ownership. This attracted many people's attention. That means to say that even after Fang Zhao completes his military service, he will be able to carry a gun everywhere he goes? Wicked. Now I feel like heading over there for my military service. I used to attend special martial arts classes and have basic training in that area. Perhaps I can garner a few meritorious deeds so I can lawfully own a gun after I complete my service. People who had some genuine ability started to dream about this. Fang Zhao had managed to achieve some meritorious deeds, so they likely would not be worse off than him. I'm already in year 2 of university. I had already prepared to enlist in October and made plans, but now I have changed my mind. Me too. I'm changing mine as well. Luckily, enrollment hasn't started. When the time comes, I want to apply for Planet Baiji and become comrades with Fang Zhao. Stop thinking from your asses. Young people are just too impulsive. Do you know how tough military service is? If you have the means, it's better to find a more relaxing place to serve. Those who had served in difficult places advised. Can this be called being impulsive? No. This is called a sense of responsibility. It's called being honorable. I want to do my part for the construction of Planet Baiji and contribute to the great cause of the immigration plan. I'm not afraid of terrorist attacks, and I want to go. I might not have ice-cold blood running through my veins, but my heart is fiery, and I live and breathe for the mission. The person above, you are 2F** King dramatic. Actors aren't even as engrossed as you. Actually, how could there be so many terrorist attacks? As long as there is some contribution and excellent behavior, after 1 year of military service, you could probably gain some substantial benefits. Planet Baiji is about to enter a construction phase and is short of people. This is a rare opportunity. That's right. Furthermore, one doesn't need to be strong in terms of military might. Technical skills will do. Now that Planet Baiji will be undergoing construction, when it comes to fighting for merits, people with technical talents can also go over and try their hand. I specialize in communications technology and come from a famous school in Huangzhou. I feel that I can go over and fight for some merit. Regardless of how frequently recruitment videos were shown or how many outstanding examples were brought up, there was not enough attention and viewership. Nowadays, young people of the new era did not care much about such things. When they mentioned military service, very little were willing to take risks or suffer. But after news of Fang Zhao was released, they felt as if it had happened right beside them. It had a profound impact. Many people did not necessarily have a military complex or want to serve for the good of humankind. Suddenly being fired up was partly due to adoration for the strong and partly a yearning for power. Fang Zhao's example only ignited the fires in their hearts. This had a profound impact, especially on people in the gaming circles. They could now stand a little taller and rebut when facing people from outside the gaming circles. There was a sense of pride and, at the same time, a sort of yearning. The virtual world and the real world were always at odds. A lot of people thought that the virtual world and real world were completely separate. Gaming gods of the virtual world and kings of the real world had nothing in common. But now, Fang Zhao was like a miraculous point and was blurring the lines separating the virtual world and the real world. Very quickly, Fang Zhao's new photograph was published and circulated by many large and popular media outlets. This was not the action of an entertainment company or netizens gossiping. Rather, it was the government's promotion. The thought process of the top brass was this: don't you all love to chase stars? We won't obstruct you this time. So chase to your heart's content. If you are able to chase all the way, you will be rewarded. Regional television channels, internet television channels, major entertainment news channels, and even non-entertainment news channels were reporting on this. A reviewer used Fang Zhao as an example in his newly posted article analyzing the power of idols. In the article, he jokingly wrote a line: "I'm afraid that the October applications for military service on Planet Baiji are going to explode." As for people within the entertainment industry that disliked Fang Zhao, they did not feel so good. They had discovered that, just a week after the terrorist attack, Fang Zhao had made the headlines again. And this time, it was a G*damn government-approved headline. Even hiring the Internet Water Army wouldn't be able to suppress it. At the Silver Wing Tower, 50th floor, as the others were having a passionate discussion, Zuyu received a new message. He was informed that he would have a new colleague. Zuyu sighed. There will be a newcomer. Zuwen was puzzled when he heard Zuyu. Our department is hiring? How did I not know about this? The department had developed and was bigger now. Zuwen's position had also risen. Generally, when new personnel were hired, he should receive the news first, but this time around, he had not been informed. Zuyu looked up and explained, "Not yours. Strictly speaking, I don't belong to the virtual idol department. I only have one boss who pays my wages, Fang Zhao." Zuwen and the others were curious. Boss hired someone new? Isn't he undergoing military service? Mmchem. He hasn't even been serving for long, and he has already accepted a new bodyguard. Zuyu felt a sudden pressure. He decided to chat up a few old comrades later. When the time came, what would happen if he could not beat his new colleague? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Special Forces? A few days later, at the Yanbei City Retirement Facility, great-grandfather Fang received a package. The sender's address was Planet Baiji. When great-grandfather Fang saw it, he did not brag to his old companions. He hurriedly called his wife, and the two impatiently returned to their apartment to unwrap it. They unwrapped the case with the military medal first. When they saw the golden third-class merit medal, the two old Fangs beamed. Third-class merits. Actually, when they had received news from Fang Zhao, the two old Fangs had guessed that he would have gotten such a medal, but they had never expected Fang Zhao to send it over immediately. The two old Fangs had a number of third-class merits between them. Compared to second-class and first-class awards, it wasn't that conspicuous, but the significance wasn't the same. Never in their wildest dreams had they thought that a descendant of theirs would receive a third-class merit medal or that it would actually be their celebrity great-grandson. Great-grandmother Fang urged her husband on from the side. What about the other one? What could it be? What's the rush? Am I not unwrapping it now? Great-grandfather Fang might have been grumbling, but his hands did not slow down. When the second case was opened, the familiar jet-black gun left them with blank looks. After a short while, great-grandfather Fang reached down and picked up the black gun. There were some hints of smoke and blood on the gun. For these two elders, it was the same old smell of a battlefield that they had been so familiar with a long time ago. The bullets have all been used up, great-grandfather Fang said hoarsely as his voice trembled slightly. The two elders knew very well what sort of circumstances would have resulted in all the ammo being used up. Because they knew this, they felt proud, yet their hearts ached a little when they saw the military medal. Having experienced it personally, they knew that third-class merits were achieved by staking one's own life. When they thought about their artistic great-grandson, the two old Fangs had mixed feelings. They laughed, yet they felt like crying. Oh, how they loved their little great-grandson. After finally calming down, great-grandfather Fang could not help but want to look for people to share the news with. But when he noticed the time, he realized it had gotten dark. It was not appropriate to disturb others at this time. He was really excited and had originally wanted to brag to others, but was forcefully dragged back by his wife. Great-grandfather Fang paced a few times in the apartment. This feeling of being unable to go out and share the news was unbearable. How about you post it online? Great-grandmother Fang suggested. Oh right, there is still the internet. Great-grandfather Fang logged into his social platform that he rarely used and posted an elaborate photograph of the third-class medal. The two old Fangs had spent an hour trying to get the perfect shot. Accompanying the photograph was a coolly written line. Just received a package mailed by my great-grandson from Planet Baiji. Not long after it was posted, people began to circulate it. The first to share the post was Silver Wing's gaming department manager Wayne. When Wayne had sat with Fang Zhao during Fiery Bird's annual gala, he had found out that a treasured knife does not age, who had been bidding, was actually Fang Zhao's great-grandfather. So he had searched the social platforms and found great-grandfather Fang's account and followed it. However, great-grandfather Fang never updated his status, so Wayne had forgotten about it. Wayne was browsing the entertainment news at night when he noticed a sudden notification from the user, "A treasured knife does not age," and tried to recall who this was. When he saw the contents of the post, he came to the realization that this medal was probably Fang Zhao's third-class merits medal. A while ago, he had seen some netizens discussing Fang Zhao's promotion. Some had been saying that since they had not seen a military medal, they were wondering whether the news was fake, but now Wayne saw this post. Immediate share. There were not a lot of people following great-grandfather Fang, but as Silver Wing's gaming department's manager, many people followed Wayne, and there were popular characters in Silver Wing's gaming department. Jinro, Dorian, Milo, Schwarzer, and the others also shared the post. In succession. As always, Schwarzer did not forget to bootlick and also added a line, "Boss is mighty." When they shared the post, a lot of people saw it. Every entertainment media outlet was quick to catch on, and with the recent discussions, it was shared more and became trending. In less than 30 minutes, the number of shares broke the 5-digit mark. A shocked great-grandfather Fang got up to get a glass of water. When he returned and clicked open the web page with a trembling finger, he was stunned. 6 figures. And it's picking up speed. Great-grandfather Fang had not expected this. All he had wanted to do was share some of his own joy. He had not expected that, at his age, his post could actually become a trending topic. Chapter 216, Fang Zhao Style. Great-grandfather Fang's post, which had reached trending in only a short while, was circulated by a number of media outlets. Some people managed to get great-grandfather Fang's contact details using some unknown method, and they immediately contacted him to request an interview, but they were all rejected. After rejecting yet another interview, great-grandfather Fang grumbled, "How irritating. Non-stop calls the entire day." But paying closer attention to great-grandfather Fang's expression, although this old man's tone did not sound pleased, there was an uncontrollable smile on his face, and his creases had deepened. Today he had not even needed to head out and brag. A number of old companions in the retirement center had run over upon seeing the news. Great-grandfather Fang had not left the military medal case inside today. He brought it outside to flaunt to others. When people were young, they compared their careers, military deeds, military ranks, and positions. When they retired, they compared their children, then younger generations. It was not that the Fang family had not produced any outstanding descendants, but that their achievements had not been in the military. Fang Zhao was a rare case. Great-grandfather Fang's many years of desire had been accomplished, and if he did not brag with all his strength, he would be letting down his hopes and aspirations of so many years. After ending the call, and just as he was about to head out, great-grandfather Fang saw another old fellow from the retirement center carrying a case in. He knew that the other party had a descendant currently in the military who was doing rather well. The descendant had also rendered some meritorious services and had more than one third-class merit. This was a challenge, However, great-grandfather Fang did not feel embarrassed at all. Rather, he was all smiles and praise. This guy from your family is not too bad. In the future, his achievements will surely be even greater than yours. My great-grandson cannot compare with the one from your family. Your descendant trained in military school, while mine dabbles in the arts, striving for a third-class merit and getting promoted during his military service is more than enough to satisfy me. Behind every military award was a price paid that normal people were unable to imagine. Great-grandfather Fang would not vilify these awardees or think lightly of their contributions, but he would not forget to show off his own great-grandson. He had not said anything wrong. For a youth who dabbled in the arts and was without any military school background to achieve such results not long after enlisting was very rare indeed. The news had mentioned that this was the first case in close to 100 years. Therefore, great-grandfather Fang bragged very confidently. Great-grandmother Fang was listening to the discussion in the room and smiling as she watered the plants on the balcony. This was enough already. The two old Fangs were already satisfied with third-class merits. Now all they wished for was Fang Zhao safely getting through his military service. However, when they thought about the discussions online, great-grandmother Fang furrowed her eyebrows. She was worried that all the flattering would go to Fang Zhao's head. Fang Zhao was too young and did not have a stable enough mentality. It would be easy for him to stray off his path. Too much flattery would also cause others to be disgusted. Some of the discussions under her husband's status might seem like honeyed words, but they were actually hypocritical and sarcastic. Great-grandmother Fang decided to remind Fang Zhao to stay grounded the next time he called back. Yet the person everyone expected to have his head in the clouds from all the praise was actually more calm than anyone else. Far away, on planet Baiji, Fang Zhao had heard from Kevin Lin about his current popularity and had seen some of the adulation he was receiving from reports, but he did not really have much of an opinion about this. Fang Zhao understood clearly that this situation was just based on the power of a celebrity and chance. It just happened to be the case that the top brass had needed to set a benchmark, which had given rise to the current state of affairs. Fang Zhao did not think his own actions had been that outstanding. This wasn't being modest. Compared to the efforts of older generations, this couldn't be considered a big deal. However, gaining lawful gun ownership was very convenient. This bit pleased Fang Zhao. Now, he just did whatever needed to be done. After helping Fan Lin tidy up the fields, Fang Zhao participated in the expansion of the outpost. In the formulated design plans for Planet Baiji's development, the 5 outposts that had been attacked were part of the first batch of outposts due for expansion. During the day, Fang Zhao took part in the construction of the outpost. At night, after returning, Fang Zhao found the time to record his daily inspirations and make amendments to what he had written down previously. Kevin Lin had already gotten used to this sight. Some nights, before he slept, Kevin Lin would record and send a short 30-second clip to let everyone know how hard-working Fang Zhao was off-screen. Kevin Lin was hot stuff now. He had never dreamed of this much popularity when he managed to snag the special reporter assignment. Plus, given that Fang Zhao was not someone who acted and showed off in front of the camera during every live broadcast, Kevin Lin actually had more screen time than Fang Zhao. However, Fang Zhao did not nitpick this. From time to time, Kevin Lin also filmed things that could help Fang Zhao raise his popularity. Project Starlight's column released the received videos on the same day, and they immediately led to passionate discussions by netizens that happened to see them. Still composing at night? Is Fang Zhao going to release new works? I nearly forgot about Fang Zhao's composing background until I saw this. What? Composing background? Wasn't Fang Zhao a gamer? New fans should check up on how Fang Zhao became famous early on. Fang Zhao has a composing background indeed, and he has some reputation in Yinzhou music production circles. It was only later on that he made a name for himself in gaming. Am I the only one that is more interested in the light beside Fang Zhao? I see it too. Previously, when the outpost was attacked, it appeared in the video Kevin Lin took while in the underground bunker. That isn't a light. That's a sea slug. It's a choppy-haired variety, but we prefer to call them sea rabbits. Sea slug owners should all know this. A living light. Anybody know where I can get something similar? I wish to buy one. The pen and notebook Fang Zhao is using. Does anyone know where I can get them? At the start, the online discussion about Fang Zhao's profession changed to discussions about Fang Zhao style merchandise. Everyone knew that celebrity merchandise was the hottest marketing term. Previously, in the 5 Project Starlight channels, besides Fang Zhao, the clothes and products they wore and used had similar models in the market. Many people even copied their hairstyles. This was the effect of celebrities. As the 4 celebrities of S1, S4 were not undergoing military service, they had a greater degree of freedom in their clothing and appearance. Thus, they paid better attention to their hairstyles, clothes, and the products they used daily. All these were brands that they endorsed or collaborated with. From their shirts, outdoor sportswear, bags, and others, everything had been meticulously planned early on. Fans just loved to use the same products as their idols. Even if they could not use the exact same product, fans would try their best to find similar-looking ones. This let them feel like they were lessening the distance between themselves and their idols. Businesses helped fan the flames and, at the same time, borrowed celebrities' popularity to market their goods. This sort of situation was common. Basically, the moment a live broadcast appeared, merchants would start promoting similar merchandise. Exact same clothes, bags, sunglasses, accessories, and so on. Comparing this, Fang Zhao was at a disadvantage. As he needed to undergo military service, everything he used was military standard issue. Even his hairstyle was required to keep in line with military demands. No long hair, no fringe, no beard, no wigs, and no dyed hair. In the military, there were only a few monotonous hairstyles, and anyone who deviated from the norm would be criticized. Right at the start, when Project Starlight had been announced, from a commercial viewpoint, there had been a really drastic difference in value between Fang Zhao and the others. Therefore, not many people had been optimistic about Fang Zhao, and very few businesses had approached Fang Zhao for collaboration. Now it was different. Previously, there had only been a few big names like Fiery Bird that had approached Fang Zhao over his dying ears. Now, with the explosion in Channel S5's viewership, the number of brands wishing to collaborate with Fang Zhao kept increasing. Isn't it just military service? It's just 1 year. Given the publicity now, even if Fang Zhao's popularity is no longer that high after he completes his service, it will still be profitable. This was what many businesses were thinking. As for the fans, Fang Zhao was not on Earth and the distance was too great. They were helpless even if they wanted to chase him. Thus, many people could only pin their hopes on the items Fang Zhao often used or came into contact with. Business was booming at a website of a certain shop selling military items. Shopkeeper, are there Fang Zhao style military uniforms? Peddling military uniforms is illegal. However, there are imitation uniforms. They look similar, just without the Planet Baiji insignia. There are strict rules regarding the sale of military items. What about Fang Zhao style epaulets? Second Lieutenant epaulets? It is illegal to sell those too. You wouldn't be able to wear it even if you got your hands on one. There are harsh punishments if you get caught. However, our shop sells a few epaulette substitutes. How about guns? Real ones are illegal, but you should have models, right? Oh, we do have those, but the models with a 1-to-1 ratio are sold out. We still have 1-to-6, 1-to-12, and 1-to-18 models. Do you want one? No. Thanks. When will there be stock for the 1-to-1 size? I would like to make a reservation. Similar conversations appeared in many places. Internet personalities also rode the coattails of this trend and imitated Fang Zhao's look. Decked out in imitation uniforms, epaulettes, and knee-high military boots while toting a 1-to-1 exact replica. These personalities would then strike a pose they reckoned was the coolest and upload it to their accounts on major social platforms so they could share their own look-alike photos. Regardless of whether they were praised or abused, it didn't matter. After all, as long as there was internet traffic, their goals had been achieved. As for the sea slug that served as a night light, it quickly became a bestseller in the pet market. Every shop put up Fang Zhao style white choppy hair sea rabbit signs. Online shops also displayed pictures and videos of a white blob that lived in the water and resembled a rabbit. At first glance, it looked really similar to the one Fang Zhao kept. In the past, choppy hair variants had been considered hot sellers and had always ranked in the top 10, but during this period, it straightaway rose to the #1 spot. and when Fang Zhao style slogans were put up, they sold like hotcakes. But shortly after purchasing, many people gave poor evaluations immediately after receiving the goods. A buyer inquired, "Shop owner, why does your shop's choppy hair see rabbit not shine?" The shop owner was helpless. "It's not just my shop. No shop's rabbits can shine. There's nothing that can be done. They cannot compare to Fang Zhao's. His choppy hair sea rabbit has 50% extraterrestrial genes." "Never mind that. Why is it so small?" the buyer asked again. "Because it doesn't have extraterrestrial genes." It was indeed impossible to find a similar product in the entire ornamental seawater pet market. There was no choice, so everyone could only settle for second best. It would do as long as its outer appearance was similar. Lighting manufacturers were delighted when they saw this situation and immediately hatched a plan to custom-make lights in the shape of a choppy hair sea rabbit, the sort that would light up with the tap of a finger. Now, doing homework at night would let people feel a sense of purpose. Chapter 217, Military District Established. Fang Zhao style had exploded to prominence on the internet. Silver Wing's operations team had played a part, as had merchants who had seized the opportunity to make more profits, and there had also been assistance from the government. When many brands saw this, they were envious and also wished to collaborate with Fang Zhao, but they could not get a hold of him. Planet Baiji had restored its communications network, but there were emergency measures in place, so contacting Baiji was rather difficult. Nobody outside knew what was going on. There were rumors online that the 12 continents had sent a fleet over to establish a military district, but there had been no official announcement yet, and these rumors could only be considered guesses. However, the common folk did not really care much about a large military district or military affairs, as those were too far away to impact their lives. So what if Baiji became a large military district? Their wages wouldn't rise, and their taxes wouldn't be cut. Everyone would just go about their daily lives as normal. Thus, they preferred watching meaningful entertainment gossip. In the case of Planet Baiji, their attention was on Fang Zhao. Anyone browsing online was very clear on the level of Fang Zhao's popularity right now. Because of this, Shanta once again came looking for Fang Zhao. "We will be collaborating with the Interplanetary Fund to organize an online auction and will bring out a few items to be auctioned off. You can contribute an item too. I heard that the item you celebrities bring out will be highly coveted. You don't have to spend too long thinking about it. Just something simple like clothes or daily necessities will do just fine." Although Planet Baiji had emergency measures, as the highest-ranking officer on Baiji, Shanta had special privileges. He had seen the popularity of Fang Zhao style online. Shanta told Fang Zhao that, for this sort of auction, all the money earned would be used for Planet Baiji's construction. Therefore, Fang Zhao did not need to provide something of value. A token item would be enough. "Don't worry. Even if you auction of a piece of paper, it won't fetch a low price." Shanta did not elaborate much, but Fang Zhao could still guess the reasons. As of now, Planet Baiji's position in the development sequence was fifth, and the spot was near the front. Were they lacking investors? No. Lacking money? Not anymore. As for the auction Shanta had spoken about, simply put, it was actually another chance for companies or investors that had not been able to squeeze into Planet Baiji's construction efforts. This auction would provide a means for them to spend money to purchase a spot, and it was being publicly announced by Planet Baiji, meaning it was highly reliable. For those lacking connections or who did not have enough status or ability to get a spot investing in Planet Baiji, this was indeed a really good opportunity, perhaps even their only chance in the near future. Shanta had approved this sort of method to attract even more teams, whether it was for balance or external power to canvass more funds, or for a whole range of other reasons. Shanta would not disclose these reasons and Fang Zhao would not ask. Shanta had looked for Fang Zhao to bank on his popularity and get the ordinary audiences to place their attention on and understand Planet Baiji's development. The views of the masses could not be ignored. Although Shanta had told Fang Zhao that any item was fine, Fang Zhao would not just randomly produce an item. He did not pay much attention to the happenings online, but he had learned quite a bit from Kevin Lin. Nowadays, news about him was under the scrutiny of the public. Putting forward a random item might seem half-hearted and lacking in sincerity. This could easily turn into fodder for gossip. The auction would not be soon, so Fang Zhao still had time to make preparations. Soon, Teams from every continent's military district arrived in succession. Hong Lu had brought men from Yenzhou and had arrived on Baiji base. If not for the continuous construction on planet Baiji over this period, there would not have been enough space for so many people arriving all at once. Hong Lu was 70 years old. In the new era, this was considered the prime of one's life. His rank was Major General, and he already held considerable authority. He had a lot of room for growth in the future. When Fang Zhao saw Hong Lu looked tired, probably from all the bustling, but he was in a good mood. When he noticed Fang Zhao, a smile appeared on Hong Lu's face. His originally imposing manner of a leader dissipated somewhat. Haha, Fang Zhao, I really have to thank you this time. However, recently there have just been too many matters. After this busy period is over, let's have a good chat. Are you serving at Outpost 23's district? As he spoke, he pointed to the other 3 people in the room. These 3 will be following you temporarily. Fang Zhao glanced over. To the side were 3 men standing silently. From their epaulets, there was 1 major and 2 captains. They had probably been lectured by Hong Lu, but whatever was going through their minds was not displayed on their faces. One of them even grinned when Fang Zhao looked over. Fang Zhao looked at Hong Lu suspiciously. They are my wife. Your director Duan feels that it is not safe enough for you here. In the future, there will surely be more people coming to planet Baiji, and with so many personnel, things can get complicated. There is also no telling what else might happen. You have a special status, and it's better to have a few extra men protecting you. Don't worry. I have instructed them not to appear in the live broadcasts. Nobody will know about it, Hong Lu replied. In short, he meant that he was assigning men to protect Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao wanted to say it was not needed, but from Hong Lu's manner, it looked like it had been arranged for some time already and he had discussed with Duan Qianji before making this decision. Fang Zhao remained silent and did not reject it. Hong Lu had a lot of stuff to attend to. Every day, he would be summoned by Shanta to discuss important matters, so he did not say much to Fang Zhao. He just told Fang Zhao to look for him if he encountered any troubles. After that, he hastily rushed off toward the base's conference room. Fang Zhao then brought along his 3 new bodyguards and headed toward Outpost 23. 7 days after the teams from all 12 continents' military districts arrived, the Alliance announced the establishment of Planet Baiji's military district, which was also the 4th large off-world military district. Planet Baiji was ranked 5th on the development sequence. Of the first 4 planets, 3 already had established military districts set up and were what everyone knew as the 3 large off-world military district. But now, the Big 3 had become the Big 4. At the same time, Planet Baiji was officially included in the immigration plan and became the key area of development for the immigration plan. A large military district and a key area of development. These 2 labels proclaimed the splendid future of Planet Baiji. Since Baiji Military District was being established, the duties and ranks of many people originally at Baiji Base would change as well. Shanta was promoted from a lieutenant general to a general and so remained the highest-ranking commander in this military district. Establishing a military district and getting promoted to general was double happiness for Shanta. It could even be said that Shanta was recently flushed with success. When he was pleased, he could not help but recall all the past grievances he had suffered, and he could not help but contact some old acquaintances to share his sentiments. Whether he was on good terms or bad with them, he contacted them all the same. Connected to exploratory spaceship Arcturus, Commander Luo Sha. Old Luo, what are you so busy with nowadays? If you have the time, come over to my planet Baiji for a gathering, huh? Arcturus Commander Luo Sha remained expressionless and gave an ice-cold reply. Get lost. No time for you. Connected to exploratory spaceship Formalhalt, Commander Majika. Old Maji, when will you have time to come over to Baiji Military District? We can all catch up. Majika's temperament was not as straightforward as Luo Sha's. When he heard Shanta's words, he paused momentarily and laughingly replied, Okay, but we have to discuss something first. Transfer Fang Zhao's military service record over here. Scram. Before the other party had finished talking, Shanta had already severed the comms. After ending the call, Shanta thought back to when he had first received Fang Zhao's military service application. It was funny, but at the same time, Shanta was glad. Back then, if any of those 2 had decided to accept Fang Zhao's application, Planet Baiji would never have gotten to see this day. A single person could really change the fate of an entire planet. Chapter 218, Broken Teeth. After the Baiji military district was established, various collaborative partners started entering the planet. Large-scale projects were smoothly launched in succession. There were people, equipment, power supplies, technical talents, and armed forces. Planet Baiji was changing every day. At the core of Baiji Base were the large, shining words. If you lag behind, you will come under attack. These words had been personally inscribed by Shanta with the aim of reminding everyone in the Baiji military district of the recent terrorist attack. When the terrorists had been formulating a plan, why had they picked Baiji instead of some other planet? Because when the terrorists had been picking a target, grade A power or had not yet been discovered on Baiji, and they had still been placed far back in the development sequence. Back then, Baiji had been a poor and barren place, and even their detector probes had all been outdated. In simple words, the enemy's line of thought had been this: because you are weak, we shall attack you. What could be done to not be bullied? To strike back better, Planet Baiji needed to become stronger. Even if the planet suffered terrorist attacks once more, they would not be caught in the predicament of a one-hour communications blackout anymore. Their outposts would not be bombarded so badly, and they would not be oblivious to when the enemies entered the planet. Should they encounter future terrorist attacks, Shanta hoped that the enemies would all be blasted to shreds even before they entered the atmosphere. After the General Assembly mobilization meeting, Shanta would gather the high-level officers for a meeting from time to time. This was to understand the progress of the developments and to solve problems. Conference room. First, Shanta listened attentively to the various reports. His face was solemn, and he put on the dignified air of Baiji Military District's highest-ranked commander. Only his brows and eyes would flicker from time to time, showing that he was satisfied and pleased. After the important matters were discussed, Shanta raised the topic of the auction. The auction will be in another 15 days' time. Has everyone prepared their items? From the charts, only 3 or 4 have submitted. We have to pay attention to it. When this topic was raised, Shanta remembered Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had yet to report on the item he would be submitting for the auction, and Shanta had no idea what the little fellow would put forth. At the same time, in the woods on the outskirts of Outpost 23, a squad of troops was pushing forward in the woods. For the expansion of the outpost, the surroundings needed to be surveyed. A few specialists had been dispatched from the military district to survey and plan. Every day, people from the outpost would operate a flying transport and make a few rounds in the air to protect them, as they needed to enter the woods to take samples. Fan Lin had wanted to go into the woods and have a look too. He wished to do a study on the species in this area and take some samples for research. He wanted to do it personally, as he did not feel comfortable leaving too many tasks in the hands of others. Yin Biao and the other wounded had already been sent back to Earth, where they would undergo medical treatment at a designated military district hospital and receive prosthetics and rehabilitation. Bi Liao and 10 others had represented Outpost 23 to see Yin Biao off. Bi Liao and the others had wanted to cheer Yin Biao up, but they had never expected to see Yin Biao in rather high spirits. He hadn't been depressed at all, and there had been no visible scars on him. His mood had been what it had seemed, so much so that the others had not needed to cheer him up. However, Yin Biao had not mentioned the reason for his change and had only exhorted again and again that they perform well. Especially the new outpost team leader, Bi Liao, who had been pulled aside and talked to for 10 minutes. At the end, Yin Biao had specifically emphasized making sure to take care of Fang Zhao. Even if Yin Biao had not said anything, Bi Liao and the others would still have done so. However, in the few days after that, Bi Liao realized that Fang Zhao did not really need any looking after. As long as the outpost team coordinated well, there would be no troubles. On the contrary, Kevin Lin was the troublesome one. Kevin Lin expressed an extreme interest when he knew about the assignment to survey the woods, but as he had the fighting strength of a weak chicken, he lagged behind when he followed them in. After all, the outpost team needed to protect the priorities, the surveying specialists, Professor Fan, and the scientists. Now the outpost team would need to spend extra effort to protect Kevin Lin, and with every added person that tagged along, the safety level of the entire team decreased. Kevin Lin spent a whole night carefully considering and felt that the distance between his imagination and reality was too great, so he decided to undergo a second round of military training. In the meantime, he would let Fang Zhao bring along the camera to record as he followed the team. After Fang Zhao returned to the outpost, Kevin Lin would edit the footage before sending it to the program column. Kevin Lin did not have the ability to protect himself, but Fang Zhao's ability was clear for everyone to see. Moreover, Fang Zhao had 3 bodyguards with him. When Bi Liao had first seen the major and 2 captains, his eyeballs had nearly popped out of their sockets. Now that he had assumed the role as outpost team leader, his rank had risen to captain, which was the same rank that Yin Biao had had when he was in charge. But when Bi Liao saw the major and 2 captains, he felt really awkward. The pressure of being the outpost team leader was considerable. Fortunately, those 3 had only been tasked with protecting Fang Zhao and would not interfere in matters of the outpost team. Bi Liao would still remain the authority figure here. Over the past few days, interactions had been pretty good. When Bi Liao chatted with them, he no longer felt the initial awkwardness. Instead, he now pitted those 3. Not because their talents were being wasted in an insignificant position, but rather, Bi Liao eyed Fang Zhao, who was controlling the camera and filming Fan Lin, and he gave a silent laugh. As the survey team moved through the woods, Fan Lin would stop from time to time to take a look at certain plants and instruct a scientist to collect samples. Fan Lin knew how to use simple words to get his message across and get the audiences excited. In between, he would inadvertently advertise his own company's seeds and divulge some information on the hybrid crops he had created with half-extraterrestrial genes. Audiences really loved this style, and when it was aired after Kevin Lin's editing, the segments received good reviews. Fang Zhao held a gun in one hand, his other hand controlling the camera that was floating in midair, but he did not lower his guard. As he filmed, Fang Zhao felt a nip in the air. His acute senses had detected something watching them, seemingly like a snake that had its eyes on its prey. The air was warm and humid. There was a river somewhere off in the distance, but for safety reasons, they had maintained a distance from it. A black shadow rushed out from the muddy bog over 10 meters away. Almost at the same instant the black shadow leapt out from the bog. A number of bullets buried themselves in it. The beast that had just leapt out from the mud fell to the ground, twitching twice before all movement ceased. A fishy smell drifted over, but was quickly carried away by the wind. After the momentary silence, Bi Liao got some men to drag the beast over. "This thing, it is a little frightening," Bi Liao said as he inspected the corpse of the beast, which was close to a meter long. The skin of the beast had luster to it similar to steel, but it was not real steel, and it was unable to stop bullets. The bullets had torn straight through it. Fang Zhao did not know much about the species in this place, and had not known if a single bullet was enough to settle the danger. Thus, he had shot a few more times. Nowadays, he had sufficient ammo, and guaranteeing everyone's safety took priority. Bi Liao had said it was frightening because this seemingly flat beast opened its mouth sideways. Inside it was full of sharp teeth in a disc, and the whole thing looked like a sawmill blade and had an extremely strong cutting power. Its teeth seemed similar to the helicoprion shark that were in ancient archaeology reports found back home. However, this one has a horizontal mouth opening and limb-like fins. It probably spends most of its time in the water, lying in ambush in bogs or the riverbank to hunt unsuspecting prey, one of the scientists said. Once bitten by these sort of teeth, a whole chunk of flesh would be sliced off. If the beast was slightly larger, a person bitten by it might be sawed in half. Although the attire they wore provided some protection, who knew what sort of injuries one would suffer should they get cut by these electric saw-like teeth? Bi Liao was puzzled. It was so close to us. Why were we unable to discover it just now? They now had newly issued equipment. Goggles on their helmets displayed nearby life forms. Generally speaking, even if it was hiding itself in the mud, it should still have been detected. "It's probably due to the skin," Fan Lin said rather excitably. "Its skin is rather interesting. Bring it back to the base and let the crew study it. Perhaps equipment can be improved according to the principle behind it." Although this beast they had just encountered was very dangerous, a new discovery of course got the outpost team excited. If it was as Fan Lin said, their outpost had done a meritorious service. "Its teeth are broken." Bi Liao pointed at a portion of broken teeth in the beast's mouth. They had been hit by bullets. Fang Zhao picked up a single broken tooth. It was flat and triangular. Around 1/10 the size of a human palm, it had a white porcelain sheen to it. Fang Zhao, what are you picking it up for? Spoils of war. Bi Liao asked when he noticed that Fang Zhao did not toss the broken tooth aside. It's a suitable item to be auctioned. Bi Liao was curious. Are you going to submit it just like that? No, I will engrave something on it. Fang Zhao wiped away the bloodstains and placed the tooth into his pocket. While Fang Zhao and Bi Liao were conversing, the three people assigned to Fang Zhao did not utter a single word. The three of them glanced at each other and could only hang their heads and give a bitter laugh. How many times had it been? It was commonly said that the third time was the charm, but they had already experienced this sort of situation 3 times today. Ever since they had been assigned to Fang Zhao's side, over the past few days, similar situations had happened every day. When they had first entered the woods and encountered a native beast attack for the first time, the three had only just shouted, "Be careful," and had not yet drawn their guns when the beast had been disposed of by Fang Zhao. The second time, they had not even managed to say anything before the situation had been settled. The third time, it had been settled before they had even felt the danger. Fourth time, fifth time, all the way to the recent incident, time and time again, Fang Zhao had gotten rid of the danger before they had even been able to act. From shock it had turned to curiosity before they had gotten used to it. Countless times in their hearts, they asked the same question. Who is the new soldier and who are the veterans? Who exactly is protecting whom? Fang Zhao was not intentionally provoking them. This was not a matter of kill-stealing. A step slower, and someone might get hurt or lose their lives. This was entirely an unconscious reaction and reflex shooting by Fang Zhao. But the three of them did not know this and thought that Fang Zhao was just proving his strength to them. In the days that followed, the three of them could feel sympathetic gazes from members of the outpost team. What could they do? They were also despairing. The person they were supposed to protect was so much stronger than them. These few days, there had simply been no chances for them to do anything. The three felt like they were pieces of trash. Chapter 219, Auction Item. When the team returned to the outpost, Bi Liao immediately called a few men to send over that unidentified creature to the base and let the specialists there study how it had managed to avoid detection. This time, Fang Zhao did not follow them and return to base, nor did he want to fight and claim meritorious deeds. Instead, he straightaway went to ask the outposts. Quartermaster, do you have an engraving machine? Engraving machine? What sort? The outpost quartermaster was considerably older and had gotten hurt during the attack, but it had not been too serious. He had returned to the outpost shortly after receiving some treatment at the base. Perhaps because he had experienced the attack, he was a lot more sincere toward Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao fished out the broken tooth and told the quartermaster, I wish to inscribe some words on it. There might be a lot of words, so it has to be a little smaller. As an experienced quartermaster who knew every machine's capabilities by heart, he shook his head when he heard what Fang Zhao said. The outpost doesn't have something like that. You will need to borrow it from the base. I can help you check first. Normally, nobody uses this sort of machine. However, there are no guarantees. After all, the base has many large projects running concurrently. As Planet Baiji is expanding, perhaps someone has already borrowed it? Oh, there is still one machine. I'll help you make a reservation. Fang Zhao thanked the old quartermaster and contacted Bi Liao to collect the engraving machine from the base. Fang Zhao had already made a reservation through the intranet, so Bi Liao could retrieve it straight away. Fang Zhao left the equipment room and returned back to his own room. He saw Kevin Lin lying stiff like a corpse. Kevin Lin had been like this for the past few days. To improve his professional ability and be able to follow the outpost team in future, Kevin Lin was undergoing military training that was even more rigorous than what Fang Zhao had gone through in the Yenzhou military district. Kevin Lin's training was more oriented toward combat capabilities. The two in charge of training Kevin Lin were veteran soldiers who knew what methods were most appropriate for him. They did not hope that Kevin Lin's combat capabilities would see a sudden change, but what they wanted Kevin Lin to grasp was how to flee in dangerous situations and how to improve his physical constitution. According to Kevin Lin's own formulated plan, he'd felt that he could become a superhuman, but now he just didn't feel like doing anything. Just a tiny bit of high-intensity training was already enough to make him lie down. Hearing the sound of Fang Zhao entering, Kevin Lin remained lying there and feebly asked, "How was it today?" "Not too bad. I gained quite a bit," Fang Zhao replied. Kevin Lin only raised his head at this and asked curiously, "What sort of gains?" Having collaborated with Fang Zhao for so long, Kevin Lin somewhat understood Fang Zhao. What Fang Zhao meant was that, besides the normal happenings, something unexpected had happened today. Fang Zhao recounted the incident with that creature and fished out the broken tooth. "This is its tooth." Kevin Lin's lackluster attitude dissipated and his spirits raised. He brought the camera over to him and forwarded to the part Fang Zhao had spoken about. "It's not bad, but we still do not know the base's verdict. If it can really improve our equipment, that would be a talking point. But if the results are out, we have to edit away that conversation in the video. What do you intend to inscribe on it?" Kevin Lin asked curiously. He had learned of Fang Zhao's purpose for picking up the broken tooth. Fang Zhao simply said 2 words, "Song score." Just these 2 words were enough to make Kevin Lin pause his video editing. Song score. Although Fang Zhao had not produced many songs, every one of them had sold for a high price. Recently, Kevin Lin had been thinking about what sort of news to release to attract attention. Now Fang Zhao had just given him a topic on a silver platter. Has it already been composed? Kevin Lin no longer bothered with editing the video as he glanced at the notebook Fang Zhao had taken out. "Not yet. I still need to make adjustments," Fang Zhao replied. Kevin Lin expressed his concern. "Will you be able to make it in time for the auction?" "Yeah, I'll be able to." Kevin laughed and walked over to the other side. "That's good. Go on then. I shall not disturb you." He also did not continue with the editing and went to browse online instead. Along with construction on Planet Baiji, the networking and communications were being improved daily. With the improved facilities, certain people had also received benefits. For example, military reporters and people like Kevin Lin. They were able to use Planet Baiji's communications to connect to Earth's internet, but with a time constraint. Every day, usage was limited to an hour. Anyone that exceeded the time would have to pay for the expensive internet fees they exceeded. Due to technological advancements, internet and communications had developed, and internet fees were much cheaper. However, now, they were not on Earth but the distant and remote planet Baiji. The internet here had not been made available for public use, and these people were receiving a special privilege and would need to pay extravagant fees for overuse. Kevin Lin was willing to pay the high internet fees. After all, he would not be the one forking out the money. If what he browsed was within the scope, he could set an expense report. The only issue was the lag time as he browsed, and everything he wanted to upload had to be audited. But on the whole, it was even more convenient than before. The first thing Kevin Lin did was to update a new status on his social platforms. If one didn't make ripples for 3 days, all that would remain on the river was folklore. One, the entertainment circles had a short memory. Although Fang Zhao had been all the rage online a while back, after a few days, all sorts of news had squeezed him out. To maintain popularity, there was a need to constantly refresh one's presence all over the internet. Kevin Lin had enjoyed a brief period of celebrity treatment and had already gotten addicted to that feeling. Thus, he would not let such a good opportunity slip by. The other 4 channels trying to stir up news had squeezed out his popularity. 2 days ago, there had been news about S2's Fritz having an allergic reaction and being disfigured. Yesterday, news had been stirred up about S4's Tianhao and a female nurse. Today, S1's Li Xiaoxiao had announced a collaboration with the Animal Protection Society to appeal for the protection of native species, which had created considerable activity. These D*MN4 channels had conspired take turns generating hot topics. With his many years of experience in this field, Kevin Lin could tell that Fritz's allergic reaction and disfiguration had been exaggerated. The allergic reaction was definitely true, but definitely not to that extent that it had been hyped up. The sex scandal that S4 had stirred up was also fake. Wu Tianhao would be asking for trouble if he were to brazenly approach women on the base. Whether he'd really had the intention or not, at most, this matter was only to generate more discussions. After 2 days, they would pull the same method and clarify the situation. The operations team had chosen to stir this news after observing Wu Tianhao's fans. As for Channel S1's Animal Protection Society calling for conservation of the ecology and the protection native species, it didn't amount to much. However, when Kevin Lin browsed the comments, somebody mentioned that certain celebrities were too cruel and merciless when killing animals, and other such comments. The person leaving the comments was also an internet personality. Even though names were not mentioned, Kevin Lin knew that the person being spoken about was Fang Zhao. In the videos Kevin Lin had sent back over the past few days, there had been a number of scenes where Fang Zhao had shot creatures, which might have upset some sensitive parties. That was not to say that protecting indigenous species was wrong. Kevin Lin himself had also donated lots of money to these sorts of associations. He used to have a dream of buying an apartment in a scenic area in Muzhou to be close to nature. Many people that had grown up in a concrete jungle since they were young had this sort of desire. There was an ecology monitoring system on Planet Baiji. Previously, when Planet Baiji was not being developed, every year, people would be dispatched for an inspection. Outpost teams had also had strict restrictions when it came to hunting. People in the new era regarded these sorts of conservation as important. But during those dangerous situations in the videos, were they supposed to just stand there and wait to die? Even if Fang Zhao had not shot those beasts, the others would have done so. Moreover, did they break the rules normally? Did they kill indiscriminately? Was there overhunting? No. But Kevin Lin could not clarify it straight away. If he made any sounds, people would talk about a guilty conscience. In the past, Kevin Lin would have surely made known his thoughts and started scolding. But now, Kevin Lin's temperament was different. When one's status was on the rise and they were becoming more popular, their lines of thought would change. He would not lower himself to the level of those fools by replying them. Instead, that effort would be better spent thinking about how to stir up more stuff in future. Ever since Planet Baiji had been moved into the top 5 in the development sequence, lots of topics had inevitably been generated. For example, the upcoming auction would surely continue to bring a lot of internet activity. This was also the reason the other celebrity teams were rushing to raise their popularity and presence, so that their popularity would not take much of a beating when the time for Planet Baiji's auction came. After the terrorist attack, people who were concerned with political news watched the Military Affairs channel. The reports there were more comprehensive and professional. Kevin Lin knew that his own political reporting could not be compared to those more senior reporters on the Military Affairs channel. If Channel S5 were to continue on with the angle of military affairs, it would appear incongruous and would not be favorable to either side. Previously, the high viewership had been due to the terrorist attack. Now that it was over, people were no longer as interested. The column's editorial department had given him all sorts of suggestions. After considering them, Kevin Lin decided the channel should revolve around Fang Zhao. Since he already knew Fang Zhao's intention, Kevin Lin posted this status on his social platform. La just saw Fang Zhao preparing his auction item. I can't say what it is yet, but I can only let everyone know this. Prepare your money. You will not make a loss if you can get that item. XD. Whetting everyone's appetite was enough, but the 3 successive XD emoticons at the end made many people gnash their teeth in disgust. After posting, Kevin Lin did not bother checking on the rapidly increasing messages that were left under his status. He disconnected and started editing today's video. He still needed to send the video back to the column. This was his everyday job. At the same time, Fang Zhao's 3 bodyguards assigned by Hong Lu had a discussion when they returned to base. They plucked up their courage to leave a message for Hong Liao requesting a transfer back. By chance, Hong Lu had just ended a meeting and seen the message. His 2 sharp eyebrows twitched grotesquely as he contacted the 3 right away and inquired after the reason. The 3 of them had pained expressions on the video display as they recounted the situation of the previous few days. To get where they were now, the 3 had experienced their fair share of real combat. They had also had lofty ambitions when they had followed Hong Lu over to Planet Baiji. Originally, when Hong Lu had assigned them to protect Fang Zhao, they had been a little unwilling but had only been able to grudgingly obey orders. However, they had never expected to receive such a blow from Fang Zhao. The major among the 3 told Hong Lu about what had happened today. When he recalled how Fang Zhao's reactions and marksmanship were a step quicker than theirs, he could not help but ask, "General, didn't you say he was an artist?" Hong Lu had no way of replying to this question. He also had no idea either and would have to ask his wife. His wife had told him that Fang Zhao was a celebrity with a composing background in the company. Wasn't that just an artist? Chapter 220. High Valuation. The date for the auction was inching closer, and every day, Kevin Lin was even more anxious than Fang Zhao. Kevin Lin was worried that rushing Fang Zhao would just add pressure, which would affect the quality of the item. Thus, he could only worry helplessly from the side. Bi Liao joked about Kevin Lin in private. The emperor was not worried, but the eunuch was anxious. However, they were all eagerly anticipating the auction. They had been disconnected from the internet for too long and did not have means like Kevin Lin's to connect back to Earth's internet. The base's intranet could not be considered internet. Every day, they could only view military and political news. And in this sort of restricted environment, the information they could receive had its limits. I heard that Fang Zhao prepared a broken tooth, with song scores inscribed on it. Do you reckon it will sell? Ryode asked Bi Liao. Bi Liao gave an unsure reply. Probably. Didn't Kevin Lin say that Fang Zhao's song scores cost a lot? Surely people will buy it. It was not that they didn't think much of Fang Zhao's item, but that they did not understand this aspect. If it was up to them, they would definitely not spend a large sum to purchase a broken tooth. Even if the sounds of nature were engraved on it, they still would not buy it. But whatever they said, Fang Zhao was a member of Outpost 23. If Fang Zhao's item could really fetch a high price, they would also benefit too. Should there be any gathering with comrades from other outposts in the future, they would be able to brag a whole bunch about it. Let's say Fang Zhao's auctioned item fetches a high price. Would our outpost be able to receive 1/10? Ryode. Since Ryode had mentioned it, Bi Liao also had this thought now. If so, I will send in an application request. After all, money made from the auction would be diverted to Planet Baiji's construction fund. The base would not lack any money, so it would be up to each outpost team to fish for funds. Noticing Bi Liao having ideas, Ryode continued to give advice. Lowering his volume, he said, I heard from Kevin Lin that none of Fang Zhao's past works were worth less than this figure. 10 million? The rumors were true? That means that even if we receive 1/10, 1 million, we can upgrade a lot of equipment. Now that Bi Liao had assumed the leadership role, his shoulders felt burdened with a heavy responsibility. Especially after the terrorist attack, he fully approved the words, if you lag behind, you will come under attack, displayed at the base. With upgraded equipment and facilities, even if development teams wanted to come over to the outpost area, they would have power. Equipment issued from the top was fixed, but there could never be enough of these kinds of things, and occasionally, additional equipment and tools were requested rather than hoping for others to hand them over. One's own territory had to be safeguarded securely. Whether it would be approved or rejected was a different matter, but if they did not even try, how would they know it was not possible? Therefore, after the talk with Ryode, Bi Liao immediately wrote an application request and sent it in. His words were sincere and staggering. Bi Liao's letter to the leaders bemoaned the poor and destitute conditions of the outpost. Before the auction started, it was best to take advantage and fight for some benefits. Over at the outpost, outside the security fencing of the experimental plots, on a large tree that had been growing for who knows how many years, Fang Zhao sat leaning against a tree branch. In his hands were a pen and a notebook, and he was writing and drawing in it. The area survey had already concluded. The engineers had already returned to base to give their reports. Fan Lin and his team had also disappeared back into the laboratory. Now that the outpost team no longer needed to protect these people when they headed into the woods, other than making their daily patrols around the area, their only other duties were standing guard and extending the outpost. A new batch of soldiers had arrived at the outpost, and their numbers had doubled. Everyone was getting along just fine. A few off-duty outpost soldiers were playing cards a short distance away from Fang Zhao. This place had much less electronic entertainment equipment, so they could only use some ancient entertainment items to enrich their lives here. Among the new batch of people, there were some that came looking for Fang Zhao's autograph after arriving at the outpost. They might not necessarily have been the ones chasing celebrities, but they at least had relatives who were fans of Fang Zhao. After completing a round of cards, someone from the group, playing cards in the shade of a tree, glanced at Fang Zhao and softly said, "What is he writing?" "No idea. Perhaps a diary?" "There are really people who keep a diary while undergoing military service?" I persevered for a few days, but could not continue writing on. Someone said he was composing? Shut up, everyone. Don't you know his Dieting Years nickname? Don't think he can't hear you even if you are whispering. The few of them stopped gossiping and continued playing cards. regardless of whether the sky was clear or overcast, whether the winds from afar were strong or weak. They carried with them moisture and sweat blended with the smell of mud, grass, and leaves. In the surroundings, every single sound originating from nature, from the rustling of branches to the chirping of insects to the beating of a bird's wings and the cries of creatures, brimmed with the vigor of life. With his superior hearing, Fang Zhao could hear the distant river that was blocked by the woods. In his mind, he could imagine the splashes created by aquatic creatures leaping in and out. There was a lack of the apprehension and restlessness of the period of destruction. Although there was danger in this world, its nature had a peacefulness here that people during the period of destruction could never have hoped to imagine. Every single sound seemed to carry musical notes that embedded themselves in Fang Zhao's mind and came out in scribbles when the pen nib touched the notebook. This time, Fang Zhao had chosen a more gentle style that did not have the thick-set flavor of an epic. This was something he had composed after arriving on Planet Baiji and after coming over to Outpost 23. From filtering the sounds of the mountains and forests, the sounds of all living things, he had a tranquil tune. After amendments, Fang Zhao transcribed the score sheet. However, this time, his annotations were using musical symbols of the new era and not his own symbols that only he could read. Without the need for any musical instruments, Fang Zhao performed this piece in his mind countless times. By the time he got off the tree, it was already noon. Kevin Lin had already begun his afternoon training. Fang Zhao glanced over for a bit before entering the outpost and heading for the equipment store. There he took out the engraving machine. Fang Zhao had spent 6 days amending his composed score. Today was the 7th day of amendment. The score was finally complete, and he started the engraving. During the period of destruction, many people had liked to use the teeth and bones of creature they killed as a form of significant ornamental jewelry. Children born during that period had also loved these sort of decorations, as they portrayed ferociousness and bravery. Fang Zhao would only know whether the creature's tooth was suitable for engraving when he tried it. That creature's tooth that had been broken off by a bullet belonged to the sort that was suitable for engraving. First, a cleaning fluid had to be used to remove the bloodstains. After that, the shattered corners had to be ground till they were smooth and then polished till they shone. Only after all this came the engraving. The tooth did not have the hatred and blood a mutated beast had, but it still had a primitive flavor to it. The engraving machine was not large, and it could inscribe delicately. All Fang Zhao needed to do was set the stipulated area for engraving, then write down the song scores for engraving on the writing board. Fang Zhao wrote every single stroke earnestly. The blade of the engraving machine carved each note on each part of the tooth according to how Fang Zhao wanted it. Every stroke was exactly the same as Fang Zhao had handwritten it, just much smaller. The strength that Fang Zhao used for each stroke on the writing board would affect how the engraving blade cut. With the aid of the machine, this song score was inscribed very quickly. When Fang Zhao returned to his room, it was one of the rare occasions where Kevin Lin was not like a corpse. Kevin Lin was holding on to his camera, and when he noticed Fang Zhao, he asked eagerly, "Is it done?" When Kevin Lin had returned after his military training today and heard that Fang Zhao was in the equipment store, he knew right away that Fang Zhao was over there engraving. He had wanted to go over and film it, but had been afraid of disturbing Fang Zhao and interrupting the engraving. Thus, he had waited back in the room. Fang Zhao handed over the creature's tooth with the inscribed song score. "It is finished." Kevin Lin carefully accepted the case with the creature's tooth in it and gently placed it on the table and starting taking photographs. However, he changed his method of photo taking. He changed the focus so that the song score on the creature's tooth would be blurry, but he also revealed a clear portion of some musical notes. Kevin Lin showed the photographs he had taken to Fang Zhao. "Do you think these shots are all right?" Fang Zhao did not find anything inappropriate. He could guess what Kevin Lin wanted to do. "They are fine." The next morning, Fang Zhao submitted that broken tooth with song scores engraved on it to the base. Kevin Lin logged into his social platform and posted a few photos of the creature's tooth taken from different angles. Fang Zhao spent 7 days making this. On it is his latest work, which was personally engraved by him. It has already been sent to the base. Fang Zhao had used a machine to aid him, but the notes had been handwritten by Fang Zhao, so it could be considered to have been personally engraved. When Kevin Lin updated his status, he did not add anything else. The videos taken from the woods would have explanations. Fang Zhao had picked up that broken tooth to make an item for the auction. It was already finished, and the song score engraved on it was new and had never appeared before. That meant to say that whoever won this broken tooth would own this song score. So what if it was a new song? How was the quality? Other than Fang Zhao, perhaps only the person who had the winning bid would know. However, not many people thought well of it. After all, Fang Zhao was still considered a newbie. Although he had works in the entertainment circles, they were not many and were not concrete enough. How much can that piece of tooth even be auctioned for? Someone asked. This was the question the normal internet audience was dying to know. The answer to: wait for a professional to appraise it. There were experts in this area. Some old masters who had many years of experience working at auctions finally had a chance to show off their skills. For the value of an auction item, they would evaluate it from many different aspects. Not only would the material, manufactured place, manufacturer's status, and commercial value be considered, there were also a number of other factors from different aspects to take into account. Finally, a few old master appraisers' joint comprehensive evaluation had this outcome. The item put forward to Planet Baiji's auction activity was valued at 30 million to 50 million. It would not be lower than 30 million. When this valuation was reported, it was met with doubt from many people. Isn't this too high? It's just a creature's tooth with some song scores engraved on it, and it's worth 30 to 50 million? Nonsense. Last year, there was this really famous film star who auctioned off a jade pendant, and the winning bid was only slightly more than 50 million. Fang Zhao can't be considered on his level. That's right, overhype. It's definitely overhyped. Was the appraising master bribed? Sit tight and wait for some face smacking. Chapter 221. I want that tooth. The valuation of this tooth gave rise to a lot of online disputes. To back their evaluation, those appraising masters quickly gave their explanations and analysis to justify their opinion. Planet Baiji's online auction had a significant meaning and a political agenda. Anyone could see Planet Baiji's situation just from browsing the news a little. In a commercial sense, Planet Baiji was now a treasured ground, and that was not an exaggeration. Lots of parties wished to get a piece of this pie, but even if they used all their effort, they would not necessarily be successful. In fact, this auction was just a subtly disguised donation drive for Planet Baiji's military district. It was also a chance for people to spend money to get a spot on Planet Baiji. Nobody felt this wrong, as it had always been this way. Therefore, for Baiji's auction, there would be exorbitant bids. There was a prerequisite: the items had to be from Baiji military district. For example, the items put forward by certain high-ranking officers within Planet Baiji's leadership. How could such a good chance for bootlicking and fostering better relations be missed? Businesses and merchants would all fight for the chance to throw money in. Fang Zhao was far from that status and was not considered core personnel of Baiji, so businesses would not target him for bootlicking. But any money garnered through the auction went to Baiji's construction fund. With such a large backing, the value would be jacked up, thus the appraisers giving such a high valuation. The range was reasonable and not excessively high. A song score might be valuable, but without listening, who could know the quality? Fang Zhao might be really popular in the eyes of netizens, but his status in composing circles was not yet at the level where his name alone would be approved by everyone. Listening to the appraising masters explain their reasoning, everyone was convinced. Although Fang Zhao would not receive any money his item made from the auction, his social status would invariably be raised, and he would be mentioned in a wave of news. It was worth it. For a moment, there were people envious of Fang Zhao's good luck, and there were also people who were jealous and had sour words. When Kevin Lin saw the quoted valuation online, he spent the whole night laughing heartily. Fang Zhao, if your auctioned item can fetch 50 million, your social status will swell. Using his many years of professional experience, Kevin Lin gave Fang Zhao a lowdown on the pros and cons and imparted a number of appropriate responses. Fang Zhao appreciated Kevin Lin's kind intentions and listened attentively to his suggestions. Fang Zhao had seen the valuations and analysis online and thought the same as well. Given the factors from all angles and parties, it was indeed within that range. However, we still have to see how the auction plays out on the actual day itself. How about this? I can help you jack up the bids. Kevin Lin did a mental calculation of his savings. Although he couldn't raise the bid by much, even if it did not hit 50 million, it wouldn't be unsightly. There is no need, Fang Zhao replied. Kevin Lin thought about it. Makes sense. Your company will surely do something. Silver Wing is a large and rich company in Yenzhou. Even if those investment firms do not throw money in, your company can also raise the price up. They won't let such a good opportunity slip by. Fang Zhao smiled, but did not elaborate. He was actually thinking that even if Silver Wing did not do anything, there were others who would surely help jack up the bids. Kevin Lin posted new information on this topic, and in no time, people started sharing his social platform status. They were gaming celebrities from Silver Wing. Jinro and the others shared the status one after another. Schwarzer continued with his ass-kissing. Boss is really, really mighty. Silver Wing's virtual projects department had also held an internal meeting and prepared to jointly raise money to take part in the bidding. After all, the valuation had been hyped up already. When the time came, if it did not hit those heights, wouldn't that be losing face? That would make Fang Zhao's situation awkward. Because of this auction, these underlings of his worried for Fang Zhao. Besides the internal members of Silver Wing's virtual projects department, there were a number of gaming stars that showed their support for Fang Zhao. Even Ma Xier, who had just finished a shooting competition, posted a rare status update. See you at the auction. This meant that the former runner-up on the global individual leaderboards, Ma Xier, would be participating in this auction. When Kevin Lin saw this news, the worry in his heart lessened. It was already night in the outpost. Normally, at this time, Kevin Lin would already be preparing for bed, but today, he got more and more excited as he browsed. While browsing, Kevin Lin suddenly exclaimed, "The F***CK. This idiot is making trouble again." Fang Zhao was feeding the rabbit in the water tank. Hearing Kevin Lin's exclamation, he asked, "What happened?" "That senior master from Lizhou is criticizing others again. He even gets unsettled from eating a watermelon." Kevin Lin did not have a favorable impression of this senior master from Lizhou's aristocratic Renault family. In front of outsiders, he would rarely express his disdain, but having been with Fang Zhao for so long, he knew that Fang Zhao was not a person to talk irresponsibly, so Kevin Lin let his remarks fly. Senior Master Renault posted a status on his social platform earlier ridiculing the watermelon he flew over from Muzhou today because it was seedless. That's right. Over this matter, after Zero's outburst, he received joint abuse from netizens. You even want to criticize seedless watermelons. Isn't having a watermelon without having to spit out the seeds a good thing? Doesn't it save you the trouble? So damn hard to please. Isn't the main point him transporting the watermelon from Muzhou? Having fresh watermelons is already not bad. You are being picky. Why don't you fly to the heavens and stay there? Despite being the agricultural continent, there were not many places suitable for growing watermelons in Muzhou. Every year, the land used for growing watermelons was limited. Furthermore, with weather conditions or other factors that affected it, there were not a lot of watermelons produced every year. There were people that had employed methods to grow watermelons indoors, but had afterward discovered that the costs were too high and the taste of the watermelons varied greatly. Unable to control the risk, they had quickly given up on this idea. The rarer something was, the greater its value. In the new era, only those with extravagant lifestyles were able to eat watermelons from Muzhou. Thus, from the viewpoint of many people, Zero had too much time on his hands and was asking for trouble. However, Zero's reply was full of conviction. How can it be considered eating a watermelon without spitting seeds? I might as well just have some watermelon juice. Having a watermelon and spitting seeds go hand in hand. That is the sentiment of having a watermelon. This reply gave rise to netizens' discontent. Ostentatious dog. Go on pretending. If you weren't a Renault, you would be nothing more than a fart. For his reply, Zero took a screenshot of his own ID with a close-up of the name Zero Renault. Sorry, but that's just the name my mom and dad gave me. I'm stuck with it. His surname was all the backing he needed. Kevin Lin did not know what to say after watching the matter. Watching so many online users get hopping mad, Kevin Lin turned to Fang Zhao and sighed. How is this guy such a piece of work? Can't he live properly? Can't he be content with what he has? Hey Fang Zhao, what do you think? Fang Zhao chuckled, as if he had thought of something. He's tolerable. At times, that little fellow seems like he needs some sorting out and deserves a spanking. but he isn't all that loathsome. Back then, old Renault had loved these sorts of lively children. Fang Zhao still remembered that old Renault's grandchildren had been especially naughty. Although old Renault had normally been fuming with anger, he had always had a soft spot for his mischievous grandchildren and had pampered them. The current Lizhou governor was the same. The reason why Zhao dared to be so arrogant in Lizhou correlated to the Lizhou governor's bias. If Zhao caused any trouble, he just had to act pitiful in front of his governor grandfather, and all would be well. What many others saw as a big deal would only be a trivial matter in the eyes of the Lizhou governor and similarly ranked persons. Nothing more than some kids being noisy. This was also another reason people disliked Zhao. Did having a grandfather as the governor make you a big deal? If his surname wasn't Renault and he didn't have a governor grandfather and that family background. Although Kevin Lin was older than both Zhao and Fang Zhao, every time he saw Zhao's online shenanigans, he could not remain calm and would get pissed. Actually, you can think of it this way, Fang Zhao suggested. If it were you who had such a family background, what would you be like? Kevin Lin followed Fang Zhao's words and mused. If his ancestor had been a great general of the founding era, if his family had great power and influence in Lizhou, if his own great-grandfather was the former governor, his grandfather the current one, and his own dad possibly the next in line, if his mum was from a rich and powerful Lizhou family, and if he had an extremely large allowance every month. Kevin Lin's expression was dreamy. When he recovered, he took a deep breath and sighed. If I was in his position with such a background, I would surely be even more troublesome. So much for being content with what one had or being honest and upright. Kevin Lin clearly knew his own character. However, putting himself in Zhao's shoes, Kevin Lin now felt that the little fellow was not that bad. After all, these things did not cross a line. How many people who did not have a status comparable to Zhao did immoral deeds such as murder and arson every day? Zhao did not know that there were people looking upon him at this moment. Right now, he was said. In a fit of fury, he decided that he would rent a plot of land in Muzhou to specifically plant sweet watermelons with large black seeds like he liked. Zhao's assistant rolled his eyes. So D***M picky. Glancing at Zhao's agent, the little assistant felt a little better. The agent's face seemed drab and on the verge of tears, as if he was mulling over a crisis. In Muzhou, it was very difficult for foreigners to purchase a farm. However, there were some farm owners who had no interest in working the land or had no time and would rent out their own farm's fields for exorbitant rates. His agent's tone was ice-cold. Senior Master, we don't have enough funds at hand. Zhao did not give a D***M about his agent, who seemed to be in a bad mood. Don't treat me for a fool. I just checked the bank account yesterday. Stop pretending. Hurry up and ask around for a suitable piece of land in Muzhou to plant melons. Zhao's agent took deep breaths and tried to make his tone as gentle as possible. Senior Master, you should learn from the other Renaults of your generation. From what I know, they are already preparing to invest in Planet Baiji. Zhao shook his legs. Didn't you say that Baiji was closed already? Zhao's agent tried to divert this Senior Master's attention so he would not waste money. There was surely no way of squeezing into the first batch. That was the business of the Renault elders. However, for you younger generations, you can use your own means and participate in the auction to obtain a project. Zhao's interest was piqued. Auction? What auction? Zhao's agent had anticipated that Zhao would be interested in this. Thus, after analyzing the political and commercial importance, he explained it as simply as he could to Zhao. Zhao would not understand overly complicated matters. Zhao nodded his head in approval. So there is this sort of method. Participate. I will surely participate in it. This is the name of a lieutenant general who holds considerable power on Baiji. I have already arranged for it already. During the auction, when you see these few names, you can bid. Zhao's agent had not finished speaking when Zhao, who was browsing the news excitedly, slammed his hands down on the table. Bid for this. It is being hyped up all over the internet. Zhao's agent stretched his neck over to take a look and nearly puked out blood. Fang Zhao's auction item is not within our plan. There is no use bidding for it. Zhao did not listen. He felt that, with all the online hype, if he won the bid, it would be glorious. This is it. Prepare the cash. I want that tooth. Chapter 222. First Lot. In Muzhou, Suho was conferring with Su Feng on whether to place a bid at the auction. I can probably chip in 10 million, Suho said as he scratched his head. 10 million was the total sum of his savings. He had gotten quite a few red packets this year, which had beefed up his savings. He had planned on using the money to buy seeds, but then Fang Zhao's tooth had come up for auction, and he felt obliged to help out. Compared to his contemporaries, 10 million was already a huge sum, but it was still peanuts by auction standards. Su Feng felt conflicted too. It was not that he wanted to help, but he had to bid for Fan Lin's item. However, he could still help drive the price up for Fang Zhao's lot. Even if he bought it by mistake, so be it. They owed Fang Zhao. He had saved Suho's life, after all. Lending a helping hand was the right thing to do. Yanbei Yinzhou, retirement home for former government officials. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang were at a loss too. The hype was getting out of control. They could tell that some folks were trying to drive prices up. If the feeding frenzy kept up and Fang Zhao's lot didn't fetch a handsome price, it would be a major blow to him. The elderly couple took stock of their savings. It's not enough, they lamented. Let's at least be prepared. If the price is too low, we can put in a bid. Actually, in the best-case scenario, if prices are through the roof at the outset, if there's a bidding war, then there's nothing left for us to do either. True. Qian, top floor of Silver Wing Tower. Chairwoman Duan. As far as the auction is concerned, for Fang Zhao's lot, should we get involved? The head of Silver Wing's operations department asked. You stay out of this, Duan Qianji responded. The operations chief got the cue. You stay out of this meant that someone would take care of things. Who knows, Duan Qianji might even place a bid herself. Duan Qianji felt that she owed Fang Zhao a favor because he had done her husband Hong Lu a good turn. Hong Lu had had so much competition from his contemporaries. In the end, it had been the intervention of Shanta, the most senior commander, that had sealed the deal. Tens of millions was nothing compared to the opportunity Hong Lu had secured. Opportunities like that couldn't be bought with money. So Duan Qianji decided that not only was she going to prop up prices for Fang Zhao's lot, she was going to buy the tooth outright. She was taking the tooth home. Elsewhere in Qian, Ming Yi, the Hull virus patient, could finally say Mom and Dad articulately after nearly 2 years of treatment. Ming Tsang and his wife were so emotional, they felt they were about to explode. They both went completely blank and froze, recovering their senses only after an extended period of time. Ming Tsang's voice started quivering. Ming Ye's medical team started checking his various vitals. Ming Tsang's wife left the hospital room. Ming Tsang's wife quickly ducked into another room, closed the door, and burst into tears. After all these years, her son could finally address her. She couldn't control her emotions. Ming Tsang paced frantically in the corridor, panting and heaving. His bloodshot eyes had become tearful. He wanted to distract himself, but he didn't know what to do. He was so emotional he felt confused. He calmed down after a long walk. When he stopped, he noticed his face was covered in tears. After wiping his face, Ming Tsang forced himself to settle down, but to no avail. He kept pacing neurotically and mumbling to himself. He's finally recovered. Finally. I should tell everyone. Who should I call? I also need to thank. Who do I need to thank? That's right, Fang Zhao. It was Fang Zhao who pointed us in the right direction. It was Fang Zhao. He dug out Fang Zhao's number and was about to call when he suddenly realized Fang Zhao was still performing his military service and was thus incommunicado. After taking a few more deep breaths, Ming Tsang felt a bit more composed. He couldn't reach Fang Zhao, so he was going to share the good news with others. Ming Tsang was just about to send out a status update on his social media platform when he saw a pop-up box that contained several news items. He was just about to dismiss the box when the top headline, Fang Zhao auction lot estimated at 50 million, caught his eye. What actually first caught Ming Tsang's attention were the 2 words, Fang Zhao. Only then had he read the rest of the headline. He clicked on the link and got the full story. Ming Tsang stared at the picture of the animal tooth engraved with the musical score. I'm taking that tooth home. He decided to join the bidding not only to thank Fang Zhao, but also to mark the occasion of Ming Ye's first words since falling ill. Folks following the auction online wondered who else was getting ready to place bids. As people with different motives got involved, the hype kept on heating up. People who viewed Fang Zhao as a formidable opponent were peeved. Why are we seeing his name among the top search items again? Regardless of the hype and controversy online, the Baiji military district proceeded with its preparations for the auction. Organizers unveiled the official list of auction items on their official website the day before the auction. The range of items that the military could chip in was limited. Other than belts, wristbands, and bullets donated by general-level military officials in positions of real power, what was left was commemorative coins. In the age of virtual currency, only two types of people bought commemorative coins: collectors and the wealthy that treated antique coins as a fad. The former group comprised mainly genuine collectors. They bought coins for their personal collections or to make the occasional profit. Meanwhile, the rich bought coins to flaunt their wealth. The official auction website published large pictures of the Baiji commemorative coin. One side of the round coin was engraved with the logo of the Global Alliance, standard practice for all commemorative coins, and the other side was engraved with the picture of a white flag dolphin, which was Baiji's official animal. The act of naming streets, buildings, residential districts, and even organizations after extinct animals or using them as logos was common practice in the new era. Baiji had been named thus because, observed from space, it looked paler than Earth 1. So the planet's logo took after the white flag dolphin, which had been picked from the list of extinct animals. The official website also published the rundown of the auction, which was based on the stature of the person who donated the item. The more important the donor, the later his or her item would be auctioned. The first lot was Fang Zhao's tooth. There was no way around it. Among all the donors who had contributed items, Fang Zhao was the lowliest in terms of status and influence. Fan Lin and others ranked higher than he did. The list ended with the various items donated by Baiji's senior military command. The set of commemorative coins was the final lot. Online observers got a kick out of the rundown. First lot, huh? That's great. We don't have to wait. We get our headline at the beginning of the auction. It's hard to say how much the tooth will fetch. We'll find out tomorrow. The time of the auction is midnight in my time zone. It's noon on our continent. Our timing is the best. It's around dinner time on our continent. Meanwhile, on Baiji, Kevin Lin was even more nervous than Fang Zhao. He stayed up all night browsing headlines and struggling to sleep. He had spent the past few days quarreling with Fang Zhao's online critics. He and Fang Zhao were brothers from the trenches, so naturally, he had to stand up for his brother. His diatribes grew more and more passionate. Plus, he had been in a I don't give a flying F***ck mood. Whenever he saw a comment he didn't like, he went after the author. The next morning, Kevin Lin got up with bleary eyes. He looked around and realized the entire squadron was in the same condition. What happened? Did someone attack the base last night? Kevin Lin asked. Bi Liao and the others chuckled without answering. They had been even more nervous than Kevin Lin. They couldn't go online, so they had peeked over Kevin Lin's shoulders. Kevin Lin had given them an update on the pre-auction analysis. Once they had heard that Fang Zhao's broken tooth had been valued at 50 million, the soldiers had been ecstatic. Bi Liao had felt vindicated in his decision to accept Ryo's suggestion to apply for 10% of the proceeds from Fang Zhao's lot to beef up their outpost. Indeed, the bosses had approved Bi Liao's proposal, which was why the squadron was so hung up on the auction. 10% of 50 million was 5 million. They could use it to buy new supplies and other projects. But some folks online had said that was only an estimate and that the actual auction price might be much lower. So Bi Liao and company were also worried. The more invested they were, the more they were affected. The squadron had gotten together and chatted through the night. They had overthought the situation, tossing and turning in a case of collective insomnia. Anyone who wasn't on duty had gathered in the main lounge. Kevin Lin was going to project the live feed from the auction. Bi Liao had put him up to the task after his proposal had been approved. Soon, Fan Lin and his research team joined. They had also donated auction items, but they weren't worried about their donations fetching low prices. They had already received word that quite a few major farm owners in Muzhou were going to bid for their lots. The scientists were there to enjoy the show. Fan Lin was worried that Fang Zhao would crumble under the stress of the situation, yet one quick scan of the room, and he was taken by surprise. Clearly, the person who had slept the soundest in the entire room was Fang Zhao. The others seemed exhausted from an all-nighter. Geez, whose items were being auctioned after all? The people who should worry were perfectly calm, while the people who shouldn't worry were stressed out. The countdown clock on the official auction website approached 0. The discussion in the lounge died down gradually, replaced by a solemn silence. Battling terrorists is less stressful, B. Liao said. As he watched the counter hit 0 and the website refreshed to indicate the start of the auction, he couldn't help clutching his chest. After Baiji's white flag dolphin logo and the organizer's logos appeared, the auction rules scrolled by. In an online auction like this that was open to the public, the top bid would be displayed next to the auction item. In line with the rundown the organizers had released earlier, the first lot to appear was Fang Zhao's engraved animal tooth. The starting price was 10 million. B. Liao and the other soldiers clenched their fists, their palms sweaty, as they glared at the screen. Another countdown appeared in the center of the screen. 3, 2, 1. Kickoff. The counter displaying the highest bid started shifting immediately, jumping from 10 million to 30 million. Before B. Liao and the others could catch their breath, it had hiked to 40 million, then 50 million, then 55 million, then 61 million, and finally 80 million. B. Liao was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was there a system glitch? Hadn't the tooth been valued at 50 million at most? Now the bids had hit 80 million and were still going strong. Chapter 223, Crazy. Everyone on the internet could see the bidding situation online. After the item had been put up, in less than a minute, it had broken the 80 million mark. This was significantly higher than the previous valuation, but from the viewpoint of those auction appraising masters, if the final figure stayed at 80 million, it was still within a reasonable range. He was a celebrity. After all, there would always be fans with lots of money to spare, or perhaps a team was behind this and was jacking up the price. But in this circumstance, the bids were still rising upward. Great-grandmother and great-grandfather Fang had intended to help drive up the bids, but they had never expected that, when the auction started, they would not even get a chance to do anything and would have to watch from the side. Silver Wing Virtual Projects Department. At this time, the gaming team had not entered the game, and they were all gathered in the lounge to watch the battle situation. Jinro rubbed his chin as the figure displayed on the screen kept increasing. Laughing, he said, "We don't have a chance to show off." Regardless, the bids had already exceeded the initial valuation. That was more than enough, and everyone's mood while watching the auction became lighter. The figure on screen was still changing. 80 million, 85 million, 88 million, 90 million. Ming Tsang's finger was constantly tapping his screen. He was currently in an overly excited state of mind and had lost a little of his rationality. So much so that he simply did not check the highest bid. As long as someone was vying for it, he would increase his bid. Increase bid. Increase bid. There are still people bidding? Increase once more. Then he realized, bid failed. He had insufficient savings. Only now did Ming Tsang calm down. Thinking back over the years, he and his wife had practically spent the majority of their savings seeking medical treatment for their son. Now that they'd had a treatment direction for the last 2 years, and expenses were being covered by all sorts of medical research collaboratives, he had been able to bring together some money. Still, it was a far cry from the past, and even if he wished to place the winning bid for the tooth, now he could only watch on. In distant Majo, Monsieur, who was currently participating in a competition, stopped increasing his bids. He viewed the auction from an investment angle. He thought highly of Fang Zhao and felt that if the valuation was in the 30 million to 50 million range, he would bid for it. But now, it had already exceeded his budget, so he rationally stopped. Online, people who had been watching the auction attentively started to get excited at this moment. It's 90 million already. This is double the estimated value given by those appraising masters. Can anyone explain what's going on? 90 million for just a tooth? Are they crazy? Perhaps it's the company that manages Fang Zhao promoting. Spending so much to promote it? This is hard-earned capital. It's probably going to settle at this range. 90 million is sky high. Fang Zhao is going to be even more popular. His status will increase by a few times. Oh shoot, there's a new update. 100 million. When people in the discussion section heard the news, they rushed to check the web page. Indeed, the current bid had changed. In bright red, the figure was 100 million. 100 million, without a doubt. In the outpost, everyone in the outpost roared as they started to discuss. It just crossed 100 million? It was unknown who said this, but every single word seemed to float. as if the words were being blown by a hurricane as they left his mouth. Belial's palms were clammy, and beads of sweat continuously appeared on his forehead. Was this a dream? Was it real? 100 million. The base had approved them, keeping 1/10 for the outpost. This sort of planetary military construction and immigration plan auction was not taxed. That was to say that the outpost would receive a full 10 million. Beside him, Ryode was muttering something incomprehensible. His entire body was soaked with sweat, perhaps from nervousness or excitement. But he was no calmer than Belial. Belial turned and asked Kevin Lin, "Wasn't it said that this tooth would not exceed 50 million? That was just a valuation. Ultimately, the bidding decides the final price." Kevin Lin's face was flushed with happiness. Crossing the 100 million mark, that was worth bragging about. How should I write this news? Lijo. Zero watched the screen proudly. Want to challenge me? Indeed, the 100 million bid was his. He totally disregarded the unsightly expression of his agent and the depressing atmosphere in the room. Right now, he even wished to break out in song. His assistant trembled uncontrollably at the side. However, Zero was pleased for less than 3 seconds, as the figure shown changed once more. 110 million. Zero glanced at the figure on the screen and sneered. "Trash, you only have this much ability." As he spoke, his finger reached out to tap the increase bid option so quickly his agent could not stop him in time. 150 million. Zero had directly increased the bid by 40 million. When this bid appeared, the internet once more started buzzing. Although it was a public online auction, at the moment, the identities of the bidders were still unknown. Even so, watching a straight increase of 40 million for a bid of 150 million also crushed the hopes of quite a number of people. Yinzhou Qian City, Silver Wing Tower. Duan Qianji frowned as she stared at the screen. The 110 million bid had been hers, but she had not expected that some other party would directly raise the bid to 150 million. Who could it be that had made such a big move? Whoever it was, this move told everyone still in the bidding not to compete. This person was determined to win this tooth. The current bid was already so high. Should she continue bidding? Duan Qianji hesitated. As there were currently no new bids, the webpage displayed a 30-second countdown. At the moment, the office was deathly silent except for the D sound of the timer countdown. When the countdown timer was at 15 seconds, Duan Qianji set her resolve. Opening her eyes wide, she reached out and prepared to increase the bid by 10 million and sound out the other party's intentions. Just that before Duan Qianji could increase her bid, the countdown timer suddenly disappeared. The highest bid had jumped from 150 million to 200 million. 200 million. Duan Qianji stared blankly and unknowingly sat straighter and pulled herself closer to the screen, as if she wished to see who was behind this figure. There was still another person? Besides the person who had raised it to 150 million, there was actually another who would increase the bid by 50 million to 200 million. The assistant standing behind Duan Qianji covered her gaping mouth in shock. As a staffer in an entertainment company, she knew that every celebrity with their status and position would have a valuation. As for Fang Zhao's current status within the circles, in theory, it shouldn't have been so high. 200 million. This transaction would be making a loss. At this moment, online audiences were also stunned. 200 million. Crazy. This bunch of people are mad. Who said that he would eat a hot pepper live on stream if the figure crossed 100 million? Come out now. The appraising masters were at a loss. Below 100 million was within a rational range, but anything above 100 million was not worth it. Could it be that the people participating in the auction had not seen the appraising masters' analysis article? That was not likely. Even if they had not seen it, people who could put forward such high bids would have advisors beside them, right? Baffling, totally unfathomable. Meanwhile, Zero stood up abruptly when he saw this, his chair creating an ear-splitting screech as it scratched against the ground. What the F***? There was actually someone even more pretentious than him. This made him unable to restrain himself. Zero was triggered. Noticing Zero's manner, his agent quickly went forward to block him. "Senior Master, calm down," his agent exclaimed, and his agent held on to the hand that Zero had raised toward the screen. However, it was a pity, but he could only hold on to one hand. He unable to stop Zero's other hand. The sound of an increased bid rang out. Zero's agent glanced over at the screen, and at that moment, everything he saw lost its color. Wastrel. On the screen, the highest bid had changed to 250 million. Zero had just increased the bid by another 50 million. Zero even grinned evilly at the screen. Let's see how you compete now. Bring it on. Zero's agent felt the urge to hit someone when he heard those words. A few assistants had distanced themselves when they had noticed the situation going south. The agent's face was contorted beyond recognition. His cheeks were twitching nonstop, his chest was heaving, and his nostrils were flared. He had raised funds all over the place, and for what? He had painstakingly amassed several hundred million to bid on something usable and get a plot of land on planet Baiji. But now, Zero had actually wasted 250 million on a tooth? What would happen if they could not win the later auction items? Who did I go through so much trouble to raise funds and prepare data for? Who was it F*King for? Zero's agent bellowed in his heart. But his rage turned to joy and relief in a flash when he saw the figures on the screen change once more. Zero's bid of 250 million had only been up long enough to take a screenshot when it quickly became 300 million. Zero. Realizing Zero's provoked stance, Zero's agent did not let him make a move this time round. He shouted to the assistants that had all backed away. Every one of you better come over right now. Combining their strength, they stopped Zero from making a stepping forward and making a stupid decision. With no new bids, the figure showed 300 million and the countdown timer began. Many people watching the countdown had mixed feelings as they watched the seconds tick by, and they collectively exhaled when it concluded. At last, there were no more increasing bids. Finally, the first item of the auction, the creature's tooth with a song score engraved on it that had been put forward by Fang Zhao, had been won with a bid of 300 million. Kevin Lin once again threw his head back and brayed with laughter. Fang Zhao also felt that this was inconceivable. This price had vastly exceeded his expectations. Who was it that had won the bid? According to interplanetary fund guidelines, after all the items had been auctioned off, only then would the identities of the winning bidders be revealed. There was still no way of knowing who had bid, and the internet was abuzz with discussions and guesses, but they had no useful information yet. Looking at the price that had been reached, Bi Liao gulped a few mouthfuls of air and choked on his own saliva. Hurriedly, he grabbed a glass and downed some tea. What the F***ck? What the F***kitty F***ck? 300 million. 1/10 of that was 30 million. How much equipment could they buy? At this moment, Bi Liao clearly understood. Their outpost was rich. He wondered whether the senior officer that had handled the application request was regretting now. Who cared anyway? Bi Liao rubbed his palms together in glee. After all, this money, 30 million and not a single cent less. Every bit would be transferred to the outpost's military expenditure. People in the outpost were all very happy, but there were some people whose faces turned green as they saw the price that had been reached. Certain merchants and businessmen were prepared to cling onto generals on planet Baiji, but when they saw the price reached for the first item, they knew that they would have to cough up a lot of hard-earned capital this time around. Their objectives were the few generals later on, and they did not think highly of a little celebrity's item. But the first item had achieved such a high price. How much would they have to bid to obtain the later items? Surely it couldn't be any less than this little celebrity's price. If they wished to get into those generals' good books, would they dare show their faces to the generals if the bids were not at least 10 times greater? Generals had their own temperaments too. Chapter 224, $100 billion auction. After Fang Zhao's animal tooth sold for the astronomical price of 300 million, Kevin Lin sent out this status update. When he had posted the picture of the tooth a few days ago, some folks had commented that CR*P like that would never fetch a high price. Now Kevin Lin felt totally vindicated, even though he had only posted 3 words. Facts were the best revenge. Browsing the headlines again, Kevin Lin noticed that news of Fang Zhao's engraved animal tooth fetching a jaw-dropping price was all over the place. Regardless of what people's motivations were in posting the news item, Fang Zhao was the beneficiary of a new round of hype. This fella Fang Zhao is scary. That was what many members of the entertainment industry thought. When Fang Zhao had made a name for himself as a composer in Yenzhou, many folks hadn't taken it seriously. For one, Fang Zhao had been too young. he had still enjoyed limited status and influence. Secondly, composers worked behind the scenes. They were hard to promote and thus didn't pose a big threat. Lo and behold, Fang Zhao had soon taken over gaming headlines, even earning the God moniker from gamers when the few clips showcasing his gaming prowess had emerged. Not to mention that Fang Zhao had been backed by a huge corporation in Silverwing Media. Esports was itself a big industry. Folks had suspected the rise of a new gaming superstar. So many people had started feeling wary of Fang Zhao, be they entertainment conglomerates or gaming clubs. Everyone had brought their A-game. Yet while his enemies had geared up for battle, Fang Zhao had thrown a curveball by announcing he would be performing his military service, blowing so many minds in the process. Many folks had secretly mocked Fang Zhao for being an idiot. Performing military service at the peak of your popularity? What? You're worried you're too famous. But many entertainment companies in Yenzhou had breathed a sigh of release when they had heard the news. Great, military service it is, then. Get out of sight. We won't have to deal with him for a year. Just as everyone had been kicking back, lo and behold, Project Starlight had launched, and in an amazing stroke of luck, Fang Zhao had been included. The reason being that the military wanted to encourage celebrities to serve in tough locations. Fang Zhao's actions were being lauded. The folks who had just started to relax had been dumbfounded. If you could broadcast live from your service location, fewer celebrities would become draft dodgers. What a great chance to boost your popularity, and now it had been stolen by Fang Zhao. If only they had known that Project Starlight had been in the pipeline. Every entertainment company would have forced their celebrities to perform their military service. The tougher the service location, the better. But of course, hindsight is 20/20. So be it, let Fang Zhao have his live broadcasts. After all, Fang Zhao had the fewest advantages out of the 5 celebrities picked for the first stage of Project Starlight. He was also boring and had no idea how to entertain audiences. There was no way he was going to be a hit. Entertainment industry executives felt they could rest easy again, but it had only been a brief respite. The day Fang Zhao had started his military service on Baiji, he had made a major discovery. The discovery of a grade A power or had had global repercussions. Fang Zhao's dieting reputation had thus been born. Word had it that Fiery Bird had already signed an endorsement deal with him a year in advance to tout their new headset design for next year. So many folks were dying of envy. The Baiji had been the lead story for local and internet TV stations and had inundated personal news feeds. As the discoverer of the power Fang Zhao had naturally seen his profile rise as well. Under those circumstances, even a smear campaign wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Fang Zhao's enemies could only wait for the hype to die down. Finally, the hype had receded and the focus had shifted to development plans for Baiji and not Fang Zhao the individual. Lo and behold, a terrorist attack had shifted global attention back to Channel S5. At some point, some folks had hoped that Fang Zhao had been killed in the terrorist attack. Fang Zhao's competitors within the entertainment industry couldn't stand the sight of this freak who defied convention and yet managed to grab headlines anyway. Lo and behold, the freak had survived, earned a service merit, and been promoted. Local governments had even started promoting him as a model soldier. The twists and turns of Fang Zhao's fortunes were so unbelievable that some folks wanted to write a screenplay out of it. And now his auction item valued at 30 to 50 million had been sold for 300 million. Fang Zhao's fellow celebrities who viewed him as a formidable opponent were refusing to watch the news. They ignored the headlines popping up on their phones. Those headlines were bound to be about Fang Zhao again, main hospital of the Yenzhou military district. After being shipped back to Earth, Yin Biao had been fitted for prosthetics here and put through rehab. His prosthetics had been attached. He went for training walks at this time of day every day, but he had skipped his session today to watch the auction online. Who would have thought that something donated by a 2-bit celebrity would fetch such a high price? A nurse delivering medicine to Yin Biao marveled as she checked out the auction footage. The nurses at the hospital were used to seeing senior military officials. Generals were a dime a dozen, so for them, Fang Zhao only qualified as a minor celebrity. Yin Biao tried hard to suppress his smile. He was dying to tell people this was his future boss. As an employee, his fortunes were naturally tied to those of his boss. Seeing Fang Zhao's item fetch such a handsome price gave Yin Biao extra motivation to tackle rehab. In Lizhou, Zero was moping around. He felt he had lost face big time. As a scion of Li Zhou's most powerful family and an internet sensation, he had never seen any competition when it came to auction bidding. Suffering such a major setback when always used to getting his way, Zhao hadn't felt this stifled in a long time. P** said. Zhao was vocal about his feelings. He scanned the room, glancing at several of his assistants before fixing his gaze on his agent. The agent played dumb, secretly cursing his client. You sit there on your fat ass and don't have to worry about a thing. All you have to do is click to increase your bid. Sure, it makes you feel good, but you have to think about the overall interests of our company too. What? You think money grows on trees? Why can't you be like your peers in the Renault family? All of them are standouts. I'd be accomplishing big things if I were working for any of them. But such is my luck that I have to be assigned to Zhao. Why must my life suck? I can never stop worrying. Our profits are slim. We're short of cash. The agent responded emotionlessly. Zhao was in no mood for dissent. Try another excuse. The new 100-episode TV series that just aired. We suffered a significant loss, the agent said coldly. This time, Zhao went silent and felt awkward. It was just 20, 30 million. 90 million, his agent corrected. In the new TV series they had invested in, the female lead was Senior Master Zhou's new girlfriend yet again. The plot was bizarre and didn't make sense at all. The acting was okay, but it was completely outweighed by the crappy story, and they had made 100 King episodes. Lord knows where Zhao had gotten the idea that the more bizarre the story, the more popular the TV series. He had insisted on greenlighting the series, and now look how popular it was. If King fell for your bullsh T. We're losing our shirts here. Every episode was a major production. If the show had only lasted 10 or 20 episodes, maybe they could have broken even on account of Zhou's internet popularity, but Zhao had insisted on dragging out a story that could have been told in 10 episodes over 100 episodes. Boy, did that series tank. This was the result of Zhou's stubborn streak. Zhao didn't deny the failure of the TV series. What do you think we should buy? Zhao was a pragmatist, after all. He had missed out on the first lot, and his manager had just pointed out a recent flop. There was no point in continuing to argue. The first lot got so expensive, the items that follow won't be cheap either. Given our budget, I'd say all we can bid for is Fan Lin seeds, Zhou's agent said. Investing in Fan Lin was better than investing in Fang Zhao. Zhao was re-energized. Let's do it. Let's bid for some watermelon seeds. I want watermelon seeds. Zhou's agent automatically filtered the expletive coming out of his mouth before speaking. Then it's decided. The auction continued. As expected, the bids went even higher. Just some 10 seconds after the second lot went up for bidding, the bids had exceeded 300 million. Fang Zhao's animal tooth was followed by some power ore and a machine part donated by two noted engineers. They fetched 450 million and 500 million respectively. Fan Lin's seeds were next. This time, Zhao got his fix. He placed a successful bid of 1 billion for Fan Lin's seeds, beating out the major farm owners from Muzhou. As the countdown clock wound down and the screen flashed sold, Zhao was instantly in a better place. Zhou's agent stayed silent during the auction. The offer was higher than he had expected. He had other considerations as well. It was impossible to buy land on Baiji now, but thinking outside the box, he could rent Fan Lin's experimental plot. If Fan Lin's experiments were going well, they should be winding down. It was hard to say if he would keep planting. They could leverage their successful bid for the seeds into early negotiations with Fan Lin about leasing his plots. If they could take over the plots right away, that would be even better. The plots were quite big. He had gotten a glimpse of Baiji's development plan through connections. Outpost 23 was a priority area for development. It was a good location. That was also why he hadn't stopped Zhao from upping his bid. The people who placed bids each had their own considerations. Some probably felt they were getting a bargain, and others felt they were getting ripped off, but the general public didn't care about their reasons. They were simply stunned by the astronomical sums being tossed around. They thought that the 300 million Fang Zhao had gotten was a high price. Little had they known the winning bids would get even higher. Even if higher bids were expected, the huge gap between bids was baffling. What were people thinking jumping from 400 or 500 million to 1 billion? It must be those major farm owners from Muzhou, Kevin Lin told Fang Zhao, as if he were an expert on the matter. The major farm owners from our Muzhou are quite brash, a soldier from Muzhou bragged. After Fan Lin and the others, it was finally the turn of Baiji's generals. The final few lots truly hammered home to the general public what crazy rich people and big capital were all about. After the starting price was displayed, the bids escalated at a rapid pace. The capitalists were going all out. The bid counter comprised a digital counter followed by the unit of 10,000. Here, 10,000 was the default unit. This lot went for 5 billion, the next 8 billion, then 10 billion. By contrast, the 300 million for Fang Zhao's animal tooth was nothing. Folks watching online were bewildered by the huge sums. Have they all gone mad? I have no idea. I'm too busy counting the zeros. This is my first time watching an auction like this. You think they're actually after the auction items? What they're eyeing is the land. This is an investment in Baiji real estate. If you think of it that way, then these seem to be bargains. The auction finally ended after the set of commemorative coins was sold for 20 billion. Someone did the math. The total sales came out to just over 100 billion. One mere auction had earned the Baiji military district 100 billion. There were so many jealous people out there. This is the first time I have felt concretely that Baiji's prospects are going to be great, B. Liao marveled. Chapter 225, Auction Outcome. An auction that clocked up 100 billion worth of investments. And these were only the transactions shown to the public. This was the driving force of the development sequence. Everyone just loved throwing money at planets at the front of the development sequence, and investors were all frantically trying to get in. For those at the tail end of the development sequence, nobody even bothered to give them a second look. People there had to rely on themselves. Just comparing Baiji's past and present circumstances would do. Baiji-based leadership felt the difference the most. Compared to the past, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Not just audiences and viewers, even Shanta and the other leaders had not expected this. 100 billion was 3 times their original estimation. Was it ever so crazy before? A senior Baiji officer asked. Shanta shook his head. Before? It has never been this crazy in the past. During the previous planet's auction, he had still been young and had not even been an officer yet. This round's auction forecast and estimations had been made with references to the previous examples, and that was why the results were so shocking. Of the 5 planets at the front of the development sequence, there were only 3 habitable planets, including Baiji. Businessmen had probably seen the huge commercial benefits from the development of the previous planets, but had been too slow to get a slice of the pie. Thus, this time, they had paid close attention to planet Baiji. Of course, there was the matter of Fang Zhao's first lot obtaining a high price, which had had the effect of raising up the prices of the other lots and affecting investors' mentalities. Shanta had had 2 reasons for letting Fang Zhao be part of the auction. The first had been to attract the attention of the masses, and the second one had been to help Fang Zhao raise his reputation, as Fang Zhao's discovery of Baiji had been the catalyst. This had been meant to mutually benefit both parties. Shanta's estimation of the first lot had also been 35 million. He had never expected. Shanta raised his head, and his hawk-like gaze swept across everyone present in the room. However, who was it that jacked up the bid? Currently, every officer here was a trusted aide of his. Even if they had made a move, he should still have been informed. But every single person in Shanta's field of vision shook their heads. It really hadn't been them. There were regulations that prohibited the military district from interfering with the auction. Of course, when there was a policy, there would be countermeasures. Even if they did not do it personally, naturally, they would get others to help them do it. But even if they had raised the bids, the plan had been at most 100 million. They would not have jacked the bids this high. They had no prior experience and had been worried that problems would arise if the price was too high. Therefore, a bid of 300 million could not have been from their side. Could it be those newcomers? Those newcomers referred to people dispatched from the various continents' military districts after the terrorist attack. When this was said, many people nodded their heads in approval. That's possible. Doesn't that Hong Lu know Fang Zhao? I heard that Fang Zhao is signed to his wife's entertainment company. The person with the highest probability of jacking up the bid was Hong Lu's wife, Duan Qianji. However, jacking it up that high, wasn't she afraid of being investigated? The symbolic boosting of a price could be attributed to a variety of reasons and pushed to a company's operations teams. Everyone knew this and would close their eyes to it. But jacking the price up to 300 million, did Hong Lu not want to stay on Planet Baiji? Now, Planet Baiji was under intense scrutiny. If the investigation proved this, the authority Hong Lu had painstakingly sought to achieve would be gone. Was he that foolish? Or perhaps, was his wife, head of an entertainment company, that stupid? At this moment, Hong Lu was also anxiously making a call to Duan Qianji. Wife, did you bid for the first lot? I participated in it. The 300 million bid wasn't you, right? Nope. Hong Lu let out a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. As their social status was rather high, personally jacking up the price was not a good thing. Whether for themselves or Fang Zhao, the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. But if it was not you, then who else could it have been? I am clueless as well. Wait for the announcement to come out in a while. This was something that many people wanted to know. People online had been discussing why the items in this auction had fetched such high prices. One of the reasons was that the first lot of the auction had been too high. There were some people who thought they had deduced the truth. That's it. It's AF * King Baiji Military District scheme. They purposely jacked up the bids. This is just unsightly. It's a little too early to come to that conclusion. Let's wait for the announcement. I don't think it was people from Baiji's military district. If they had jacked up the bids, it would be found out in the audit. They wouldn't do such things that could be held against them. Who knows if that bunch of military officers used their brains? Rationality is forgotten when there is greed. That senior master Zero from Lizhou just posted a status. The item that Fan Lin put up was won by him. The one who bid 1 billion was him. Netizens flocked over to view his social platform. Indeed, Zero could not wait and had posted a screenshot of the transaction. The F * CK, why did a Lizhou person like him bid for Fan Lin's item? Shouldn't that be done by people from Muzhou? Could it be that Senior Master Zero no longer wants to invest in entertainment and film and instead has switched to investing in farming? Concurrently, numerous large Muzhou farm owners were pissed and rather regretful. As the bidding had been anonymous during the auction, they had assumed that other Muzhou farm owners had made that bid. Never in their wildest dreams had they thought it would be from Lizhou. To make it worse, it was that idiot. If I had known that it was that fellow from Lizhou, I would have surely increased the bid. Regretting now? How regrettable. Who knew that a Lizhou person like him who dabbled in the entertainment circles would actually come over and compete with us? How disgraceful. To actually let a Lizhou person snatch it from us. All large news organizations and entertainment media outlets also reported on this news. Everyone was guessing whether Zero was really going to be switching professions this time. Inside Outpost 23's conference room, Fan Lin had felt secretly pleased with himself when the item he had put up had achieved such a high bid of 1 billion. It was much higher than the initial valuations in past auctions. He even thought to himself, could it be that Muzhou had abundant harvest this year? Unexpectedly, reality was like a little stab to his heart. Watching the displayed news on the screen, Fan Lin's expression was extremely complex, and he did not talk to anyone for a large part of the day. He had to ponder carefully. What exactly was that senior master plotting? What would his reaction be if Zero came looking for him? The outpost soldier from Muzhou that had spoken a while back looked dumbstruck. It was rare for Kevin Lin not to be posting a status update at this time. Noticing Fan Lin's unsightly expression, Kevin Lin instead focused on the Interplanetary Fund's official auction webpage. The auction results would be released any time now. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the screen refreshed automatically and displayed the information of all the winning bidders. Taking a quick look, the winning bidders of the Baiji officers' items were globally renowned companies and investors. The winning bidders of the first few items were also announced. The winning bidder of Fan Lin's lot was indeed Zero Renault. Other engineers and professors from the Academy of Science had probably had some secret dealings, and the ones who had placed the winning bids were large companies from the same industries. If Zero had not stepped in, Fan Lin's item should have been won by certain reputable Muzhou farm owners. It was only natural that the focus of netizens was not on this. Almost immediately after the results were announced, everyone straightaway scrolled to the first lot and wanted to see what sort of person had placed the winning bid for Fang Zhao's Creature's Tooth inscribed with a song score. Anonymous. What sort of outcome is this? This means to say the other party doesn't wish to reveal his identity. It's highly probable that it's Baiji Military District jacking up the bidding. Since it's anonymous, it is surely them. Hiding the name, anyone can tell they have a guilty conscience. Maybe it is Silverwing Media, the company that manages Fang Zhao. Cough, spending 300 million to do this. Are the people at Silverwing imbeciles? No, there is still another possibility. I have thought about one as well. During Fiery Bird's annual gala at the start of the year, someone won the bid for Fang Zhao's team uniform for 50 million. The person's ID was anonymous too. There was such a thing? Let me check. Some people who did not pay attention to the gaming circles hurriedly went to search for the related information. It really is true. Don't tell me it is a fanatical fan of Fang Zhao's. 300 million is no small amount. With such a high bid, it is possible to get a plot of land or foster a good relationship with Baiji Military District leaders. What is this person scheming? Since the Interplanetary Fund has had such a conclusion, surely they have examined the other party's identity. There shouldn't be any other issues. What's the point of being so secretive? Can't he just be straightforward? Perhaps his identity is a sensitive issue? If he can fork out such a large bid, his status can't be low. Don't tell me it's an important government figure? Do government employees also chase stars? And to this extent, are there any regulations stipulating that government employees are not allowed to chase stars? There are so many government employees that chase after celebrities. A government employee throwing 300 million to chase a celebrity? Does he feel that his life is too comfortable? Now anti-corruption is an important issue. That person's position is surely very high up. Perhaps he might be a figure that everyone recognizes. I guess we can only ask Fang Zhao himself. Speaking of which, during the bidding, there were two parties. One was anonymous, but who was the other one? That method of boldly increasing bids. I recall a certain person who gets really lively when it comes to this sort of event. I guess that too. I know who you all are talking about. A certain Zara would not be stupid enough to pop out and say something. To him, losing a bid was like a stain in his lifetime. He would never be foolish enough to reveal such a thing. Kevin Lin was also extremely puzzled when he saw the outcome. He turned to Fang Zhao and asked, "You still have such a fanatical fan? Have you ever seen the real person?" Fang Zhao shook his head. Nope. Fang Zhao had no idea who the other party might be, and he had never been contacted by such a person before. But he felt that the person who had won the creature's tooth this time around and the person who had won his team uniform during Fiery Bird's annual gala were one and the same. He decided that when he saw Shanta next, he would try to sound the general out for some information regarding this. The Baiji Military District leadership let out a collective sigh of relief when they saw this outcome. It wasn't our people that raised the bids. The auction results had been announced after some time, as the Interplanetary Fund had needed to investigate the identity of the auction winners. That it had already been announced meant that there had been no problems. The auction was a complete success. All right, following this we will be building up our domain. Shanta felt that the two most correct things he had done in his lifetime were assuming command of Planet Baiji and approving Fang Zhao's military service application. On the same day, not long after the auction had ended, the Baiji Military District publicly released an announcement to account for where the money would be going. The message of this was, "Our practices are also for the benefit of the people. This is the curtain raiser for construction on Planet Baiji. In the future, the pace of the work schedule will pick up. After a few years, you people can visit and tour Baiji. We hope that the general public will continue showing support to the Baiji Military District in certain voting activities. Whether or not Planet Baiji would really be ready for tourism in a few years, they would paint a beautiful picture first." For many youngsters that were witnessing such an affair for the first time, the craziness of this auction was unbelievable. They could feel the magic of Planet Baiji and the impact power or could have on a planet's development. Thus, the announcement by the Baiji Military District was a focal point for the masses. Following that, the Baiji Military District also released a video that captured the current situation of areas undergoing construction. Information touching on certain military matters and classified information was omitted or censored out, but it told everyone that the residential district for family members of troops had begun construction. With the level of technology now, building houses was very fast. The most time-consuming process was the planning beforehand. After it was fixed and funding was allocated, with sufficient manpower, machinery, and energy, They could construct practically one building a day. A few days before Fang Zhao had gone over to submit the creature's tooth, the construction blueprints for the family residential district had been finalized. Now, in the released video, it showed an already constructed block. Soon, the first batch of family members would be able to move over, allowing the officers and soldiers in the Baiji military district feel a genuine sense of belonging. Schools, hospitals, and other amenities would appear shortly as well. Troops and their family members were considered the earliest immigrants. In the future, any children they bore would count toward Planet Baiji's population and would receive lots of preferential treatment. There was no need to worry about their livelihood and schooling, as everything would be arranged by the military district. This was to give a message to people who had never really paid attention or understood Planet Baiji's people. It is really great to be a soldier. Everyone, come over to Baiji Military District. Come to Baiji to undergo your military service. This is a land of dreams. Although there is some risk, opportunity coexist with risk. It is not much different from youngsters chasing their dreams. Anyone that saw this knew that the number of applicants in this October's military service batch was going to explode. Just when everyone was discussing Planet Baiji's immigration undertaking, Zero was seeking his father's approval. He had won the bid for Fan Lin's item and had decided to head to Planet Baiji to learn to work the land together with Fan Lin. Chapter 226, Zero is coming. Fang Zhao only returned back to the base a month after the auction ended. There had been many activities going on over at the outpost. After the 30 million had been received, Bi Liao had organized an exuberant celebration and then started upgrading the outpost and obtaining better equipment for the outpost team. Outpost 23's region was a key development area in the base's plans. Already, a development team had been dispatched to the outpost, and surface and subterranean constructions had been started. According to the plans, a city was to be built in the region of Outpost 23. As a key development area, the outpost team's strength of 200 was not enough. Bi Liao had applied for an expansion and requested the base transfer another 100 men over. The 100 troops during Yan Biao's time had expanded to 300 now. In the aftermath of the terrorist attack, there had been changes to his military duty. He had also been promoted to the rank of captain. If everything went well, at the end of the year, his rank might rise by one more grade. There were other outposts, but Outpost 23's strength was being increased to 300, whereas other outpost teams that were not in key development areas were remaining at 100. In the near future, Outpost 23 would undergo a name change to the 23rd Battalion, and Bi Liao's rank would naturally rise following that. As long as Bi Liao did not court disaster or make any critical errors, he would steadily rise following the development of the outpost region. This was the reason many people pitted Yan Biao. If nothing had happened to Yan Biao, given his background, he would surely have risen faster than Bi Liao. Channel S5's live broadcasts captured the everyday changes of Outpost 23's region. This also verified Baiji's military district's words. It was indeed a land of dreams. Youngsters who had been unable to join the previous two immigration planet constructions were welcome to join this team and make a large contribution to the immigration cause. Fang Zhao was here for military service and naturally did not idle. He was not someone to have different personas on-screen and off-screen. He worked industriously all the time. This dragged on, and only after a month did Fang Zhao return to the base, since Shanta had requested for him. Originally, Shanta had decided to let his secretary explain matters to Fang Zhao, as he was busy with official duties every day and did not even have lunch breaks. Thinking it through, though, Shanta decided to personally meet Fang Zhao face to face. When he met Fang Zhao, Shanta asked right away, "Do you know who it was that bought your creature's tooth?" "No idea." Fang Zhao surveyed Shanta and waited for what would follow. Given Shanta's expression, he probably knew some information about the other party's identity. Shanta asked again, "Do you really not know?" "I really don't." Shanta peered at Fang Zhao with his incisive gaze for a few seconds before nodding. "I also found out after the auction was over. The person who bought your song-inscribed creature's tooth is someone from the Interplanetary Fund." When Shanta had first found out about the other party's identity, he had spoken to that side after the auction. The reason the other party had forked out such a high bid for the creature's tooth was this. There were not many youngsters who were calm and not fickle in their circles like Fang Zhao was. and this was something that should be encouraged. Shanta also did not really know whether the other party's words were genuine or not. He had thought to himself, you can say it however you like. In any case, it is still Baiji Military District receiving the benefits. Shanta did not tell Fang Zhao which high-ranking official in the Interplanetary Fund had bought his item, but he gave Fang Zhao two important pieces of information. First, the other party's family clan had set up the Interplanetary Fund. The Interplanetary Fund involved itself in three main areas: scientific research, military constructions, and nurturing talents. When Fiery Bird had first been founded, the company had received help from the Interplanetary Fund. Therefore, forking out 300 million to win that creature's tooth was not that strange. After all, that person had serious financial muscle. No matter how headstrong Shanta was, he also would not say anything more. The second reason, as the other party had mentioned, was just to encourage youngsters. There was no other special significance. Therefore, Fang Zhao should not think about borrowing this connection with the Interplanetary Fund to seek even more benefits. Shanta was frank and explained it simply so that Fang Zhao's thoughts about this matter would not go askew. Fang Zhao only displayed slight astonishment and, following that, nothing else. The responses that Shanta were worried about did not appear. When he saw Fang Zhao's reaction, Shanta praised Fang Zhao silently in his heart. This little fella is relatively upright, unlike certain little celebrities in the entertainment circles who jump at the chance to cling onto someone influential. Since this was the case, Shanta also did not need to worry anymore. He took out a communications device and handed it over to Fang Zhao. The other party wishes to say some words to you, but I don't know when you will receive the call. Take this first. This isn't anything major and was just one of the matters I wish to speak to you about. As for the second matter, you should have seen it on your way here. The family residential district's construction is nearly complete. The first batch of family members of military personnel on the immigration name list will be divided into 3 trips. The first round has already arrived. Shanta's wife and parents had already came over. His children were still working back on Earth and would transfer over in the future. When they had all really settled down in future, this would be their home. When they traveled to Earth for meetings or other matters next time, it would now be considered going on a trip instead of returning home. It was little wonder that Shanta had always had a smile on his face despite being dog-tired lately. When a person had something to strive for and had a clear-cut direction to follow, his entire state would be totally different from before. Fang Zhao was also very satisfied with Planet Baiji's current condition. Congratulations. Although it was only family members of military personnel immigrating, the immigration cause had already taken its first step. Fang Zhao was really gratified. He had not seen the dawn of the founding era, but he was getting to witness the process of a foreign planet's immigration. Shanta no longer showed the air of a commander. Ha, same to you. After all, Fang Zhao was different from other people. Although he would no longer let Fang Zhao get involved with troop deployment and personnel transfers, he would give Fang Zhao some benefits in other areas. In the family district, I have reserved a room for you in Block 5. During your military service duration, you can stay alone there or you can let your family members join you. When you have decided, you can submit their names, and if the audit has no issues, we can bring them on the 3rd round of transportation. Fang Zhao's identity information had already been input. As long as he went over to scan his ID, he would be able to enter. Besides this, there is still the 3rd matter. I spoke to you about this before. Other planets wish that you head over for a visit. You can choose when to go, and it will count as military service duties. What do you think? Fang Zhao had no objections. Oh, right. Then you can make arrangements for that when you return. After all, you guys still have to do live broadcasts. Speaking of this, there is still a 4th matter that I wish to speak to you about. I just received news that Lizhou's Zero Renault will be coming. When he spoke of Zero, the smile on Shanta's face dimmed slightly. At the position he was at, if the person coming over was anybody else, he would not have had to fret about it, and would naturally have gotten his subordinates to handle it. However, Lizhou's governor had personally made a call asking Shanta to look after Zero. As a form of respect for Lizhou's governor, Shanta could not disregard it. You also know that, during the auction, Zero bought Professor Fanlin's item. When he comes, he will surely look for Professor Fan, and he will probably arrive within 2 days. When you return to the outpost, do inform the people there and make preparations. Fang Zhao was still thinking about what Shanta had said when he left. The four matters were all worth pondering. He did not return immediately to the outpost, and instead went to the family district. There were already people that had moved into the newly constructed flats. When he found Block 5, Fang Zhao took the elevator to the 10th floor and went to the house number Shanta had told him of. Scanning his ID, he went in to take a look. There were 2 rooms and 2 sitting areas in this nearly 100 square meters apartment. Furniture and appliances had already been set up and installed. Concise and practical, they carried a slight military style. As for the family members that Shanta had talked about, Fang Zhao decided to make a call to great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang and asked them if they were willing to come over and stay for a period of time. They could treat it as a vacation. While Fang Zhao was musing it over, the communications device Shanta had given him rang. When Fang Zhao answered, he could hear a tune playing in the background. Fang Zhao could tell that the tune was not generated by music software, but was rather a performance by a live orchestra. The tune being played was the one had inscribed on the creature's tooth. After the call was put through, the other side did not seem in any rush to speak and waited over 10 seconds, as if letting Fang Zhao identify the tune currently being performed. When the performance ended, a voice broke through the silence. Fang Zhao. The other party had a voice that sounded gentle and delicate, probably belonging to a very young lady. Yes, Fang Zhao replied. It was an exceptional piece. The mood was fitting. Keep it up. At that, the call ended. Fang Zhao looked at the notification on the communications device and was puzzled. The other party had made a call from somewhere far away and only said one line. However, this simple sentence gave Fang Zhao a strange feeling. Were these words meant to commend and encourage, or was there some hidden meaning? Fang Zhao shook his head. Young ladies nowadays were getting even more difficult to understand. Fang Zhao left his apartment and took a walk through the family district. A primary school as well as a kindergarten had already been constructed in the neighborhood. The teachers there were all family members of military personnel. When Fang Zhao passed by, a kindergarten teacher was praising a little kid. You did well on this test. Keep it up, continue working hard. Here, teacher will reward you with a big red flower. Fang Zhao. He finally remembered. Why had the other party's attitude during the call given him a strange feeling that felt a little familiar? It had resembled the scene that was unfolding before him. Coming to that realization, Fang Zhao also felt rather glad. After he left the family district, Fang Zhao returned to Outpost 23 and looked for Kevin Lin. I have 2 pieces of news, Fang Zhao said to Kevin Lin. Kevin Lin, who was editing videos, became alert and stopped what he was doing and asked. One good and one bad. You could say so. Kevin Lin prepared himself mentally. Then let me listen to the bad news first. I will be leaving Baiji for a while. I have an assignment, Fang Zhao said. Leaving Baiji? Aren't you still undergoing your military service? What will you be doing when you leave? Can I come along? Kevin Lin was unresigned. Tagging along and filming was all right too. You can't. Kevin Lin vehemently objected to this piece of news. Then what will happen to Channel S5? What about our daily broadcast every day? I'm just a specially dispatched reporter. I'm just in charge of interviewing, explaining, and filming. I can't do a live broadcast alone. You need to find me a person to coordinate with. How can we not have a star for Project Starlight? That is where the other piece of news comes in, Fang Zhao replied. Go on. Zero is coming. What? Chapter 227. Please call me Smiling Angel. Kevin Lin stood up from his chair in shock. Coming here? To the outpost. From what I reckon, he will surely be coming. He should arrive on planet Baiji within 2 days, Fang Zhao said. Kevin Lin's eyebrows twitched. He had been thoroughly battered by this piece of news. In his mind, he was already speedily analyzing the pros and cons. The room fell silent. Fang Zhao also did not disturb him, letting Kevin Lin ponder in peace. In a short time period, Kevin Lin thought a lot. So what you mean is that you intend for him to take your place and continue the live broadcast? Kevin Lin asked. A popular internet personality, also known as the great internet celebrity of Lijo, Zero was also a celebrity. Although Zero's acting skills had not impressed many people, he could still be considered a star, and a rather strong one at that. The title of Great Internet Celebrity of Lijo was not bragging. If Zero really came over, viewership would surely increase. However, doesn't it seem like this would be in line with the concept of S5? Given that sort of arrogant attitude of Zero's and his way of doing things that had a tendency to cause trouble, Kevin Lin felt that coordinating with Zero would be tough. Kevin Lin had a solemn look on his face as he seriously pondered this. Zero does indeed have some presence. Although most of the time he makes people feel like whacking him, it does raise his popularity. Viewing his internet traffic and viewership, Zero's inclusion would surely let Channel S5 maintain its popularity and generate discussion. But was it worth it? Fang Zhao, you also know that a lot of Channel S5's audiences are of an older demographic. Will they enjoy Zero's style of live broadcasts? Kevin Lin knew that Zero's audience, be they fans or anti-fans, were normally young, and there were rarely any that were a few decades old or above 100. If Zero took over the live broadcast, would the previous audiences give up on the channel? Kevin Lin wasn't really that willing. After all, there were viewers who were working in related departments, and the evaluations of those older audiences were important too. Actually, you can view it from a different angle, Fang Zhao said. Think about it. Why do you think Zero was able to become the most loved by the Lizhou governor in his current generation? The Renault family had expanded till this day and was already an extremely large family clan. Among the Renaults of Zero's generation, there were also many elites and many who, like Zero, were not that proper. So why did the Lizhou governor have a bias toward Zero? Kevin Lin agreed with what Fang Zhao had just said. Oh, right. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. Furthermore, Zero's status can help you gain even more explosive information, Fang Zhao continued. Kevin Lin nodded his head once more. He had not thought about this. No matter what, Zero was still a Renault. Zero's mother's engineering company had investments on this planet. There were also trusted aides of the Renault family here who had come over from Lizhou's military district. With Zero here, he would surely receive even more convenience. Fang Zhao's words made Kevin Lin fall silent. Indeed, he had some prejudice, but if he continued with this attitude, he felt that he was just being petty. Just like Fang Zhao had said before, Zero's attitude tended to rub people the wrong way. Kevin Lin finally made up his mind. Makes sense. We won't know if we don't give it a try. Afterward, he sent a message to Zero through the Baiji Military District's communications network to negotiate cooperating. The selected celebrity of Project Starlight was not supposed to be changed no matter what, but Fang Zhao's circumstances were different. Shanta had already arranged matters. All Fang Zhao needed to do was arrange a substitute for himself. While Zero's manager and Kevin Lin were negotiating the terms of cooperation, Fang Zhao also contacted his two elders in far-off Yenzhou. What? To Planet Baiji? Allocated family residential apartment? But is your rank sufficient? Oh, so that's how is it? We will definitely go. It's no issue. Recently we have been idle. We don't have any matters. Great-grandfather Fang simply did not bother to hide his excitement. His aged eyes were glowing with emotion. Great-grandmother Fang looked up at her husband. This old head had just made plans with other old folks in the retirement facility just yesterday. He had said that they should take the opportunity while they were able-bodied to travel and go on a global tour to see other continents. They had never expected to receive this sort of news today. However, even if the choice were up to great-grandmother Fang, she would still travel to Planet Baiji all the same. As for other matters, they could just leave them behind. In their lives, the most glorious times they'd had were the times when they had been in the military. After so many years, they had expected to spend the remainder of their lives in the retirement facility, being idle and waiting to die. Never had they expected to receive a chance to take a long-distance voyage, and to the Baiji military district that was all the rage recently at that. For the two elder Fangs, this was a rare opportunity. After ending the call, great-grandfather Fang excitedly told his wife, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, pack our things. We are heading to Yenzhou military district. Little Zhao says that we will be sent to the space station. Following that, together with other military family members, we will embark on the third transport ship to Planet Baiji." Actually, the two elders did not have many things. After all, they were ex-soldiers and were familiar with the procedures. Bringing along too many things might get them delayed at the security check. Certain electronic equipment was also prohibited. Many things in the military district would be distributed when they arrived. Therefore, they only took half an hour to pack their luggage. In the remaining time, great-grandfather Fang went out to flaunt. "Old comrades, that global tour, you guys have to go without me. I will be personally heading over to Planet Baiji to see my great-grandson. On the day of departure, great-grandfather Fang dragged his luggage along and took a photo with great-grandmother Fang before posting it on his social platform. Together with the photo, he posted a status, setting off to Planet Baiji. After this status was updated, the comments on it increased at a rapid rate. However, great-grandfather Fang did not check them. He had just been showing off a little before moving on. He still had to hurry. Great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang were the envy of everyone in the retirement facility as they set off for Yinzhou Military District in a flying car. Over at Planet Baiji, on the day before Fang Zhao left Baiji, at the end of the day's live broadcast, he spoke to the camera lens. As I have some temporary assignments that require me to leave the planet for a short duration, someone will be standing in for me and continuing Channel S5's live broadcasts. During this short time, I believe everyone will receive a nice surprise. The information Fang Zhao had just revealed gave rise to passionate discussions from online viewers. Fang Zhao is heading out on an assignment? Isn't he just a conscript? Why does he have other assignments? What sort of secret assignment is it that he can't reveal the details? I'm more concerned with who is taking over for Fang Zhao in the live broadcasts. Given how popular Planet Baiji is, the person standing in for Fang Zhao is probably some big-name celebrity. Otherwise, the person would not be able to handle it. It could be a military officer from the military district. After all, Channel S5 style is different from the other channels. Maybe there is some secret transaction going on that we don't know about. Regardless of how it was being discussed online, First Frontline did not reveal any information regarding the person who would be taking over. There were also people that guessed Zero, but the notion was rejected immediately whenever it was mentioned. Given how Zero was, could he handle Channel S5 style? If they really wanted to use Zero, Channel S5's accumulated reputation and praise would all be ruined. Thus, everyone's conjecture was focused on celebrities that were really popular nowadays and hadn't been seen in the past few days. To give his fans a surprise, this time around, Zero did not divulge his whereabouts. Ever since he had decided to head to Planet Baiji, he had started on a series of preparations. There also had not been any activity on his public social platform for many days. For netizens, this was simply unusual. The last piece of news about Zero was that he had gone to the Liuzhou governor's official residence. As this involved the governor, although Liuzhou's large media organizations had captured images, they had only discreetly released news, and they didn't dare to make any irresponsible claims. After all, Zero visiting the governor's official residence was not an uncommon occurrence. Perhaps the reason there was no news about him was because he had done something wrong and had been locked in a room by the governor and forced to face the wall. By the time Zero arrived on Planet Baiji, Fang Zhao had already left the planet. Shortly after, a flying transport left Baiji base and headed for Outpost 23. The flying transport was different from the one the Baiji Military District base used. It was another model bearing 4 words, Luobu Construction Corporation. Luobu Construction was a leading enterprise in Liuzhou's construction industry and was also a firm belonging to Zero's mother's family clan. At the moment, Luobu Construction had signed a large contract with Planet Baiji. Zero's mom was a senior management executive in Luobu Construction. On board the flying transport, Zero looked at the scenery of Baiji below him. There is a rather pleasing atmosphere here. The flowers and plants are thriving, fleeting clouds. Zero's agent was calmly arranging information regarding Outpost 23 and did not even raise his head when he heard this. Be more straightforward. Be more straightforward with the main point. Stop pretending to be artistic. This time, it was clear and simple. I suddenly don't feel like eating watermelons. Zero's agent's expression was as calm as the ocean when there was no wind. Silently watching Zero for a few seconds, he said, "Senior Master." Zero raised his hands to cut off his agent's words, and Zero corrected his agent. "Please call me Smiling Angel." "All right. Not eating watermelons. Not growing watermelons." Zero's manager had long gotten used to Zero, who had a new idea in his head every day. As for Smiling Angel, or whatever, that was definitely the temporary halo Zero had decided to crown himself with. The governor has said that, this time, you must bring about a direct and positive influence. You even guaranteed it, Zero's agent said solemnly. I know. Positive. Isn't that smiling more and not arguing? Thus, having arrived here, I am no longer Senior Master Zhao. From now on, please call me Smiling Angel, Zhou's agent. I feel that there is a difference between our understanding of the governor's words. Zhao spoke. Sincerely. Trust me, everything will be fine. That was what you said last time, when we invested in the 100-episode web drama. In the end, we made a loss of 90 million. Zhao pretended not to hear anything and looked out of the transport. Hey, I can already see Outpost 23. At the outpost, Kevin Lin had received news and was already waiting. Today, Zhao had worn a fluorescent yellow outdoor jacket, as if afraid that he wouldn't be noticed. Where is Fang Zhao? Zhao asked as he glanced at the surrounding people. He has already left Planet Baiji. Does Senior Master have any words you wish to pass on to him? Kevin Lin asked. Zhao raised his hands and shook them to and fro. Nothing else. Just tell him to rest assured and complete his assignment in peace. Kevin Lin. These words seemed a little unpleasant to him. All right, cut the chatter. Hurry. Lights, camera, cameraman, hairstylist. Forget it. I didn't bring my hairstylist. Get into position, everyone. I'm ready to begin the live broadcast. Zhao quickly got into his own character. Fan Lin, who was standing to the side, had thought that Zhao would look for him first after arriving. He had not expected that Zhao would do a live broadcast first. He did not say anything, instead silently walking to the side. After all, he had not thought about how to talk to this famous youth from Lizhou. While Zhao was going over his image, Kevin Lin and Zhou's agent had a short discussion. Zhou's agent told Kevin Lin that Zhao wasn't the good-for-nothing loser that people made him out to be, and that his constitution wasn't that weak. Zhou's own father had drilled Zhao hard for a year during his military service midway through his university time. After completing that, he had not left the planet and had done his military service in Lizhou's military district. This matter was not considered a secret. There were videos during that time that showed Zhou's training was tough enough and that Zhao was not as idle as people thought. He had frequently been assigned tasks that required physical strength. With regard to self-preservation and gun handling, Zhao was much more capable than other celebrities. When all was said and done, he was still a Renault. Kevin Lin had set a notification for the live broadcast beforehand, letting Channel S5's audiences know that the broadcast was about to start. After 5 minutes, the camera switched to live broadcast mode. Zhao faced the camera lens and flashed a smile he reckoned was completely sincere and dazzling. Greetings, everyone. I am that mysterious person who will be taking over for Fang Zhao and continuing with the live broadcast. Online audiences, surprised? Unexpected? Are you guys happy? Online audiences, in Channel S5's live broadcast that follow, I intend to spread love and righteousness. From now on, please call me Lizhou's Smiling Angel. Online audiences. It feels like Channel S5 has released an extremely deadly superweapon. Chapter 228, Life Arc. When Zhao was starting the live broadcast as Lizhou's Smiling Angel, Fang Zhao was on his way to Planet Y. Planet Y's position at the tail end of the development sequence was similar to the Planet Baiji of the past. The planet's circumstances were not much different from the old Baiji, as it essentially relied on military funds and donations to get by. However, their condition was slightly better than Baiji's had been, as it was a little warmer there. This warmth did not mean the planet's climate, but referred to the life forms on this planet. Perhaps just looking at Planet Y's plants and animals, there wasn't really anything unusual, but when compared to those on Planet Baiji, these life forms were really much warmer. If creatures from Planet Baiji were rated on a scale from 1 to 10 according to how dangerous they were, here on Y1 would rarely see anything that exceeded a 5. Because this planet was not as dangerous and the soil quality was pretty decent, every year, more research personnel came to Planet Y than went to Planet Baiji. Even Fan Lin had came over to survey. If not for the fact that experiment results at Planet Baiji had been more favorable, Fan Lin would have established a laboratory on Y instead. Although no large corporations or investing initiatives supported them, many researchers had set up laboratories here. In the past, Planet Y's situation had been much better than Planet Baiji's. Furthermore, with its natural conditions and warmth, military service applications to this planet were not under the extremely arduous category. Fang Zhao had seen Planet Y's introduction. Here, they only had grade A- power source or just a grade lower, yet the difference was so vast. When the people at the Y base saw the resources that Planet Baiji had, it was little wonder they felt anxious. Even if the latest models of detection equipment weren't able to detect grade A power ore, they would still have put aside their pride and approached Shanta to ask to borrow Fang Zhao for a while, just so that they could confirm whatever expectations they had in their hearts. The person sending Fang Zhao over to Planet Y was none other than Edmund, the colonel who used to be in charge of the mining area. Now he had probably become a major general. Since the establishment of the Baiji military district, Shanta's trusted aides had been on the uprise alongside the developments. They had all been promoted. Originally, Edmund had started writing his application to transfer to civilian work, but now, he would not leave no matter what. Only an idiot would choose to leave Planet Baiji when they were reaping in rewards. Edmund was very grateful to Fang Zhao for discovering the grade A power ore. Many people said that even if there hadn't been a Fang Zhao, Baiji ore would still have been discovered eventually by miners, but Fang Zhao's discovery had been too timely. Other people might have had the patience to wait, but Edmund was different. If the discovery had been 10 days later, perhaps he might have already submitted his transfer application. Once it had been submitted, there would have been no retracting it. When he recalled this, Edmund still shuddered at the thought. Shanta had appointed Edmund to take charge of this transit. It was rare for Edmund to be in this sort of amiable manner, and he had not grumbled about this assignment. He had even given Fang Zhao the best room. When people on the transport ship saw the always stern Edmund flash a warm smile at Fang Zhao, goosebumps appeared on their skin. People who were oblivious might even mistakenly think Fang Zhao was an illegitimate child of Edmund's. Before arriving at Planet Y, Edmund told Fang Zhao about the situation there. Other than classified information, Edmund spoke a lot so Fang Zhao would have a rough idea of the situation there. Also, Planet Y was where one of the other stars of Project Starlight was based, Channel S4's Wu Tianhao. The transport ship was not suitable to enter the Y base, and so stayed in space. Smaller transport crafts flew out from inside the transport ship. Fang Zhao was within one of these smaller transport crafts. Y base's commanding officer, Lieutenant General Hua Yi, was already waiting in the parking space. As the commanding officer of a military base, Hua Yi was not required to personally receive them, but there was special significance this time. To show his sincerity, Hua Yi had decided to personally meet Fang Zhao when he had received news of Fang Zhao's arrival. When he saw Fang Zhao disembarking from the transport craft, Hua Yi's smile widened, and he strode forward. "Welcome to Planet Y." Edmund walked to the front of all the people disembarking from the craft. Whether it was intentional or accidental, he blocked Fang Zhao from Hua Yi's line of sight. When Edmund arrived in front of Hua Yi, he saluted. Baiji Military District's Edmund in charge of transporting Baiji ore. All 10 tons have been safely delivered. Edmund's voice was loud and clear, and he placed an added emphasis on the words military district and Baiji ore. The looks on the faces of those from Y base did not seem so good. Although they tried their best to hide it, Fang Zhao could feel that the surrounding atmosphere was not that great. The Y base commanding officer, Hua Yi, had an unassuming smile on his face, but deep down, Edmund's words were making him boil with rage. "I know that you have established a military district and have mine grade A ore, and you are now showing off, but just hearing from your tone, I would have thought you had delivered a kiloton of ore. In the end, there are only 10 tons. How petty." Major General Edmund, still as imposing as ever. Cough. After he said this, Hua Yi's gaze went past Edmund and glanced at Fang Zhao behind him. "You must be Fang Zhao. How does your first time on Planet Y feel? Isn't there a sort of especially placid and refreshing feeling?" Fang Zhao agreed with what Hua Yi had just said. Indeed, since he had left the transport craft, Fang Zhao had not felt the need to keep up his guard at every moment. Although it could not be considered entirely safe, in comparison to Baiji, the place was rather peaceful. It was not just limited to Y base. On the whole, it seemed especially peaceful. Without waiting for a reply from Fang Zhao, Hua Yi went on. "Here it isn't as dangerous as Planet Baiji. It is really suitable for living. Perhaps you might build a large manor or chateau." Manors and chateaus were a fantasy of many youngsters. Hua Yi had decided to use this angle to entice Fang Zhao. When Edmund heard these words, his complexion darkened. "Your father is still here, and you are so impatient to try and poach from us?" However, Hua Yi was the commanding officer of this base and had a military rank of lieutenant general. This was also his territory, so Edmund did not dare to make a fuss. Perhaps in the past, even if he was a colonel, he would have put in a few objections, but now, Edmund felt that there was no need. Getting into a dispute with the dirt-poor Y base was beneath him. All he did was take a mental note of what Hua Yi said. When he returned, he would mention it in his report to Shanta. Hua Yi also did not want to get into an argument with Edmund. He got his men to do an inventory check. 10 tons of power, or was Planet Baiji's assistance to the poor. Although his heart did not feel so comfortable, any free benefits were better than nothing. This was genuine grade A power ore. After the inventory check, Hua Yi did not have any intention of keeping Edmund here any longer. Edmund also did not wish to remain here for too long. It was always busy on Planet Baiji, and he still had a bunch of matters to attend to. Edmund repeated some words to Fang Zhao, then brought his men and left. After Edmund and his men left, the mood lightened. Besides Fang Zhao, there were 3 others, a major and 2 captains from the Yenzhou military district. Hua Yi had checked up on them already. Although these 3 belonged to Baiji military district now, they were not men that Shanta could dispatch. Their duty was to ensure Fang Zhao's safety, and Hua Yi would not make things difficult for them. After the arranged banquet, Hua Yi did not immediately bring Fang Zhao to the mines. He instead arranged for his men to show Fang Zhao around and take in planet-wide scenery. He would let Fang Zhao relax first and adjust to the place before bringing Fang Zhao to the mines the next day. Hua Yi was worried that Fang Zhao would be too tired. In his heart, he was itching to pull Fang Zhao to the mines and use his dighting ears to listen, but for the sake of getting the most accurate results, he was willing to wait a while more. They had already waited for so long. What was another 10-odd hours of waiting? Actually, Hua Yi himself knew that Planet Y probably did not have any grade A power ore. Therefore, although he hoped for a good result, he had also mentally prepared himself for bad news. When he thought about the current state of Planet Baiji, Hua Yi had a pained feeling. In fact, he and Shanta had been dispatched to planets Y and Baiji around the same time. Then, Hua Yi's methods had won him the upper hand, and he had managed to get the warmer and less dangerous Planet Y. If the situation was as before, comparing the 2 planets with similar grade, or Planet Y would surely have developed faster than Baiji. But now, the 2 could no longer be compared. At the current rate of development, even after 100 years, Planet Y might not even have developed to the point of setting up their own military district. How regrettable. As Hua Yi was sighing ruefully about his life, Fang Zhao was led to the research section of the base. Planet Y's base headquarters was 3 to 4 times the size of the old Baiji at best. At the side was a special area for researchers. The person showing Fang Zhao around pointed to the buildings ahead and showed Fang Zhao which were the researchers' dormitories and where the laboratories were. Fang Zhao also caught sight of a vast experimental plot. From all of these, it could have been seen that if grade A power or had not emerged on Planet Baiji, Planet Y would surely have developed much faster than Planet Baiji. Its investment value was slightly higher too. Fang Zhao gazed at the not-too-distant experimental plot, and his voice revealed his slight surprise. Are those peach trees? Wheat fields and other grain crops were nothing surprising. The base needed to grow its own food supply. But what were those in front? Fang Zhao thought his own eyes were playing tricks on him. Although he had seen some being planted on Muzhou farms, the large majority that should have become extinct during the period of destruction had actually appeared here. The person showing Fang Zhao around was momentarily stunned by Fang Zhao's outburst, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of pride. That's right, those are peach trees. Follow me. Although we can't enter, observing from the outside should provide you with enough content to brag about for half a year. His tone implied that he was going to bring Fang Zhao to gain knowledge and experience. Over at this side are peach trees, over there are apple trees, and at that side. The person leading him suddenly got stuck. He could not recognize the tree species. Tangerine trees, oranges trees, apricot trees, and those are cherry trees. As they walked, Fang Zhao called out the names of many different fruit trees in succession. As they continued forward, there were even many ornamental plants that had only existed in the old era. Yes, that's right, these are the ones. These are still in the experimental stage, I think for a few decades already. I heard that they will be able to hit the market soon. This isn't an illegal laboratory. Any experiment run here has to be approved. Actually, we have been applying for a separate research base, but it hasn't been approved yet. The person leading the way sighed helplessly. After sighing, he asked Fang Zhao, "How is it? Are you interested in investing here?" Even at this sort of time, he wouldn't forget about trying to solicit investments. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, the scent of osmanthus flowers, as though Fang Zhao was in a daze that had brought him back to the past. It turned out that even though many people did not know about it, they had survived on another planet, away from home. The seed bank that many people had given their all to protect, the Ark One that preserved life, had never been stranded after all. It had been sailing all along. Chapter 229, Investment. Fang Zhao found his composure and asked the tour guide, "When are these fruits going to market?" Noticing Fang Zhao's interest in the fruit trees, the tour guide became even more enthusiastic. "Soon. These experimental trees are being planted in secret. All visitors are required to sign confidentiality agreements, so the results haven't been announced yet. The higher-ups want to see how the experiments come along, but judging from the progress, they may go public this year." The experiments were winding down. There were no major technical issues that needed to be resolved, so only the lab technicians working for research scientists remained. The tour guide said Fan Lin had started quite a few experiments here as well, but they no longer required his direct supervision. A few of his students had been running the final phases of his projects for several years now. That was also why Fan Lin focused his attention on Baiji. If those experiments panned out, it would be a major technical breakthrough and elevate his influence in his field. Channel S4 had avoided discussing the experimental fruit trees because of the confidentiality requirement. The gene bank had once been hailed mankind's last line of defense. Perhaps only people who had survived the period of destruction could appreciate its incredible value. There had been a saying in the old era, "Eating is everything." Filling your stomach was a big deal. There were many plant species out there, but not all were edible by man. As Earth's major food producer, Muzhou had started out by planting seeds preserved in the gene bank before developing new crops based on technological innovations. Then had come the advent of space exploration and the introduction of colonization programs. Once a foreign planet was deemed livable and troops were dispatched, the Academy of Agricultural Science would select certain seeds, based on the planet's conditions, for the soldiers to plant on a small scale. The experimental plots would be gradually expanded based on their success. There were also the hunting quotas, which, besides curbing excessive aggression on the part of the soldiers, were aimed at guaranteeing food safety. No one knew if the animals on foreign planets carried any untreatable viruses or whether eating them would have any long-term side effects. Meanwhile, the decision of which species from the gene bank to revive had been reached after extensive discussions among about a dozen senior professors at the Academy of Agricultural Science. Which plants to test on a foreign planet, whether the ingestion of local animals would bring ill health to soldiers, whether that would impact colonization plans. All these questions required long-term studies and observation to answer. This was also why the soldiers received multiple physicals every year. It took too long to reach firm conclusions, and it was a major drain on finances and manpower. By contrast, it made more sense to revive safe plant species from the gene bank that were suitable for human consumption. Long-term scientific studies were needed too, but running experimental plots and expanding them was less costly. In times of desperation, during food shortages, it was easy to compromise, but now, material conditions allowed humans to prioritize safety and efficiency. In choosing extinct species from the gene bank, food crops were preferred because humans needed full stomachs to do anything else. After all, after full stomachs came a taste for refinement, so next on the list were delicious fruits and plants. Aesthetically pleasing, recreational plants came next. Few medicinal plants were revived because many such species had actually survived the period of destruction and played a major role in combating disease. There were quite a few experimental plots on Planet Y, but it had never been certified in experimental base because Y ranked low on the development sequence. Transportation was a major expense. Official budgets only allowed for an annual dispatch of lab technicians from Earth. Other expenses were covered out of pocket by the project leaders. The reason the tour guide responded so effusively to Fang Zhao was because he wanted the famed composer to invest in Y's experimental plots. Most investors shied away from Y because they knew that short-term profit was unlikely, and now that Baiji had stolen the limelight, investors were flocking there instead. Fang Zhao hadn't promised to invest, nor had he rejected the possibility. The tour guide didn't know what Fang Zhao was thinking. He was about to launch into another spiel when the weather took a turn for the worse. A light drizzle started, so the tour guide scrambled to get Fang Zhao back to base. The lodgings the Y base offered to Fang Zhao were decent. Fang Zhao still hadn't seen Tianhao from S4 or his assigned journalist. He had heard that they were on a trip. Tianhao had been going on quite a few excursions of late. He was either doing live broadcasts of himself fishing at a lake or showing off his handicraft. He made specimens out of the fish he caught and the wildflowers he picked. Word was that they were going to be given away as gifts in an online lucky draw. This was also a gimmick that S4 had come up with in light of S5's strong viewership numbers. It didn't matter whether Fang Zhao saw Tianhao or not. Kevin Lin treated Tianhao and his assigned journalist as competition, whereas Fang Zhao simply viewed him as the young descendant of an old friend. Fang Zhao enjoyed his lavish treatment at Y. The next day, he was woken up early in the morning. Your flying transport is ready. Commander Hua Yi is leading the expedition personally. Seems like the Y authorities are taking your visit seriously, a bodyguard told Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao noticed that Hua Yi wasn't in the best shape, but one couldn't tell at first glance. Hua Yi had done a good job of hiding his condition. Hua Yi had read a development plan for Baiji last night. He was filled with jealousy. A torrent of thoughts prevented him from falling asleep. One moment, he was fantasizing about the discovery of a grade A power or on Y. Then the next rational thought told him that it was impossible, and he had to accept reality. Hua Yi managed to smile when he saw Fang Zhao. Let's go. Let's check out the closest mine first, then move further. Upon arrival at the first mine, Fang Zhao knocked on the walls and listened, just like he had done on the previous live broadcast. Hua Yi and company were familiar with these moves. Lord knows how many times they had replayed the footage of Fang Zhao discovering the new or on Baiji. They remembered Fang Zhao's every maneuver. When Fang Zhao stopped knocking, a major general next to Hua Yi couldn't help but ask, "So?" "Nothing." Fang Zhao shook his head. Disappointment was visible on the faces of Hua Yi and Co. "Another mine." "Anything?" the major general asked again. "Nothing," Fang Zhao responded. "The next mine." "Nothing." And the next. "Nothing. Nothing. Nothing." After touring the last mine, the senior military officials from the Y base had turned neutral. Disappointment had become resignation. This was the result they had been expecting. How could the most advanced detection equipment fall short of the human ear? But they hadn't been able to help but raise their hopes. Now there was nothing to look forward to. Hua Yi was among the more clear-headed. He had adjusted his mindset when they had set foot in the first mine. So be it. Such was their fate. If he hadn't used underhanded tactics to secure the assignment to Y, maybe he would have been sent to Baiji instead. But hindsight was useless now. It was best to accept things as they were, lest he become more and more depressed. Fang Zhao had expected the same outcome. His hearing was good all right, but it didn't rival the most advanced detectors. Technology had its advantages. The reason he had discovered a new energy, or on Baiji, was because miners there had still been using older detectors due to poor funding. The older models couldn't detect the new ore, but the newer models were a different story. So Fang Zhao wasn't disappointed that he had failed to discover another power ore. He took advantage of the tour of the mines to carefully observe the physical landscape of Planet Y. It was definitely less harsh than Baiji, even taking into consideration its virgin forests, which could be easily accessed by ground troops with modern weaponry and battle gear. Because Baiji was ranked high in the development order, every infrastructure project and the zoning for every plot of land had been carefully planned. Fang Zhao had no say. This was a turf war between titans of business and politics, where wealthy businessmen were going to cash in. For now, Fang Zhao wasn't qualified to take part. As far as Planet Y was concerned, now that it had missed out on the new energy, or it could no longer secure the most advanced equipment or long stays by top-of-the-line military vessels, which meant it was stuck in no man's land in the short run. If the experimental base certification came through, the Y base would have an extra source of funding. If not, they were stuck with the status quo. Y didn't boast any grade A power ore, so it was likely no major investor groups would be willing to commit for the next century or so. The discrepancy between Y and Baiji would grow bigger. In a few years, the gap might be similar to the difference between a first-tier city from the old era and a podunk village. This was the reality that the leadership of the Y base had to accept. Back at base, the atmosphere was a bit stilted. The military officials were less hospitable. Fang Zhao didn't mind, though. He didn't enter the base compound immediately. Instead, he sat on a large rock located near one of the experimental plots. The base leadership let him be. Fang Zhao's 3 bodyguards, however, did their duty and stuck with their subject, even though they had no idea what Fang Zhao was up to. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, frowning at Fang Zhao's strange behavior in their own secret language. One of the bodyguards became alarmed when he saw Fang Zhao turn his head toward the neighboring woods. No one could be observed emerging from the woods, but Fang Zhao's expression clearly said he had detected something. The 3 bodyguards knew they probably weren't as competent as Fang Zhao. Hearing-wise, they were definitely inferior, so if Fang Zhao sensed something out of the ordinary, then something had to be wrong. Are your ears really as sensitive as legend has them? A figure emerged from behind one of the trees in the woods. The person wasn't embarrassed at all about being discovered. The man was Tian Hao. He had heard that Fang Zhao had arrived on Y, but it was too late and he and his assigned reporter had been quite far from base at the time. They had only returned today. He had wanted to test Fang Zhao, to see if Fang Zhao was really a good enough fighter to earn a second-class merit. He was confident about a successful ambush, even though Fang Zhao was guarded by 3 men. Little had he expected to be discovered before he could approach. Fang Zhao gestured with his right hand, signaling the 3 bodyguards to stand down. Chapter 230, Collaborating to Purchase Land. Tian Hao walked over and moved a large stone over to Fang Zhao's side and sat down, his gaze sizing up Fang Zhao and the 3 bodyguards. Clicking his tongue, he thought to himself, this bastard is rather pretentious, having a major and 2 captains as his bodyguards. So many people would be jealous if they knew. Not bothering at all about the looks from the 3 bodyguards, Tian Hao sat cross-legged and plucked a strand of straw before placing it in his mouth. Without enunciating his words clearly, he said to Fang Zhao, we are all participants of the first segment of Project Starlight and are more or less colleagues already. We shouldn't be that unfamiliar with each other. How about heading back to the base for a drink? I'm still undergoing military service, Fang Zhao replied. There were many restrictions during military service duration, and in principle, conscripts were not permitted to consume alcohol. Of course, alcohol provided by senior officers for a celebratory banquet did not count. Oh, right, you are still a conscript. Tian Hao felt that it was a pity. He had wanted to tell Fang Zhao that it was all right to secretly drink on planet Y, but realizing the 3 bodyguards were staring at him, he stopped himself and thought, how are these bodyguards? They are simply monitors. While under scrutiny, Tian Hao would also not advise Fang Zhao to partake in any questionable activities. Changing the topic, he asked, I heard that you are really good with history. Do you know about historical figures? Some people say that I resemble great General Wu Tong of the founding era. What do you say? Fang Zhao gave a simple reply. There is some resemblance. Tian Hao, or Wu Tianhao, was a descendant of Tongzhou's Wu family. However, when he appeared into the entertainment circles, Wu Tianhao generally did not display his family name. Although he did not know whether or not Fang Zhao was flattering him, Tianhao seemed rather happy when he heard this, and his smile grew wider. I think so too. He loved it when people said that he had a great general style or that he looked like Wu Tong. Have people from Y base asked you about investing yet? Wu Tianhao asked. They did. What are your thoughts on this matter? Actually, it is really good to invest here, and you aren't short of money. Wu Tianhao had made inquiries about the value of Fang Zhao's works and income from other endorsement deals. Making some calculations, he understood that Fang Zhao, this little celebrity, would not lose to him when it came to cash in hand. He also had another motive for finding Fang Zhao so urgently. It's worth a try, Fang Zhao replied. I think so too, and I have already started looking at places. Wu Tianhao raised his eyebrows and noticed Fang Zhao gazing at the experimental plots to the side. Turning to Fang Zhao, he said, Brother, let's play a game. Do you know what I wish to build on planet Y? If you guess correctly, you get a prize. You have 3 chances. If you get it on the first try, $1 million. If you take 2 tries, 500,000. If you take 3 tries, 100,000. How about it? You have nothing to lose. As he watched Fang Zhao look over, Wu Tianhao was secretly pleased, and he thought to himself, the bait has been set, but even if you rack your brains, there is no way you can guess it. Build a dojo into a mountainside? Fang Zhao replied. Wu Tianhao. Wu Tianhao nearly swallowed his straw and started coughing before spitting it out. Surprise and plain disbelief was written all over his face. How did you know? Don't tell me your ear can hear it. There was a faint smile on Fang Zhao's face. Guessed it. Just like Su Mu had said many times about returning to tending sheep after the war, Fang Zhao also remembered that Wu Tong had talked about building a dojo into a mountain after the war many times as well. Wu Tianhao, this little fellow, actually had the same dream as Wu Tong. Fang Zhao had actually had no idea what Wu Tianhao wanted to construct on planet Y. However, since Wu Tianhao had said he was like Wu Tong, Fang Zhao had then remembered Wu Tong's words and thus made his guess, which had turned out to be correct. The result was really unexpected, but he wouldn't reveal the reason for his guess to Wu Tianhao. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to get the reason, Wu Tianhao no longer pressed Fang Zhao for it. His motive in looking for Fang Zhao had not been this. 1 million was just 1 million. When compared to what he wanted to discuss with Fang Zhao, 1 million was not a big deal. Pass me your bank account number. I will transfer the funds to you when I get access to the internet, Wu Tianhao said. The three bodyguards behind Fang Zhao shot each other weird glances. In their hearts, they were thinking, really building a dojo? What the H*LL goes on in his mind. Still building a dojo in this sort of era? Not saying that people of the new era would have no interest, but even if they had interest in this, there are all sorts of virtual classes online and all sorts of tutors for one-on-one lessons. With it being so convenient, even gyms gradually faded into obscurity over time. Things from the old era like dojos only exist in history textbooks. Is there a need to construct one? Too much money and too few things to spend on. Or have the people of Y base brainwashed him and made him retarded? On the contrary, Fang Zhao did not find it strange at all. In the old era, the Wu clan had been a family of martial artists and had produced a number of martial arts action stars. It was reasonable to say that the Wu clan of old had not lacked methods of earning money, and Wu Tong had become a physical instructor. After the apocalypse had broken out, Wu Tong had rapidly gathered up a bunch of people and taken refuge. After that, it had turned into a resistance, counterattacking and recapturing Tong Zhao. In the end, he had become one of the great generals of the founding era, but due to certain reasons, he had been unable to accomplish his dream of building the dojo. There was actually a commemorative dojo in Tongzhou, but it did not have the traditional significance and was not the sort of dojo Wu Tianhao wanted. In the new era, other than Wu Tianhao, no one else in the Wu family had any interest toward this. Snatching a spot in the first iteration of Project Starlight and coming to Planet Y was something that Wu Tianhao had meticulously planned for. Wu Tianhao did not hide his plans. Places in Tongzhou that I am satisfied with all belong to the ecology parks and nature reserves. They can't be randomly torn down or undergo construction, so I can only build it on a foreign planet. After looking around, I picked Planet Y. In the new era, land resources were scarce. There were too many people and there was too little land. Scenic places were protected by all sorts of regulations. Even if it was the Wu family's Wu Tianhao, he could forget about trying to get his hands on a mountain with a panoramic view. Moreover, on their home planet, for such scenic places, even if they were not protected by laws and regulations, the land would be excessively expensive. Even Wu Tianhao did not have the financial capability to buy a mountaintop. How about it? Any interest in buying land here? Construct a manor, own a large piece of land, own a few good horses. When your spirits are low, you can come for a stay and live like the nobles of the old era that we see on television. How flashy is that? For safety, you can bring along bodyguards. Although the cost of traveling is a little high, with your income, you shouldn't have any problems. Wu Tianhao's intention was to rope Fang Zhao in. The risks if only a single person was investing were too high. After all, the land here belonged to the Y base, and He might not necessarily give the Wu family any concessions, as he was not from Tongzhou. However, Wu Tianhao was too satisfied with Planet Y's conditions and did not want to give it up. Therefore, he wanted to rope in a few people to share the risks. If anything should happen, more people would mean more assistance. Wu Tianhao had also approached a few friends, but they had given a host of reasons and had not promised him anything. People from the Wu family were either unwilling or had given Wu Tianhao a little funding as support. Recently, Wu Tianhao had been anxious. When he had heard that Fang Zhao would be coming, Wu Tianhao had started having all sorts of ideas. Wu Tianhao continued trying to persuade Fang Zhao. Isn't retro in fashion again? Let's indulge in a round of nostalgia. There is beautiful landscape here and not many dangerous creatures. Land here is so cheap because the people of Planet Y worry about selling it off. In simple terms, this is a rare opportunity. Aren't you interested in the experimental plots? If the research base gets approved, the price of land on Planet Y will appreciate. Let's get some land first. Otherwise, all the good areas will get snapped up by others. He had not talked about the situation if the research base was not approved, and even if it was approved, it wouldn't have that much of an impact over here. Even if the price of land appreciated, it would not rise by much. A research base would not have much impetus. Fang Zhao understood all this and had already considered carefully. However, he did have the notion of purchasing land to build a house. Just like Wu Tianhao had said, for that little bit of nostalgia. In the early days of the founding era, survivors had also constructed ancient buildings of special significance in Huangzhou, such as pagodas, temples, palaces, and many more, with the purpose of passing on the culture to future generations. In the end, though, these buildings had been torn down bit by bit to build commercial buildings. Only a few were left. Money still dominated everything else. On Planet Y, the natural conditions were not too bad. Fang Zhao had already had this idea, so when Wu Tianhao finished speaking, he asked, "Have you selected the area?" Wu Tianhao's expression became blank, and he hurriedly replied, "Not yet. I was just waiting for you." Wu Tianhao was looking for partners, but he wanted partners that were serious about long-term investments. He had been waiting for another investor besides himself. When he saw that Fang Zhao had that desire, Wu Tianhao beamed. "If you wish to invest, let's jointly purchase land, and we can each build our own things. With regards to manpower, as long as you are agreeable, I can source the construction teams, and we will split the expenses equally. How's that?" Fang Zhao nodded. "Sure. All right. I will go draft a contract and send it to you in a bit. Just wait." Wu Tianhao could not remain sitting any long. The collaborator he had waited so long for had finally appeared, and he had to make Fang Zhao stay here. His Tianhao dojo was going to see the light of day. Why base? Hua Yi and the others were feeling slightly dejected, but when they heard that Wu Tianhao and Fang Zhao were going to purchase land and build houses here, their spirits lifted in a flash. That was good news. "Commander, when is the transport ship arranged to send Fang Zhao back scheduled to leave?" someone asked. "What's scheduled to leave? Push back the departure timing. What's the rush for? Everyone would think that you were trying to get rid of him." "Huh," Hua Yi chided. The person who spoke cursed silently. "Just 2 minutes ago you were saying, out of sight, out of mind, and to hurry up and send him away." Hua Yi seemed like had totally forgotten his previous words. He opened up a map that displayed the areas that were available. "Bring this to them. Let me know after they have chosen. I will give them the most favorable price." Hua Yi did not conceal anything, nor did he make things difficult for Fang Zhao. On the contrary, to get the funds from Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao's pockets, Hua Yi even recommended professionals to help them. The places put forward could also be considered to have enchanting sceneries. There were many places like these on Planet Y, but it was hard to find any better on this planet, and they were not trying to scam Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao. In the past, there had been a news story about an investment firm being scammed on a foreign planet. Here, the places were all part of the base's territory, and they had all the authority here. Hua Yi also knew that. Thus, when he heard that Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao wanted to invest in Planet Y, he showed a great deal of sincerity. This was a hard chance to come by. Now, Planet Baiji was an investment hotspot, and everyone would try to invest in Baiji. For planets on the tail end of the development sequence, if they wished to develop faster, all they could do was use their own capabilities to solicit investments, which was down to their methods and luck. It was rare for others to deliver stuff to his doorstep. Would Hua Yi let such an opportunity slip by? Chapter 231, Riding Coattails. After taking a look at the map, Fang Zhao marked a few locations. These were all spots he had noticed while touring the mines. The mines on Planet Y were quite scattered, and Fang Zhao had spotted 7 locations during the mine tour, but their flying transport had skipped all of them because the group had been on a tight schedule. Fang Zhao had never had the chance to examine them in detail. This time, he returned to the marked spots with his partner Wu Tianhao. Wu Tianhao was no longer in the mood to test Fang Zhao's fighting skills. He had just landed a hard-earned partner. There was no point in spooking his partner now. Indeed, Wu Tianhao was quite confident in his own abilities. Even though he had heard that Fang Zhao was a decent fighter, he didn't think he could possibly lose to a martial arts amateur who dabbled in the arts. Screw the duel. I'll get around to it when everything is confirmed. I can't scare him off before the contract is signed. They visited 3 locations in a row. Wu Tianhao thought all 3 were decent. The locations Fang Zhao had marked were all places he had checked out carefully while doing live broadcasts. They each had their advantages. Wu Tianhao loved those towering mountains obscured by clouds and fog that were straight out of a fantasy novel. Building a kung fu school in a place like that was classy. He'd also build a bloody orphanage while he was at it, and recruit kids who had the right builds and were interested in martial arts. He would get his fix serving as a head coach. From Wu Tianhao's perspective, why else would you splurge except to feel good? I'm happy to spend the cash. Who cares what anyone else says? So even though his family objected to his obsession with building a martial arts school, Wu Tianhao didn't think he was in the wrong at all. This is the 6th spot? This place is decent too. I haven't done a live broadcast here. Hey, Tangku, mark it down. We'll broadcast live from this spot next time. Wu Tianhao yelled while turning his head. Tangku was the reporter assigned to S4. He was a chubby man about the same age as Kevin Lin. Tangku yawned and said, "Got it." He would have passed on the trip had he known there were so many spots to hit. This was more work than a live broadcast, more tiring. Tangku had spent last night listening to Wu Tianhao bullsh ting about his dreams and whatnot. He hadn't slept well. Right now, he was sleepy as H*LL. Next, Wu Tianhao asked Fang Zhao after looking up the coordinates of the 7th location. Next, Fang Zhao had just uttered his response when he heard a rustling sound from the tall grass ahead of them. The noise was growing louder and was heading in their direction. The 3 bodyguards tailing Fang Zhao, the 2 protecting Wu Tianhao, and the soldiers assigned by the main base all raised their guns. "Wait!" Fang Zhao shouted. A silhouette darted out. It was a brown, furry animal about half a meter tall. It had a round head, a long tail, and ears that were checkered. Its main identifying feature was a blue ring surrounding its neck. "Lab animal?" Wu Tianhao asked. Wu Tianhao had seen everything after spending a good deal of time on Y. He knew instantly where the animal had come from once he saw the blue ring around its neck. They're lab animals. They shouldn't be in the wild. They've been injected with medicine. The experiments they were used in have concluded, but the lab animals can't be set free because there are experimental plots nearby. The lab technicians have them sequestered elsewhere. This one must have escaped, Wu Tianhao explained to Fang Zhao. Even though they have GPS chips planted in them, catching them is quite a hassle if they escape. Let's cordon them off. The breeders in charge of capturing them shouldn't be far behind. Surrounded by gun barrels, the animal froze, 2 round eyes bulging from its furry face. Soon, the sound of flying transports could be heard. The animal's captors had arrived. The 2 breeders disembarked from the flying transport, carrying what appeared to be traps. The bodyguards tucked their guns away. Lo and behold, the animal ducked away from the breeders and dashed toward Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao's 3 bodyguards drew their guns again. They were trained to kill anything that posed a threat to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao raised his hand again. No need. The 3 bodyguards could have killed the animal before it approached Fang Zhao, but Fang Zhao had halted them just in time, so they had missed the split second when they had the animal in their sights. The animal clung on to Fang Zhao's leg and hid behind his body, watching the 2 breeders in pursuit alertly. Noticing that the bodyguards still had their guns trained on the lab animals, the breeders told Fang Zhao and company, "This thing is called a tiger-eared monkey because its ears resemble the ears of a tiger from the old era. It was named by the first researchers who studied them. This is the 3rd time this little fella has escaped, but it's not dangerous. It won't attack humans on its own initiative. Don't worry, we'll take it down now." One of the breeders approached Fang Zhao. The tiger-eared monkey didn't release its grip, instead climbing along Fang Zhao's leg from his calf to his thigh. Its claws gripped Fang Zhao's pants tightly. It wouldn't let go no matter how hard the breeder tugged, letting out a piercing scream instead. The breeder stopped pulling. The little fella had sharp claws. They were worried that they might hurt Fang Zhao if they continued to use force. The two breeders had no choice but to switch approaches. They glanced at each other and prepared their dart guns. Lo and behold, the tiger-eared monkey started screaming even more loudly. Just beat it to death and cook it. It's so annoying, Wu Tianhao said with a frown. After a fresh round of screaming, the tiger-eared monkey turned its head and glared at Wu Tianhao while baring its teeth in a vicious snarl. The screaming now was the loudest thus far. The breeders laughed knowingly. It's better if you don't mouth off. It spent quite a bit of time with humans. It might understand what you say. Does it run in this direction every time? Fang Zhao asked. Yes, he ended up in this area all 3 times. Last time, it was at the foot of the mountain. The breeder pointed for Fang Zhao's benefit. The last time we caught it, it was napping in a tree hole after a meal. Even the howling winds, thunder, and rain didn't wake it up. Animals raised in captivity aren't as alert as wild animals. Fang Zhao examined the spot the breeder pointed to and said, let's check it out. If there aren't any problems, let's use that location. The breeders didn't like the idea. What if the little fella fled even further? Catching it would be a pain in the *SS, but the breeders kept those thoughts to themselves when they saw the colonel traveling with Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao gesture to them, offering instead, no problem. Let us lead the way. We know that spot well. For the senior officials at the main base, a lab animal was far less consequential compared to these two potential investors. The most important task at hand was to secure the investment from Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao. The tiger-eared monkey was still clinging to Fang Zhao when he boarded the flying transport. The new location was only a short flight away, so Fang Zhao stood throughout the journey. The flying transport took off for the foot of the mountain and found a landing spot. Fang Zhao got off and approached the woods in front of him. Say, now that I'm here, it feels quite good. I couldn't tell from on top of the mountain, Wu Tianhao said after taking in his surroundings. He couldn't put his finger on what was so great about the location. It just felt right. The air even felt fresher. This is probably what the archaeologists' notebooks referred to as good feng shui, Wu Tianhao said after pondering the matter. Fang Zhao didn't know anything about feng shui, but he knew that the animals native to Y definitely had stronger instincts for good locations than they did, even if they were lab animals. Based on what the two breeders had told them, this little fellow was quite sensitive. Just because it wasn't aggressive like a wild animal didn't mean it couldn't discern between different surroundings. Plus, if the tiger-eared monkey would sleep so soundly here even on a rainy day, the natural conditions had to be quite stable. According to the information provided by He, this was not an earthquake-prone area, nor had any major natural disasters occurred. The most important thing was that Fang Zhao liked the location too. Then how about we go with this spot? There are quite a few mountains around here too. I'll pick a good-looking one to build my kung fu school on, Wu Tianhao said. But as he canvassed the massive plot of land, he felt that the investor group comprising just him and Fang Zhao was a bit thin. We can't rival those major investor groups. 2 people isn't enough. Why don't we get more people involved? I have a few friends that I can persuade to invest. Wu Tianhao looked at Fang Zhao. You know anyone who has money to blow? Fang Zhao pondered before responding. Zero Renault is on Baiji. I could ask him. Wu Tianhao had never held Zero in high esteem, but Zero's reputation of splurging was known to all. Yes, let's bring that sucker in. Chapter 232. Why not raise the stakes? Since he had already pulled in one person, Wu Tianhao believed that, in no time, he would be able to rope in a second, a third, or maybe even more. As for He and the others of Y Base, of course they fully approved of Wu Tianhao's thinking. Pulling more people over would be better. When the time came, some methods could be employed to raise the popularity, and chances for the research base being approved would be higher. The reason the top brass continuously rejected the notion of a research base was probably due to the slower development rate of Planet Y. There was not much human traffic, and the operational costs were high. Furthermore, no large corporations had established themselves here, and places with experimental plots were not just limited to Planet Y. Since there were better choices, there was no need to choose Planet Y. There was a limited quota for bases, so Huai needed to hurry and declare it as soon as possible. Thus, he had made it more convenient for Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao. Communication rules were also relaxed, but they still had to be in line with regulations. With the help of Huai, Wu Tianhao refined his list of who to contact. Roping in a few others would decrease the risk. If there was no human traffic here and they were unable to generate enough discussion, throwing that much money in would not even be able to create a ripple. While the collaboration was still in the discussion stage, Wu Tianhao did not want to let others know about it. Therefore, during his live broadcasts, he avoided people and filmed on a nearby mountain. When he was doing his live broadcasts, he carefully made his pick of the nearby mountains. But however much he tried to hide it, Wu Tianhao could not conceal his high spirits from finally roping in a collaborator. Nearly all of S4's audience were Wu Tianhao fans and understood him well. When they saw how happy Wu Tianhao was today, they all had their own opinions. Do you guys feel that Tianhao seems to be smiling a lot today? I see it too. Perhaps something good happened. Fooling around with a nurse again? That wouldn't give him such a reaction. I wonder what he encountered. Wu Tianhao was oblivious to these viewers' online discussions about him. Even if he knew, he would not care. Now, a large proportion of his thoughts were on building the dojo. After the live broadcast ended, Wu Tianhao stood on the mountaintop and surveyed the horizon. That mountain, that one, and that one, as well as that one over there. I want them all. Wu Tianhao sighed. It was a pity he had only so much funds available. Wu Tianhao turned his head and spoke to a bodyguard behind him. Take note of these few mountains first. The bodyguard went blank for a moment. All of them. He thought Wu Tianhao wanted to purchase all of these, but how much would that cost? Note down all of them. Never mind, pass me the map. I will do it myself. Wu Tianhao took the map and started to mark the areas. From among these places, he would choose the best mountain to construct his dojo. As for the rest, he would recommended them to other people he was close to. At another location, there were also a bunch of people following Fang Zhao around as he took a look at places. A breeder familiar with the terrain introduced the surrounding conditions to Fang Zhao and, at the same time, kept an eye on the tiger-eared monkey that was still holding on to Fang Zhao's legs. With an extra burden on his thighs, he had walked such a long distance without feeling out of sorts. This youngster was rather strange. What do you wish to build here? This area is not suitable for constructing skyscrapers with more than 100 floors. I'm not saying that it is entirely impossible, just that living here is not necessarily comfortable, the breeder said. It wouldn't be that high, Fang Zhao replied. Then what do you wish to construct here? An old city street. From Fang Zhao's memory, in his previous life before the period of destruction, his old house had been in an area rich with history and culture. There had been a marketplace and many interweaving roads. Although ancient, every year, lots of people had been attracted to the place for tourism. Later, when he had gone to the capital for work, the thing that had left the greatest impression had been that large palace. The stockman understood Fang Zhao's intentions rather quickly. Rebuilding historical sites? Actually, this sort of idea was not just limited to Fang Zhao. Many youngsters loved to purchase land and construct manors like the aristocrats of the old era. It had the same intention and a sense of nostalgia, and it was something people of the new era found rather flashy. There are too many building styles in the old era. Different time periods had different styles. Fang Zhao explained to them different time periods of the old era and the special buildings of those different places. Ancient city gates, markets, and streets that transcended space and time with thousands of years of history. People of the new era did not understand much about those times and how resplendent each and every period had been. Unknowingly, everyone accompanying Fang Zhao held their breaths as they listened to Fang Zhao describe scenes that only appeared in documentaries or movies. Even Wu Tianhao, who had concluded his live broadcast and come down the mountains, also slowed his pace and listened attentively to Fang Zhao's descriptions. Nowadays, the only things left of architecture from different time periods of the old era were models, photographs, or emulations in virtual worlds. In reality, there were only a few similar replicas, but the scale was too small compared to the originals, and they were not as stunning. If Fang Zhao really constructed this sort of place, the people of Planet Y would have it good. When they had free time, they could form groups to tour this place and relax a little. The stockman had told Fang Zhao to build the sort of ancient castles and pastures that younger people would be into, where they could enjoy riding horses on the vast lands. However, when he listened to Fang Zhao's accounts, he understood that Fang Zhao had a far greater plan. All that you have mentioned, even if we only choose and construct one building a week according to how it should be, is still a large undertaking, a Y-base colonel said. He meant to remind Fang Zhao that although land here was cheap, constructing buildings required quite a bit of money. If there were too many buildings, or the buildings were large, the combined cost would amount to an enormous sum. Then let's take it slowly, Fang Zhao replied in a relaxed tone. When you think about it, it is actually a nice place, one where you can come over when you get older and retire. The atmosphere at this place is really suitable for retirees, the stockman said. However, Wu Tianhao did not take kindly to those words. Retirement? What retirement? He still wished to open a dojo here. The concept was obviously youthful energy. Why did that guy make it sound so lethargic? Wu Tianhao snorted. I don't intend to purchase this land as a retirement plan. The stockman and people from Y-base looked suspiciously at Wu Tianhao. Construction at this sort of place, if not for retirement, then is it for reselling? Can it even be sold? It's a dream. Understand. Wu Tianhao shook his head when he realized these bunch of people had no way of understanding. He didn't wish to talk to this bunch of salted fish. Salted fish without dreams would never understand what was going on in his mind. The stockman and Y-base personnel really could not come to terms with Wu Tianhao's thoughts. They felt that these people were foolish, that they had too much money and too few outlets for spending. But for Planet Y, this was a good thing, and they would not oppose it. Wu Tianhao drew a large circle on the map. The land Fang Zhao had chosen and the mountain he had picked were encompassed inside. The area has to be enclosed. City walls. Wu Tianhao asked Fang Zhao. City walls will be constructed around the exterior, but current technology still has to be used for defensive measures, Fang Zhao replied. Definitely. Fang Zhao's eyes glanced at the tiger-eared monkey still hugging his thigh, and he asked the breeders, where are they raised? There is a park district not too far from here built specifically for raising these sorts of lab animals. However, the park district needs refurbishing. Otherwise, these lab animals will keep escaping. The breeder's expression was pained. Unfortunately, we just don't have the funds. Besides feeding the animals, every day we are busy chasing these escaped animals. Simple-minded ones are still easy to manage, but when it comes to the more intelligent creatures, we really have our work cut out for us. These two breeders felt that it was only because of their temperaments that they'd been selected to tend to these animals. If they had been anybody less patient, they would surely have found excuses to secretly kill off these animals that loved to prison break. Fang Zhao continued to question them. Have experiments for them been concluded? For the majority of them, yes. In the past, we captured a few of this planet's wild animals and brought them to the labs to study. When the soldiers from the base might be scratched or bitten and contract viruses, there is a need to use these methods to find a cure. Thus, animal testing on these creatures was necessary. The breeder continued explaining, now, those animals in the park district have already gone through experiments and tests and basically would not pose any danger to humans. They also do not carry any untreatable viruses. However, it is best not to consume them. Of course, if you really do want to eat them, it is not entire impossible, but they might be hazardous. After all, they grew up in the laboratory. The food they consumed when young was all experimental foodstuffs. Now that the experiments are finished, they have switched over to their current food, but their bodies might have traces of medical drugs. If you really want to eat one, perhaps it is better to capture some wild ones. However, after capturing them, it is best to bring them to relevant parties for some testing first. You people are not from Y-base and have not had many vaccines administered, so there might be some risks if you eat without supervision. Possibly from hearing the breeders talking about eating them, that tiger-eared monkey started screeching again. However, this time, Wu Tianhao did not grumble about the ear-splitting screeches from the tiger-eared monkey. It was as if he completely paid no attention to the shrieks, simply continuing to stare at the map in his hands, his brows scrunched up. Fang Zhao, I suddenly have an idea, Wu Tianhao said. Let's hear it. I feel that our stakes aren't high enough. Since this chance is so hard to come by, how about we find a few more people and collaborate to make the territory even bigger? Just like how? You mentioned the special architecture of different eras and different continents. If everyone contributes a little, wouldn't we be able to build it up? If we want to take a gamble, why not raise the stakes? The breeders and soldiers of Y base could not understand Wu Tianhao's reasoning. You can jump straight into a hole alone. Why do you have to drag more people with you? However, Fang Zhao could immediately understand what Wu Tianhao meant. Laughing, he said, in the old era, some film companies and movie-making firms created large-scale indoor and outdoor sets that were comprehensive. To achieve the most benefits, certain places also incorporated sightseeing tours besides just using them for filming. A place where art and commerce harmonized perfectly. A film studio complex. That's right. Full of fiery passion and complex thoughts, Wu Tianhao stared at the map. At the start, he had not had such big plans. All he had wanted was to purchase some land to build a dojo to fulfill his dream of many years. But after listening to Fang Zhao talk about all that, he changed his mind. Since he was prepared to rope in more people for an investment, why not have bigger plans? With this, he had the confidence to pull in a few more people. They would bring to life historic sites and cultures that had perished during the period of destruction, and not just in virtual reality. Not just tabletop models, but actual life-size architecture that could be felt and touched would, after thousands of years, reappear at a place outside their home planet. That would be a feast for the senses. Chapter 233, Cultural Film Base. Wu Tianhao wanted to raise the stakes. After analyzing, Fang Zhao felt that it was feasible. Here they could build something just like the celebrated film complexes of the old era. Furthermore, with current technology, construction would not be troublesome at all. All they needed to do was to put in effort in the planning phase. Historic places and sites across all continents had been destroyed during the period of destruction. Due to the innovation of technology in the new era, people did not wish to spend money rebuilding those types of structures. Even if they had been built, in the 500 years that had followed, many had been torn down to make way for housing buildings due to the exploding population. In the movie and television industry, all that was required to churn out a film was film, a room in a high-rise building, and a special effects team. Regardless of whether it was historical, modern, fantasy, or sci-fi, everything could be settled with special effects. But for film projects with high standards and requirements, real sets were still favored. Zero's company borrowing equipment and manpower from the military was one such example. However, as there were no historical sites preserved, there were very few historical films. In the industry, the historic genre was the least common, and even those that were done with special effects had to reference films preserved from the old era. Relying on just Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao to build up a film studio complex in a short time was an arduous task. Not just due to construction, publicity and popularity were also two other important matters. What was most important was to rope in more people. Fang Zhao, on your side, who can you rope in? Wu Tianhao asked. After musing, he added, you definitely have to rope in Zero. I have already left Zero a message. As for how many I can pull in, I can only try. After all, in the film and television circles, my connections are limited, Fang Zhao replied. Wu Tianhao remembered that Fang Zhao was not an actor, so he could not pin too much hope on Fang Zhao. Can you still remain here for a few more days? Wu Tianhao asked. 2 to 3 days. As he was still undergoing military service, there was no way that Fang Zhao could have an extended stay here. You could talk to Hui. He would surely let you stay for some time. Fang Zhao shook his head. After matters here are settled, when I have returned to Planet Baiji to continue with my military service, I will continue to pay attention to things here in my spare time. All right, let's do our utmost and handle things separately. Wu Tianhao did not have much hope for Fang Zhao pulling in many people. As long as Fang Zhao could rope in Zero, that would be enough. Wu Tianhao would rope in the others. As it was getting late, everyone packed up their things and prepared to return. The tiger-eared monkey was also returned to the park district by the breeder. After the party returned back to base, Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao went to look for Hui Film Studio Complex. When Hui heard this news, he was startled and nearly dropped his canteen before shooting up from his chair. He had only thought that Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao wanted to purchase a plot of land and build a manor to have some fun. Never had he expected that they would make such a big play. However, he liked it. Fang Zhao briefly shared the outlines of their plan. If development goes smoothly, in the future, We can submit an application for a cultural film base or something similar. Cultural film base. Calling it a cultural film base succeeded in exciting Huai. Having had no expectations, this sudden surprise jolted Huai and made him feel giddy with excitement. If this cultural film base was reported to the higher-ups and approved, did that mean that there would be monetary support? Or perhaps other political benefits? The answer was definitely yes. However, Huai calmed down very quickly. He was still the commanding officer of a base and would not lose rationality over Fang Zhao's words. Sitting down again, he studied Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao with a deep gaze. There was no longer any trace of excitement on his face. Instead, he had a serious expression. You wish to construct a cultural film base with just the two of you. There are others too, Wu Tianhao replied. There was a little flash in Huai's eyes as he stifled the excitement in his heart. Who else? It has not been confirmed yet. We are still contacting people. A smile broke out on Huai's face. He understood the two's intentions. So your purpose for finding me is to request extended free communications for you two? That's right. Of course, we still have to discuss the price of land, Wu Tianhao responded. This time, Huai was more expressive, waving his arms as he exclaimed, the more land you want, the better the deal I will give you. It's up to you guys how much land you want. Huai did not have the final say. If the base was to sell a large plot of land, it still had to be reported to the top. But when it came to the cost, Huai could influence the pricing to some extent. After Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao left, Huai transferred over the selected land on the map and opened the file. His eyes were shining as he stared at the 3D view. That area was flat ground surrounded by a ring of mountains, and it seemed like the hull of a very large ship. Whether this large ship could assume the mantle of a cultural film base and actually set sail, this depended on whether Fang Zhao and Wu Tianhao could rope in enough investors. Planet Baiji. Recently, Zero had been feeling very pleased. He had gotten addicted to live broadcasting. Every day, he exceeded the allocated live broadcast duration. Kevin Lin had spoken about this to him before. Exceeding by a little bit was fine, as an expense report could be submitted, but exceeding that much every day was not right. If it was exceeded by too much, the column would not pay for the communications expenses. But who was Zero? He only wished to enjoy himself to his heart's content. So what if he had to pay for the costs of exceeding the allocated time? So be it. Does your daddy care about these little communications expenses? I'll pay for it myself. Zero's agent. D*MN. The money hasn't come in yet, and there is still an overdraft. Actually, Kevin Lin was not particularly bothered by the added expenses of exceeding the allocated time. He also knew that Zero would not haggle over this. What he was worried about was Zero's live broadcasts. Recently, Channel S5's comment section had become a little darker. When Zero had taken over the live broadcasts, viewership had increased, but the majority had just been here to join in on the action. Kevin Lin was worried that Channel S5's older audiences would stop watching. Kevin Lin's worries were spot on. Indeed, a number of original viewers canceled their viewership and others lambasted the channel. Kevin Lin was really worried, and he discussed with his superiors about suitable countermeasures they could take. Zero was a person that easily provoked others. Could they think of any ideas to help change the situation? However, people from the column did not bother about this. Provoking viewers was not a big deal. All that mattered was revenue. With the increase in viewership of Channel S5, naturally, there was more revenue from internet traffic and advertisements. It was only natural that the column would not switch Zero out. Kevin Lin was at a loss. He even sent a message to Fang Zhao saying that Fang Zhao had not been able to foresee that Zero could not retain the channel's original audience. However, in the few days that followed, Kevin Lin received a face smacking. Some audiences that had originally canceled their viewership had returned. Zero had one other nickname. Netizens had given him the name Deceptive Little Expert. Because when Zero was broadcasting live, many times, he roasted his father's tyrannical actions back when Zero had still been undergoing his military service. No food for you if you don't complete your tasks. You get a beating if you make any mistakes. My body was beaten by such a thick rod, and I was beaten till my mother could not even recognize me. It ached so badly that I was unable to sleep at night. In the middle of the night, I was still called out to assemble. It was totally brutal. Zero's dad's reputation for being ruthless to his own son quickly spread. It was rumored that Zero's dad was so teeming with rage that he wanted to personally come to Planet Baiji and beat someone up. Other than this, Zero revealed some political information that had not been released. Online audiences realized that the roasting of his own dad was not a big deal compared to the information he leaked. No one could find out which family member Zero had gotten this information from, but if he spoke about it, the reliability of the information was high. Although Zero loved to show off, he wouldn't go so far as to make up stories. Yesterday, Zero's loose lips had revealed that some people from certain financial firms would be out of luck. This morning, there had been an announcement that the bosses of certain financial institutions had been arrested. It was said that Liuzhou authorities had not meant to investigate so quickly, but Zero had given it away too early, so action had been taken immediately. It was also rumored that, because of this incident, the Renault family and people close to Zero had been called in for questioning, and Liuzhou's governor had thrown a fit. Thus, many entertainment media outlets reported Zero's matter. Shocking. Liuzhou's famous youth reveals fraudulent activity during live broadcast. Netizens watched the broadcasts with glee. Now, not only could they watch Planet Baiji's developments, there was also humor. Perhaps they might even catch Zero letting slip some political news that had not yet been announced. Many viewers left a note on their own notification settings for Channel S5, so that the notification that sounded every time live broadcasts were about to start was changed to "The deceptive little expert that you follow is about to come." Online, Fang Zhao also knew about all this, but he reckoned that reality was not quite how netizens described it. Even Wu Tianhao sneered at this when he found out. Would the Renault family really let Zero in on matters that were really supposed to be kept secret? Was the governor such a person? Did he not know what Zero was like? The entire household was putting on a play. They were just acting in tandem, and they were using Zero's live broadcasts to go about it. It was just to ease the tension and let people have some mental preparation for any decrees that would be put into effect. Even Zero himself knew clearly which information he could announce to the public. If Zero was really the sort that was unable to differentiate good from bad, there was no way he could have been showered with such favoritism by the Liuzhou governor. Of course, netizens did not know this. Even if there were people who analyzed and pointed it out, nobody really cared. Most people were just watching the live broadcasts for entertainment. Other than that, people did not really bother about the truth and had no intention of getting to the bottom of these matters. The following day, Zero was broadcasting in a wheat field. This was an extended field on Planet Baiji. Ah, what fine weather. The air is crisp and refreshing. Today, I will be talking about steam buns. How are steam buns made? For that, we would have to begin with flour. And how is flour made? We would have to start from wheat. Zero spoke as though he was a person who had obtained exclusive cheat codes for a game. In the new era, there were very few people that made steam buns and other pastries in their own homes. There was very little consumption for these as well. Even if people ate steam buns, shopping online for quick freeze or compressed food was very convenient and saved time and effort. Thus, when Zero mentioned this topic, there were still a lot of people that were interested. And many older audiences just loved watching Zero's manner as he talked about such things with vigor and an incomparable swagger. Zero walked through the wheat field as he recounted the stories he had heard from other people, then gazed at the expansive field full of wheat in front of him and lamented, "Planet Baiji's wheat field is really big, even bigger than the largest wheat field I ever saw in Muzhou. We also have wheat fields in Liuzhou, close to the Scarlet Crescent port. However, soon, the Scarlet Port will have Constru. Oh, I can't talk about this. Let's go back to talking about how to make steam buns." Online audiences, no, don't. Finish what you wanted to say about construction at Scarlet Crescent Harbor. Don't you know that people that stop a story midway will be beaten? Zero did not care how others judged him, nor did he care how audiences living near Scarlet Crescent Port would be scratching their cheeks in frustration. Immediately after the live broadcast ended, Zero rushed to check the message Fang Zhao had sent him. Purchase land? Film studio complex? This sounds fun. Further viewing the comprehensive map of the area, Zero's eyes glowed as he pondered a little. There, he could build anything he wanted to. That was totally a heaven for pretentious beings like himself. The more he looked at it, the more he was tempted. Zero pointed at a few of the tallest mountains in the map. This one, this one, this one, and the land here. I will take it all. Zero's agent. Are you an idiot? Chapter 234, Grabbing Land. Zero's agent had a stiff expression on his face, and he gave Zero a cruel jab as Zero's mind was wandering on the limitless possibilities. Senior Master, we don't have any more money. Zero stared at him. Impossible. We used up most of our funds during the auction and to obtain land here, Zero's agent patiently explained. Zero wore an expression of shock. We really don't have money? Zero's agent looked him in the eye and said seriously, this time it is real. He was not lying to Zero. They really did not have enough funds to purchase land, let alone the areas that Zero wanted on the map. It was an impossible dream. Even if they had the money, he would advise Zero to give up on this idea. The risk of investing in Planet Y was too great. Zero checked his own bank accounts in disbelief. After coming to terms with the cruel blow reality had struck him with, he sat down in a chair in a daze. How could the great Zero from Lizhou actually be in such a predicament where he lacked funds? If he could not happily pretend all he wanted to, he might as well return home and plant watermelons. Zero mused for a bit. He was unwilling to give up this dream of obtaining land on Planet Y. In his heart, he thought of different ways to obtain money. Noticing Zero's eyeballs swiveling around in their sockets, Zero's agent felt a lump in his heart. Having been by Zero's side for so long, he could tell straight away what this B***** was trying to pull. For the sake of preventing Zero from making an even more foolish decision, his agent decided to help out. Otherwise, this demented numbskull might try to sell off the land on Planet Baiji they had worked so hard to obtain from Fan Lin. Zero's agent spoke. Senior Master, if you urgently need money, we can chase your debtors. Collect debts. In Zero's dictionary, the words collect debts did not exist. In his opinion, the affair of collecting debts was beneath him. Zero was unwilling to do this. How can I, the great Zero of Lizhou, have the face to ask people to return those small amounts of money? That is too shameful. Zero might not bother about small matters such as debts, but his agent had recorded every single bit. Those small amounts were not really small. There were a few people in his records that had debts in the tens of millions. Browsing through the agent's list of debtors and seeing the total sum at the end of the list, Zero was stunned once more. That much? He actually had not known he had loaned out that much money. Chase it. Chase every single one of them back. Zero clenched his teeth and turned to face his agent. You go chase them. Zero was still unable to bring himself so low as to personally do such a thing. Zero's agent was indifferent to it. He had long wanted to collect those debts. After all, their side was not the one in debt, so what was so shameful about asking for it back? Previously, he had been worried that Zero would vehemently oppose it, but now that Zero had encountered a situation where he himself lacked money, his agent had to settle it as soon as possible. Zero's agent was very satisfied with the decision Zero had made. This time, he would allow Zero to squander all the funds he reclaimed. Zero's agent pointed at the debtor that owed the most. I can chase the others except the one from Lizhou. My status isn't sufficient enough, so it is best if Senior Master personally chases this debt. Lacalina's Zhao. An elegant-looking lass wearing a princess skirt was half lying on the soft sofa. She had nearly dozed off when her bracelet, placed on the coffee table beside her, rang, breaking the peaceful silence in the room. The lass opened her eyes, squinted at the name displayed on the bracelet, and knit her brows. She waved her pale, slender fingers, and her assistant hurriedly came forward and handed the bracelet to her. Voice was selected instead of